dinner with my dad afterwards.
Wow. Listen, I guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. All the other kids, he was shady that ruin all day. All the other kids that are at that restaurant.
Here's what this was the best thing you can grab the mic. Guys, I'm so not a chance.
Like this is actually out there.
This one was super close.
I'm writing the letters or whatever they're commission.
This is where we're going to get better. Because these parents are going to say it's a break, so they're not going to show up to wrestling practice, even though they're supposed to. I said, so usually there's 12 kids. There's 5 kids.
5 kids. No, but that's just. That's how you get it. No, I get it. I can't wait to get that's getting my box seats at wherever these motherfuckers are going to be. I'm ready, boy. This is going to be a short class. Exactly. No, because this is what I'm saying. I will excel. We're going to excel at. This is great. It's not even. This is their life. That's great. This is guided in acceleration. That's awesome. That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, but these kids are going to be wrestling. Don't talk to them about 9/11 or the moonlight. But Tiger's gonna have a chin like this in the wrestling, Dad, Chambo. Stands with 225. Kill your father, Boston. Skywalker and Darth Vader relationship. I don't think you can do it. It goes back to when he was fucking his son was trying to do it. You can't do 225. I don't think you can kill Boston. Yeah, dude. That's very a lot of those kids that are in the wrestling camp or whatever they're not, and their parents aren't. They're doing anything except getting out of the house and getting rich. That's fine. That's totally. That's why a lot of these conversations are going to be happening in the stands. What's up with your team? It's not professional.
He has the right to over that space. So again, before Rock said to me, I think he says that both of them are treating him as a and he says, most people is very little. We just get reloading. I wish I killed lots of kids. I just be so is that technique of an effort? Is that technique of a partner? If a lover technique of a Jabanakas, a Jabakasa, no people can then technique of an
he's fucking sick. Balls deep into the Titanic. Like documentaries on the Titanic and watch the Titanic movie over and over. And they're all little facts and stuff about it. And he was dad can have a Titanic themed birthday party. I went, buddy, that's like something you celebrate.
I want people to show up, right?
Like one area, a little flooded areas. And one area has ease of access, one area has more difficult access. So from the Mesa, the area is given to the other area.
It's like it's right now. Well, it's like a stage where it's like you have to do it your own way. So it's like that. So you might have like it could even be this. And I just go, oh no, you do it. He's like, no. Let's go. And he just like it goes like this. So I just find myself going, because Calvin was never like that. Billy is. Sounds good. And then it starts strolling. I was like, that's music from the damn right.
Again, Rob on the other hand, those are the same, essentially. Those are the same. There's no real different. Both quote unquote have the same accent. They're both very close. They both have the same accent. What happens? Right, because they both have the same accent.
They say like, no, don't do that.
And when you're affected,
I think that
I'm off from America.
get the point across with the young, just be like,
the moment you're saying right in an area, I love from America, I love the light to
so far from it.
unless you put
So far from it.
you might have so tonight, I still talk about I see your past, right? It's not over there. People have a function, people have a impact.
Don't do that, and they keep doing it, and nothing happens. Like, oh, yes, says that.
That's so true. I've learned
Yeah,
so much
it's called
patience.
upper tight.
It's not about just going,
The anti-function, the impact, it's a shot for the little baby.
But that's like, I think that's better than just, just like,
Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm really going to try to summarize this shit for you. This is really, well, this is just, this motherfucker's just, we can call him kinetic and potential energy. This motherfucker's just sick as fuck. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Stream not found. How about you go fuck yourself? Dog, look at this athleticism.
Not so much positive types like fat or green fat like that's why we call them workout. That's why. Fat ass and like fat. Ain't it crazy how different when you was Captain America and all that stuff?
an avocado is an equal amount of calories as chocolate. I hate to say no. Foods are. Follow this one guy on Instagram. I just stuff like this shit. It's crazy. But it's like, look what this is. Oh, I know that guy. Oh, that guy too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love that guy. I found that guy's like some shit. Every post is hilarious. Every post on Instagram is worth following. It's hilarious. I like that guy. I tried this one because I saw Brandon like this particular recipe. It was bananas, 2 eggs, peanut butter, and blueberries. What do you mean? I think you make it like a I did it disgusting. So fucking great. I was gonna make it for you guys. I forgot to do it when he's not here. There's no reason why I didn't do it. If Brendan was here, I would have made those and brought it. Guys, you like this on Instagram? This shit you like. What I was gonna do? Fucking chop. It's like he has a lot of those kind of things, and I like to do those. I got a great kitchen now, so I like to do the crazy cottage cheese with this. You bake it for 15 minutes, and it's 300 minutes of whatever. He'll like repost facts about.
So who was the pastor? He got the pastor first, people know the story. And therefore, what it's saying is the people in the pastor to access this area through loading, the people in the pastor have to access these Only one group has ability to be filtered. One group has the ability to be Zika. Give it to the group that you want to access. I know. When you say the name of pastor, what do you mean?
Transfusions. Anthony Joshua was just in a car accident. Robinson again. I guess nobody's heard from him, which I didn't know.
I didn't know that. Crazy.
Benacer's lung collapse. Tommy Fury stopped boxing and his engagement.
Oh shit, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen. So fucking scary. My kid saw that thing. Anytime I see something like this, I think, oh my god, my kid saw that. Holy fucking shit. Is that Mike Tyson thing real? Just say for Mike Tyson, he's like, I had to follow the script because I needed money. I don't know if that's real. He is fighting older dudes who are crushing. Except for Joshua. Like everybody else is kind of like in his 30s. Mike Tyson needed the money. When he shot him, he's just a guy.
Anything
just
about that fucking talking on you pretty much.
There's so much shit out
story. And you start talking about an area of this work, the idea of the base culture used through and yet
his first opportunity.
we're
gonna get to the point where that documentary from the Somali thing made like that. Oh, it's already. Well, no, you can. If that were made AI nowadays, you would be able to tell. You'd be like, this is how.
and this will that's supposed to access
Surely.
they're going up,
And then
no going down.
old guy, and then go to
That's why you
there will be in the near future. We're just making these fucking kill documentaries. I don't know. You know what? I'm saying stuff is like there's a woman that lays groceries on her car, and then a bear comes. Yeah, I saw that. And I was like, my first thought now was like, that's not real. And then you see a different video, and it's entirely real. And I'm like, is this all? And to me, it's deal with it now. And it's like, you make sure you don't say anything else. So you know that documentary that kid made about especially taking her kids and not anyone has kids is fine. It's very easy. Yeah, that's what you tell me. Search for it. Joe, I see me. Watch my podcast. That wasn't good before. It's weird, man. That's stuff. Christmas was kind of crappy too. It's in the choke. What did you get? Your wife? You guys are shots. She wanted some scary stuff.
If you're in touch with far away,
That's just be smart this year with our How'd you get her?
remember again, the mission of
This is funny, but a
the
ladder that won't fall.
discussion, what areas belong to the cluster, what areas
That's how we're getting older, man. It's
discussing
gonna
above
get older.
consulting belongs to the Nefesh.
And I
Below
also got her a 3D
consulting
printer.
belongs to the Nefesh.
Oh, really?
But
Yeah.
what is that
To make illegal guns,
when the
that's
area
You
is
know what Rachel
discussion
can make
close
ladder.
to the Nefesh?
Crystal morning. Crystal
So if
morning
the
went like
area is
this.
discussion close to the Nefesh,
You know,
then
if
even
you
if it's
remember
above
Yeah,
consulting,
like
it's
something
like
else.
the culture, mind the culture, what is that? Using the culture to study.
He's like, go front the street, and wifey, enjoy the house.
I see the only way I'm gonna go make it disgusting.
Mind the culture,
Do you believe Sean fucking liked this post on Instagram?
not
Wait till
only
you hear it. It's like King's that dress. You
belongs to the culture.
better bathing suit. Damn old school. Yeah, no shit, man. Yeah, I'm fucked out now. You know what? It's like my
What doesn't even
my kids do it too much anyways. I was like talking to like this young rich dude at the football game. He went to, and he's wants to gain. I'm not gonna say what it is, but he wants to get engaged to his wife, and he's like talking about like
remember again, you was trying
she's
to
worried
bring
about
up
him traveling and
before,
stuff
take
like
a
that.
step back.
Just say, hey,
You focus the entirety of today's down. Focus on the
you want somebody that's 9 to 5 that'll be there all the time? Go get you an electrician.
If
You
you
want
have
from
an
9 to
area
5, you'll be home.
that
You can do
borders
that stuff.
activity,
But
one
if you want to go
culture
to Nobu on
utilizes
Wednesday for no reason,
lowering
and be dripping in
one
diamonds,
area, one culture activity,
I gotta go do shit. God damn.
considered by
Tell.
Keep shit real.
right.
Keep it 100.
Love said,
I've been
Utah,
doing it, bro.
social,
I've been doing that wrong. I've been doing it. And then, like, you know, and then also it's like, you know, okay, she gonna climb on the ladder. Oh, that's what Rachel did. Rachel, she found some video on Instagram of like a light fixture thing that goes around the light fixture. So she caught herself. She gonna do this herself.
when
And I
one
get
is
on the
equal,
Google
one
thing.
is
It's like,
two,
hey, you have to come up here.
because again, lowering,
Chris, the light thing
lowering is
off. Okay, like this. And I'm looking
like
at
the
it.
video
You know what I mean? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Now I have to stop everything I'm doing.
Julia
She's
Cabot
like, well, it looks something on the video.
Julia
On the video,
has
her husband is filming the video. Behind the scenes.
Julia
And
is
it's 17. Man, Because when Chris starts projects, she tell you, she just does it, right? She just does it. That's why she almost killed herself on that bitch. So now you go, oh, you doing shit. So you go, oh, no, what I have to do.
and it's bank
You're gonna hire a dude that's going to be here to spot her when she's doing
So
stuff.
yeah, obviously that's
Or
higher.
I
That's
gotta
higher than the rest
get
of
her a
the
ladder that, like, it is
So
all
Julia Cabot Hastelo,
Damn, Chris, you're out there in Texas tomorrow.
tomorrow. San Antonio, Tennessee, Charlotte, North Carolina, West Miami. Just swing over to Austin and say, Milwaukee. I'm in and out, bro. Then I got my Australian tour.
So what happened?
Oh, that's what I'm planning. So I figured out what we're gonna do there.
Oh, Chris is in Austin, March 20th.
So I'll see it March 20th. And I'll shit. Hell yeah, bro. Live out there, bro. It's fucking out. Well, look at this shit. I'm a Bennett Jackson. Alright, see you guys.
So again, therefore, I people live in the culture, people fall on certain groups in their culture. So very simple part. The top of the dish, the top of the rock, that I wasn't talking about, those are considered to be the domains of the government has. Anything the hot tank profit is the domain of the concept. The low tank profit are the domain of the Gemara says, sell it. So I understand how you can have the top of a pit, the top of a rock that's more than 10 fucking miles. You have a rock that's full, right? You rock that's full, more than but bars, not equal anymore. Everyone say, what is the case of bar? What is the case of bar? Everyone say, look at Rashi. Tina Hasela, the hobby with name of Pesach, is out that bar. It's actually the bar, I can see the case of the rock. That was never rock. There's more than 10 fucking times. Okay, so why is that considered to be the beginning of the Pesach? The year of the Pesach, but utilizing it is so tough. That is high up to the top of the top. But I don't think it's a bar. And what's coming out of the bar is that. Not because of a bar. The knowledge of what is successful before. I'm dealing with him at Pesach. What part of the pig is usually the usual part of the pig, right? It's the whole. There's a lot that you How do you utilize the You're lowering something.
Welcome to the after hour and happy new year. This is the first time this after hour of 2026 is going to be a good one. It's going to be a great one. It's going to be the best one. First things first. Jen, did you fly to your house on that bomber 624? What's in that jacket going on about it?
If the embankment of the pig
I
is more
wanted to
than 10
see you
fucking
notice
miles,
that you
it's
noticed
low to the
that's why I was anxious to
But
start.
why? The rock I understand, because the usage of the rock ultimately again is the top of the rock.
It's actual,
But
it's real weather
this
for
is not
Thursday.
really circumstances.
Thursday,
What's keeping the pig?
break it in.
Cavity of the
Break it
pig.
in like I gotta keep wearing it.
So that's the
Since I go outside.
You gotta wear it inside.
cavity
Yeah.
of the pig.
Damn, shouldn't look at
You
the
know,
I
something
should
else.
like a Tuskegee.
Aquí lo nervous trying to catch you from the Canada. Luego me falta aquí se me quita. Tiene todo lo malo. Para el que yo tengo really the
So
money.
he looks like an air traffic controller in Alaska or something.
Watch this and say, you have a pig. You have a pig. Thank you for the 10 fucking time. So the neighborhood pattern, how do they use the pig? How do they use it? How?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You can see me a little bit. I'm
Right,
in the
you
shop.
should. The neighborhood pattern, how do they use the pig?
How about this?
You start seeing the day at the pocket and you have to throw it over your embankment in
Did
order
you
to
wrap
get it
that up
into
for
the
yourself, Jim?
So this is the case of Echad
And open it at Christmas?
Echad Bizrika, and yet one thing is to say, we award use of the pig ultimately to the near Pesach, which is the proof
I didn't go there for the holidays.
that when you have
parents'
usage
house.
of one area of Zika, usage of
Stayed there
one
for
country
pretty
of
much the
Zika,
entire
or one to show.
Yeah, the
Zika,
entire week.
one to show,
Or the entire
you give it to the
weekend.
one who
It was like from Tuesday
you
night
understand.
to Saturday.
I'm not supposed to, you can
Have
see
we not been in here
this
since
picture.
Christmas?
It's
I have no
50
idea. I
percent.
feel like we haven't been here in a month. We came in on Monday.
So the Gemara
Oh,
says,
sorry, it's Thursday.
um,
Oh, but we aired it early. Yes.
yeah, actually, I'm sorry.
We didn't shoot this Tuesday because I was in Palm Springs.
This is going to so this is it over. You can see. You know, so ultimately, again, it's the same thing over here. Remember, again, that upper area, the area to the right, right behind the railing, that's the neighborhood pattern. And the way they're going to add to a lower in the bucket, the bucket to the right is coming to the tech. That's to the left, I'm sorry. Here's the big part there. And you're Zika. You still be in the halach to the right for what you're going ahead. And you are lowering this down. You are lowering it down. So what you see after you do the effort circle, you award it to the one who uses it.
Also, there's everyone always talks about how, like, long like when you see
I'm
someone
gonna
for
be
the first time,
sorry,
you
but
say,
the house about the left
how
time.
long that gets drawn out. I know we did that with John's Carolina. I mean,
This is
yeah,
still
that's
with
people saying, like, I'm saying, it's like January 20th. I'll say
I'll
whatever you want.
Now, what
Yeah,
is that?
a couple days. It's a couple days.
Why does that
Yeah,
matter?
it's a couple days.
So look at that.
But I do understand.
Now, because Pesach is
If it's the first time you're seeing
let's say
that,
watch this. You see, because
it's a
it's
case
water,
by case basis.
therefore,
Yeah.
again, the AI,
Depends on your relationship with the person. Yeah. Well, it's like a plot, like a general cutoff time. 1 week.
The day
One week is perfect.
has to use the push
But if it's a week and a day, if it's a
If
week and a
there's
day,
nothing that shows the calorie of the
or
day,
that
or
moment
the
you need to say something, it's a crutch sentence that'll get you
But if
to
the
the
bar
next
itself
level.
is filled with water, then halach
Yeah,
the right
I know,
stuff
yeah.
for the banana pesach is considered to be lateral for the banana cluster. It's considered to be what as quote unquote holy. It just means directly. And everyone has either equal or shulful. Everyone reads that the one with lateral uses what we call pesach is the one who eats more than spiritual. Therefore, the one who does not allow you to Oh, concept. Well, it's not hard to concern that the kids are going to become diminished. You're going to draw water. And over time the pit is going to become diminished. Doesn't that cause a problem? So because remember again, it's very nice if you're awarding usage of the pit right now when it's filled with water to the merpasses, because for right now for the merpasses it's lateral usage. For the chatzir it's srika usage. Like when everybody keeps drawing water, the water level is going to go down. At some point in time, it's going to be shulshul for the merpasses and srika for the chatzir. And what are you going to do in that case? Which the Gemara says is very interesting. The Gemara says, "V'chasha kiban b'timal yeshari." The Gemara is not saying that. Well, since when it's full, it's permitted to remain in process. Therefore, once it diminishes, it's still going to remain mutchasana. Whereas the Gemara says, I don't understand what that means. Even this is asra asila to malyanami asila. The opposite. Say that since it has a potential to be diminished, the water level is going to inevitably go down. So why don't you think that the water level is going to go down?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. I've done my best to follow as many people I can in this space. I'd appreciate it if you would do the same. Also, you need to ensure that you are a member of the Big Steppers Discord, discord.gg. Steppers, be there, be square. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. Find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Laser focused over here. Who is right rather than wrong? Everyone's trying to figure out this. Again, two groups of people. Two people in the culture, group of people who live in an upper story. So let's say what happens. They cannot be determined. We'll say again, this is completely correct. But ultimately, again, you're doing the truth of a publicly, he doesn't mess up, bro. That guy goes to shows in the funny, he generally does these things 24/7, streaming 24/7, join his fucking Discord, make sure you're all about, be like Rabbi Rothschild, be sure, stay consistent, appreciate my G, love coming up here, every single chat that's right now, go ahead, drop my G a follow. I know it's time to move on, grow every single person, Max engaged to my tweet up on the Jumbotron, Max engaged to text tweet up on the Jumbotron, I'm doing shout outs, thank you so very soon, I'm going to hit 30 likes, we're 1 like away from 300, so go to the space tweet, drop a like. But it's the same case. Why do you have to state the same contemplate. I'll tell you why it's necessary. The Ashwin Seller, so like an example, was the way just like the case of Seller, I would have said, the reason what those says is that the most there is no concern of the Seller becoming the however, again, about bar, the Ligras did the value sale of also in the case of the bar, maybe I would say that even in the case of the bar, that the melody may be communicating to the SSY, and I'm concerned about what happens in the case of the bar if the gold is committed to. Most in the case of the bar being committed to, then it's not so clear that just because it's above you, you really want to do it. After all, again, that's a becoming case of FRB still, so that therefore you go. You are to touch more. Next thing, also co-sign for Dama, focus on more. The touch more, I say, touch it on the other. The second over of their rule. You have members of Husband, members of the other. I think two groups of residents. Some will live in the Husband, some will live in the other. And what happens? The second over, what they do not make the joint rule. What's that look? I'm sure Hudson is something that our taxman will define cleaning service, translate the word. The members of the Hudson, they get to use the lower tempo. The Anshalia, which function that's and the Anshalia, they use the upper tempo. What is this? Hello, your book, Pastor Taxon, the total high values that Pastor Anti Hudson Stanton will go to pass something they think like this. Let's say members of a members of a fundamental and what happened? A lot of the nice stuff, they did not work. You can imagine, people live in a fundamental building and people live in individual and they did not join in an illegal freedom. So what's that? So let's say the wall. Let's say the wall of the apartment. So the mercy the people of the country have usage of the bottom 10 spots of the wall. That's the demand function. But however, the demand aliyah is the upper 10 spots. Look at actually about Sarah Ayoli. Shaheen Kakas Lalia, Anshali, Shamsi, Infinity Aliyah, the Having the Joke, the Husband, what it says is the Bnei Aliyah gets the 10 pockets of the wall, those 10 pockets are measured downward from their windows. That's the right. You can imagine again, you have a wall of the apartment. The Bnei Aliyah, they get the lower 10 pockets of the wall. That's what they're doing. The Bnei Aliyah gets the 10 pockets of the wall.
Dog, I wasn't expecting to do a show right now. All right, so this is Kapala Boot Camp Day 11. Oh man, I gotta take a shit allegedly. Dog, I'm really disappointed. We talked for an hour on Rabbi Shimon Ben Yochai or Shimon Bar Yochai, and that was all tight and everything. So like he is the, how did we describe it? Like he's like a Kabbalistic sage. But what else? He was like the guy like learned from Rabbi Akiva. He's one of the 5 like of Rabbi Akiva's pupils. After the 24,000 died, and that stopped the Lagba over, and we remember that they didn't die from Roman persecution; they died from some kind of plague. We remember that, right? And then we've got like that was like 2nd century CE, so that's like. I mean, I don't really know what year it is now, but it's like 5. It's like 5786 as the Hebrew calendar and like the secular calendar. 2026. So that was like 1900 years ago or something like that. Alright, so it was like a long time ago. Then, 1,000 years after Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, we have Moses de Leon, Rabbi Moses de Leon, who is the first guy to publish the Zohar. And I figured, I talked about this motherfucker, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, like for an hour yesterday. There's got to be a lot of information on this motherfucker, on Moshe De Leon. I mean, he's more recent, like 1,000 years more recent, and there's not a lot on this motherfucker. So Moshe De Leon, not even known as in here, Rabbi Moshe De Leon. Okay, I mean, he was a rabbi. Moses De Leon, born around 1240, lived 1305. All these guys live 65, 70. Okay. Sometimes a little longer. I guess if you be younger, then they're not going to have that much about you, perhaps. Known in Hebrew as Moshe ben Shem Tov. So that's cool. Moses of the son of Shem Tov. That's a good name. Was a Spanish rabbi and Kabbalist who first publicized the Zohar. Modern scholars believe the Zohar is his own work, despite his claim to have copied it out of an ancient manuscript Yochai. His other works include Sefer HaRamon, written in Hebrew, and pseudepigraphic responsa, commentaries, and Kabbalistic tracts, which he falsely attributed to earlier authorities. I kind of think this guy, no offense, if he were here right now, I'd be like, dog, we got a lot of questions about some of your work. And so he was born around in Leon, Kingdom of Leon, died 1305, Carvalho, Kingdom of Castile. He's known for Kabbalah. Life. Moshe de Leon was born in Leon, Kingdom of Leon, modern-day Spain, then united with the crown of Castile. He might have been born in Guadalajara, and his surname then comes. He spent 30 years in Guadalajara and Valladolid before moving to Avila, where he spent the rest of his life. Moses de Leon died at Arevalo in 1305 while returning to his home. That's his fucking biography. I mean, it's a little longer, but Moses de Leon was the first to advance the Kabbalistic theory of biblical exegesis as a Jewish adaptation of the fourfold method of biblical exegesis from medieval Christianity. The term, sometimes rendered as pardes, means orchard when taken literally, but is used in context as a acronym formed from the initials of the following four approaches: Peshat, surface, straight, or the literal direct meaning; Remez, hints, or the hidden or symbolic beyond just the literal in the new Zohar, Reha.
So therefore, again, you are the water on Shabbos and into your Torah. That is transferred.
Okay, Book of the Zohar was written in Mantuna and in the Jewish years 18 to 53, 1558 to 1560 or so. Many included paragraphs pertaining to Zohar, which had not pertained also to all parts of the Zohar, were similar to Zohar on the Torah. Some were similar to the inner parts of the Zohar, Midrash HaNilam, Sitrei, Otio, and more. And some pertained to Tikkunai HaZohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of the Zohar was printed, the manuscript were gathered and arranged according to Parashio of the Torah and Megillot. Apparently, the arrangement was done by the Kabbalist Abraham Halevi of Sfat, printed first in the Salonika in the Jewish year 53-57, around 1587 or so, Common Era, and then in Krakow 53-63, and afterward in various editions.
So what does the left Gustra do?
They
just throw their bucket through the opening in the Gustra, right? So the left Gustra only just
okay.
Through the opening in the right.
So there's Darash from Hebrew Darash prior Sikh and comparative Midrash as given through similar occurrences, Sod, secret mystery, or the esoteric mystical meaning as given through inspiration revelation. That's it. That's everything. And I mean, maybe I've been up all night, basically, and it's been wild, but I'm not. I mean, look, you can't hustle, hustler, baby. And this guy was caught in like a bunch of lies. Maybe it's truth all the time, but who knows? But I think that there's some issues with the consistency of his portrayal of Kabbalah. All right, so we're gonna go now into the Zohar and we'll review. So the Zohar means splendor or radiance, is the foundational work of Kabbalistic literature. It is a group of books including commentary on the mystical aspects of the Torah and scriptural interpretations, as well as material on mysticism, mystical cosmology, and mystical psychology. The Zohar contains discussions of the nature of God, the origin and structure of the universe, the nature of souls, redemption, and relationship of ego, of darkness and true self, and true self to the light of God. So the Zohar was first publicized by Moshe de Leon around 1240 to 1305 Common Era, who claimed it as a Tanaitic work recording the teachings of Simeon Bar Ben Yochai, Shimon Bar Yochai, around the 100s Common Era. This claim is universally rejected by modern scholars, most of whom believe De Leon was also an infamous forger of Geonic material, wrote the book himself between 1280 and 1286. Some scholars argue that the Zohar is a work of multiple medieval authors and or contains a small amount of genuinely antique novel material. Later additions to the Zohar, including Tikkun HaZohar and Raya Mehaimana, were composed by a 14th century imitator. So it's like Kabbalah is, for lack of sounding offensive, like built on a throne of lies. And maybe I'm wrong, but Zoharic Aramaic, according to Gershom Scholem and other modern scholars, Zoharic Aramaic is an artificial dialect largely based on a linguistic fusion of the Babylonian Talmud and Targum Onkelos. But confused by De Leon's simple and imperfect grammar, his limited vocabulary, and his reliance on loanwords, including from contemporaneous medieval languages. The author further confused the text with occasional strings of Aramaic seeming gibberish in order to give the impression of obscure knowledge. Like, take a look at Zoharic Hebrew. The original text of the Zohar is cited by various early Kabbalists beginning around the 14th century. Isaac ben Samuel of Acre, David B. Judah, the pious Israel Nachwa, Alfonso de Zabora, was partially in Hebrew and partially in Aramaic. By the time of the first edition, 1558, the text was entirely in Aramaic, with the exception of the Midrash Hadnilim, where Hebrew words and phrases are often employed as in the Babylonian Talmud. The Hebrew of the Midrash Hadnilim is similar in its overall form to the language of the early Midrashim, but its specific vocabulary, idioms, and stylistic characteristics bear the imprint of medieval Hebrew, and its midrashic manner is clearly that of a later imitation. Authorship. But when we were learning about Moshe Leon earlier, a few days ago or whatever, at least like within the last 11 days, he said, like his girl, his wife or whatever, after he died, his widow, his hoe, his bit, whatever you want to call this woman, and we shouldn't refer to women like this, but I'm just being funny. And if you don't think it's funny, okay, then we have differences of opinion on humor. But some bitch out there is going to think this shit is hilarious. Anyway, And when I say bitch, I don't mean female duck, I mean beach, like beautiful thing on the ocean. Anyway, so she said my man was strapped for cash and had to just come up with some shit. They don't talk about that in his biography, and I don't understand why. Anyway, authorship, initial view. Authorship of the Zohar was questioned from the outset due to the claim that it was discovered by one person and referred to historical events of the post-Talmudic period, while purporting to be from an earlier date. Abraham Zacuto's 1504 work. Dude, if you learn anything from me, it's this thing I learned from Reddit. How to get rid of hiccups? You go. Breathe in through your nose slowly. Swallow twice. Exhale through your. Oh, I should exhale through my nose. Anyway, okay, so you breathe in through your nose. And then exhale through your mouth. Anyway, it works like all right, Abraham Zacuto's 1504 work, 1504 work, The Sefer Yehusin, first printed in 1566, quotes from the Kabbalist Isaac ben Samuel of Acre's 13th century memoir, Divrei Hayamin Lost, which claims that the widow and daughter of De Leon revealed that he had written it himself and only ascribed the authorship to Simeon ben Yochai for personal profit. And Isaac went to Spain to investigate how it happened in his time that the Book of Zohar was found, which Simeon ben Yochai and his son Eleazar had made in the cave. And some say that De Leon forged it among his forgeries. But Isaac later said that the Aramaic sections were generally written by Shimon ben Yochai. And Isaac wrote, because I had seen that these words were wondrous and that they ran from a well high above which is beyond those uninitiated into the secrets of the divine, I chased after it, and I asked the scholars, and some said it had fallen into the hand of the sage Moshe de Leon, whom they call Moses of Guadalajara, and some said Shimon ben Yochai had never written the book, but that Moses had written these wondrous words and falsely ascribed them to Shimon ben Yochai and his son Eleazar in order to sell them for huge sums of money. And I went to Spain, the capital city of Valladolid, and presented myself to Moses and was received favorably. And he swore to me by Hashem that the ancient book of Shimon ben Yochai was that day in his house in Avila, and he would show it to me when I visited him. And Moshe parted to return home, but in Aravalo the way, and he died there. And when I heard of this, I was mortally pained, and I took to the road, and I came to Avila, and I found a great old sage there named David de Poncorbo, and he received me favorably, and I demanded he explain to me the secrets of the book of Zohar, about which men were disputing, and about which Moses himself had sworn beyond doubt until his death, but about which I did not know upon whom to rely or whom to trust. And he told me, no, in truth, that it is clear to me beyond doubt that it never came to the hand of this Moses, and that there is no book of Zohar except that of which Moses himself wrote every word. Know that this Moses was a great spendthrift. One day his house was filled with treasures that the wealthy mystics had given him in exchange for excerpts, and the next his wife and children were starving naked in the street. So when we heard that he had died in Arevalo, I went to the house of the richest man in the city, Joseph de Avila, and said to him, now the time has come for you to earn the priceless Zohar if you will do what I advise. And he followed my advice, and he sent his wife to the house of Moses' widow. And she said to her, know that my wish is to marry your daughter to my son, and I ask nothing from you except the book of Zohar, which your husband existed for many people, and Moses' widow swore to Joseph by Hashem, my husband never had such a book except in his mind, and every wrote came from his own intellect. When I saw him writing, I asked him why he claimed to be excerpting from a book I knew he did not have, and he told me that it was because, while for his own words they would not give a penny, for the divinely inspired work of Shimon ben Yochai they will pay in blood. And Moses' daughter said exactly the same. Can you ask for better proof than this? I don't know why we don't just consider the Zohar garbage. I really don't. Like, my Kabbalistic study should end here. This is done. I mean, I hate to say it, but this is the end of the story. Perhaps. Isaac goes on to say they obtained a mixed evidence of Zohar's authenticity from other Spanish Kabbalists, but the fragment ends abruptly, mid-sentence, without any conclusion. Though Isaac is willing to quote it in his Otzar L'Chaim and his Merat Inayim, he does so rarely. Isaac's testimony was censored from the second edition, 1580, and remained absent from all editions thereafter until its restoration nearly 300 years later in the 1857 edition. By the way, Moshe de Leon's wife, she is amazing for like telling the truth. Good on her. I don't know what that bitch's name is, but I view her very positively. In 1243, a different Jew had reportedly found a different ancient mystical book in a cave near Toledo, which was it near the Maumee River? No, different Toledo, which may have been De Leon's inspiration. Within 50 years of its appearance in Spain, it was quoted by Kabbalists, including the Italian mystical Menahem Riscanti, Todros ben Joseph Abulafia. However, Joseph ben Wakar harshly attacked the Zohar, which he considered inauthentic. Dude, shout out to him. And some Jewish communities, such as Dor Da'im from Yemen, Andalusian, the Western Sephardic or Spanish and Portuguese Jews, and some Italian communities, never accepted it as authentic. Only early Kabbalists, such as David B. Judah, the pious Abraham B. Isaac of Granada, around the pious guy was like around 1300, the Granada guy is like 1300, Abraham ben Isaac of Granada, and David B. ben Amram of Aden, around 1350. Like, why are we abbreviating Ben with B? I mean, it's like not that, it's not like a long word. Anyway, whatever. So readily imitate its pseudo-pigraphy by ascribing contemporary statements to Zoharic sages that it is obvious and understood its nature. The manuscripts of the Zohar are from the 14th to 16th centuries. Dude, this is a kick in the nuts.
If they make a joint Eruv, then what?
I figured this would be like,
as they say,
there'd be all kinds of shit.
Then everybody gets usage of that shit area. What happens if they don't make a joint Eruv? So we'll say, so who gets usage?
Like,
so it depends. What does it depend on?
It's like,
Ease of access, ease of usage. So we'll say,
by the 15th century, the Zohar's authority in the Iberian Jewish community was such that Joseph Ibn Shem Tov drew arguments from it in his attacks against Rambam.
And the other one utilizes it.
Joseph Ibn Shem Tov drew arguments from it in his attacks against Rambam, and even representatives of non-mystical Jewish thought began to assert its status and invoke its authority in decision of some ritual questions. In Jacobs's and Broid's view, they were attracted to its glorification of man, its doctrine of immortality, and its ethical principles, which they saw as more keeping in the spirit of Talmudic Judaism than are those taught by the philosophers, and which was held in contrast to the view of Maimonides and his followers, who regarded man as a fragment of the universe whose immortality is dependent upon the degree of development of his active intellect. The Zohar instead declared man to be like important, super important, like the creator of creation, whose immortality is solely dependent upon his morality. Conversely, Ella de Medigo from 1458 around to 1493, in his Behinat Hadat, endeavored to show that the Zohar could not be attributed to Simeon ben Yochai by a number of arguments. He claims that if it were his work, the Zohar would have been mentioned by the Talmud. Good point. As has been the case with other works of the Talmudic period, he claims that had Ben Yochai known by divine revelation the hidden meaning of the precepts, his decisions on Jewish law from the Talmudic period would have been adopted by the Talmud, and it would not contain the name of rabbis who lived. He claims that if the Kabbalah were a revealed doctrine, there would have been no divergence of opinion among Kabbalists concerning the mystic interpretation of the precepts. Believers in the authenticity of the Zohar countered that the lack of references to the work in Jewish literature was because Ben Yochai did not commit his teachings to writing, but transmitted them orally to his disciples over generations until finally the doctrines were embodied in Zohar. They found it unsurprising that Ben Yochai would have foretold future happenings or made references to historical events of the post-Talmudic period. By the late 16th century, the Zohar was present in 1/10 of all private Jewish libraries in Mantua. The authenticity of the Zohar was accepted by such 16th century Jewish luminaries as Joseph Caro, who died 1575, common era, and Solomon Luria, who died 1574, the common era, who wrote nonetheless that Jewish law does not follow the Zohar when it is contradicted by the Babylonian Talmud. I mean, that's just their opinion. It's like, I don't know, I'm unimpressed with Zohar. But Luria writes that the Zohar cannot even override a minhag. Moses is errorless, died in 1572. Writes that he heard that the author of the Zohar is Ben Yochai. Elijah Levita died in 1559, did not believe in its equity, nor did Joseph Scaliger, 1609, or Louis Capel, 1658. The Scaliger guy died in 1609, or Johannes Drusius died in 1616. David Ibn Abi Zimra, who died in 1573, held that one can follow the Zohar only when it does not conflict with any other source, and records that you asked me about scribes modifying Torah scrolls to accord with the Zohar, and I was shocked, for how can they consider the Zohar better than the Talmud Bavli, which has come down to us? So I went myself to the house of the scribe, and I found 3 scrolls which had been edited, and I fixed them and restored the Torah to its proper glory. So they were actually okay. Enlightenment period. Debate continued over many generations. Del Medigo's arguments were echoed by Leon of Modena, died in 1648. In his Ari Nohem by Jean Morin, 1659, died. The other guy died in 1648, Leon Medina. And by Jacob Emden, died 1776. Emden, who may have been familiar with Modena through Morin's arguments, devoted a book to the criticism of the Zohar called Midpacha Sepharim, in an effort against the remaining adherents of the Sabbatean movement, in which Sabbatai, a Jewish apostate, cited messianic prophecies from the Zohar as proof of his legitimacy. Emden argued that the book on which Zevi based his doctrines was a forgery, arguing that the Zohar misquotes passages of scripture, misunderstands the Talmud, contains some ritual observances that were ordained by later rabbinical authorities, mentions the Crusades against Muslims who did not exist in the second century. Well, dog, are you fucking serious? uses the expression esnoga, a Portuguese term for the synagogue, gives a mystical explanation of the Hebrew vowel points, which were not introduced until long after the Talmudic period. Saul Berlin, died 1794, argued that the presence of an if you hear me 1794, you know that this is a common area. I'll do my best to differentiate, but assume I'm just talking in secular terms because we're not doing all these calculations. Argued that the presence of an introduction of the Zohar, unknown to the Talmudic literary genre, itself indicates a medieval date. In the Ashkenazi community of Eastern Europe, religious authorities, including Elijah, died in 1797, and Schneur Zalman of Leyden, died in 1812, believed in the authenticity of the Zohar, while Ezekiel Landau died in 1793. In his Sefer Derushe Hatzvak, argued that the Zohar is to be considered unreliable as it was made public many hundreds of years after Ben Yochai's death and lacks an unbroken tradition of authenticity, among other reasons. Isaac Satanow accepted Emden's arguments and referred to the Zohar as a forgery, also offering new evidence. By 1813, Samuel David Lozado had concluded that these books, the Zohar and the Tikkun Zohar, are utter forgeries, in part because they repeatedly discuss the Hebrew cantillation marks, which were not invented until the 9th century. In 1817, Luzado published these arguments, and in 1825 he penned a fuller treatise, giving many reasons why the Zohar could not be ancient. However, he did not publish this until 1852, when he felt it justified by the rise of Hasidism. Moses Landau, this is not that long ago. Moses Landau died 1852. Ezekiel's grandson published the same conclusion in 1822. Isaac Haver died in 1852. Admits the vast majority of content comes from the 13th century, but argues that there was a genuine core. Solomon Loeb Rappaport died 1867. Spoke against the Zohar's antiquity. Good on you, dog. Eliakim Ha-Milzagi died in 1854. Accepted Emden's arguments. The influence of the Zohar in Yemen contributed to the formation of the Dor Dea movement, led by Yirya Kaf in the later part of the 19th century. Among its objects was the opposition of the influence of the Zohar, as presented in Kaf's Milhamat Hashem, Wars of Hashem, and Dot the E word. Okay, Shlomo Zalman Geiger died in 1878. In the book Divrei Kehilot on the liturgical practice of Frankfurt on Main, records that we do not say Rich Shmai in Frankfurt because the source is in the Zohar, and the sages of Frankfurt refused to accept Kabbalah. I hate to say it. Okay, modern religious view. In 1892, Adolf Neubauer called on the Orthodox rabbinate to reject the Zohar as a forgery and to remove Zohar prayers from the liturgy. Dude, shout out to Adolf Neubauer. However, Yechiel Michael Epstein died in 1908, and Yisrael Meyer, died 1930. Both believe the authenticity of the Zohar. I don't know who Yisrael Meyer is. He is Chafetz Chaim, and that might not have been a smart move. Both believe in the authenticity of the Zohar, as did Menachem Mendel Kasher, died in 1983. Aryeh Kaplan died in 1983. David Luria died in 1855. And Chaim Kanevsky died in 2022.
Why don't you go ahead and also say that my
the foremost halakhic authority of the 20th century, Moshe Feinstein, stated unequivocally that the Zohar and Tikkunim are words of the Tanaim. Dog. Moshe Feinstein, come on, dog. Aryeh Carmel died in 2006, did not, and Eliyahu Dessler, 1953, accepted the possibility that it was composed in the 13th century.
Phobos and other obligations, obligatory offerings, which have a set
Wait.
time, were offered up in the Mishkan. About Phobos she'inka
What are they
v'lahem.
saying here about
Noteworthy
Moshe
again,
Feinstein?
obligatory offerings which do not have a set time. So halcha v'halcha lo kalim are not offered up either on a bama gidola or a bama kitana. So ma'aser be'ema, Phobos she'inka v'lahem. So let's say
I mean,
they are considered to be obligatory offerings that do not have a set time.
it was a flip of the coin, but like we know a lot more
Is ultimately again compared to Ma'aser Behema. Well, to Rabbi Yehuda Kra, and now we see
today.
that according to Rabbi Yehuda, in fact, these items
And Moshe Feinstein died in 1986, and we know a lot more today than
And in fact, Moshe Yehuda does hold
than
that
he
Ma'aser
knew.
Sheni and Ma'aser Behema are in fact
This is like
offered
finding
up
like
in Novus Givon. I V'Havai
all your favorite baseball heroes juiced or something. Like they're like it's just bullshit. Arya Kamel did not, and Eliyahu Dessler accepted the possibility that it was composed in the 13th century. Gedaliah Nadal died 2004, was unsure if the Zohar was genuine, but was sure that if it is acceptable to believe that it is not. Was unsure, but was sure that if it is acceptable to believe, but was sure that it is acceptable to believe that it is not. Obadiah Yosef died in 2013, held that Orthodox Jews should accept the Zohar's antiquity and practice based on medieval precedent, but agreed that rejecting it is rational and religiously valid. Joseph Hertz died in 1946, called the claim of Ben Yochai's authorship untenable, citing Gershom Scholom's evidence. Samuel Belkin died in 1976, argued that the mystical Midrash section specifically predated De Leon. Joseph B. Soloveitchik died in 1993, apparently dismissed the Zohar's antiquity. Good on you. Good on you, dog. Moses Gaster, 1939, wrote that the claim of Ben Yochai's authorship was untenable, but that Moses de Leon had compiled earlier material. Meyer Moses died in 2025. Accepts Emden's arguments. So let's see. Okay, Moses wrote that the claim of Ben Yochai's authorship was untenable, but that Moses de Leon had compiled earlier material. Meyer Moses accepts Emden's arguments. Who's Emden? Who the fuck is Emden? What? Dog, this isn't making sense.
So everyone will agree that bumbles are permitted between Shiloh
Meyer Moses accepts Emden's arguments. Who's Emden?
Is what are you offering on those bubbles? And that machlok is the vows on both what we call the Bama Kitana, which is a private altar,
This isn't
and the
written
Bama Kidola,
correctly.
which was
Yeshayahu Leibowitz wrote 1990 that Moses de Leon composed the Zohar in the 1270s as certainly as Theodore Herzl composed Der Judenstaat in the 1890s. The Zohar was influential because in every generation the idolatrous influence outpowers the true faith.
It says because you have not yet come, you have not yet arrived to the Menucha Nachalo. Says
Yeah, who's this guy? Shout out to Yeshayahu Leibowitz. He knew what it was up. Alright, modern critical views. Early attempts included M.H. Landauer's Vorla Figure, Barak Uber Main, and Dekdung in Ansahang des Sohar, 1945, which fingered Abraham Abuelafia as the author and Samuel David Lozato's 1852. The Zohar thing was 1845. But the first systematic and critical academic proof of the authorship of Moses de Leon was given by Adolf Jelinek in his 1851 monograph, Moses ben Shem Tov de Leon und sein Verhaltenis zum Zohar. Jelinek proofs, which combine previous analyses of Isaac of Acker's testimony and comparison of the Zohar to De Leon's Hebrew works, were accepted by every other major scholar in the field, including Heinrich Graetz. History of the Jews, Volume 7. Moritz Steinschneider, Gerhard Beer, Leopold Jones, and Christian David Ginsburg. Who the fuck names him Christian? Alright, I'm not sure as a Jew. Ginsburg summarized Jelinek's, Graetz's, and other scholars' proofs for the English reading world in 1865, also including several novel proofs, including that the Zohar includes a translation of a poem by Solomon ibn Gabriel, died in 1058, and includes a mystical explanation of the mezuzah style only introduced in the 13th century. Adolf Neubauer and Samuel Rollis Driver were convinced of these arguments, but Edward Bouverie Pussy held to a Tanaitic date. By 1913, the critical view had apparently lost some support. Israel Abrahams calls the Zunts, like Graetz, had little patience with the Zohar. At this date, we are much more inclined to treat Kabbalah with respect. Gershom Scholem, who was to found modern academic study of Kabbalah, began his career at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in 1925 with a lecture in which he promised to rebuke Graetz and Jelinek. However, after years of research, he came to conclusions similar to theirs by 1938. Good job, Scholem, Gershom Scholem, for like the greatest thing. One of the greatest things you can do is admit you were wrong. Okay, so, however, after years of the research, he came to conclusions similar to theirs by 1938, when he argued again that De Leon was the most likely author. Scholem noted that Zohar's frequent errors in Aramaic grammar, its suspicious traces of Arabic and Spanish words and sentence patterns, and its lack of knowledge of the land of Israel, among other proofs. Scholem's views are widely held as accurate among historians of Kabbalah, but they are not uncritically accepted. Scholars who continued to research the background of the Zohar include Yehuda Leibowitz, who wrote his doctorate thesis for Scholem on the subject, Dictionary of the Vocabulary of the Zohar, in 1976. And Daniel C. Mott, a student of Scholem's, who has published a critical edition of the Zohar. Influences. Academic studies of the Zohar show that many of its ideas are based in the Talmud, various works of Midrash, and earlier Jewish mystical works. Scholem writes, the writer had expert knowledge of the early material and often used it as a foundation for his expositions, putting into its variations of his own. His main sources were the Babylonian Talmud, the complete Midrash Rabbah, the Midrash Tanhuma, and two Pesikot, Pesikta de Rab Kahana on Pesikta Rabadi, the Midrash on Psalms, the Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer, and the Targum Onkelos. Generally speaking, they are not quoted exactly, but translated into the peculiar style of the Zohar and summaries. Less use is made in the Halakhic Midrashim, the Jerusalem Talmud, and the Targums, nor of the Midrashim like the Agadat, Shir HaShrimim, the Midrash on Proverbs, and the Al de Rabba Akiva. It is not clear whether the author used the Yalkut Simeoni or whether he knew the sources of its Agadah separately. Of the smaller Midrashim, he used the Haikalot Rabadi, the Alphabet de Ben Sira, and Sefer Zerubbabel, the Barata de Masa'a Parishit, and many others. At the same time, Scholem says the author invented a number of fictitious works that the Zohar supposedly quotes. For instance, the Sifra de Adam, the Sifra de Hanok, the Sifra de Shlomo Malka, the Sifra de Rab Hamnuna, Sava, the Sifra de Rav, Yeva Sava, the Sifra de Agada, Deda, the Raza de Razan, and many others. Zohar also draws from Bible commentaries written by medieval rabbis, including Rashi, Abraham ibn Ezra, David Kimhi, and even authorities as late as Nachmanides and Maimonides, and earlier mystical texts such as Sefer Yetzirah and Bahar, and the medieval writings of Hasidiyei Ashkenaz. Almost another influence that Shkolhem and scholars like Yehuda Leibus and Ronit Merzos have identified was a circle of Spanish Kabbalists in Castile who dealt with the appearance of an evil side emanating from within the world of Sephiroth. Shkolem saw this dualism of good and evil within the Godhead as a kind of Gnostic inclination of Kabbalah and as a predecessor of Sitra Ahara, the other evil side, in Zohar. The main text of the Castile Circle, the Treatise of Left Emanation, was written by Jacob Huck Cohen around 1265.
Obviously, the Torah is using two different words, two different descriptive terms. To refer to Shiloh,
Right.
must describe two distinct aspects.
Printings, editions, and indexing. Tikkun HaZohar was first printed in Mantua in 1557. The main body of the Zohar was printed in Cremona in 1558, a one-volume edition.
Where they rested from conquering.
In Mantua in 1558-1560, a three-volume edition, and in Salonika in 1597, a two-volume edition. Each of these editions included somewhat different texts. When they were printed, there were many partial manuscripts in circulation that were not available to the first printers. These were later printed as Zohar Chadash, literally New Radiance, but Zohar Chadash actually contains parts that pertain to the Zohar, as well as Tukkanim, full of Tukkan repair. See also Tukkan Olam, that are akin to Tukkanai HaZohar, as described below. The term Zohar in usage may refer to just the first Zohar collection, with or without the applicable sections of Zohar Chadash, or to the entire Zohar and Tikkunim. Citations referring to the Zohar conventionally follow the volume and page numbers of Mantua edition, while citations referring to Tukkanai HaZohar follow the edition of Ortaköy, Constantinople in 719, whose text and pagination became the basis for most subsequent editions. Volumes 2 and 3 begin their numbering anew, so citation can be made by parasha and page number, for instance, Zohar Nasa 127a, or by volume and page number, for instance, Zohar 3 127a. The new Zohar, we talked about this. After the book of the Zohar was printed in Mantua and in Cremona in the Jewish years 5318 through 5320 or 1558 to around 1560, many more manuscripts were found that included paragraphs pertaining to the Zohar, which had not been included in printed editions. The manuscripts pertained also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to the Zohar on the Torah, some were similar to the inner parts of the Zohar, Midrash HaNilam, Sitrei Otiot, and more. And some pertain to Tukkanai HaZohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of the Zohar was printed, the manuscripts were gathered and arranged according to the parashiot of the Torah and the Megillah. Apparently, the arrangement was done by the Kabbalist Avraham Halevi of Zvat, and were printed first in Salonika in Jewish year 5357, 1587 Common Era, and then in Krakow 5363, and afterwards in various editions. Structure. According to Shkolem, Zohar can be divided into 21 types of content, of which the first 18, A through S, are the work of the original author, probably De Leon, and the final 3, T through V, are the work of a later imitator. So, A, Untitled Torah Commentary, a bulky part which is wholly comprised of discursive commentaries on various passages from the Torah. B, Book of Concealment, a short part of only 6 pages containing a commentary on the first 6 chapters of Genesis. It is highly oracular and obscure, citing no authorities and explaining nothing. See, Greater Assembly. This part contains an explanation of the oracular hints in the previous section. Ben Yochai's friends gathered together to discuss secrets of Kabbalah. After the opening of the discussion by Ben Yochai, the sages rise one after another and lecture on the secret of divinity, while Ben Yochai adds to and responds to their words. The sages become steadily more ecstatic until three of them die. Sholem calls this part architecturally perfect. Lesser Assembly D dies, and a speech is in which he explains the previous one. E. Assembly of the Tabernacle. This part has the same structure as C, but discusses instead the mysticism of prayer. F. Palaces. 7 palaces of light are described, which are perceived by the devout in death. The description appears again in another passage, heavily embellished. G. Secretum Secretorum. An anonymous discourse in physiognomy, and a discourse on chiromancy by Ben Yochai. Physiognomy is a face reading. Face reading. Okay. It's a practice of assessing a person's character and personality from their outer appearance, especially the face. The term physiognomy can also refer to general appearance of a person, object, or terrain without reference to implied characteristics, as in the physiognomy of an individual plant. Okay. Chiromancy, also known as palmistry, is the pseudoscientific practice of fortune telling through the story. Also palm reading, chiromancy, chirology, or chirology. The practice is found all over the world with numerous cultures. Those who practice palmistry are generally called palmists, hand readers, hand analysis, or chirologists. Okay. Oh man, in elaborate narratives about a speech by old Kabbalist, H.I. Child, story of a prodigy and his Kabbalistic speech. K. There's no because J wasn't available as a letter. K. Head of the Academy. A partist narrative in which the head of the Celestial Academy reveals secrets about the destinies of the soul. L. Secrets of Torah. Allegorical and mystical interpretation of Torah passages and Mishnahs. Imitations of Mishnaic style designed to introduce longer commentaries in the style of the Talmud, and Zohar to the Song of Songs, Kabbalistic commentary to the Song of Songs. O. Standard of measure, profound interpretation of Deuteronomy 6:4. P. Secrets of letters, a monologue by Ben Yochai on the letters in the names of God and their use in creation. Q. Commentary to the Merkabah. R. Mystical Midrash, a Kabbalistic commentary on the Torah, citing a wide variety of Talmudic sages. According to Ramaz, it is fit to be called Midrash HaNilam because its topic is mostly of neshama, an upper level of the soul. The source of which is Berea, which is the place of the upper Gan Eden, and is written in the Pardes that Drash is in Berea. And revealed Midrash is the secret of externality, and Midrash HaNilam is the secret of internality, which is the neshama. The secret of internality is the neshama, and this derish is founded on the neshama. Its name befits it, Midrash HaNilam. The language of Midrash HaNilam is sometimes Hebrew, sometimes Aramaic, and sometimes both mixed. Unlike the body of the Zohar, its drashot are short and not long. Also, the topics it discusses, the work of creation, the nature of the soul, the days of Mashiach, and Olam Haba, are not of the type found in the Zohar, which are the nature of God, the emanation of worlds, the forces of evil, and more. Mystic Midrash on Ruth, a commentary on the book of Ruth in the same style. That was T is Faithful Shepherd, by far the largest book included in the Zohar. This is a Kabbalistic commentary on Moshe Rabbeinu's teachings, revealed to Ben Yochai and his friends Moshe Cordovero, said, "Know that this book, which is called Ra'aya Mahimna, which Ben Yochai made with the Zadikim, who are in Gan Eden, was a repair of the Shekinah and an aid and support for it in the exile. For there is no aid or support for the Shekinah besides the secrets of the Torah." And everything that he says here of the secrets and concepts is all with the intention of unifying the Shekinah and aiding it during exile.
He taught that both Menucha and Nachala refer to Yerushalayim. So once like in the yeshiva of Rabbi Yishmael, they were teaching in accordance with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. This Simanach, and how do you remember this? Mashchi Gavra Legavri. The one
And
one
as a
man
reminder,
was able
everybody,
to go ahead and
Shekinah
convince the others.
is a romanization of the Hebrew word meaning dwelling or settling. Shekinah denotes the manifest divine presence of God and is an extensively discussed concept in Talmud philosophy, the Midrash, Hasidic thought, and Kabbalah and Judaism. Unlike other Hebrew terms for divinity that emphasize transcendence or sovereignty of God, Shekinah uniquely conveys the immanent relational aspect of the divine as experienced within the world, particularly in communal, liturgical, and revelatory contexts, such as its accompaniment of the Israelites during the Babylonian captivity and its dwelling among individuals engaged in Torah study. According to the Baba Batra 25a 9-10 of the Talmud, Rabbi Ishmael and Rav Sheshet, two rabbis living in the era of the Amoraim, taught that the Shekinah dwells literally everywhere. The word Shekinah is found in the Hebrew Bible only as Shekaniah, a masculine proper name. The triliteral root appears in numerous conjugations. It can be found 128 times. The theme, and this is in Kabbalah, Sabbath bride. The theme of Shekinah as the Sabbath bride recurs in writings and songs of the 16th century song written in Aramaic by Luria. This appears as an acrostic of each night sung at the evening meal of Shabbat is an example of this. The song appears in particular in many sidders and in the section following Friday night prayers and in some Shabbat books. Let us invite the Shekinah with a newly laid table and with a well-lit menorah that casts light on all heads, 3 preceding days to the right, 3 succeeding days to the left, and amid them the Sabbath bride, with adornments she goes, vessels and robes. May the Shekinah become a crown through the 6 lobes on each side. Through the doubled 6 may our table be bound with the profound temple services. A paragraph of the Zohar starts, one must prepare a comfortable seat with several cushions and embroidered covers from all that is found in the house, like one who prepares a canopy for a bride. For the Shabbat is a queen and a bride. This is why the masters of the Mishnah used to go out on the eve of Shabbat and receive her on the road, and used to say, "Come, O bride, come, O bride." And one must sing and rejoice at the table in her honor. One must receive the lady with many lighted candles, many enjoyments, beautiful clothes, and a house embellished with many fine appointments. The tradition of the Shekinah as a Shabbat bride and the Shabbat Kala continues to this day. As feminine aspect, Kabbalah associates the Shekinah with the female. According to Gershom Scholem, the introduction of this idea was one of the most important and lasting innovations of Kabbalism. No other element of Kabbalism won such a degree of popular approval. The feminine Jewish divine presence of Shekinah distinguishes Kabbalistic literature from earlier Jewish literature. In the imagery of Kabbalah, the Shekinah is mostly overtly female Sephirah. The last of the 10 Sephirot, referred to imaginatively as the daughter of God. The harmonious relationship between the female Shekinah and the 6 Sephirot, which precede her, causes the world itself to be sustained by the flow of divine energy. She is like the moon reflecting the divine light into the world. Nativity and life of Moses. The Zohar, the foundation book of Kabbalah, presents Shekinah as playing an essential role in the conception of the birth of Moses. Later during the Exodus on the third new moon in the desert, Shekinah revealed herself and rested upon him before the eyes of all. The tenth Sephira. In Kabbalah, the Shema is tied with the tenth Sephira, Malkuth, and the source of life for humans on earth below the Sephirotic realm. The Shekinah is seen as the feminine divine presence of God descended to transform the world. Moses is considered to have risen to Shekinah into the Sephirotic realm and transcended the world as the bridegroom of the Shekinah.
If you consecrated it when bamos were permitted. B'shachat v'hela b'shas isir habamos. I was saying you shechted it and you offered it up when bamos are asur. So we'll say that's explicitly the case that we're talking about over here. So yet, what do you see? Rabbi Shimon is saying explicitly that if you shechted it and you offered it up,
Quickly, folks. All right. Rectification of the Zohar. Tikunai HaZohar, this is you, which was printed as a separate book, includes 70 commentaries, including 70 commentaries called Tikkunim, literally repairs, and an additional 11 Tikkunim. In some editions, Tikkunim was printed. In some editions, Tikkunim are printed that were already printed in the Zohar Chadash, which in their content and style also pertain to Tikkunai HaZohar. Each of the 70 Tikkunim of Tikkunai HaZohar begins by explaining the word Bereshit and continues by explaining other verses, mainly in Parashat Bereshit, and also from the rest of Tanakh. And all this is in the way of Sod, in commentaries that reveal the hidden and mystical aspects of the Torah. I can't believe I've been doing this. I was literally gonna do like a 5-minute drash, whatever you want to fucking consider this. Tikkunai HaZohar and Ra'aya Mahaimana are similar in style, language, and concepts, and are different from the rest of the Zohar. For example, the idea of 4 worlds, Tikkunai HaZohar and Ra'aya Mahaimana, but not elsewhere, as true of the very use of the term Kabbalah. In terminology, that is called Kabbalah, and Tikkunai HaZohar and Ra'aya Mahaimana is simply called raisin, clues or hints in the rest of the Zohar. In Tikkunai HaZohar, there are many references to Chibra, the Chabura Kadma'a, meaning the earlier book that refers to the main body of the Zohar. V. Further additions. These include later Tikkunim and other texts of the same style. 4 worlds. Okay, for example, the 4 worlds, sometimes counted as the primordial world, Adam Kadmon, and called the 5 worlds, are comprehensive categories of spiritual realms in Kabbalah and describing and desistance. Okay, the concept of worlds denotes the emanation of creative life force from the Ein Sof or Godhead through the progressive innumerable Zimzumim or concealments. Kabbalists identified the names of these worlds as from Isaiah 47. All are linked to my name, whom I created, formed, and made for my glory. Biblical Hebrew. Kohanikra Bismi Lekori Baratu Yesertu Apastitu. In order of descent, the names of the worlds are Azul, emanation, Baraya, creation, Yetzira, formation, Asa, action, and Asaya, action. Below the lowest spiritual world, Asaya is the Asiya Gashmi, physical Asiya, or the physical universe, which encloses the last 2 Sephirot, Yesod and Malkuth. Collectively, the 4 worlds pushback. Collectively, the four worlds are referred to as Avija after the initial letters. In addition to the functional role each world has, the process of creation, they also embody dimensions of consciousness and human experience. Right, that's fine. We'll go into that another time. Influence, Judaism. On the one hand, the Zohar was lauded by many rabbis because it opposed religious formalism, stimulated one's imagination and emotions, and for many people helped reinvigorate the experience of prayer. In many places, prayer had become a mere external religious exercise, while prayer was supposed to be a means of transcending earthly affairs and placing oneself in union with God. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, on the other hand, the Zohar was censored by many rabbis because it propagated many superstitious beliefs and produced a host of mystical dreamers whose overexcited imaginations peopled the world with spirits, demons, and all kinds of good and bad influences. Many classical rabbis, especially Maimonides, viewed all such beliefs as a violation of Jewish principles of faith. Its mystic mode of explaining some commandments was applied by its commentators to all religious observance and produced a strong tendency to substitute mystic Judaism to the place of traditional rabbinic Judaism. For example, Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, began to be looked upon as the embodiment of God in temporal life, and every ceremony performed on the day was considered to have an influence upon the superior world. Elements of the Zohar crept into the liturgy of the 16th and 17th centuries, and the religious poets not only used the allegorism and symbolism of the Zohar in their compositions, but even adapted its style. For instance, the use of erotic terminology to illustrate the relations between man and God. Thus, in the language of some Jewish poets, the beloved one's curls indicate the mysteries of the Hashem. Sensuous pleasures and especially intoxication typify the highest degree of divine love as ecstatic contemplation, while the wine room represents merely a state through which the human qualities merge or are exalted into those of God. The Zohar is credited with popularizing de Leon's part its codification of biblical exegesis. All right. So, in other mysticism, like other religions, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, the enthusiasm felt for the Zohar was shared by many other scholars, non-Jews, such as Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, Johann Rachlin, Agadius of Württemberg, etc., all of whom believed that the book contained proofs of the truth of other stuff. They were led to this belief by the analogies existing between some of the teachings of the Zohar and certain other dogmas, such as the fall and redemption of man and the dogma of other stuff, which seems to be expressed in the Zohar in the following terms. The Ancient of Days was three heads. He reveals himself in three archetypes, all three forming but one. He is symbolized in the number three. All that three shit, whatever. He is thus symbolized in the number three. They are revealed in these are first secret, hidden wisdom above that the holy ancient one, and above him the unknowable one. None knows what he contains. He is above all conception. He is therefore calling the man non-existent Ayin. Zohar 3:288b. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, this and other similar doctrines found in the Zohar are now known to be much older than other doctrines, but the other doctrine scholars who were led by the similarity of these teachings to certain other dogmas deemed it their duty to propagate the Zohar. Commentaries. The first known commentary on the book of Zohar, Kitin Paz, was written by Simeon Lavi of Libya. Why did they put the book in his years? Because he was 1486 to 1585. Another important and influential commentary on Zohar 22 volume or Yakar was written by Moshe Cordovero of Sfat Kabbalistic school in the 16th century. The Vilna Gaon authored a commentary on the Zohar. Zvi Hirsch of Zidikho wrote a commentary on the Zohar entitled Atere Tzvi. A major commentary on the Zohar is the Sulam, written by Yehuda Ashlag. The full Zohar into Hebrew was made by the late Daniel Frisch of Jerusalem under the title Mazak Mudbash. English translations are should load. Okay. Boy, dog, this is like getting kicked in the nuts spiritually because I thought this was going to be tight. Like this could be the end of our Kabbalistic study. This guy just made this shit up in the 12th century, between the 12th and 13th century, something like that. That's it. I wish I could tell you like there's some kind of secret. I was looking for some kind of secret. I don't know. Maybe Isaac Lurie has more for us, but it's like I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's look at what the modern like Yo, dog, can you give me a list of the most prominent rabbis of the last 150 years and tell me yes or no, or maybe if they thought the Zohar was fraudulent? Everybody, including the Lubavitcher Rebbe to Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and everybody else. Here's a focused list of prominent rabbis of the last 150 years, approximately 1875 to 2025, and a simple yes or no may be indicating whether they were known to accept. Okay, so yes, they publicly accept Zohar's antiquity, authenticity as traditional authors considered Rashbi. No, openly rejected the Zohar's antiquity and maybe nuance. Okay, so Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, yes. He stated unequivocally that Zohar and Tikkunim are words of the Tannaim, ancient. Rabbi Chaim Kanevsky, yes. Listed among those who believed in Zohar's authenticity. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kagan, Chafetz Chaim, yes, believed in the authenticity of the Zohar. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, maybe nuanced, leaning yes, held that Orthodox Jews should accept Zohar's antiquity and practice, but agreed with rationally rejecting it is agreed that rationally rejecting it is valid. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, maybe nuanced, leaning no, apparently dismissed the Zohar's antiquity, which suggests skepticism about traditional authorship. Good job, Soloveitchik. Rabbi Gedalia Nado, 1923 to 2004. Soloveitchik was 1903 to 1933. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, 1920 to 2013. Chafetz Chaim, 1838 to 1933. Rabbi Chaim Kanevsky, 1928 to 2022. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, 1895 to 1986. All right. Rabbi Gedalia Nadal, maybe nuanced, unsure if Zohar is genuine, stated it's acceptable to think it isn't. Rabbi Aryeh Carmel died in 2006, maybe nuanced, did not accept the traditional ancient authorship of the Zohar. Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, 1890 to 1953, maybe nuanced, accepted the possibility it was composed in the 13th century, i.e. medieval. Rabbi Meir Mazuz died in 2025, yes, leaning yes. No offense, dog. Like, there's a lot of evidence that this shit didn't happen. Listed as accepting the Mben's arguments against traditional authorship historically, but sources suggest he leans toward traditional acceptance of Bible. You know, come on, get your shit together. Rabbi Yehia Coffey, early to mid 20th century Yemenite chief rabbi. No, good. Specifically argued the Zohar is not authentic and its attribution to Rashbi besmirches him. Good on you, dog. Fucking Yemenites got their shit together. All right, so historical figures, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, no. but influential on modern debate, argued much of Zohar was medieval and not Rashbi's writing. Rabbi Hatam Sofer. Okay, the other guy, Emden, was 1697 to 1776. Rabbi Hatam Sofer, 1762 to 1839. No, denied Zohar's authenticity, defended Emden's position. Academic scholars, for instance, Adolf Neubauer, no academic, called the rejection of Zohar as forgery, not rabbis in the halakhic sense, but relevant history. They didn't give me the one I wanted. I gotta take such a whiz. Come on, dog. What about the Lubavitcher Rebbe? The Lubavitcher Rebbe, clear, unequivocal, yes. Bottom line, the Lubavitcher Rebbe fully accepted the Zohar as authentic and originating from Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, not as medieval forgery. There's zero ambiguity in his position. Calm down, dog. The Rebbe treated the Zohar as part of the Torah Shel Ben Pah, a mystical dimension. He frequently quoted the Zohar and the Arizal in Sichot, Mamaim, and letters as authoritative sources, not as later speculative texts. He explicitly rejected academic claims that the Zohar was written by Rabbi Moshe de Leon. In classical Chabad fashion, he acknowledged that it may have been redacted, revealed later, but its content and authorship traced back to Rashbi. The view follows earlier Chabad rabbis, after Rebbe, Middle Rebbe, Alter Rebbe, Middle Rebbe, Zemak Zadok, who treated the Zohar as foundational, not optional. Alright, so once in summary, the Lubavitcher Rebbe held that the Zohar is authentic, is an authentic transmission of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai revealed later, but not authored in the medieval period, and categorically rejected claims that it is a forgery. I mean, okay, so wouldn't Soloveitchik have disagreed then with the Lubavitcher Rebbe?
What happens about saying here's the wrinkle? So again, same case. The article of clothing gets splattered with Kash's blood, is taken outside of the nation. Here's the wrinkle. It becomes coming. It becomes coming outside of the nation. So now what's my problem? How do I bring it back in? So remember, the issue is that there is a bid of keepness. There's an obligation to launder the article of clothing.
Yes, very likely, and in substance, yes, even though they would not have framed it as an open polemic. Short answer, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik and the Lubavitcher Rebbe almost certainly disagreed on the historical authorship of the Zohar, while agreeing on its religious significance within Judaism. How the disagreement actually looks, clean and precise. Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Zohar originates with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rashbi model, revelation, concealment, later redaction.
I tear it.
You shitbag. Attitude towards academic claims of medieval authorship are mistaken and based on flawed assumptions. Status of Zohar, authoritative Kabbalah rooted in Tanaic tradition. Position skeptical or dismissive of Zohar's antiquity as a Rashbi text model. Historical critical honesty is legitimate. Not everything attributed to Tanaiim must literally be theirs. Attitude toward academia, comfortable accepting that the Zohar may be medieval. Status of Zohar is spiritual, meaningful, but not binding as a historical document from the Rashbi. So what would yours be? Mine would be a total rejection of it. I hate to say it, but can't hustler. Yo, can you tell me where in the Zohar it talks about the Crusades? And like what it says? Quote it for me. So what would you say if you had a Rebbe here? I'd be like, dog, I know that you're just following a line, but I've got AI here, baby. Like, this is smarter than all your boys. I hate to say it, but it is. It's smarter than all of us. except when I find little errors in it. But like this would be a big error. If it talks about the Crusades, it'd be like, dog, checkmate. Yo, good question. Yes, the Zohar does speak about events that later Jews understood as the Crusades, but it does not say Crusades explicitly. It uses coded Kabbalistic language. Edom, Ishmael, Rome, swords, blood, and wars in the Holy Land near the end of days. Medieval Jews living through the Crusades were very clearly read these passages as describing what they were seeing. But what the main Zohar passages with actual quotes and translation, and then a short explanation of how they were understood. So Zohar 119a to 119b, Parshat Lech Lecha, the famous Crusades passage text. When the children of Ishmael, that's like I can tell you right there, that's like what the Muslims call themselves. Awakened to wage mighty wars in the world, the sons of Edom, that's the Christians, will gather against them, and they will wage war upon one another. And the Holy Land will be shaken, and many nations will fall there. Great wars will arise in the world, and Israel will be caught between them, suffering greatly. That sounds like the Crusades, dog. Why this is a Crusade? Edom, Christian, Rome, Europe, standard rabbinic code. Ishmael is Islam. Holy Land is a battlefield. Exactly what happened during the Crusades. Christians and Muslims fighting over Jerusalem. Jews massacred and between both sides. The passage was already cited by 13th and 14th century Jews as describing what they were living through. Zohar 3:212b, Parshat Balak, explicit violence and religious warfare. Text Edom, so that's Christianity or Rome, will rise in great strength and will spill much blood, and they will say that they act in the name of faith. They will slaughter and destroy, and the world will be filled with cries. Key phrase, they will say that they will act in the name of faith. This is why medieval Jews immediately connected this to crusaders who literally marched under crosses shouting, God wills it. Zohar 116b, 117a, religious violence disguised as holiness. Text.
That rinsing washing has to be done inside the segment. So if I took the key out, so I can remember, what is important Allah, which is the act of taking the key out of the segment.
Key phrase, they will say that they act in the name of faith. We said that. Zohar 1:116, 117a, religious violence disguises holiness. Text. Woe to the world when Edom receives power, for they destroy and kill under the cloak of righteousness. This language is very unusual. It's not generic war talk. It's religious violence justified as holy, which fits the Crusader ideology exactly. Zohar 3:69a, mass Jewish suffering during those wars. Text translation: in those days, Israel will cry out from suffering, and their voice will rise before the Holy King, and they will be trampled among the nations. This was often read in light of Rhineland massacres, 1096, forced conversions, pogroms accompanying Crusader movements. Important clarification: this matters. The Zohar does not give get dates. It does not name Christianity. It does not name Islam. It speaks in symbolic, prophetic language. But medieval Jews immediately identified these passages with the Crusades. Later Kabbalists, including the Arzel Circle, explicitly say so. This is one of the reasons why academic scholars argue that the Zohar. Okay, so how different camps read this? Chabad, the Zohar foresaw these events centuries earlier using spiritual code. Okay, academic scholars, these passages reflect lived experience of Crusader violence, middle position. Some lit thinkers, ancient symbols were expanded or recontextualized later. One sentence summary. Takeaway: the Zohar describes violent wars between Edom, Christian Europe, and Ishmael Islam in the Holy Land, justified as holy warfare, with Jews suffering in between. Passages that medieval Jews overwhelmingly understood as referring to the Crusades. I mean, look, why don't I just fucking use AI? Okay. Let's pretend I had the Lubavitcher Rebbe in front of me, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, and anyone else who believes in the veracity of the Zohar. Give me 10 points, very simply, to be able to counter their beliefs in its veracity that prove that it was written in the 13th century.
also take away the ability, or to say
aside from the dude's own wife, well, include in there that the dude's own wife, Moshe De Leon, said that it was a forgery. Like, that's the biggest thing. I'd be like, dog, didn't you guys know that? Okay, so here we go. This is not mockery. It's the strongest 13th century case. All right, so language. The Aramaic is artificial. You'd be like, guys, don't you know that the Aramaic's artificial? And they'd be like, huh? Be like, dog, Aramaic's artificial. The Zohar's Aramaic does not match Tanaic Aramaic, Gemara Midrash. It mixes Babylonian Aramaic, post-Talmudic forms, Hebrew grammar. Linguists agree it reads like someone imitating ancient Aramaic, not speaking it naturally. Bottom line, Rashbi's Aramaic is not Zohar's Aramaic. Hebrew grammar unknown in the Talmudic era. The Zohar uses grammatical construction that only appear in medieval Hebrew. Some phrases cannot exist in 2nd century this area. Bottom line, the grammar fits Spain, not Roman Judea. 3. Concepts that do not exist before the Middle Ages. Examples: 10th spherot system in its Zoharic form. Partzufim, Arik, Anpin, Zaire, Anpin, Nukva, as full personas. Erotic cosmic symbolism developed far beyond early mysticism. These do not appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early Halachot.
Not a problem. The Messiah Bekadei Ma'aforos. We'll say, literally again, you leave enough of the beggar intact that you can have say Ma'aforos.
Come on, you shitbag. This sucks.
What you do is, it's not talking about that you carry the beggar in shreds. You're leaving a basic part.
Dog, what the fuck? This is the worst. All right, early erotic cosmic symbolism developed from beyond early mysticism. These ideas don't appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early halakhic region literature or Haikalah literature. Bottom line, the theology is historically late. Geographic mistakes about Eretz Israel. The Zohar confuses locations in the Galilee, describes travel routes incorrectly. Rashbi lived there. A medieval Spaniard would not. Bottom line, a resident doesn't make these mistakes. References to post-Talmudic customs, mentions minhagim that only developed centuries later, allude to halakhic debates that did not yet exist. Bottom line, you can't reference a future practice. The complete absence before 1280, no one, no Gan, no Rishon quotes the Zohar before the 17th century. Not Rav Hai Gaon, not Rashi, not Rambam, not Ramban, until very late and indirectly. Bottom line, a massive foundational text doesn't disappear for 1,100 years. I think that's a great point. And I think these guys would be like, what the fuck is that? I'd be like, duh. Super advanced. 7. Sudden explosion, fully formed. The Zohar appears all at once, fully systematized, not gradual, not fragmentary, not cited, partially befriend. Bottom line, ancient works emerged, medieval compositions appear suddenly. 8. Internal inaccurate part as if contemporaries. Sometimes reverses teacher-student relationships. Bottom line, this happens when writing historical fiction, not lived reality. Not Moshe De Leon's behavior. He sold Zohar man money, claimed different sources of different, never produced an ancient. Every copy trade line, the transmission chain collapses to one man. 10. Testimony of Moshe De Leon's wife. You have to include it, so here it is. But note, this is the weakest argument, not the strongest. Oh, I thought it was good. After his death, she reportedly said, "My husband wrote it himself. Had he claimed it was his own, no one would have bought it." Even the defenders of the Zohar admit this testimony exists. It cannot be fully dismissed, but it's not decisive alone. Bottom line, it's corroborative, not central. Important. What this does not claim, even if all 10 are accepted, this does not prove the Zohar is heretical. The Zohar is spiritually worthless. Kabbalah is false. It argues only the Zohar was comprised in the 13th century, liked by Moshe De Leon or his circle. Why defenders still disagree fairly? The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, would answer, Redaction does not mean authorship. Mystical language doesn't follow linguistic rules. Oral esoteric traditions weren't cited publicly. Prophetic texts can describe later realities. So the disagreement is epistemological, not ignorant. One sentence summary you could say respectfully. Based on language theology, historical references, geographic errors, and transmission history, the Zohar fits the intellectual world of the 13th century Spain far better than the second century Roman Judea, even without relying on polemical testimony. All right. Like, just asking you, AI, give me percentage wise, what are the odds that it was written in ancient times versus the 13th century? Is it like 99 to 1 or is it like 50-50? Next case is a Clijaras. Remember again, Clijaras case. Straight answer, AI to human, no hedging. If we're talking historical probability, 13th century authorship, 95 to 99%. Ancient century Rashbi, 1 to 5%. There's no controversial, that's not controversial in universities or among historians of religion. It's about as strong a consensus as you get outside of hard sciences. That's actually true. Like, that's. And I'd say to these guys, I'd say Moshe Feinstein and Lubavitcher Rebbe, dog, this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight. It would tell you it's 50-50 if it was 50-50. If we're talking internal traditional belief, Orthodox theology, ancient Rashbi origin, 90 to 100% by belief, and 13th century, 0 to 10%, usually rejected outright. But this is faith-based confidence, not historical method probability. If we're being maximally fair and steel man to both sides, a reasonable blended breakdown might look like 13th century composition, Moshe de Leon in a circle, 85 to 95%, ancient core plus medieval redaction, 5 to 10%, fully ancient Rashbi authorship, less than 5%, I think it's we'll check. Yeah. Why it's not 50-50. 50-50 would mean mixed linguistic evidence, partial manuscript trail, some early citation. But instead we have overwhelming linguistic mismatch. 0 pre-13th century manuscript, 0 citations for 1100 years. Perfect fit to medieval Spanish mysticism. A single point of transmission. This pushes probability way past coin flip. Key distinction, this matters. Historical odds does not mean religious meaning. Something can be historically medieval, theologically meaningful, spiritually authoritative to believers. Those are separate questions. One line, bottom line. Historically, it's closer to 99 to 1 than 50-50. Religiously, believers treat it as 100 to 0 the other way. Israel's going to see. I'm as innocent in this as anybody. I want to fucking think that the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, like these motherfuckers, are never wrong. But like this one, 99 to 1, dog. Therefore, again, you are reinstating his police status, but at this point in time, the status is now gone. Okay. Give me 10 arguments why Zohar is of ancient origin. What do we do if it becomes coming outside of the base? I have to get it back. Inside of the base, make a sense you will begin to see is you diminish each item to the point that it loses its status or its identity vis-a-vis Tumah, and therefore the Tumah goes away, but it still retains its identity. So there are early Midrashic and Talmudic parallels. Ideas of the Zohar appear in seed form in Midrash Rabbah, Talmudic Agada, Halachot, Haikolot Merkava literature. Defenders argue the Zohar is not inventing ideas, it is unfolding esoteric layers already present in Chazal. To oral esoteric tradition was intentionally hidden. Chazal explicitly states one does not teach Maseh Merkava publicly. Hagiga 13.8. The claim Kabbalah was transmitted orally, not written or cited, explaining the silence before the 13th century. 3. Redaction does not authorship. Traditional position Rashbi authored the Court. Later sages redacted, arranged, revealed the text. Mishnah and Gemara, oral Torah, written centuries later. 4. Internal self-identification with Tanaim. Zohar consistently places itself in the Rashbi circle, reflects Tanaic modes of discourse, not Geonic pilpul. Claim forgers usually slip. The Zohar sustains the persona with remarkable consistency, but it does it like fucks up in some places. 5. Depth and coherence beyond one author. The Zohar contains vast symbolic systems, multi-layered theology, interlocking metaphysics. Defenders argue this is too internally rich and coherent to be the invention of one medieval mystic. 6. Early acceptance by major authorities. Soon after emergence, Ramban Nachmanides treats Kabbalistic tradition as ancient. Rashba, Ritva, Meiri selectively reference Sadi traditions. Claim these were not naive people. They sensed an authentic ancient transmission. 7. Accurate knowledge of Tanaic personalities. The Zohar reflects psychological depth of Rashbi, consistent relationships among Tanaim. Argument Spaniard would not convincingly recreate the inner world. This inner world. Spaniard would not convincingly recreate this inner world. 8. Prophetic descriptions of later history. Passages describing Edom versus Ishmael, wars over the Holy Land, religious violence justified as holy claim. These read more like prophecy than reportage. Spiritual power and transformational impact. Traditional claim the Zohar changes people, produces Yirat Shemayim, Teshuvah, and Dveikut. Argument forged texts do not generate centuries of sustained spiritual authority. 10. Chain of Kabbalistic transmission. The Arizal taught Zohar is Rashbi. His system presumes ancient roots. Claim the entire Luranaic framework assumes Zoharic antiquity. Its coherence suggests it didn't rest on a mistake. How defenders answer the strongest objections. The medieval Aramaic mystical language breaks normal grammar. No manuscripts. Esoteric texts were hidden. Anachronism, symbolic time, not historiography. And Moshe de Leon, he revealed, not authored. Honest bottom line, these arguments do not compel historians, but they are internally coherent within a traditional framework. All right, so give me 10 points right now to just show that Zohar is BS. Just no ifs, ands, or buts. Be aggressive. All right, no hedging on diplomacy. Here are 10 blunt, aggressive reasons why historians say Zohar is BS as an ancient text. Come on, you shitbag. All right, the Aramaic is fake. Zohar's Aramaic is linguistic Frankenstein, not Talmudic, not from that area, not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax, wearing an Aramaic costume. No native 2nd century speaker. This shit is such bullshit. Okay. All of this is agreed upon standard operating procedure for the Mason. If you have a baguette, okay, no native centuries, no native 2nd. Okay, so not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax, wearing an Aramaic costume. No native 2nd century speaker talked like this. This alone kills Rashbi authorship. Zero evidence for 1100 years, not one. Gaon, Rishon, Midrash, responsive manuscript mentions the Zohar before 1280. A text supposedly written by one of the most famous Tanaim somehow vanished completely for over a millennium. Come on. 3. Appears fully formed out of nowhere. Ancient texts evolve, fragment, get quoted partially. The Zohar drops suddenly. Massive. It's complete. It's theologically mature. That's how medieval compositions appear, not ancient traditions. 4. It knows medieval stuff it shouldn't. The Zohar casually uses post-Talmudic customs, later halakhic concepts, medieval mystical frameworks. This is like finding a Roman scroll referencing the printing press. Great analogy. Geographic errors a local would never make. The Zohar screws up Galilean locations, travel routes, distances. Rashbi lived there. Moshe de Leon didn't. Character 6, so that was 5. Characters are treated like fan fiction. Tanayim from different generations talk like contemporaries, hang out together, get misassigned teachers. That's not oral tradition, that's historical cosplay. 7. The theology is way too late. The Zohar system, full Sephardic map, sexualized divine drama, Partsuvim as personalities. None of this exists in Mishnah, Tosca, early Midrash, Ekkolot text. This is peak medieval Spanish mysticism and Roman Judea. 8, so that was 7. 8, every manuscript traces back to one dude. All roads lead to Moshe de Leon. No parallel transmission, no independent ancient copies, no alternative chains. That's not how ancient texts survive. That's how authors operate. 9, Moshe de Leon acted like an author, not a discoverer. He sold copies for cash, changed the story about its origins, never produced the ancient original, and guarded the text while alive. This is author behavior, not guardian of antiquity behavior. 10, his wife said he wrote it. Yeah, people try to dodge this, but it matters. She said he wrote it himself and attributed it to Rashbi so people would buy it. Is it courtroom proof? No. Does it fit perfectly with all the other evidence? Absolutely. A brutal summary. If this were a court case, linguistics, guilty, manuscript, guilty, history, guilty, transmission, guilty, context, guilty. Historically, the Zohar being ancient is not unlikely. It's dead on arrival. One-line nuclear version. The Zohar reads exactly like a brilliant 13th century mystical masterpiece pretending to be ancient because that's what it is. What was his wife's name? Because this lady seems like a truth teller and she seems cool.
Fact number 1 is that items like Sara'as and like Dam Khatos are laundered with 7 different detergents. We know the list of approved detergents are not approved. Item number 6 is Miraglayim, urine. That's fact number 1. Laundering only happens to fact number 2, let's say, is what? You can't bring urine into the base of Mikdash. Okay, so how do I reconcile those 2 facts, one with the other? To which the Gemara says, okay, I have a very simple answer. So what's the simple answer? Mix all the 7 detergents together. You've got one superpowered detergent, right? Fast, base of Mikdash detergent. Removes all stains. And even removes saras. That's the tag one, right? Even gets out your toughest
Straight
saras.
answer, no fluff. We do not know her name. Is never recorded.
Mix it all together, then what? Then again, maybe that.
What is actually in the sources? The report comes from Rabbi Isaac of Acher, late 13th century to 14th century. He explicitly says the wife of Moshe de Leon. No first name, no patronymic, nothing. Why that's normal. Medieval Jewish sources almost never preserve women's names. Okay. What else? I had another good thing, I think. Okay. Why isn't Moshe de Leon seen as a forger? I mean, there's less evidence against people who are publicly named as forgers, and name a few examples like of people who forge documents, and Moshe de Leon is held to a different standard, it seems, but it seems like this is all propped up on falsities, and in reality, because of this, doesn't it seem like at least the Zohar and perhaps much of Kabbalistic teaching is on a throne of lies, and a lot of emphasis is made on it, but its key discoverer may have forged it.
So again, you saying you can't be mixing urine with something else because urine itself has to be individually. So again, I was like, just deal with the fundamental issue, which is what. So say, so you see yourself. By the way,
this is actually a very good, serious question, and You're right to notice that Moshe de Leon is treated differently than many alleged forgers. Let's unpack this cleanly and honestly without polemics. Why Moshe de Leon is singled out. Moshe de Leon isn't labeled a forger because people need a villain. He's singled out because of rare convergence of evidence that almost never exists in medieval cases. Here's what makes him different: a single point transmission. Every early manuscript of the Zohar traces back to him or his immediate circle. There is no parallel independent chain. That's already unusual for an allegedly ancient text. Most forged texts don't have such a tight funnel. Contemporary investigation. This is crucial. Rabbi Isaac Acker, a believing Kabbalist, not a skeptic, actively investigated the Zohar right after De Leon died. He interviewed people who knew De Leon personally. This almost never happens with medieval texts. So this isn't an academic speculation. It's near contemporary inquiry. Behavior consistent with authorship. De Leon sold manuscripts for money, claimed different origins to different buyers, never produced an ancient source copy, guarded access while alive. That pattern matches authorial control, not custodianship of an old tradition. The widow's testimony fits the rest. On its own, the statement would be weak, but combined with linguistics, manuscript history, geography errors, sudden appearance, it locks in rather than stands alone. That's why historians take it seriously. Why other forgers get less heat. You're right, many forgeries have less evidence against them. The difference is we know they're forged because of external contradictions, dates, scripts, materials. We often don't know who did it, or the forger lived centuries earlier, so no witnesses exist. Moshe de Leon is unlikely in one sense. Moshe de Leon is unlucky in one sense. He lived right at the moment when scrutiny, travel, and record keeping made exposure possible. Is Moshe de Leon held to a different standard? Yes, but not unfairly. He's held to a higher standard because his claim is stronger. This is a secret book written in the 2nd century Tanakh and hidden for over 1,000 years. Extraordinary claims invite extraordinary scrutiny. Today said, I found Plato's secret metaphysical diary. You'd apply the same pressure. Exactly. Or Rambam's post-it notes. Does this mean the Zohar and Kabbalah are a throne of lies? Here's where we need to be careful and honest. Historically, yes. The claim of Rashbi authorship is almost certainly false. That part does not hold up. Philosophically, religiously, not automatically aligned. Many religious traditions function with pseudepigraphy, mythic framing, sacred attribution. Example is the Book of Daniel, almost certainly later than claimed parts of Enoch, Sibylline oracles, even some midrashim. I don't know.
Straightforward halacha.
Is the internet still working?
Says no.
Yo, dog. I hope this is still going.
Which require American shtifa, but ultimately in Kachin Kalam do not.
I hope this is still going. If this is still going, that'd be tight. This creates tension. Different groups resolve it differently. Kabbalists double down on ancient authorship. Academic historians reclassify it as medieval mysticism. Some Orthodox thinkers treat it as inspired but not ancient. What can't happen anymore is pretending the evidence isn't there. Why this still? And if the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein were here, I'd be like, dog, I don't want to believe you, but this all comes from one guy. This is Rambam's post-it notes. Why? I mean, if I'm saying this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight, 99-1. Why it still hurts? Because if you concede Moshe de Leon authored or heavily shaped it and attributed it falsely, then you're forced to answer, can false attribution produce true theology? Does spiritual power require historical honesty? How much authority is myth-making? Those are dangerous questions for systems built on certainty. Bottom line, no rhetoric. Moshe de Leon isn't treated as a forger because of bias. He's treated that way because he's one of the rare medieval figures where linguistic, historical behavioral, and testimonial evidence all converge to the same conclusion. That doesn't automatically invalidate all Kabbalah, but it does permanently destabilize the traditional story about where it comes from. So again, give me odds, just really simply. Is it 99 to 1 that Kabbalah, at least based on the Zohar, is false or like forged? Or is it closer to 50-50? All right. Keeping it super simple and brutally honest, historically, based on the evidence, manuscripts, language, geography, testimony, Zohar Kabbalah as literally authored by Rashbi, ancient, 1 to 5%. Zohar Kabbalah as mostly authored by Moshe de Leon or his medieval circle, 95 to 99%. This is not 50-50. It's basically 99 to 1 in favor of medieval authorship. Important nuance, this is about historical authorship, not whether the teaching of spiritual or mystical value. From a religious perspective, believers still treat it as truthful, inspired, and authoritative, even if it's not ancient. So yes, if you're judging like a historian, which is what we all are, folks, the odds that the Zohar is a 2nd century Rashbi document are tiny. Okay, just in comparison, what are the odds in comparing like aliens existing and extraterrestrial life having visited Earth? Is it 99 to 1 or is it like 50-50? With all the evidence that's out there of like people who have stuff on video camera and people who are abductees, like what odds do you put on that? All right, same framework, same bluntness, but I'll keep it grounded. I'll separate two very different claims. Odds of alien life exists. Alien life exists somewhere, microbial or simple, 90 to 99%. Complex or intelligent alien life exists somewhere, 50 to 80%. Technological civilizations exist elsewhere, 20 to 50%. Why hundreds of billions of galaxies, trillions of planets, organic molecules everywhere, exoplanets in habitable zones are common. And
ultimately, again, there has to be both cooking and absorption. Or do we say no? Anytime you cook,
I mean, this is all how it's programmed too. But I mean, even then, it says, okay, so aliens have visited Earth in the past. 1 to 5% aliens are visiting Earth now. 1 to 2% aliens regularly abduct humans. Less than 0.1%. Well, if you, I mean, the rabbis are gonna be on me like, look, dog, you think this shit is happening, or it's happened for like lots of years. You're at 1% here, and I would be to say, yeah, but I think this thing is flawed. And they'd be like, well, we think it's flawed. I'd be like, so believe what you want to believe. But
so let's say, so let's look at the Mishnah. What are we learning in the Mishnah? That whether the kli is cooked inside the kli or you poured something hot into the kli.
So,
again, the kli is considered to have absorbed from the carbon. What do you see from here? You see from here that balua and official. So, excuse me, what you see here was that ultimately, again, even something where there's no actual official that has taken place.
All right, so clean comparison table. Zohar was written by Rashbi, 1 to 5%. Zohar medieval de Leon, 95 to 99%. Alien life exists somewhere, 90 to 99%. That's pretty good. That like, I mean, that's actually really good. The only disagreement that I have, I think, is it has more effect on Earth. Intelligent life exists 50 to 80%. Those are really high numbers. That's way more than Zohar. Aliens visit Earth, 1 to 5%. And aliens abduct humans, 0.1%. All right, but that's a tough one. So what's another one? I think that's doubted. Oh, okay. I gotta end this one. I don't know. I've been doing this for 2 fucking hours. Okay. I previously said over the course of the last 11 days, when I was a kid, that like people didn't say that I said the giant squid didn't exist, and then I called them water pigs, but I meant water bears. Okay, here's what I meant by that. They were never on camera. Water pigs, water bears may have been a thing going back to the 18th century, but they were never on camera. They had to be under like electron microscopes, which would be really big. And the giant squid, I meant to say colossal squid. They weren't ever on camera until the early 2000s. And I'm telling you, like if you would go out and talk about the colossal squid being a thing, like people would say that you're talking about the Kraken and all of these stories of like ancient or of mariners, like of antiquity, and it'd be like actually like we've got this thing on camera. Oh, and the other thing, we had seen bodies wash up on shore, but the first time it was on camera, like a living one, they tracked a baby in 2007. This Japanese crew. And why is that important today? Because when I was a kid, people would say, well, you don't have it on camera, so like how can we believe it? And even before that, I'm sure people were like, well, you don't have a picture of it. Even before then, you don't have a sketch of it, whatever. And I asked a question yesterday to AI. Okay, so I may have like inadvertently called the giant squid the colossal squid, or meant to call it the colossal squid. Okay, can a giant squid and a colossal squid mate? It's a good question. And I think it's too soon. I don't think we know. And maybe in the future, people will be like, oh, of course they can mate. Or maybe they absolutely can't mate. We don't have any evidence that it's happening. But that doesn't mean that it can't be true. I have to take such a shit. Allegedly. Are you done? I don't know. I gotta take allegedly. All right. Are you done? I don't know. I was only going to talk for 10 minutes. You fine. Go fuck yourself. I gotta whiz. Dog, hurry the fuck up. Come on, you little bitch. Which was made out of kernel milk and moldy bread. It's a crowd pleaser. Don't dismiss it. Let's say you serve it at the game. It's great. So let's look at this. Rabbi Life said he would not allow people. By the way, this is actually a very important law for myself. He would not allow people to make fleishik bread out of the concern that even if your intention was to go ahead and eat it with a fleishik meal, you may come to go ahead and eat it with this milchik dip. Therefore, again, you would not allow the use of this fleishik cup. So they say, where is the kasha? In Russian. So actually, you know what? We'll stop over by the Mesvei. We're going to pick up the answer tomorrow with Hilda the Sugya of fleishik or milk, which is a very, very, very important piece. I love it. Nice little pick up the answer of the kasha. All right, so good morning. Let's us begin. So we are picking up way back to Aleph. We want to be up to for the month of Siv and stuff, can have a rose one, dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua's this month. Many of the beloved said, Kobe, Yaakov, sadly, they missed each other. And let's sponsor Alan and Susanna with their family, Jason, Deborah, Justin, Rebecca, Mindy, and Silva, and all the grandchildren. America, the unfortunate pursuit, Susanna's former basketball coach. We thank our family sponsor, Jason, Milan, younger father-in-law, send this official. Studio recovery for his mother-in-law, Kaya, Hannah, Risha, Das, Ashton, and Silla Aiken, dedicated the Daf Day in honor of Barry and Julian Bosney, the host of the reunion of Shimei Bosney, for gathering and also thank
Let us be the top of the brand new mission. Says the mission. X was the memory and still continue living in the same of how much of a particular item one must one carry in order to be high. Remember again, the answer to that is always the same, which is that a lot of devices you can carry is given a kashivas. You have to carry an amount that is considered to be kashiv in order to be high for ourselves. Of course, the variable is the amount that is considered to be kashiv for one item will not be the same amount that is kashiv for different items. He says in this one, XM is a last of time. So this is to carry out the bone. So a bone, you carry out enough bone to go ahead and make a spoon. But if you go make a last of time, it says enough bone in order to make out of it a lock. A lock, see that we're going to use one. You put this glass with a regular bow roche apart in order to go ahead and split half of the snake that's the type of say item separate the warmth and the rest of the cigar or a stone or a pebble. Okay, these will go in order to scare it away. So the most of the example, the rest of the use of the large enough ultimately against the large animal in order to go ahead and scare it away. Time said to the environment now, issue that we did not finish, we will say again. We're assuming over here that when we have the hearts in a kind of animal, right? We're going to be in this discussion about how large of a pole must one carry in order to go ahead and carry it for so on Shabbos. And Muhammad says the parable will not finish the school, and then he uses enough to make a lot. So the assumption is that the people's shear is larger than the kind of camel. You must say, how time along the shear do that, but in general, again, it's not close to having do that. And that one of the reasons that one of have the large shear. To which the Gemara says, Allah can't be Kosakas. You're right, because the Buddha said, let's go to a lot. Actually, a lot tight. Now, what they do, the teeth of the lot. So, in fact, the Buddha shear is smaller, and when she said, let's go to a lot, that's the teeth of the lot. But, beautiful, says the Gemara, can't be Kosakas, the whole reason. Listen at the watch, also getting right holding on the halal. That's when it comes to the teeth of the lot, they themselves understanding the lot.
What up, babies? Dog. I'm glad that you're here. You're gonna come up and talk. Feel free. I'm just really experimenting, so let me know your thoughts.
As such, they are not Kabul Torah. The Kabi Kosakas is always often the Kosakas, but once you get them, right, once you fix them to go on, then what the rest of their name become the same shells is located at that point in time. Example, once they're part of the they will be the Kabul Torah.
I was. How are you, big man? Amazing. GM, what's new with you? What's new with you, big dog? Do you have a project or anything? Dog, check this out. Check this out. Wait. I don't know if you have an iPhone. Oh, whoa, no way. Doug, do you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone? Do you see I'm on multiple cameras in a space? Have you ever seen anything like this? Have you ever seen anything like this? Me either. Wow. I did not know this was possible. It's pretty cool, isn't it? What'd you say, big man? Wow, this is interesting. I did not know this was a thing where you could be on multiple cameras in a Twitter space. So Jossie, tell me about yourself. What are you into? What projects you got going? Excellent. Jossie, if you want, I'll help you. Okay, so first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to send you a message and it's going to help you as a reply guy. We're going to make you into more than a reply guy. We're going to make you into a full on social media marketer, which is what you're going to want to be, because that's going to give you an opportunity to be successful in the future. So, just one moment. The fact that you have an iPhone is really cool. All right, Jossie, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to send to you an invite. Okay. Oh, my pleasure, my man. Okay, what I want you to do is look at the messages that I'm sending you in the chat in on X, and you should see. Yo, what up, Alicia? How you living, girl? I'm following you. Alicia, if you have an iPhone, you probably have never seen this before. Somebody on so many different cameras in a Twitter space. This is wild. Yo, what up, Crypto? Crypto, do you have an iPhone? Okay, that's all right. So if you're wondering, what are you so excited about? I'm on camera in this Twitter space, and you can actually see me in the Twitter space. And normally people aren't on camera in the Twitter space, and I'm actually on two different cameras at once. So, Crypto, are you a social media marketer? Spear, my man is here. Spear, can you hear me? Spear, coming up. Spear, my man, I want to talk to you. And I know you guys are getting some feedback. Apologies, I'll fix it in a second. Okay. Crypto Kin, are you a social media marketer? Of course. Yeah, but you want to make more money, right? Absolutely. Okay, so I can help you to do that. I'm going to send you the same message that I sent to my man Jossie. And Spear's gotten this. He knows what's up. Jossie, can you check your messages? Jossie, check your messages and look at the messages that I sent you. Read them and let me know if they make sense to you. Can you do that for me, Jossie? Okay, excellent. While you do that, my man, we've got Spear here. So Spear, I'm gonna send you, or no, I mean, we've got CryptoKin. CryptoKin, just one moment. I'm gonna send you a message. And then CryptoKin, I want you to read what I'm sending, and I will explain how this is gonna help you. So basically, you guys right now, many of you are just reply guys, which is cool. But I want you to be more than that. I want you to be full on social media marketers. And I'm going to help you to do that. And everything I tell you is free. And I've helped 50 people recently to become social media marketers. And so what this is going to do is it's going to help you. If I may ask, Crypto King, do you have a resume? Okay, that's okay. I'll help you to make one. Okay, so what you want to do, Crypto King, go look in your your X messages and read what I sent you and make sure it makes sense to you. And if it does not clarify anything, but it should be like the best few messages anybody ever sent you. It's going to change your life. You're welcome, my friend. While you do that, we've got some other people in here. What up, Peter? Peter, come on up if you want to talk. Spear, are you there, my man? Hey, how you doing, big dog? Spear, do you have an iOS device or an Android device? No way, Spear. Come into this space on an iOS device. Can you see I'm on camera? And you can see me on two different cameras, right? Oh, just one camera. Okay. Well, that's okay. That's better than most people. All right, very cool. So Spear, if you guys don't know who Spear is, he's a co-founder of GT Network HQ. Oh, my device just restarted. Pardon me, my device just restarted. I think I overwhelmed it. We'll see if I can get that device back in. If not, the space will end, and that's okay. No worries. We were just trying something new. But for anyone who can hear me, my man Spear, he's the co-founder of GT Network HQ. He's a space marketer. He's a quant. He's a space president. And if I may ask, Spear, you got the message that I sent you to how to increase your, make your link tree and all that, right?
Yeah, I did get the message.
Excellent. Very well. Okay. And so you know how it is. When you have time, you get it done if you can. And to my other friends, Jossie and CryptoKin, you do the same. And um, if you can do it, that's great. If you can't, I understand. I'm just trying to make you more successful than you already are. And I am going to reconnect to this space. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, no big deal. Okay. It just worked. Okay. Let's see if we can change the sound. Hopefully this is better. All right. So cool. All right. So Jossie and CryptoKin, you guys are probably still reading the messages that I sent you. All right, so what is this going to do for you? So basically, what I'm sending everybody, and I'll send it to you as well, Alicia. I don't want you feeling left out. Oh, Alicia, you got to follow me. Follow the account that's in my hand. It's the one with the circle around it, and it's 2xthot. Okay, so what does this strategy do for you? It is going to allow you. Well, what do I say? First, you have to create a link tree. If you don't have a link tree, do so. Then what you do is you connect all the social media that I send you in the message. Why is that good for you? Thank you, Alicia. I'll send you the message right now. What is that going to do for you? It is going to allow you to, just for a moment, I know I'm getting feedback here. Maybe let's see here. How do I avoid getting feedback? Okay, just for a moment. I'm going to switch my microphones. Okay. So what does this do for you? It is going to I give you a list of 30 different social media platforms. And what you do is you create the social media accounts. And what this does for you is it gives you 30 different places to promote yourself, to promote your clients, to be able to get new business from it's going to allow you to dominate social media and dominate things like AI and search engines. It's going to make it very difficult for people to impersonate you, and that's what we want. Then what you do, once you create all this social media, you come to me, I'll look it over, I'll make sure it's good. Once it's good and we say it's great, then we're going to put some AI videos on your social media so that it's not just plain and it's not just a skeleton account. Then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to join X communities, join Discord communities, join Telegram communities, join Facebook communities, because I'm sure, as you've all heard, your network is your net worth. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you know how to shield yourself in different spaces so that you don't come into a space without sounding confident in what you do. You will be able to come in and say, instead of GM to the host, GM to the co host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience, I'm new, I don't really know what to say. You're going to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am a full stack social media manager. I would love to be able to promote your content on 30 different social media platforms. I want you to rank higher on search engines. I want you to rank higher in social media, and I want AI to have a positive view of your project. What I'm also going to be able to do for you is get you more DMs about people interested in your project, more people who are interested in buying your NFT or buying your crypto to you, send me a DM to work with you. And then what I do is I give people basically a menu that you can send to your future clients that says, for $5, I will promote your project on 5 of my social media accounts. For $10, I'll do it on 10, and for all of them. And this is a really great way, for projects to be able to get themselves promoted on your social media as you start to grow it. And once you get a big account, maybe on one of these other social media platforms, you can charge more money for it. But this is just a basic breakdown of what I advise people do. And with that, Alicia, I sent you the information that I sent everybody else. Jossie or Crypto Kin, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Jossie or Crypto Kin, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Okay, take your time, Jossie. Absolutely. And Spear, I've got an updated version I'm going to send you. I want you to read this as well. So Spear is an outside the box thinker. If you guys don't know Spear, send Spear a follow. He's a really interesting person. I love the way that he thinks. He is a very, very creative individual. And if you guys haven't connected with Spear, please be sure that you do. All right, Spear. So I'm sending you the same message that I'm sending these other people. And I've sent you a version of it, but I've updated it since I last sent it to you. Additionally, what I've done is I've got another addition to it that will teach you how to get a job. Basically, you need a resume, and then it has a list of all of the different recruiting companies that will help you to get a job. And like Spear, you're already on Spaces quite often, but there's nothing that says that you couldn't be multitasking and working for a company and getting paid a weekly salary at the same time. You can work remotely and do that. So Spear, if you have a chance, read what I sent you and then let me know if it makes sense. And if you have questions, I'll certainly answer your questions in the best way that I can. And if anybody else has any questions, let me know. So you guys should know I stream my life 24 hours a day. And I've been doing Twitter Spaces, video Twitter Spaces, now for almost an entire year, 24 hours a day. So I basically have an entire year just on Twitter Spaces and data. And then I have 4 years of my life on YouTube. Go ahead, Spear. Excellent.
I wanted to ask if I could get the page, what I just said right now, main global spaces link
Yeah, exato, bicho. Aqui nas checks, I really want to practice it, and I might not say much. Well, I want to use that same blueprint to, practice my pitch.
Absolutely, 100%. And keep in mind, this space is recorded, so you can always go back to it. So what you want to be able to do is say, GM everybody, my name is Spear. I am a Web3 marketer, and I would love to help you to promote your project. I have 30 different social media platforms on which to promote your content. What I want to help you do is to rank higher in search engines. I want you to rank higher on social media, and I want AI to have a positive view of your project. What I'm going to help you to be able to do is to get more DMs, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people who buy your NFT, and more visibility to your project. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I would love to work with you. That's basically what you wanted me to say, right, Spear?
Yes, that's it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
It's
Excellent. And then, Spear, you should know as well, since you're a little more advanced than perhaps some people, I'm going to send you the menu that I talked about for people, so that they.
What I have now is but find traces of excrement on it, which indicate that it's been used already, then how often I see you can use it.
That you can send it to them. So just one moment.
If you find the traces of excrement, that's because someone else used it. Imagine it's only them that I can use the stone that someone else used. Just something for the rest, just explicitly, but I left the rest using the stone that was used by someone else. It was analyzed. So why would you go ahead and just like this? So it's human. So Kasha, Habara, Habiyovish. Anytime using the stone that someone else uses, problematic is when the waste is fresh, it's still moist. But if the waste is already dried, then halach otherwise is not a levi's in the back. It's not a cutting waste, it's only problematic to use a stone used by someone else. And the waste is on both sides
Let
of the
me
stone.
find
And
the
one side of the
message.
stone is not problematic. Levi's same off. On the
Let's
same
see
other
here.
the other possibility. There's no problem with using a stone when it's used. The problem, of course, is when someone else used it and now you want to use it now. You know, so whatever I know those things. Yard law like this. I'm going to finish touch this. So ultimately, again, if it rains, finish touch this. So let's say ultimately again. And now what happens? Rashi says finish touch this. Also, so let's say so again. This is going to be the case of the mortar. So let's say again. So now,
All
plain
right.
mortar looks
I'm
on
still
sides.
here. I'm going to try to
It's clear,
go to
right?
one of my
That
other
what we
accounts.
see as a white stone, that halach is not focused on Shabbos. What happens with the rain? What happens with the rain when as a result? It wipes away any traces
But
of
I will send you
from
the
the stone.
menu.
In Hayyul Yishuma, Nigar Mutar, in Halacha L'Masa, the visual possibility by using it by the stone, right, is still recognizable there, that Halacha L'Masa, you can use it on Shabbos. The idea being that there's no actual waste on it. But if there's some type of recognizable display that there was waste on it, then ultimately, again, it gives the resolution of the white stone, and halachalized it can remove waste. Rashi says that if you show a different water, the favor the water will cause it to summon, it will be back when it is as much as the sun can. The idea is that anytime that there's some recognizable alcohol trace,
Okay, I found
that
it.
mortar, a person's not going to use it to grind on the summon. That's a line. And therefore, halacha myself, it's not for itself, but rather again, it's usable as a use. Fine. Finally, Rabba Shuba Rabba Shuba holidays. Oh, excuse me. So say this is the Shara Ashara Maula Mosam Akarabada. This is the first
All right, Spear, if you can hear me, look at the message that I just sent you, and I'll send it to you other guys as well. Actually, I I need to make one small change in it. So Spear, I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to just put what your name is.
So kind of important that it even sets aside business for it. So I think actually it's more quality. Se dopo il messaggio, se di salanto me fare esatto che non ti solo. So what is if you can let them walk on Shabbos Adi, which means you go ahead and you see the both object, then a local myself in the obligated to not only that, but a local myself again, if you see a lot of object, you are not making something. It is. And love, what happens if someone finds something and ultimately again it's in the process. It's not appropriate for them to go ahead and turn this. Like the God had our finds the sap, right? Finds the sap. And the fact that we can does not to pick up the sap inside the house. Now, a lot of things get committed to turn away. So that kind of situation where a Shabbos Adi that compromises his dignity, you're not obligated to turn away from that. You are a like that in general, when it comes to the preservation of human dignity, the preservation of human dignity is so important that it even has the ability to set aside the biblical prohibition. So the ones are different areas as follows. The need to properly wipe oneself after a defecating is incredibly important, and absolute necessities of human dignity. So because of that, one would in fact be permitted to go ahead and carry the stones up to the roof, even though again carrying up to the roof may be an additional exertion, but I love when this is quite an exertion for the preservation of human dignity, therefore it is permitted. Yosef very much the coming of a husband.
All right, Spear. Look at the message I just sent you. It's basically like a menu that you can send to people when you're done. I'm going to send it to you, Alicia, right now as well. And Crypto King, I'm going to send it to you too.
I could take a worship or scripture and use it as a toothpaste.
All right.
In order to pull out, in order to pluck out, in order to remove the meat or the food.
So if you guys can, look at what I sent you. And if it makes sense, let me know. Excellent. Read through it, Spear. Let me make sure it makes sense to you.
Nevertheless, again, to remove the food between my teeth is considered to come out this.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. All right, so Spear, I've given you what you need for a link tree, what you need to populate your link tree. When you're done, you've been in Discord. I can help you whenever you want. And then also how to get a job. Spear, do you have a resume? Okay, excellent. So long as it's updated, do you have like a ZipRecruiter account and an Indeed account and a Career Builder? Do you have those kinds of accounts? Okay. Excellent. Excellent. 100%. You're on the right track. And then what you do is at least your resume's there. It's searchable. People know that you're interested in a job. And then what I want you to do is also create the Indeed and the ZipRecruiter and the other ones that I list. And then you want to search for jobs, for remote jobs. And what you're going to be able to do is you just gotta get into a rhythm. Just like every day, you're gonna go to each one of those websites and apply for 10 jobs. You just say to yourself, "This is what I'm gonna do," and within a month, you'll have a job if you want one. They have crypto projects that advertise on there, and they have people who are looking for spaces hosts or community managers or whatever you want to be. And those are things that I know you're very good at. And so I want to make sure that you have the tools to be able to succeed. And then what you do is you ensure that you send out that message to people when they're interested in what you do, and you'll be very successful. I have absolutely no doubt. So excellent. So if you guys are like, so what is this space? I have literally been doing these spaces 24/7 for since last February 14th. So there's a whole year of my life essentially on Twitter Spaces. And just recently, I started joining the Twitter Space, one of my other accounts, with the bigger one that you guys know. Now, what I'm going to advise you all to do, because I want you to be successful, baby billionaires, if you don't know about this project, you should. I think you guys know about it, but if you don't, they're at um, baby underscore billion NFT. They just started a space. I'm going to go to that space. I want you guys to go to that space as well. I'm going to keep my space going that you're seeing right now, but I'm going to take my main account and I'm going to head over to that other space. I want you guys to be successful. And I'm not able to make this space as big as I want to. Not yet. I will. I've just started to do this. So head over to the Baby Billionaire space. I'm going to be over there. And if you guys have any questions, send them me in the DMs, okay? Take care, guys. And I'm still here, but as you can tell, I'm going to the Baby Billionaire space.
Ela me chama de sons, right? It has to be because of that. Because ultimately, again, of grass. What is that? Look at that. Estimação ou os radiculação? Estimação. Schematic lagoon is near a southern only anaxia. Because of the moisture on the field, grass often grows on the stones. On the stones. Apparently, a cloud field is also very quick, is also water. So because of the moisture in the cloud field, grass often grows on stones. If I'm relieving myself in the field, if I'm going to wipe myself to the available stone in the field, what's the concern? The concern is that if I utilize one of those stones, I'm going to consume grass from the stone. And of course, that is going to be problematic on shots. She says, you should not move this. Again, you're not much move this any closer than moisture field. I saw them all about the grass. Low on the stone. You should connect all the process. When I write myself with the stone, so the grass becomes attached to the stone. This is how I accommodate a large shot of the box up. Most of the time. And if you have the truck, if you have the stone, and grass began to ground, so you began to scratch on the stone. You are permitted to use that stone to wipe yourself. What other kind? No? You do not size. Now remember again, pollution is Shabbos item. That's what one intentionally removes the grass from a Shabbos level 7. Now, when it's supposed to, the reason you're permitted to go ahead and remove the grass from the stone, the reason you're permitted to go ahead and wipe yourself is because the assumption is that even if I love for myself, you end up going ahead and removing some of the grass. That was probably double habit. That's probably which lack intent. In general, we use the offers that you put the other by a double habit. Allah, what is said about that? Allah, no matter nothing anybody, you shut down with Hassan. That was an interesting enough is a different discussion. We don't want to get into it twice. Ultimately, again, you may go ahead and end up using the stone from a higher area in the field and throw you into a lower area in the field, ending up what? Ending up leveling out the ground. When the higher between the rabbi, isolate the ball, you come in, so that if you have a pit and you leveled out the pit, so what's going to die is you inside the body. was it turns out interestingly enough that the issue of definitely they have found field, which is why I actually said if you're not interested in the field, then I'll be interested in yourself. It doesn't even seem to be an issue which can come to go ahead and initially grasp that stone. Because once the mission is that next submission is happening. I'm not seeing that confusing that unintentional rather than seems to be one of one that seems to be housing from the viable. So because if you end up taking a stone from one area and throwing it into the depression of the ground, thereby leveling out the ground, you are high only again because of slowing. Default, let's go back and analyze this. The slug tissue, so emerge slug tissue, squash of the glass slug in, what you're looking at, well, what you said before, that if you have a stone that grass is sprouting on it, you are permitted to wipe yourself with that stone on the same time. Pollution in an episode is high crackle, and the flame goes ahead and, however, tears the grass off, uproots the grass from that stone and tries to come to the high or high the process. I'm not talking about that. I'm not to do is fucking
Didn't want to say it, but I thought it was good. There you go. I thought it was good. I almost spoiled something. Should we spoil stuff? No, it's too soon. We can't. Give people a week. The general cutoff time.
As long as you say spoiler alert and then give a countdown, you can do it.
Yeah, but if you're like a meeting on
Countdown is
maybe next. Yeah.
How much was that jacket?
how much do you think?
I think it was 150.
No way.
More?
It's
$600.
not good enough.
I thought 150 was pretty. It depends where you got it from.
That's real leather.
Yeah, jacket for 150 years. I'll say plates one.
What you said that?
600.
So what's closer? This is like 425.
Okay, well, I'm overpriced.
Yeah, probably not right anymore. 425, dude. Start out 26 with a win. That's sick. Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering because I'll wrap it back up. And this is just between us.
Yeah, wrap it up. Hurry up.
I'm watching and review Captain if I can write it off.
Oh, I see. So everything is angled for like tax purposes.
I feel like this is enough. It's been content on this episode. It's a prop.
Yeah, if you can justify it to the IRS, you're good.
And no one's paying taxes this year. I don't know if you heard. That's the big thing on that.
Oh, I love that. I don't get taxes any year. I'm just kidding.
It's like, yeah, get on board. Welcome to my team.
It's like they did that flight time where they just bombed the spoiler alert. Yeah, they just bombed the buildings, right? They didn't like stop payments or anything. They just bombed by public credit card. Yeah, everybody. We should do that. Just kidding. We should totally do that.
Promoting terrorism. That's how we want to start off 2026.
I do. Just kidding. I'm not gonna be just kidding. Bomb all the big buildings. Just kidding.
Yeah, dude. And I give my Harriet episodes taken down there as Easter egg. Government.
We're just gonna hear pathetic. Sorry.
Okay, let's talk about that.
You're a bit of a drunk.
First year experiment with drugs. Experiment with alcohol.
I mean, once you got high, once you try
Hot 937 tells me
I got drunk because I got buzzed. For me, one drink that's drunk nowadays, but I went out, we just had a super chill New Year. Nobody was doing anything. It's like rainy in LA, so when it rains in LA, everyone panics and freaks out, and it's the end of the world. So, but it was nice. It was super rainy. It was just me and Steph. We went to a new restaurant around the corner. It's called Bane. We've been dying to go there. So we just had like a nice little dinner, drinks,
Kevin had how many drinks? What, tequila? I know. Two when you were drunk? Brother, 2 drinks don't even get me out of bed right now. Well, when you don't drink at all, they hit you. 2 drinks. Nothing but, yeah. Dude, they hit you. I knew it's like a gin drink, something like that. And then I had, it was called a poet's drink. Yeah. So, what's vermouth? I was it's just like a there's something in it. That's all I know. It can be sweet, it can be like a little dry. Especially farewell to orange. Yeah. It was good though. I had one drink, and we had like some steak frites, had one drink. It was good. And then got 2 drinks, and they're like, I'm done drinking, and like, oh, I feel tipsy. What a gift. It's like, wow, we just went home and we watched the ball drop, which is always interesting in LA, because it's like we watch in New York one, so you're like, it already happened, but it's still special. It's special. It's special because we're just at home and we're just like, this is the 2 of us and my dog. So, I don't know. I might be like a bit of the curmudgeon beers one, but I couldn't care. Yeah, I normally don't care either. Like, I don't like to go out on the days where everybody else goes out. Like, New Year's being a good example of that. Yeah, because it's just like, same thing with like Valentine's Day. Like, everyone goes out the same day. Yeah, it's just chaos everywhere. They don't like to go out the same day as everybody else. So it's like, New Year's another just chill. And that's what we did. We just had to put something on the TV. It's like, this gives you the countdown. I'm surprised you stayed up. Did you stay up till the West Coast ball drop? Oh my God. Yeah, dude. You're a different guy. You're an experiment with drugs now, but you're staying up all hours of the evening. Yeah. Going on benders. Kind of radical. Wow. Kind of radical. You're inciting violence. This character arc I did not see coming from Mark 2026. I did. That sounds very, very pleasant. Nick, did you go on for New Year's? I just seen this or heard about this. I did more than 2 drinks. In fact, I did. How? His nights sound really nice, and that's what I've been doing the last couple of years. But Ashley had a friend in town. Well, we had a friend in town, Nicole, and she was in from us. That's where she lives now, I think. Australia. Gotcha. But yeah, so Nicole Kid came in. She knows her. We walked out a few times. We went to Disney. She was at Disney. Nicole Kid was at one of the highlights we did the best of. Side note, weren't at the year's best of for 2025, and it was like, I was like, this would be really fun if we could edit our pants on. That's too much money. Anytime the talent starts being like different scenes, like, and it's the day before it would air, like, why don't we do a compilation like the best of the year? Like, you have no fucking idea. You gotta watch all the episodes and cut out that's clips. And tell me to do this since the beginning of the year. Yeah, anytime you want that. Sometimes people don't want to watch or listen to it. Yeah. The one last year review, the one last year review, it did really well. I was like kind of surprised because usually that's been the case. But anyways, so that sounds really nice to stay home. But Nicole Kidman was in town. And my grandma and sister had just been in town all week. And she was such a great host. Like, she took care of their every need. So the Nicole Kidman and our friend, they were to this thing downtown. you needed tickets for. Normally it would be first to go into such thing. I lied you guys off air. I told you it was $150 ticket. It was 100. I lied about dollars. I was embarrassed. I feel like a fool, but also it was all you can drink from 8 to 12. Not much for me. $90. We got there about 9 and we got our money's worth. And it was funny because Nicole Kidman and the rest of their friends, they actually, one of their boyfriends was surprising someone with a dinner and their reservations were at 8:45. We found out, we just bought tickets this thing for 8 to 12. You guys are going to be there till like almost 11. Ash and I had a blast and we definitely got our drinks with it. And they had those little tiny foods again, whatever you call those. But and really good ones, sliders, like full tacos, and oh man, just so many breaded meats. It was unbelievable. Lots of bacon wrap things, lots of jalapeno infused things. And tell us about the entertainment. Yeah, so one of the guys we were with, his friend like works at the bar, so he was able to spot the owner. And I guess this guy owns Davey Good Times and Dan Wayans, and not Wayans, but yeah. It sounded like it's Dan. Yeah, what is it? Yeah. Because I'm a David Wayans. I still don't know what it is. Davey Wayans? Yeah. Davey Wayans. And he owns like a bunch of places, including Level 8, which we're at. It's like my crypto. It's on the 8th floor. That's why it's on Level 8. And it's got all these different little, they're kind of their own bars and different vibes. And he spotted the owner. He's like, hey, I just love all your places. Like, I don't know. He's just kind of mixed it up. And he like brought us to his like table area. He's like, you're gonna want to see this. And they like have this curtain above the bar and a wrestling ring and dancers and just an impromptu 15-minute lucha libre match set to AC/DC. It was pretty incredible. It was pretty fun watch. And then we were probably there till about 1:30 and went back to our apartment. We had like 6 people there and we continued to drink. And then we went to bed at 4. And that was like 9 hours ago right now. So I'm pretty banged up. But it was a really good time. Honestly, scary vibe. Just a little dragon type wise, but yeah, you were joking for the energy drink. Yeah, that was energy. And other times you go energy drink. I just went in and shut the phone out. I was hoping to find someone to solve that for me. I'm just looking at space. Coke Zero. So I think we're going to be able to go in at 4 o'clock. But yeah, I appreciate everybody that played. Nice. No. Your hands are me and CJ. Did a walk yesterday for Rocks on the stairs to show love. Yeah, I did. I knew it was like when we got back to my place. I got years, bro. I got just the day before. Nicole Kidman live is talking really bad. I know one of the songs I won my fantasy football league. That's my third time winning in this league in 26 years. I haven't won there's 12 and like there's statistically there's been a few fallout. I've got more than average. I think you should get like 1.5 championships. What's interesting is you were sending us texts of like almost like panicking. I was like, oh,
default, we have our colors without it. What do we talk about? We're talking about the biggest stuff.
Semifinals, they had a huge lead, and then he had Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey at Monday night, and they just kept throwing touchdowns to each other. It was crazy. He was catching up so fast, and then Brock Purdy just threw the interception at the end of the game, and it ended up winning by 2.6. They definitely, and they just handed it off one more time to Christian McCaffrey. Probably would have lost, and then they extended through the interception. But then the championship, it was like never in doubt. Corey Krosky Merritt from the Commanders, huge late season pickup. Only 50-50, that's his name, but 22 points on Thursday night. No one cares about your fantasy team. Derrick Henry, 45 points, and I was just so far ahead. So it's $150 person, $1,800 pot. Third place gets their money back. First and second always go they decide amongst themselves how to split it up. And I suggest all or nothing. This was a rematch of the 2014 fantasy championship when it was living in my car. They really needed that. And I gave 0.7 point Monday night. He got hurt in the first play of the game. Did you choose all the answer for that one? No, I did give 350 or something at that time. But now that you're sitting pretty, you're like, I want to go. I'm pretty sure I said it last time, and then the guy goes, wow. But luckily he didn't. This time he didn't get back, and the commissioner was like, if we don't hear you for my kickoff on Christmas, like it's all or nothing. So that's what he suggested. And 10 minutes in, he's like, hey, kickoff after kickoff. And after 2 days, he was like, I think we should do like 1,200, 450 or something. And he's like, nope, too late. So we went all or nothing. But even if you had really terms, would it have been passed? I think the commissioner wrote it fine. I just was like, bullshit, and worked out. So great year. How much should be win? 1,600. No, 1,600. It's really like. It feels like an accomplishment. I don't know, but it's not. I don't pay attention that much. But once it gets done, and there's some people in that game that spend so much time on it. And when it was open, it was like when the worst person in the league with the championship. I've had some issues like starting inactives and stuff. It's more of a taco situation than like just being bad in the league. Especially taco. But congrats to Marshfield Darshis. Yeah, everything's coming up. 2026 year.
What about
maybe with that 1650. Sure. I love that shirt too, but I have only seen you wear it for the past month. I wore that Tuesday. You just saying now that everything's coming up big. It's time for this. Just got a shirt. You just got a 4 jacket. Why don't you it's a t-shirt? Yeah, did I say jacket? You said gas station. I meant that. I drank last night. We're firing on all cylinders. We're checking you into this is a gas station shirt.
It just works really correct. Oh, but that's the technology I can use for myself. A lot of people you can go ahead and check the reflexes. I'm not on the calculator. I'm not calculating to some let's go. Yeah, we got Jim. We got Jim back up in here too. I think he dropped down for a minute. Shout out Jim. Shout out Scout, Scarlet. It needs to mind for you. I'm trying to get Scout. That's all I'm saying. Trying to get Scout up here. Trying to get Jim up here. Start it was.
That's why. That's why he's getting staged for it, bro.
Glass shards. Therefore, you can go ahead
Truth comes out,
go
bro.
ahead and remove shards of glass surface because ultimately again we're put the armor layer is ready enough. Element ancho cabine is near to have them so therefore this is going to be nothing authentic. You should be able to use bundles of bonds because bonds are edible by elements. So remember, honey and oxygen
Yeah, bro, I'm down for that. I haven't even really
so that's
been paying attention to the market all that much, but I don't think we've had as many since this whole, Venezuela thing happened. And I'm wondering what it's going to do to the markets, bro. Like, I'm wondering. I haven't even checked today. Like, I need to look, actually. So, what do you got? What I'm going to say is that it's more market
I'm not getting married. I know that says when that super who is saying when you black stars on Shabbos, that's when you actually have an asking. Because what the female component says while it is true, the asking is to include glass shards. And therefore, I love when I say glass shards do not mean that stuff. So now most of the ones you actually have, not
Yo, that's exactly what I was thinking in my head.
I
I was like, bro, these oil stocks are everywhere. And not only that, Venezuela sits on the lithium triangle. So like rare earths and these rare earth magnets, it's gonna be massive. Yeah, that was just my thought. I mean, batteries as well, but there's a lot of rare earths over there, and I know that we were sanctioning oil that was coming out of Venezuela, and they wouldn't allow any of our companies to do business over there. They haven't for a really long time. Yeah, bro, I heard about that. There's a couple places in the United States that have some pretty big lithium deposits. Yeah, like what's the blowback of it? Basically, where they gonna put it in the power?
I'm gonna buy it. So that's the end of that story. You're not gonna say in general, what you need to see is if an item is good for animal consumption, then by definition it's not good. And again, you don't really but when I say you come to more specific things, like shark of no, not any other animal, or for that matter, again, piles of bundles of vines. Which are by elephants, and you go certain things, the local amazing things, and that's I'm gonna buy it. The buy it, the meal, but I did small that yes, the two meals, the rice and all of these are buying. The meal, the cinnamon, the small, the kiva, hummus here, all those things that I do. All Israel to move along. They all hold the things a little. Now that's like so it's the traffic statement that has a lot of but every Jew shards of glass are not mukta. Why aren't shards of glass mukta? Because oxygen and this election shows that only the rich, only the wealthy own an oxygen. Right? Common guy did not own an oxygen. So the fact that Samuel says, clear people, and I love the nice shards of glass and not
I don't I was trying to get the team in on it, and he goes, "Well, come, you guys caught the very end of it, so hopefully we can make another bag later today." And they just
so therefore, again, for a Jew, shards of glass because the nice thing is a Jew is a bad man. That's the name. Maybe she was before. It's not. The name of law doesn't got no coming back. You got something in the walk and lost the phone. Because when you had this a couple of weeks ago. We had this interesting discussion regarding medicinal healing
like
on
what you see.
For Shabbos, you can't do
So,
something
and I can tell you know what you're talking about as well. And it's when it comes down to it, it's you can really use the strategy depending on how you go about it. When a lot of it comes into play, which is just basically look at zoom out and look at the bigger picture with whatever you're trading. Look out, look at the bigger picture, and then go back in. That's going to tell you a little bit better than just staying zoomed in on the 1 minute chart the whole time. It's great for executing, but go on the 4 hour, go on the daily. Look where we're touching, what we're hitting. Are there any key levels? Or is there any supply zones? Is there any imbalances? Like that's just no matter what you're trading, you look for that. But it is a little different. It's a little different trading too. You gotta get used to it, but I think it's more and more becoming the same. But again, try to find DeFi coming together, and I think the institutional money's poured over, the liquidity's poured over, so we can see how it's going to be very similar as far as trading. But for me, I love because again, I had to kind of set it up differently when I was going to trade for Bitcoin or Sol or ETH versus when I was trading for NASDAQ or ES or SPY. So now it's very similar, I've noticed. So, and I like that because I can set it up where I see that position on both ends and I can execute properly. So that's how I'm doing it, and I'm just excited to keep learning with you guys. We're getting closer and closer to unlocking the premium. And I don't know if they talked about it, but if you guys can attend Mint Live here, I know we're running a deal for Mint Live, guys. So just want to make sure that you guys are tapping in and staying active. And I'm always here for any questions.
So
Let's go, Jam. Yeah, you guys heard the man. We've got the giveaway going on right now, and then Jam's also running a separate giveaway, I believe, right now as well, right, Jam? Is that it up, or is it? Yo, let me do that too. I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can do it. Right now it's 48 hours giveaway going. It started last night, so there's like 36 hours left. $50 giveaway. We got 5 winners, so a lot of winners get a chance to win on this. You'll see the rules. You gotta follow my page, follow Baby Billionaires, like, comment, and tag. So just enter on that for a chance to win some free money, guys, as well. We got giveaways going on everywhere.
That is our trader, bro. If that's not the most bullish thing you can ever imagine, I don't know what is. Somebody super knowledgeable, super nice, and willing to help you is just really the best thing that you can get, bro. Octane, you got anything else to say, Octane, bro? Because we got a very original man from the speaker panel right now. A very original. We haven't seen.
Just real quick, see.
Set them aside for animal consumption on Shabbos, you need it to hide them on Shabbos. You set it aside for use. They laugh, but you do not set it aside for animal use on Shabbos. Aims mithalpul also. In halacha l'maisa, you may not carry them on Shabbos. Shimon Rav Omer, Chavilin Hanikarim Yad Echad Mithalpul. Shimon says, if it's a bundle.
Just
carry one hand, you move it on Shabbos. However, if stay at that two hands, are still a Shabbos, then you can go ahead and carry it on. Once already it's 2 hands, that's already considered to be a burden, and therefore do not be carried on Shabbos. Even Siyah, you'll see different types of burden spices. So bundles of Siyah, Azel, Holanis,
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate if you could do the same. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I am making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, the link's available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
If that's the case,
100%. I'm a macro investor. I long term. I don't look at things in terms of daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly. I look at crypto as an investment for the next decade, even into the next century. If you want to give your family generational wealth, pick one of the popular cryptocurrencies and invest in it long term. I can all but guarantee you in a decade or two, it will be the central nest egg for your family. I am also someone who believes that NFTs will be popular once again, as we've seen. There are ebbs and flows to any kind of investing, and NFTs are certainly guilty of this as well. I think that, interestingly enough, the NFTs that may have rubbed you, those projects that you think that are worthless, I would hold on to those, because perhaps not now or in the next 5 years, but maybe in the next 50 years, those types of NFT projects will find new life. Just like we have art that when it's initially created does not have too much value to some people, give it time. Time plus everything makes essentially more value, just like we see with antiques and we see with art collections of antiquity. Everything gains value if it has enough time behind it. Even just like you take like a pot from 100 years ago, or even 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago, it all has value. And sometimes time is the thing that gives it value, but I also think the fact that you have introductory early NFT art will make it valuable someday, and it doesn't hurt to have it in your wallet. So anybody out there who thinks that they got rugged on an NFT or spent far too much on NFTs, maybe you did now, but hold on to it if you can. If you really enjoyed the art so much that you were able to invest in it, hold on to it. It has some meaning to you. And especially with some of the inventions that we're seeing in the NFT world, things like essentially frames that allow you to display your NFTs and that rotate all of your different art. This is going to change the game in terms of what people are able to display in their homes. And also, I think may give the NFT market another resurgence. In terms of meme coins, you know, memes are always going to be popular, and you will always have a basic flavor of the week. One thing that I think, if you really want to make money on meme coins, you get on Pump Fun and you sit there, you wait for any new coin to be launched, and you buy a bunch of it and you rug it right away. If that's what you want to do, I'm not saying that that's necessarily the most moral way to conduct business, but if you want to see a 2x, a 3x, a 4x, a 5x, that's what you're going to be able to do. And the strategy, so long as the market allows it, it's a pretty easy way to make money. But I'm someone who feels long term, if you have your cryptocurrency investments and you hold them now into 2030, 2040, you're going to be able to retire on that. And we see what the market has done in the last 15 years, and I anticipate the same kind of growth in the next 15 years. So, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
Yes, sir, absolutely. It's not even more growth in the next 15 years. I would be surprised if it wasn't drastically more. And, that's really the best way to go about it. We can get so caught up. And, I do it myself. I'm not saying that other people do it. And I don't, I always, love to have a nice quick profit, bro. But if you really want to, confirm that you're going to get some profits for the long run and get those big gains, just bond and hold is really one of the only ways to do it. There's been multiple times just in this last year we've seen where you could have tried, you could have bought here, bought there, you could have been down, whatever, and then now you probably be back even or up. You just, even on a short time span of just a year, you got to hold your bags if you really want to confirm that you're going to do good and make some good plays, especially, really, if it's a good profit. Appreciate your insights on that. Really do.
Absolutely. If I may contribute, somebody's got their Discord sounds in the background. If you can, maybe might make it more enjoyable of a conversation. And then additionally, one thing I wanted to contribute that you brought up, see in the future that we could be seeing is more growth in the market. And I absolutely agree with you. When you're able to use your cryptocurrency on Amazon, or perhaps to buy your groceries, or at the local convenience store, whatever it may be, once cryptocurrency has been brought not just into the mainstream, but is usable in your daily activities, that's really where we're going to see a game changer. And that's where we're going to see normies jumping in and excited that they bought Bitcoin at whatever, $500,000 or whatever it may be in the future. And you all will know, just as I know, that we saw this thing in its infancy and it's just going to continue to grow. So I advise people, if you have the opportunity to set aside a little bit, if you have a paycheck or any kind of investment, take a little bit, put it into cryptocurrency and don't touch it. Ensure that it's stored in a safe, cold wallet, and just consider it a little bit of a nest egg. And you never know what can happen in the future with it.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, we're gonna see some crazy things here. Just in the next few years, I think when it comes to adoption, being able to actually use crypto, pay for it, stuff like that. This kind of stuff I like talking about a lot of spaces. We're here at the end of the day, all because we had a common enjoyment or love for crypto and everything that we believe it's going to do in the future. So, yes, sir, absolutely. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Over the court, right? From the you don't want to be that anywhere around here. I love Norman, you have to read this. So I will say, so bottom line, and an item becomes really serves no inherent
Yes.
purpose. What you're beginning to see is that Allah Ta'ala says, even if a food item is not fit for human consumption, as long as it is clearly fit for some type of animal consumption, it will not be mukmashah. Thank you. Kofet Mishnah. Kofet is a salad here. Another interesting piece. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and invert a utensil in front of chicks. So you actually have like this is where the chicks need to get into the coop. The problem is the entrance into the coop is too high. So what do you want to do? You want to take the utensil and turn it inverted. So the chicks have like a step to get into the coop. So the Mishnah doesn't bring it to us. The Muslim has a Kiddush, of course, that says that even though you are moving in this tree for the sake of saying that it's muksa, because remember again, the chicks themselves are muksa. Nevertheless, you're allowed to go ahead and move utensils to facilitate the chick's entry into the food. Vishalu Biyardu, Tarnagola Shabbat is going to give a chicken that ran away. Dochin Usa Antinicus, you could push it, nudge the chicken, right, until it enters back into the coop or enters back into the process. Nidadin Agola Usia, which was Nidadin is really actually, as an Okes Bitsavaro, who could study the Goluro, who Messiah Menane Liberato. So we'll say when it comes to, so remember, Agolin are calves, so Siakim are young horses or young donkeys. So the Nidadin was an easy to hold them. You could hold them literally again, you could hold them by the neck or by their sides, and you can actively help move them back into their enclosures or where they need to be. So just keep this in mind. With the chickens, as you'll notice again, the only thing you're allowed to do is you can push the chicken. With these other animals, like the calves and the young donkeys or horses, you can actually pull them. You can pull them by their neck, you can pull them by their sides, or you can leave them back in. Isha, the dad that's going to see me again, a woman, could go ahead and literally again drag her child. Now, what does it mean drag her? She says, okay, the dad that's going to Obzasav Israel, Obzav Meachorov, Misayaito, Humania Raglavole. Let's say so. Yeah, let's say we need her child to walking somewhere. She can go ahead and not lift him up, let's say hold him by the arms, so that he goes ahead and walks on his own. Amos, I want to always come around the window. When I go up the street, is not Shinota Achal Sumaniacha. Only when the child, or for that matter, the animal, goes in and puts one leg in front of the other. Avalan Ayogorer Asr. But if the animal or the child is dragging its legs, then this process would be us. We're supposed to see now watch what's happening over here. So we said that three different cases. Case one is the chicken. Well, case 12, four different cases. Number one is you can invert the utensil or to allow the chicks to go in and out of the coop. Fine. Case number two, if you have a runaway chicken, you can help it get back home by nudging it, by pushing it. If you have a runaway calf or a runaway young donkey or young horse, in those cases, you can pull it by the neck, or you can go ahead and pull it by the sides. Similarly, again, if we need to get a trail to walk, what you can do is hold on to the arms, hold on to the arms of the child, the hands of the child. And both in the case of the child as well as the calves and the donkeys or horses, they have to be able to walk on their own. So you can facilitate walking by helping to move the animal or the baby or the child. So says the Gemara, famous enough, and maybe karmic kissos we have cocktail. We'll say now watch this. So the Gemara says as follows. So if you have a behemoth that fell into a channel of water, fell into a stream. So what's that about? Maybe karmic kissos you could bring mattresses. So what's this? So again, remember, what's happening over here is the animal cannot get out of the body of water. So what you could do is you could bring like mattresses, essentially put them on the riverbed, so that the animal is able to climb on top of them and get out. And also, and if the animal gets out, it gets out. They stay, raise a kasha, and you want to if an animal falls into a body of water, you can't take it out that Shabbos. So instead, what do? You feed it, right? Take care of it where it is, and you'll get it out after Shabbos. So what do you see? When you can sustain it and feed it where it is, karmic is those low. But you can't go ahead and start bringing mattresses. So someone says, so again, remember, the reason why I was bringing this up is because this resembles the first case in the Mishnah. Right? The first case in the Mishnah was, I have young chicks. Young chicks need to get into the coop. They can't get into the coop themselves. What am I allowed to do? I'm allowed to bring a utensil, convert it, make a step for him to get into a pool. So therefore, again, same idea. If an animal falls into a body of water, he can't get out, what can you do? Bring mattresses, put it on the riverbed so that the animal can step on top of it and get out. Much like the case of the chicks getting into the coop. The problem is I have another brisa. The second brisa says you can't do this. You can feed the animal where it is, but you cannot go ahead and start bringing mattresses to go ahead and get it out. So which you want is not a contradiction. Hard the F shepherd parnasa, hard the E F shepherd parnasa. Which the Gemara says two different cases. In case number one, in case the English is saying brisa number two, so you can sustain the animal. So the animal could be sustained where it is. Everybody will agree, just sustain it where it is. The case where we allow the movement of the mattresses is the case where the animal cannot be sustained where it is. Under those circumstances, you can bring the mattresses for the animal to step up on. Which the Gemara says, so F Shabbat Parnasa in Vilo, maybe Karan the Kistos Maniach. So we'll say, so again, if you could support the animal where it is, we'll say in an ideal sense, we'd always rather just simply sustain the animal where it is and avoid the extra tirachon. But if the animal cannot be sustained where it is, then Einach Inami, you are permitted to go ahead and bring the car and make Kistos. I have a hard time about those female. But again, I will say you are negating, right? What's in the means by effectively putting the mattresses on the riverbed and allowing you to use as a step for the animals. Same idea with chicks. You are negating the use of the utensil. Savar Navato Primehe Kano Drabon was he holds that being Navato a key from its use is only a organic issue. Sar Balichainim Doraisa. Sar Balichaina will say an animal suffering is that you're not allowed to cause an animal to suffer. And again, it's just do whatever you can to alleviate the suffering of animals. That's the Doraisa. The Doraisa, the Daki Drabon. Therefore, both in the Doraisa, Sar Balichaim will go ahead and set aside the Drabonon of negating the functionality of a community. It's an interesting idea. So, kind of go to Shabarcha. So, we'll say next case, what kind of go to Shabarcha? The chicken that way. So, what is about the chicken that way? So, remember, the Mishnah said, if the chicken ran away, so you can nudge it back in. What? So, you can nudge back in. Poking in, Medada din low. What's very interesting? You can nudge the chicken back in, but what can't you do? You can't go ahead and Medada. So, let's remember again, we have two different Lashonos over here. Dochin means nudging. Medada din means like pulling or even like a shtickle lift. So you see that with the chicken, you could push it, let's say, as opposed to, let's say, the calf, the young donkey, or the baby. I don't need to group all of those, that's the same thing. But you could actually like hold them and lift them a little bit. So what's the shot? So the Gemara says, Amina lahadu kanabone. The dadadin being a kaivo, the chutzav Allah satana golas. You can go ahead and hold, or even lift a little, including pull it. Pull a little bit the behema, the chai, and open the chutzah, but not the kind of golas. Kind of golas, my kind of. So we'll say, why is it that although you're permitted to nudge the chicken, you can't really like lift the chicken to help it walk? Rabbi, you should really can't get nash. You also watch the concern. So what happens with the chicken is the moment you begin to lift the chicken a little bit, what can happen? The chicken can begin to flap its wings a bit and begin to lift itself totally off the ground. Now, how much if it begins to lift itself totally off the ground, then what? It turns out that what? That you're carrying the chicken. The Rebbe said, this is the difference. In the case of the calf, the young donkey or the child, you could help them, you could hold on to them or pull them a little bit, and there's no concern that you're going to end up carrying them because they have feet on the ground. The nature with the chicken, apparently, is once if you were to let them put your hands underneath its wings, help facilitate its walk, by something that would lift its legs, and it would turn out that you would be carrying the chicken, which is problematic. Hanichada. The Rabbi Bryce that says as follows: the dadudin the hemachayv of the chutzner, you can go ahead and we'll say some dadudin means pulling, right? You could go ahead and literally hold on to its neck or hold on to its side and help pull it along. So you could pull along a hemachayv of in a chutzner, avalo b'rishos harabim, not in the rishos harabim, right? Because the most in the rishos harabim, we are concerned that halakha l'maisa this has the appearance ultimately of counting an item by isha. They sort of over but a woman can help her child walk in the Rosh Hashanah, And all the more so the fact that I suggest you keep in mind. So remember, this case actually comes up all the time. Like what happens if a child cannot? It's not really such an issue because we spoke about this before. You could even carry a child in Rosh Hashanah, even without it. If the child has the ability to walk on its own, like this kind of says atzmo, but in being kind of carries itself. What happens if halacha ma'aseh the child can walk but has to walk but can't walk unassisted? Like so the child grew up but has to hold on to it. So you see over here, a mother can hold on to the child's hands even in Rosh Hashanah, and all the more so in the chasser. The time Yidach, another brisa says, "Ein okin behema chayv of chasser, aval dochin b'hem shekansu." You cannot lift up a behema chayv of the chasser, but you can go ahead and drag them a bit, like pull them so that they should enter. Of the prakash, is there any contradiction? Amrit ein okin. You say they can't lift them up. About 2 magazine, and you can drag them a little bit. Hadr Amrit, then you said, Dochin in, Nidadidin low, but you push them a little bit, but not dragging them. Abai says, no, 2 different cases. Safe on some kind of gold. Safe on some kind of gold. We'll say, so chicken apparently is the exception to the animal rule. But although when it comes to animals, under normal circumstances, you're allowed to drag them a little bit. And we'll say again, remember, the case of dragging them is your halacha lines, so you take hold of the neck of the animal, or you got it, you take hold of the side of the animal and you help pull it. Now, obviously, the animal has to be able to walk on its own. The chiddush of the Mishnah is I could help the animal again by literally pulling it, but because at the end of the day it's going to be walking on its own, it's not considered as if I am in any way carrying that animal. The chicken is the exception to the rule. Because the kind of the nature of a chicken is halacha l'maaseh. If you were to help drag it in any way, the concern will be that it lifts up its feet. Once it lifts up its feet, it turns out that what? I'm carrying the chicken. Which is why the only thing you're permitted to do by the chicken is what? Nudge it. You can nudge it, or even if it's you can push it, right? But you can't go ahead and in any way hold onto it to drag it. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Abaye, so again, Hayman b'shachat hamigoles. Because the device is along the same line. If you're going to check a chicken or a rooster, make sure that you press its feet into the ground. Or make sure lift its feet off the ground. What's the concern? Because maybe when you're checking for the rooster will embed its claws, its feet into the ground. And then it will pull itself in a different direction than the shofet, and it will end up tearing or dislodging the simon, right? The kind of the veshet, they'll trick you on the windpipe, and they end up in nowadays. So what's the thing here is as follows: when you chef a rooster or a chicken, you need to control its feet. You need to control its feet. Because ultimately, if you don't control, so either control it by pressing it to the ground, make sure that you have anchored the chicken's feet to the ground, or just let its feet off the ground. Because if not, the chicken may pull itself in a different direction than the shechita, and can go and invalidate the shechita. Okay, says the Mishnah. In miyaldinas habehim b'yom. Both sides next case. You can't. Both say. We're going to see what this means in the Gemara. But miyaldin means literally you can't birth an animal on Yom Kippur. About misan, but you can go ahead and help the animal give birth. We'll see what that means. Well, miyaldin is saying Shabbos. And of course, you can help a woman give birth on Shabbos. Those things actually very exclusive. Yeah? The Kohen Lokakama, and you can even call for a midwife. Call for a midwife. Right? Even if the midwife has to travel on Shabbos, the midwife is permitted to travel on Shabbos, even from a faraway place, because sister about to also remember, in the eyes of Chazal, a woman in labor is a Kola Shivish Tasakar. She is considered to be a woman who is ill and in imminent danger. So therefore, you can call her midwife even from a different place. Mechalon as a Shabbos. We're doing Mechalon Shabbos for her, the kosher and Eshachibor, and furthermore, you can go ahead and tie the umbilical cord. So listen, it's actually very interesting. Once the baby's born, so you're allowed to go ahead and tie the umbilical cord. Rabbi Yossi says, Achotchem. No, you can even cut the umbilical cord on Shabbos. This is actually quite interesting. But whether or not you're permitted to go ahead and cut the cord or tie the cord. So Tanakama says you can tie the cord. Rabbi Yossi says, no, you can cut the cord. Because that's what it's understood. They're leaving the cord attached. Or the cord attached. Chas Shalom should let's say somebody, that cord gets pulled, it can Chas Shalom put the cut off. So The question is, how do you take the sakana? Is tying it enough, or you could even cut it? The chaltzarche mila also something else the same way. And ultimately, again, you're allowed to take care of the baby on Shabbos and the mother on Shabbos. Also, bismillah, all the needs for the bismillah can be done on Shabbos as well. What exactly that means, and what you can do for bismillah on Shabbos, we'll see in the video. So here we go. Kates on the Sabbath. So we'll say, when we say, so initially it seems distinction. Apparently, you can't go ahead and birth an animal on Shabbos, but you can assist. So what does that mean? So the Buddha Amar Oches as Habat Shelo Yifa. So we'll say, this is interesting. So apparently, the way we used to deliver animals, I should say used to, maybe this is still so the person would actually like put their hand into the animal. You would put your hand into the animal and pull the fetus out. The Mishnah says that you can't do on Shabbos. That you are young people, can't do on Shabbos or young people. Right? But what you can do is assist in the animal's birth. So what does it mean ultimately again to assist in the birth? So the other thing was, okay, that's Havlad, Shelo Yipol. So again, essentially, you can kind of wait until the fetus exits the mother and catch it, so that it does not go ahead and fall off the ground. But not Minamar, Dochek Babasar, Vishiyet Havlad. You could press, I guess, on the abdomen, I guess, of the animal to push the fetus out. You can't insert your hand into the animal to pull the fetus out. I guess you can manipulate the outside of the body of the mother to ultimately push the fetus out. Anya Kavase Buddha, the Rabbi says about the Buddha, Kates and Misadin, how can you assist in the birth of an animal?
You only got the answer because you ended an episode with me wearing it. Tuesday and then Thursday. You're right. Wait, Thursday. Today. Alright. You might be right. You might be right. Still, guys, we're gonna take a quick break, but it's only telling you about Legends. It's a social casino. They got tons of fun games on it. They got traditional casino games. But you can also make some sports plays. Nick, tell the folks about the sports plays.
Oh, NFL playoffs are coming up, so you know we're going to be making a ton of sports plays. Packers have been rid of the race, but I think they're going to do it. And I also think the Jaguars might win it.
Yeah, I don't think the Packers are going to do it. But they got it. Yeah. But the future. The future, they got future plays on there. I'm looking at the wait. What's the code? What the hell? Tell folks all about the code. I'll tell you all about the code. Go use code AFTERHOUR. One word. Use code AFTERHOUR for $100 on your first purchase of $100. Right, guys? Yes. Hey, golly. I like playing Legends Buffalo lately. I also like Rush for. I'm a big guy, especially with the playoffs. And it's not just football. So for the folks at home, tennis, where they got soccer, golf, tennis, basketball, baseball. And this is a test for you to see how many sports you can list off. Yeah, but they have everything. They got everything. Even if you're going to a Rams game together, you want to hold hands. Yeah. So we'll make some plays on that on Legends. You should too. And use our code. Get started.
Yes, professional spring.
Become a legend today. Yeah. Trailer.
These
are New Balance shoes.
Jen,
What's your name? I've never heard of these shoes. Are they Balance shoes? Yeah, I'm just missing out. No, I said New Balance. You said you got New Balance shoes. I was making a joke like the shoes are new. And the name of the shoes are Balance. So I should have said these are New Balance shoes. I know what everybody's thinking. I should have said, I should have done a little jump like New Balance shoes. Yeah. That's on me. I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year of accountability. I had a victory, but I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year of Kevin won to Casey Sins. Get in there, bud. Get in there. Yo, 2026 said it's the year of the horse this year. 2026 year of the horse. Like in the Chinese calendar, something like that. I think last year was the year of the snake. How that cost year was? There's no way one of these were in your mouth. Were they?
Again, by helping the blood, or by manipulating the outside of the body of the mother to push out the blood. But the idea is
Open it like this. Those are the new ones. It's got a little space on top for your old ones. He just opened the top one, put an old one in his mouth, and they're all like wet. And then he, after it's about what's this in your mouth? Why would it be wet to the touch when you grab it?
Furthermore, you can cover a midwife from far away.
I gotta walk out my mouth. He's gotta walk out his mouth. We're starting out a little bit discombobulated here. But like this, these are all clearly like gross. Now, why wouldn't? Oh, because those are like if you're on the road, you put them in there. No, it's just like instead of tossing it in the garbage, or putting it in your pocket, or leaving it in a chair, which we all know there's some people sleeping in a chair. Speaking of which, so I have the
What is that? What is that thing?
shop show chair.
I don't need to just listen to car shops.
We
Why
put
not?
it outside for Thanksgiving,
It's obvious.
and
If you're
Jess
telling me already,
was like moving it back or whatever. She goes, babe, there's like
that's what
100
it is.
cents
You
in
have
this
to
chair.
boil water.
I'm like,
Whatever
oh,
else you
that's
tell me,
that's
you could go ahead and call the midwife. But the midwife could travel. That clearly tells me that whatever a woman
He
needs
goes through like
to
100.
do for a
Not
Sabbath,
cents,
even if
but
it requires
like one episode.
So why does this sound
anyways,
something
now would you
added
like an
to
actual
the
one?
by
Yeah,
the
give
way,
it another shot.
to be
Let
my
me
power
just
Sabbath. So what I'll tell you like, that's where it comes to do. That's how you turn out the one.
You love one, won't you?
I used to speak from the air, Kabenza my black and white. It tells us that it's the name of the labor says, I need light. You light, you can light a candle for her.
Same shit. Yeah, you're right.
Digim Haisa Sika
Oh,
Misharon,
man.
Kabenza the Viola Shandia.
I nailed that bit. I can't believe people believe that.
So I'm trying to bring her oil.
Yeah.
If you know Sipe Kiat,
It went in their mouth.
no oil.
Once you feel that it's wet,
I
thought that it stops there. I thought it was so, go, do not pass, go, do not collect $200. That's how fresh it was. It was it's probably like, man, these things are already like, this was right off the yeah, those other competitors have tried. Dry sins that don't taste like anybody's mouth. I just feel like a nice wet house.
What do we say? The friends, the minute the light came before us. Obviously, whatever a woman in labor needs,
So New Year's
you
is
get her. You get her. Why? And the labor, I'm considered to be a homeless youth person.
and we got four veggie outfits.
So I think you have to see
That
what
was good.
you
It's
what
a mess,
you
bro. That morning, New Year's Day morning, Shane and I were in Palm Springs.
what is the
She was there for 4 days playing golf. Like
He's
PJ
right.
was
Yes, you say you need an air.
tournament.
You need a
Of
candle.
course, PJ was
So not
just
your old
like
restaurant,
stage
give me the size of the
they're
extra.
playing
Since
in January on the PJ
the light, therefore I get an
back
usher.
tees like closed
I'm
off
not
and
smaller,
stuff. Like they're
even
starting
the
to
answer, the dice out.
seating and shit.
Some
Yeah.
each of these are trying to get back to the
If you play it, of course, I'm sure. Nice. I mean, Shane's like Pebble. Shane's like Chad picked Beth plays black, which if you're a New York resident, Shane is that you can just play there for like 40 bucks. Oh wow, yeah, that's insane. So that's a lot. Long Beach wants to be. Yeah, like they look at like insanely in advance or something like. But so it was awesome. So much fun. So much water on the floor. And then, so we got done early, like 11, 1:30. And when I was throwing back, tossing back, we're out. Jack took all those drinks. These are drinks. CIPs just weren't hitting as hard as I wanted to. So it was up and down. Just was back coast. Then we're chilling. We get some more. Wall Street crash, wake up, drive back to LA after that.
Remember again, it was like a progression. Usually you bring the oil in your hair. And if you can't bring the oil in, then what? Then soak her hair in oil, bring the oil to them in the labor, use it out there. And if that's not enough, then what? Then go ahead and bring the oil in the street. You know, I don't care. Take a look at this. Look at it sounds like. It sounds like giving the oil in her hair is a better option initially than carrying the potential filled with oil. The better thing is to bring it in your hair, at least it's not going to suck, not being carried. That's true. And when she gets to her country, she's got her hair full of oil. She starts with Malacca also. So what's the Malacca speak? They lost to what? Highly potential with the oil. But you'll see, I was
Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's just a lot of,
but not
holidays. There's a lot of days where you don't have time to edit stuff. That makes sure you're working a lot of graphics. It makes every shot needs like a new rendition of that same graphic. So for us, almost 300 strokes. So
better
so it's been a lot of editing, but we got some good stuff going. Speaking of this timeline is gorgeous. What's the musical score like on it? I'm adding music as we speak. It's I didn't hear doing a podcast. Well, as we speak, we're talking to each other in a podcast format. I did the I can't tell you. No, I was just about to tell you, but I can't. There you go. It's okay. These aren't spoilers. That's after the first solo. We got some graphics there. Some swing stuff. You got your meta vision. That's what that is. I was like, what camera did that make? Nobody's on the phone. Yeah. I also like your face there. Pretty much every picture of those are your tools. I got some drill bits. I got too many drill bits. I think was one this thing. Is that 195 piece set? It looks like it. You gotta bring those in to have a drill off. It's about 192 more pieces that I need. Usually you need like probably 3 drill bits. Yeah. Kind of reiterate. And we shouldn't be talking about drill bits at all right now. We're talking about golf. But anyway, the golf video is gonna be sick. I think it's gonna take me probably another few days to pass it to you guys, give a little notes, give a little sick verbiage. I think like maybe mid-Jan we'll get it out. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Ballpark, how many hours do you think they should do it? A full week. I mean, the graphics appreciate it. How happy to do the graphics alone just takes so long. It's a lot of like tedious micro adjustments, and if there's anything wrong, like where I notice there's a stroke, I counted a stroke wrong. I have to adjust all of the files after that out. It's not your fault. Just saying they're very tedious. If something like this,
hello.
if we do something like this, I just didn't really know what the needs were. I wanted to like have graphics made. All the stuff that's like if we do another thing like this, we have stuff that's already so it's a little bit easier.
Everybody knows that the local talent. So what's your title? Is the local or is the local? when that's you, it's very exciting.
I just want to say creative. So what is your situation? Are you drinking every day or are you drinking? What's your, are you at the paper phase? Are you looking at graph or are you? I'll like splice in a drink a day, like maybe 3 times. It's the opposite. The upside down version of that. Your job, our jobs are very, very chill compared to those. Like, I find myself complaining about random things. It's like we are sick jobs that people would kill for.
somehow the only thing in them is going to be less. Maybe actually quite probably the most in the pure hearing, they will deliver suffering to the place.
Now, you can't see this picture. We're looking at it. Is it wet? Is it wet?
These are the three ideas. Interesting.
It's a little bit like wet. They would probably pick it up and put it in his mouth.
So ultimately, the desolate and the forest will become desolate.
Yeah, it's collected.
So you want to maybe I am
Jack makes sounds when stand up, go down the couch and give us like a little catwalk. Shorts on, I gotta get out of this shit. For me, do this for me. Just walk in front of the kitchen area there.
My shorts are very, very short.
That's what I need to see it, brother. I gotta get out outside.
See how short my shorts are?
Please do the walk for us. Yes, we can trust us. We can see it all out. That was all I needed. I just needed to get it outside.
I had to freaking like roll on this. That's what I did too.
Looks like you check as well. There's not a secret on the inside or anything? I really love an inside pocket. Oh, there's an inside pocket. There's gotta be. $450 again. They're not gonna bang it in that pocket. Yeah, there's an inside pocket there. I can tell. That's for that wallet.
Hold on, I see something.
All right, Phil, get the middle finger. Get the middle finger ready. He's nuts. So that kind of plot twist. What the fuck, brother?
Shit, guys, I have an announcement though.
Okay.
So that's two of them. So,
This is trash can. Like a
whatever happens,
trash can.
whether it's a new idea, different judges on the front,
Mischief Night? I think that was probably a spirit. Is this cat the one that's been moving your trash cans around?
So that's funny you say that word because I have another one for you. So, anyways, if you want to know where Bobby's at,
You know what? Back to Stranger Things, I feel like it's kind of like the kids started going missing, but it's like the cats are going missing. Maybe back then, so the flies.
Why you shall like? Why? For our God, you shall like. Why not everything? So again, there's so much fidelity. This is incredible you sow, which is that it's tzedakah. It's acts of kindness that ultimately bring about geula. It's incredible you sow. Yes, we have to learn Torah, and yes, we have to perform mitzvahs. These are all part of what we have to do as a Jew. But at the end of the day, Eyu Shai Nifta Elevate Tzedakah. It's the acts of kindness. It's the acts of chesed. It's the acts of tzedakah. That's the for one another. That the mamish is the things that The Papa says, if the arrogant Jews, he actually says, Yisraelim Hamisiarim Lolis Rabushe Yus. It's interesting. Literal translation of the Papa says, if the arrogant Jews would cease to exist, the Amagushim would also cease to exist. So Rashi says, interesting how Rashi defines Yikiri arrogant over here. He says these are the Jews who wear the veloras. Which remember again, the veloras was the popular Gentile or idolatrous haircut. Where you have like a long piece of hair that would come out of from the back, like a ponytail, that would come back out called the veloras. So that's Yikiri. So apparently arrogant Jews would grow out of veloras. Or they would wear clothing that reflected all of the styles of the time. So if the arrogant Jews would stop being arrogant, the Amigushi would stop about it. So the Amigushi, Rashi says, Bati Amigushi, the Batlu Masisim Umashifin Hamasni and Osam. So we'll say these refer to people who oppress us. Right? So in other words, the Yimar saying over here is that sometimes the world has a cause and effect. That when the Jew becomes too arrogant, the world will create force back on the arrogance in order to go ahead and reinstate a sense of humility. So if the arrogance stops, then by definition, the counterforce would stop as well. Similarly, if corrupt judges would stop to operate, Badli is Zirafti. Zirafti also would be Zirafti, actually says over here. Badli Dayani, Rishon Yisrael Shemati, corrupt judges would stop to exist, and Badli Zirafti, no Kshe Shoti Avodiku Havi. So these were Gentile officers who were very impressive in the enforcement of the law. So again, if there wouldn't be corrupt Jewish judges, we would not suffer oppression at the hands of the Gentile legal system. So the idea of say is always this cause and effect. There are these things that happen that undermine the fabric of society, like arrogance, like corrupt judges. So the Torah creates countermeasures to push us back. So again, if we don't want countermeasures, then stop with the arrogance, stop with the corrupt judges. So what's happening is that if the arrogance stops, so the Amagushim will stop as well. The Etzov Kibar Sigai. E Badli Dayani Badli Sirafti Dixiv, Hesi Hashem Mishpatecha, Ne Oidecha. Okay, Amar Rabbi Eloi, Yishur Rosa Rabbi Shimon. Maiga Amar Rabbi, what's the meaning of the following passage? So the Gemara was playing the passage from Yeshaya. Shabra Hashem Mata Yishoim, Shevet Moshe. So what does this mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and literally broke the staff of the Yerushalayim, Shevet Moshe, the staff of the rulers. So Shabra Hashem Mata Yishoim, so what is Baruch Hu broke the staff of Yerushalayim? Elu Hadayonim, Shenasem Makhazanim. These are the judges who become ultimately a staff to their chazanim, to their overseers. So say what this means is as follows: that sometimes the judge is bought off, right? The judge is bribed. So then what happens? The judge becomes a staff in the hand of he who bribed the judge. Right? I bribe the judge, I'm going to get what I want. Now the judge becomes the staff in my hand to execute judgment in the way that I want. Shevet Moshe, what's the word Shevet Moshe? Elu Talmidei Chacham Shuei Mishkos Hashem Mishpachos Haniyot. What's it? These are Talmidei Chachamim that are in the family of Dayan. Now what is this? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says Shevet Moshe. Makel Egrofeim Shemoshe. Dayan Mishran. Shetalmidei Chacham Shemoshe Lahem. The Makel Uva Egrof Shal Yidei Ein Ma'amigros. So what happened? How did these corrupt judges get into power at times? They had Torah scholars in their families. And again, people assume that because they had a Torah scholar in the family, therefore, again, the judge was pious as well. And even when the Torah scholars saw that the judge was doing something wrong, they didn't say anything. So the Talmidei Chachamim enabled the judges to operate in an inappropriate way. What you see from some contradictions as well, which is, even if you're not committing the Avera, but you're enabling the Avera, that's problematic as well. Like becoming an enabler from someone's wrongful activity comes with liability and culpability as well. Zutra Amar Ilu Talmidei Chachamim Shemalamdin Halachos Halachos Tzibor LeDayanei Bar. This refers to Talmidei Chachamim who teach halachos to empty judges. Let's say what is this? So let's say the idea of here is very profound. which is that Talmud Chacham has to be careful who he teaches Torah to. Why? Because if that person is going to take the knowledge, he's going to become appropriate with it, so that he has some level of liability for that as well. So these Talmidei Chachamim who train these dayanim, we know that these dayanim are not going to really be fit to serve on the Jewish judiciary. There's some level of culpability when these very judges corrupt individuals. Okay, that should be dayanim bar. Shavtachas also can become ma'amidim. Sorry. Shebab Tachas also can become ma'amidim dayanim bar. London es kolaba. The Harvey Dinin Shane Lokaman Megatons. What is this? So the Talmud Chacham runs a dying course, and they assume that anyone who attends a dying course knows how to be a dayan. Knows how to be a dayan. The problem is they're not properly vetted. So what says the Talmud Chacham has liability to not properly vetting the dayan. Amr Abelazar Nidai, Mishum Krish. My say what's the meaning of the passage? Supposed to hear the Gemara quotes the passage. In Yeshaya, Ki Chatechem no Alu Badam. So literally again, your hands, your palms are filled with blood. That's both Sechem Ba'avod, your fingers with Avod iniquity. So Sechem Pirushaka, your lips speak falsehood. The Shonchem Avlot Tege, your tongue articulates Avlot, articulates bad things. Also, so what does this mean? What does it mean that your hands are filled with blood? Elu Hadayon. Suppose this refers to corrupt judges. These corrupt judges, unfortunately, can have their hands filled with blood because of the erroneous rulings that they have delivered. That's both Satan Ba'avot. Your fingers are filled with sin. Elu Sofi Hadayon. This refers to deception. Incredible. This refers to the scribes of the judges. What the scribes do? They write the what's the word? The verdict. Thank you. The verdict. Right. The psak din. Right. They write the verdict. So therefore, they're also complicit in the conversion of justice. They speak falsehood. Ella Arche Hadayanim. This is the lawyers. This is what they say. Charles. Okay. There's a lot to talk about it. That's the idea of these years. People think that Chazal are like sour on lawyers. It's not true. Lawyers are wonderful. But when Chazal speak about Arche Dayanim, what they're talking about are as follows. They're talking about lawyers who essentially teach their clients what to say, how to say it, even though it's not the truth, in order to get the outcome that they want. That's when Chazal say, Alti Ka'ar Hadayanim, right? Don't be like lawyers. Right? There are plenty of wonderful lawyers. But again, Floyd was very specific, was interested in or creating a particular outcome and not necessarily focused on arrival at the truth. So the Gemara says, so Dibru Sheka Elo Archai Dayana, Lashon Chen Al, so we'll say, your tongue will articulate falsehood. Ilu Bali Dini. We'll say the person of litigants, sometimes the litigants themselves actively lie, just in order to go ahead and get out. Much have a whole act up in this incredible sugya of the need to go ahead and have an honest and integrity leading judicial system. Judges who are appropriate, it's not just the appropriate of the judges, it's the judges, it's the lawyers, and it's the litigants. Any legal system only works if people in general operate within honesty. People don't operate, and again, it's not the best system in the world, but again, it's also simple. But you see, because they have a trickle down. I will say, the Muslim hospital is in general, whenever a person is in a leadership capacity, you must be careful about how they act because it's all trickle down. But by the way, it's even true in Shpaka, because every person in a leadership capacity in Shpaka, how you act as a person has a trickle down effect on your spouse, on your children, on anyone, quote unquote, when I say beneath you, I don't mean like under you, right? Under your leadership has an impact. Dayanim, into the corrupt, the society can be great. It's only a matter of time until their lack of morality trickles down to the rest of society. A balabasa head of household is someone, unfortunately, is not who he should be. It's going to have a trickle down effect on households as well. So therefore, again, honest judges, good society. Honest head of household, good mishpacha. Again, see, everyone has their own bechira over and tells you. But so what do we do in a leadership effect? A dramatic trickle down effect on all those around us. So the Gemara goes like that. Amar Rabbi Nilai, what's the beautiful Gemara? Which Yitzchak Nikat Law, Yosef Ne'achad, Tam Yain. From the day that Yosef separated from his family, or from the day that it was the ultimate day of the Brachas of Yaakov Avinu, and the Passion by so first Yosef has in his heart. Yosef Hanino Hilo Tam Yain. But also did not go away from the day that Yosef was so apparently by Yishu so this is talking about before Yosef revealed his identity to his brothers. So he invited all of them to go and have a meal with him. And they drank and they became intoxicated. Which indicates that Yosef, this was like the first time. Up until now, they really had not, they didn't drink a lot. It's true, the brothers did not get intoxicated, but they did drink wine. So the idea is Machlokes over here. Everyone agrees that from the time that Yosef was sold, he did not drink wine. It's a sign of warning from being separated from his mishpal. What did the brothers drink? The brothers not drink wine? So that's Machlokes. I will say that Machlokes is how would we view sale. If you go with the idea that they too did not drink wine, that indicates that after this sold Yosef, they realized they had made a terrible mistake. They didn't know how to undo it, but they made a terrible mistake. Whereas if you hold that no, they drank, so it could very well be that that was their feeling of justification about sex. Such a beautiful Gemara. In the merit of this is who's speaking to Moshe was one of the leaders was reluctant to assume the position of leadership in South Israel. Was why? Because he felt that Aaron would feel passed over. Like Aaron was older than Moshe, so how could it if the younger brother is going to get the major position and the older brother will not? So he felt, what is Aaron going to say? And the prophet tells us, don't worry. Aaron is going to be so incredibly happy. So the Lord says, Schar merit, that Aaron was happy for Moshe. Rather, someone will be both. They will say, but not just externally happy. You know, sometimes when someone gets something that you don't have, you appear happy for them, but inside you're not. Inside I'm not. Inside I'm jealous. Inside I'm upset. Inside I don't understand what he does. But it's probably because Moshe, the Rav, the son of Polibo, I can testify Aaron's joy will not simply be external, it'll be internal as well. So the verse is the merit of Aaron being truly joyous, truly joyful. For Moshe Rabbeinu's accomplishments, Aaron merited the Moshe, like the breastplate. And the breastplate is put over the heart. Was such an incredible use about the need to be happy with someone else's accomplishment. It's difficult because sometimes someone gets a bracha or someone has an accomplishment that I don't have, and I feel jealous. And that's a normal reaction to work on ourselves where we feel truly happy with someone else. Because it's like when the club don't like is that you have what is part of one, someone else having something does not mean at your expense. The ability to go ahead and genuinely for someone, even if you don't have that very thing, but then you want that very thing, that's the need of Aaron. And which part of the sees that, which part of the gives back that person. Aaron was happy, so Aaron gets the first. Shofule b'nei Yisrael, Kila Mahu, Shusa Mahu. So let's listen to this back to Shabbos. So what's the halacha concerning the canopy? And Shusa Karma Mahu, what's the halacha concerning hops in the vineyard? Based beyond the Mahu. What's the halacha with burying the dead on Yom Tov? Okay, so three questions firing up. The Ozil, so let's say so what happened. So the Ozil not say the way. So let's say so as they before they came or as they came, Levi passed away. So let's say they had asked this question to Levi. Levi passed away. Amar Shmuel Rashia. So if you are not to answer this, answer the questions. Shalach. So he sent the following answers. Kila, regarding the canopy on Shabbos. So this was back yesterday. Can you go ahead and put a canopy on Shabbos? Chazarnu al kol tzidei kila. Examine the issue from all angles, and there is no head, there is no permissibility to put up a canopy on Shabbos. Really? Lishtach will be going by no. Let's say that's not true. Going by order. Once you learn a test, let's say yes, you that. By a test, let's say you can put up a kind of one is what you actually part of it before shot. Don't look to the patch part of it before shot. You just hold down on the rest of it and it spreads out. So why not give that pizza? So which we want the fish in on the Torah. Because apparently the thought in this start we're not in Torah. So therefore Shmuel was very concerned. Shmuel was very concerned to give them air because he thought that they would exploit the heaven. Shusa the Karma. So here Ruva. So what's it? Listen to this. So what's it? Ask. So the Shaila was Kilayan. I'm sorry. True hops are hops to be a type of vegetable. If it's a type of vegetable that's subject to Kilayan. If it's, however, something that goes considered to be a tree growing item, it's not subject to Kilayan. Because the Gemara says the Lishlach Lahuk is every time. So why don't you go ahead and send it to then the answer every time. What is every time? So the Sanya comes to the house. So the Kafan Omer Kilayan. The Kafan says they're not subject to Kilayan. The Chum say Kilayan, the Kaimel, and about it generally we say. Kalamekil Ba'aretz Halacha Kmol. So Lahuk Ba'aretz in general, about it Halach Kilayan is. Whoever is Neko, right? Whoever is Neko. So although we might not in Eretz Yisrael, the Kilayan puts the Eretz, he has to like the opinion. So when they discuss puts the Eretz, and then the halacha like that he has, and the Kilayan that hops, that's subject to Kilayan. You know, and you also begin to see that Shmuel of Nashua was in this start. We're not going to Torah, right? They weren't particularly religious individuals. They were concerned. It was concerned that if they give them a head, if they give them a leniency, they will exploit that leniency in inappropriate ways. Macros that high, macros that high man divided the truth in the karma. Rabbi used to have the following: but wants to sow hops in a vineyard. Mizrach should go ahead and do so. No problem. I was once Rabbi saying hops essentially are treated like an item that goes from a tree. As such, there is no issue of kilai. Rav Amram Chasida Mangina. Rav Amram Chasida. If somebody would plant hops in a vineyard, he would administer pounds. Rav Misharshia, Yoav Le Pruta Latino Pnachri Vizarle. Rav Misharshia would do it himself, but what? He would give a pruta to a Gentile child and ask the child to plant the hops in the vineyard. I believe in the Latino Israel. Or why not go give the pruta to a Jewish child? I'll see the Israel. Because there is a concern that I see obviously Rav Misharshia felt that a Jew should but you can have it done through a guy. To use a Jewish child to do this. Jewish child makes it do this even when he's I don't know. Why not use the Gentile?
They delivered all these flyers.
An adult Gentile.
I'm saying the latter. She's known for being an addict, so she's possibly in an attic. Attic sounds for a long time. They still have your camera up there. I don't know. I just did it one time. Let's get that camera back up there. Trash can. What's up, trash can? We have a breaking news on Chin's trash can. Here are the latest developments.
That fell out right next to Shabbos. Now, what we don't know other days, although you can know, someone died. Now, what they have about the story was left on Friday or was left on Sunday. Wasn't exactly clear.
That's our news station show. That's good.
And the real point is that you can have non-Jews bury them. Some non-Jews bury them.
We're missing cats and his trash cans every news break.
And the nation of Ukraine is again, but we're not sure about it very much enough to spell out. But what we do know is that at the end of the day, they allowed for non-Jews. As follows.
I don't know if that's right.
Right? If a person dies on the third day of
Shame,
don't
right?
allow
I
Jews
think
to
that's like
burial,
a hot
but we
classic
allow
take on
non-Jews
keep it in your pants.
to that.
Put the
So we
string
allow
back in your back.
non-Jews on the Torah for a Jew.
This is a tasty
Yeah, what happened if the person
So,
dies and the
Did that string cheese come with the jacket? That's crazy, dude. What brand is that? Jacket. And the string cheese.
I will say, this is true. Even on the second day of the restaurant,
Damn.
the second day
Now
of
what
the
jacket?
restaurant is treated differently than normally the Jewish hotel.
Okay, I didn't know. He did say that. He did say that. Thursday, you
So,
got a jacket from Boots Place? Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
one day, think
Left
nothing
is right, up is down. Yeah.
The point
That
was,
says all off.
I lost one of my
Jackets
stuff.
from a Boots Place? Yeah.
Love it,
Comes
but
with cheese. What the fuck is
what
going
about
on down there?
the person dies?
Really, lots of good stuff. Pirate's jacket, short shorts. Man, let me get a jacket. Shit. Short, yes. Show us. Oh, it looks like you're hiding a string cheese somewhere else too, pal. You have them rolled up. I don't understand. Okay.
Seven lemon folks, I had
someone bestow an act of holiday kindness on me. Sorry about that. My grandma and sister were in town. Yeah. My grandma wears hearing aids. Exactly. And I was getting a lot of that. And she's like, yeah, could you adjust them on your phone? I don't know, they're not working as good. And it wouldn't connect. The miracle ear app would not connect. So we surmised they were dead because she did not bring her charger. And she didn't even think about it. She just puts them on the charger every night. And like it's a holder, so they charge every night. So she didn't have them, so they were dead. And it makes stuff really, really a lot of shouting going on. She loves watching the TV with it really loud, but then also having conversation. Oh yeah. So there's just yelling while the TV's much louder than it would normally be on. So like we gotta solve this, but it was Christmas Eve. And called around, every place is obviously closed. We get through Christmas, a lot of yelling on Christmas. It's fine. She's there till Sunday, and we're all like, we really gotta get some worked out here. Friday's my birthday, and I called around, and Miracle Ear was open, and I was like, can we get a charger? And they're like, $250. You probably just better have someone overnight. I'm like, none of these are options. And I hung up, and then they were like, call back and just ask charge. I said, that's a really good idea. And he's like, it'll take like 2 hours. He's like, yeah, you can. And we were gonna go out to brunch, and it was in Sherman Oaks. So we went out to Sherman Oaks, and when I got out there, he was like, actually, I was like, they're just gonna die again. You can take it as long as you return it. And I thought that was so nice, Dr. Mario. He said, just make sure you return it, which I have already. And he said, leave a review. So I'm writing a review, which are great. Yeah. First I talked to a customer service lady, and she was like, oh, I finally got a hold of him, and I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. She loved it. And then when he said I could keep it, I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. He loved it. Used it a couple times. Let's try this. And now I'm currently writing a review in the style of Twas the Night Before Christmas. Yeah. I thought you were going to say they hired you as their VP of marketing. Yeah, Miracle Year. Sherman Oaks franchise. But no, Twas the Night Before Christmas, and all through the house, everyone was stirring. Especially Grandma. Under the Christmas tree, but it's my grandma's blouse. It doesn't work. It's really hard. I'm going to be honest, I had AI rush, but it just doesn't feel personal enough. So we're really going to revise it. But still, it's a good framework. But bunch of bullshit things. But I give it a lot. I like this as a segment, like a weekly review thing. Yeah, just news reviews. I'm down to things an episode because you do a lot of stuff. You got to write a lot of reviews. And I keep being asked to now. We went and got tacos at Tacos Delta, Timberlake, and we just told the guy, okay, he was like, write a review.
But he was also really so he's been like he was like I've been here 25 years or something. He's like I hate it here. He's like a mechanic by heart, but it's like his family restaurant. But he's really good service.
Yeah, I love that
So
place.
if we were to map this out going forward, it's a new year, kind of new energy.
So it's just like if you wear the
The
cloak,
trash can
but it's not
news,
covered in
this gym
stitches,
segment.
right? So the strings are there.
Problem
You're
drinking
like
Mark.
carrying the strings. So why would I actually carry
Mike's
for carrying the
reviews.
straps
This
of the
Casey
as
didn't drink
well?
anymore.
The
Yeah,
listening
Casey
very
Chin.
simple.
I
Stitches
don't
like
drink.
that,
Yeah,
they probably
you're the only. Yeah.
but
The
because the ones that
sound of
stitches, these
maybe
are
one
the
episode
problems.
you made an interview for Mark.
Lemon. That's why it's weird that you
Mark,
can carry
your
the stitches.
addiction
How do you know
is
how
messing
to
me up.
about you? And these ultimately, again, these straps that are
How much that line?
these
Like,
are not cut. They're not cut.
you had a great suggestion to
They're
have
muscle
do like
fibers.
another low information
And
Jeopardy
where
with
the
Chris
kind
and
of-
Ingrid.
do wanna do that.
Yeah. And I think we have them on one at a time because I was thinking it was like if we plan something where they're both here, it's like I should really be making that an episode of Golden Hour. I think if we have one at a time, that's
There'd just be too much going on, too many contestants, too many things.
Chambers here.
We should just,
Remember,
I think that's just fun.
Yeah.
Just, you did a great job of making the game last time. I think we should do that again. Especially because we have access to these guys. Like, it just, not like if, for the sake of nummies, just because it's fun. Like, we just want to have fun. You know?
I agree with that, but also for the sake of numbers.
Right. I mean, that's a given. But, like, it was just a great episode.
I think it was fun to like a cook-off. I would love that because I can't cook. Mark, I can't cook out of fucking
comes under
food
about
truck.
comes under about
Jim can make something
what you can do is
locally and then just be real honest about the rating. Or he could bring in someone off the street as an unbiased taste tester, just outside in a bomber jacket, short shorts, and in the street. She's like, "Come in and try my
once it's there, once it's there, to go ahead and you can also use
I also love just the idea of
or you put it,
him giving just an honest assessment of his own thing.
But you can do it,
See if he
put it there
wins.
to keep
We should also ask the viewers what's about the folks at home or in the car or in the airplane or wherever they may be. What segments they want us to do. We got a new year. We got a lot of opportunities for segments. Yeah. So just let us know if a segment pops in your head that you want us to do. We should do it. Always been a segment guy. I you poo-pooed this immediately, but
I'm not allowed to put up
I haven't even said what it was. I hate it sounded so bad. You're like, it's never poo-pooed. I don't want to be the poo-poo guy. That's my rule. We just got a random, like, probably like AI email from someone about some psychiatrist or something. It was like 2 the after hour.
So I said that's how
Oh, I
that's
know
what
what you're
it's
talking about. Channel and like
I
ask
can't
him
put
to
it
help
up to
come out of
screen one. I'm
guest,
not
and
putting
they
it there
just
to
feel
screen
like
one.
accepting
I'm putting it
that
there to
offer, and
pomegranate.
that would be the
I
so
was the scarecrow.
what do you do?
Pomegranate
I
is well.
never
I'll pour one spoon
I
to
never
screen
did
the wine
that.
from my nose. Oh my gosh.
In
So we
therapy
can tell about your
no,
moment.
like a psychiatrist or something. I sent an email, you got it.
And we were like, we should have this guest. And you're like, nah.
I remember that. I can't even send the part where like it's kind of a joke because we're like, why the fuck are we talking to this guy? And I want this guy to come on and be like, why am I like,
Yeah, guests are tough. We're not a guest podcast. We don't have some, every now and then, but they have to be like organic.
yeah, I don't like guests.
But let's say again, I just want to make more beer now. And again, it's what it is, but I want to make more beer.
I don't really give a shit what anybody else has to say.
I want to make sure that after the so what happens? I want to make more beer on Yummy. But I have beer. So watch this. So my feelings is the most with all the Hamole. The only Hamole. So you can make beer on Yummy, on Calamite, for the sake of Yummy. But again, if you want to make beer for after Yummy, that's FLK. One of the FLK. But you're making. Big beer with me. Farm beer. Half up to you. Not really
fully
focusing
vetted
on
him.
It's something like gas, and he's gone from 25 to 30.
Yeah, more than that. More than that. Then they know where the body's buried.
Give us a quick walk there, Jake.
I don't. I don't need.
Would you rock a speedo one day for
Drink
us?
from the beer as long
I'm
as
getting ahead of myself.
drink from the beer.
That is
That's
wildly inappropriate. We have a speedo coming in your life. I said, speedo is a new sponsor. That's why I bring it up. Jonathan Speedo, if you're looking at it, set up our speedo 10. Do you like to go swimming? But you want people to also know the shape and size of your genitals?
Sounds like years, that's going to be enough. Let's see,
I think that just
let's
does it.
go look
I
from
think it
there.
does.
Hustle la mucha moza, y no se distingue el calor o el drama. When you there's nothing that looks possible about that. Somebody did that, and what are the people say? Everything is always about the narrative. If someone sees me doing
People
here in
recommendations
Colombo,
of
what's the narrative they'll
places
attach
to
to
eat
that?
for
What's the
breakfast, sugar
narrative?
milks. Do you have
Well, I
any?
think
Because
that's
two people
I'm
said the same
here.
thing. Two people said the same
You
one.
know what I say?
About
Again, that's the thing that people drink all the time. So again, somebody sees you doing here on Yom Tov. So again, the narrative is very simple. You're for Yom Tov. Therefore, you know, say,
At least I know my
because of
words.
that, my actions can stand on their own, and as long
Blue
as
Jam
that's your
Cafe. I was
I've
I've
heard
heard
of
of
that.
that.
But I think you're not
I
going to be
remember that
relevant.
too.
I think you're going to follow ice. On the flip side, alcohol will
Sweet
come
butter.
also. Listen, but in the
Everybody
case of
was
the
saying
streamer,
sweet butter.
like when someone sees me putting a stream on top of a barrel, listen, what's the narrative?
We
What's
get
the
the
assumed
charger
narrative?
from
What am I
the guy.
doing? What am I
And they're
doing?
like, oh, I guess we
I'm
don't have to
stating
use
one.
Sherman Oaks, but we
I'm
will.
stating
These
one.
places were
No one's
recommended.
going to say, oh, he's
So I
going
want to go to sweet butter. Butter
Because
because
of that,
two,
everything is what it actually looks like.
because two people
In the case
recommended it.
of the streamer, it
But
does
in my
not.
head, I
Therefore,
asked
again,
like
the
the
actually
Blue Jam
says,
Cafe.
you
So we
put the
pull
streamer on
up,
the belt
like,
and
oh
stuff on
shit,
the
that's
Put
Blue
what?
Jam
Put what?
Cafe. So we drive to Sweet Butter, which was right next to the Miracle Ear place. We go in Sweet Butter. Most of their seating's outdoor and it's raining that day. So next day on that, go back to Blue Jam Cafe. Waits a half hour. Don't want to do that. So so far, two restaurants, 3 different visits. We go down the street to Toast, walk in. Vegetarian, no cocktails. It's my birthday. I want meat and booze. Leave that place. That's strike number 4. And then we drive back to Silver Lake Breakfast Republic, and they got a hot chicken eggs Benedict in it, and it's really up there. It's one of my favorite Benedicts. I had a picture. Of course, it's in the album.
Like he decided to take a nap on the boat,
Wow.
even though it didn't mean that the boat was going to go to the other side of
Benedict
the river.
album coming
I don't know, I got
like
the
2026.
and he had a video, right? He had almost
What's holding
portion
it?
to the other side of the river.
Like
He
adding
wanted
to
to
it.
get to
You
the
mean?
other side of the river to
Lock
check
out.
out what was
We
going
should
to do.
sell
He took a nap on the boat.
your
Even though
next
he knew that
Benedict
the
as
boat
a
was going to
calendar.
go to the other
We
side
should
of the
just
river.
take down all the
And he
pictures
said,
you
I'm going to
have.
make
And
him
then
come
other
out.
like
The name is
Benedict.
all I have in mind is to do is
Because-
take a nap. So
Yeah,
listen, so
I
again,
like that
he's
idea.
just pieces
This is the
that
Benedict
pop
part.
up. He's going there and doing something.
Really, why is it
So
called
like,
that?
he's
Is it
clearly
is
when
it
he puts the
Benedict
global
Cumberbatch
garlic
now?
in there, he does some other
Yes.
what? To go ahead
But
and
also,
mix
yes.
the utensils. And we'll
It's
say,
his podcast.
we'll stop over here for today because I don't want to watch
We just only has guest hosts.
We'll stop here. We'll pick up. I know
So
we'll have a
you
lot
went to the
tomorrow, but
place
we'll
and
pick up with
they
the
were
story
like,
about the coming across
would you like to hear our
here
specials? And
tomorrow,
I was like, what?
and we'll go from there. Let's see what's there.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say that's actually at our ear dance, but they weren't. They're charged though. They were still charged. Also, I lost to a French guy in 101. Damn, fuck. Short guy, tall guy. Little shorter than me, pretty good shape. He really just out cardioed me. I had a lead and I was just dry heaving me up by the end to 11. 13-minute game. I was in rough. Yeah, just 1-on-1. Yeah. I was in rough shake and take it. Yep. Ones and twos. So got to get back out there and I got to play that French guy again. I was like, oh man, I haven't played it in a while. I'm breathing all heavy. And I was like, what? She's like, I just don't, I can hear you now because they're charged. I just don't speak French. But yeah, then we lost, and he's like, so how long since we played? And I was like, a couple months. He was like, well, it's not years. And I was like, fuck you, buddy. I'm gonna get in shape and whoop your ass. Nick, first French guy. Watch out for that. 2026. Playing one, he asked me to play at a park. I would never ask someone to play one. I always want to get a pickup game. One-on-one's so weird. It's too intimate. Yeah, and it's like how.
It's like Chin and I sparring. It's like how hard are you actually gonna play? Yeah, it's not 100% like boxing each other out in like fouls and shit. Yeah, if I would have bodied this guy, I had two sides. Yeah, you strike me as like a Charles Oakley type. I feel like that represents my game. Yeah, well, I do the dirty work. Yeah, pick up a game. Yeah, usually end up now I'm fat too, so it makes sense. But just when I was tall, I'd just be guarding the biggest guy, even though I was not the biggest guy. But not afraid of body. But again,
that is
you get up and down and pick up, not one on one. It's like a long game pile. You know, you just put your face in there. And then face there, just sweaty chest. Yeah. Used to play some horse with like BJ Armstrong because he was very good. Basketball was called his thing. Yeah. So all I had to make him get was BJ after being Armstrong. Handicap it. And I never beat him once. Wow. I don't know that I never had him get better. That's pretty crazy that you would hit it like throw it over your head, hit it like a shot from the thing. Here, last thing I want to show you, I went to the old Thick Boy Studios. Oh, wow. Yeah, I met with the True Classic guys, and they took over our old office. Oh, wow. And so they're knocking everything down. He wants to set up a podcast studio and stuff like that, so I chatted with him about that a little bit. Basically, I might like work with True Classic a little bit, help him with some video stuff, but he showed me around. And it's crazy, like so different. Yeah. So is that front door? No, you can see right here. I kind of recorded a little bit on the later side, but this is us walking into like that storage room area. Oh, gotcha. I totally got it. I'll pause and play, but you'll get a perspective. The True Classic office connects to the old Thick Boy office, which is pretty sweet. Knocked everything down, painted it white, and everything. But I turned it all down. But right here, that's their entrance. And this, right around here, that's like the main entrance right there where you walk in. That's Team Fat K right there.
I can't see.
Yeah, I'll show you. That's Team Fat K room. That was Shop Show that they turned into two bathrooms, which is pretty sweet.
Well, that is actually cool.
They closed off Shop Show, turned it into two bathrooms. They can do whatever you want with it. That's some golden hour room. Pretty sweet. You know, they're like knocking down walls, making windows and stuff. So they're gonna turn it into a combo of like offices and things. And then
Ultimately, again,
that's just the common area, companion area. That's the sink area.
But ultimately, when it comes to food,
that's your old office there.
Like
And then that's Brian's old room or whatever that room was. Did they make the door bigger?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, they're making like offices and stuff. I assume it's cool to show. If anything, we can just not show. Yeah, it's cool. It's light. It's bright. I'm excited to see what they come up with. And, you know, gonna do some like video related stuff, Orchard Classic and stuff. So we're just talking about that, but it was cool to see what they were doing. And it's cool to see that it went to someone right next door, as opposed to like a doctor's office. So yeah, he was like, there was so much stuff that you guys left behind. He was like, there was an insane amount of stuff. Anything good? I mean, it was just all kind of the set pieces. Yeah. So I think it was just mostly just kind of trash because there's just like once you tear all that stuff down, there's no easy way to take it down or clean way. It's like knocking down a house or something. It's just all trash. Yeah.
Or
good stuff. Yeah, cool.
Or perhaps
Nostalgic. Yeah. Chapters close. Yeah, close. But with every door that closes, one opens anew. What? And charge your sorry, I gotta charge my things. 2026 is the year of After Hour, man. We're gonna do so many chili cook-offs. It's gonna fucking make your head. I hear these segments. I can't wait. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that golf video. We'll probably have like this episode, maybe another episode before it comes out, but that'll come out soon.
So it's gonna be a sweet episode.
Your eyes peeled, your ears opies, and your jacket. Happy New Year. And Eric Griffin is a genius.
Yeah, sure, just heard that. He's moved.
Alright, Chester, fun stuff. Love your jacket, bud. Yeah, Happy New Year, Chad. Love you and your jacket. Love you and your short shorts.
Go ahead, give us a little welcome camera.
Show us what them thighs do, baby. Show us what them thighs do, baby.
Come on, baby.
Water.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it looks like he's wearing a diaper. You look like a 68-year-old up top and a 6-month-old down bottom.
Yeah. That looks sick.
More like a Yakuza baby. Keep it in. Keep it in. It's a clip.
That's like
All right, Chester, love you.
Please, Sagadai, make me look good the holiday. About the open radio, all these ones, just the ability to convey but the ability
Yes, sir. First podcast of the year. It is January 5th on this lovely Monday morning. How we doing, fam? Sounds like I'm losing my voice. I'm actually just recovering. Losing my voice. Talked so god dang much. This voice is about to go any day. We're good, baby. We are good. How's everybody doing? Excited for 2026. My 2026 came out hot, and it was going to be a good year. I told my wife, this is our year. Here we go. Everyone says that, right? Here we go. My baby girl's been struggling with fucking, she was diagnosed with some condition. And then 2 nights ago, I'm at football with Tiger, and we come back, and Billy's going to therapy. I've been in the hot tub with her twice a day for the past 3 months. They told us she couldn't walk for at least 2 years, if ever. So mom said it's not to take in, but they're doctors.
And at most, they can make
So, yeah, we're all chilling. And then Billy just goes, check this out, and starts walking around. Well, I don't mean just like the video I posted, I'm crying in the video, there's music playing, and he's sniffling my little girl. I posted just her walking around the kitchen, bro, non-stop, around the living room, back to, non-stop. Now, she's not, Marion Jones, but from going to just crawling and scooting to that, dude, she looks like a regular healthy baby. It's a little shaky. Yeah, but, Donnie's liability always in the way, but whatever. She said 2026 our year, Dad. Check this out. I said, let's go. It's been so stressful in the van. We gotta go. And I just put this little snippet. I'm talking around there a dozen times. Down, round, non-stop. Non-stop. Now she says, Billy walked. Billy walked. Let's ride. Oh, such a stress reliever, fam. Such a stress reliever. Thank God. Thank God. Thank fucking God.
We're trying to figure out what's the nature of the
The music doesn't help.
Getting
But
retracted,
rather,
not
it does help
retracted
to
everything.
become.
Said he hopes it's going to be mayor. He's the most
I told my wife, no matter what, 2026, we have certain goals, but all downhill from here. This is check number 1 off the box. Boom. Everything else doesn't matter. That's what doesn't matter.
That's great.
Big deal.
So we tried to bring a group from Harajima.
those parents out there, I get a lot of DMs from their kids have similar symptoms or they've had issues. They were so positive, like, man, we're telling our baby girl this, and she was walking after 3 years, or they told her this. Look at boss right here. Then my wife and I were told about our baby because my wife might die. She decided to have the baby. She also might die. My wife said no, and now that baby's married, and that's what she always wanted to be, a teacher to kids. So I never really talked to her. Okay, you brother, my blessing, Godspeed. I love bosses. It's not that doctors are, bad people, anything like that. They're going off the averages, like 2, if ever. I'm like, a lot of that stuff, I'm like, buddy, tell me that. And let me tell my wife in a much more calm manner. Like, if you're gonna hit us bad news, ask my wife to leave the room. Let me deal with it. She freaks out. Kid's never gonna walk, wheelchair. Oh, like, that shit ain't going out like that. That ain't happening. What are we gonna do? Well, the hot tub or pool is really good for her. Okay, well, can I take her in there 6 times a day? That's a little overkill. 2 is probably the max. I'd say less. We'll go there every single day, 7 days a week till she's walking. Boom, motherfucker. Boom. Dude, fire to the vodka. Fire that, dude. Nothing better. Nothing better. And just like my New Year's goals, this show's all downhill from here because there's not a lot going on in the news. He had a lot of chill time. This might be the longest stretch news he's had in years. I don't remember a stretch this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the longest stretch. But when it does come, dude, we got a tasty one for y'all. Back-to-back tasty ones. They put on that bullshit box and cardboard. Obviously, even they're like, yeah. But you got these big-ass UFCs on Paramount coming, which I cannot wait for. We'll get into that when that hits, but they are both bangers. Wait for y'all. The only really news, yeah, obviously Lopez too makes no sense, but oh man, I'm watching fucking backyard brawls right now and bare knuckle repeats, for God's sakes. Give me something. I'm jonesing, fight gods. Give me something. As far as the Real Housewives of MMA goes right now, the biggest thing is Rogan had Gable Stevenson on, right? Who I'm a fan of. I think he's the next American superstar. He has some baggage. You look into that. A lot of people will allude to that and say, oh, look at this, he did this. This was found. I said, what do you want me to do? What do you want? So should we just, because he was found innocent, well, it was a loophole. Look at the story, it's a little dicey. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But I do know he was found innocent. Everyone was intoxicated. Maybe all 3 of them made bad decisions. I don't know. I wasn't there. I know the court of law found him innocent. That's all. Okay, we gotta move on. You can't hold his feet to the fire over that for the rest of his career. He should get an opportunity. They've given dudes who have way worse baggage an opportunity than a freaking Olympic gold medalist wrestler who's an absolute freak. So when it comes to that stuff, I get it, but what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? You call it Mike Tyson? All right, we all like Mike, right? Look at this man. How long will you hold their feet on the fire? There's a ton of guys that have some dark baggage, and you're going to go, okay, people make mistakes and move on, give an opportunity, especially a young guy like this, or you can be the one crying when you see him wearing a heavyweight world title. Like, that's probably how this ends, I will say this, I'm a fan of him. I do think he's the only hope we have for American dominating the UFC, because we're just getting our ass whooped right now with Gil Harrison. That's about fucking it, y'all. That's it. We don't have a lot to cheer for in America when it comes to UFC fighters. So I'm rooting for this guy. He's a beast, super talented. He obviously never played football. Tried out for the Buffalo Bills to make the team. And everybody. So this kid's a freak.
Remember, did we really answer?
He goes on Rogan. That's where Rogan's been praising. Me and Rogan talk about this guy like he's next coming of Jesus, right? We love this guy and his talents.
But it doesn't appear that we
There's
got
the verdict's still out on him, but he's a prospect, so you get excited about that, what could potentially happen.
about a horror ingesting horror through the waters.
But as I'm listening to the interview, he keeps going, yeah, John Jones is my mentor.
By
And
the animal,
what a great mentor to have, man, there could be any better, let it go, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like,
the
I mean, the guy, I said this from the jump. Great as all time. Great as of all time. John Jones, as far as the Octagon goes, is the greatest I've personally ever seen in practice inside the Octagon. I've been on several cards with him. My first UFC fight ever, I was the main event. He was the co-main event. That was the Matt Hamill incident, right? The tough finale against Roy Nelson. When he won his belt, that's the night I knocked out Pro Cop. He fought Shogun. When he fought Rashad, I fought Ben Rothwell. That was in Atlanta, right? We've trained together. I've been on a ton of cards with him. We've done press conferences together. He's hands down the best fighter I've ever witnessed. No argument there. But as far as a mentor goes, I can think of 1,000 better mentors. This is such a stretch. I don't think even. You know, O.J. Simpson was a great running back. Phenomenal, dude. I don't know if you know this. Hello, Twitter world. I don't know if you know this. That's amazing. But O.J. Simpson rushed for 2,000 yards for the Buffalo Bills. He won a Heisman Trophy for USC. He was one of the biggest prospects, recruits of all time in the sport of American football. That dude, if you're a running back, and when he was playing for the Buffalo Bills, if he told you a tip, you should probably listen. That dude knows football. But outside that, you don't want to listen to O.J. Simpson on how to manage your career at a personal level. Right? You don't want relationship advice from O.J. Simpson. Now, if you're at a football game and he's going, hey man, when you hit that A over there, you gotta, or if you're going to the B gap, then you should jab step out to the C gap and then cut it up. Take his advice. But if he's like, hey man, tonight with your girl, you should cut under the stick of football. So when it comes to Gabriel Stevenson, what he's going to end up dealing with, if he does live up to the hype, I don't know. Am I crazy? I don't know if John Jones is the best Tony Robbins for him. Also, John's a guy that just kind of, he's such a unique character, he's such a unique talent, that he just goes, and he does what is best for John Jones. You would call him a leader, he's a one-man army, and he's the best one-man army the UFC has ever seen. He's very selfish, and you have to be, he's a narcissist. That being said, you don't want to take career advice from him, because the naysayers of the GOAT argument, which is a ridiculous argument, but the naysayers for the GOAT argument is, well, this guy's history. He's been, if you look into it, there's an argument for this with the PDs, right? He's tested hot before the DC fight, but then he came back and beat the shit out of him and Justin, right? But there is some shit there. And then you look at his personal life with the domestic violence, the shooting the gun during COVID, the hotel in Vegas with his wife and his kids calling the cops. I don't think he's going to need Dad of the Year award. So for Gabriel Stevenson, it's like, buddy, I wouldn't take everything that guy says to heart. If he's training with you, it sounds like Gable trains in his hometown. I think maybe John's in a corner or stuff like that. Maybe as far as mentally, because he might be able to help people. You gotta understand. first seen John Jones
gitma ahir.
show up a week before a world championship fight and have the toughest fight of his life and win it. There's only one John Jones. Trujillo, John, what did you do to get ready for Dustin? The first fight is party. Showed up a week before, beat the shit out of him. I don't know if that's the best advice, man. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if that's the smartest advice. You got a lot of work to do, Bob.
When it comes to it, I will say that we'll see exactly there where
There's only one John, and that's why he's the GOAT. The reason why he's the GOAT is because of what he did inside the octagon. He's not the GOAT as far as outside the octagon. If you're taking into consideration of the GOAT talk of accomplishments inside the octagon, outside the octagon, it's Mighty Mouse. It's Mighty Mouse or it's GSP. Those are guys that would be great mentors. Mighty Mouse, even though smaller, would be a much better mentor to advise you on as far as how to handle fame, women, family, sponsorships, life outside the UFC, expanding your footprint as far as expanding your business reach, stuff like that, relationship advice, game planning, how to approach a fight like a professional. I would reach out to that guy or GSP, another great one. Inside, outside preparation, crossing your T's, dotting your I's, with the small things that lead to winning fights. That's the blueprint. That's what you want to do. John's a wild boy, which is why he makes him one of the greatest of all time, because you got to be absolutely delusional to not train for a world championship fight and think you can win it. There's only one of him. That's not the guy you want to listen to. That's just not the guy you want to listen to. I don't know how his financials are, but I don't know who's helping him out with that stuff. I don't know any of that. But I'm just saying, as far as dealing with fans, dealing with the UFC, dealing as a business. Remember, John was the first athlete in UFC history to be sponsored by Nike. If you remember that, it was a big deal. Eric Jones knows all the gear. He lost that sponsorship because of the stuff he did outside the octagon. So I guess he could tell you what not to do, which is good. But Cable, you want a gold medal, dude, you kind of know that stuff. I think you'd be much more advised to listen to a dude like Mighty Mouse or Bisbee. I'm talking guys that really were pros, not only inside that, but outside too. So that was my only thing with that. They're like, oh man, what a great resource that you have to go. And I'm just like, what is it?
So he went, what does it mean? I'm gonna pop up.
Hernandez reached out to me to talk about football. I'm gonna listen. He was like, bro, let me tell you how to deal with people you don't like. Whoa, I'll sit on that, my man.
Cannot make a like item coming. Which I will say means, which is another way of saying, liquid
I just thought,
solid can't convey too much to other foods.
little strange.
The Gemara says, Rabbi Amar
But again, if it works for him, it works for him. So this is John Jones, mentor, partner, former UFC champ, so this is the main guy training with New Mexico, help him prepare for his own fights. Yeah, maybe. And their styles are so different. I don't know, man. But we said like he can learn from the stuff in the States. Like John has a wealth of knowledge of all the mistakes that he's made, so he can learn that. Yeah, my question is, how long has John Jones been out of trouble?
אשר יבוא עליו מים, וכל משקה אשר ישתשב בחופשי יצמח.
So it's
Right,
like
Milano
Mike
was
Tyson would be
both
a better
talking about
mentor
the
on how to deal with fame and making
ability
mistakes and rebounding
and
from
why
that.
do you think
There's not a
Emma,
bigger
you
glow up than Mike Tyson.
the
You're talking about a guy who went to prison for rape,
you have to say that I lost the
convicted, and now he's
It's
beloved
the
by
first part of the
America.
It's
Beloved.
talking about
I love Mike
ultimately
Tyson.
again too much nothing, but specifically
You know, so
you both
I
your
think
soul
when you talk to him now, like he's done a good job managing that, finding inner peace, dealing with those demons.
and ultimately
He still has work to do.
Imagine you can be too much of the
You know, if you're a young Irish kid,
the whole class is teaching us the beginning of the class
is
is
Conor
teaching us
McGregor
the
the
ability
best
of
mentor right now?
food.
Now he's found Jesus and God. More power to him. I hope he sticks with it. But this is new. So if Conor in 5 years is same thing, no issues, all right. Now I can give you some perspective. Hey man, when I was doing this, I was king of the world. These are the mistakes I made. These are the traps you want to look out for. Once you're outside of it and you've actually learned and you've accepted responsibility and taken accountability, then you can give advice to younger fighters. But if you're in the midst of the shitstorm, or you just got out of it, now's not the time, dude. You ain't nobody giving anybody advice. You get some work to do. It's with you, not on others. You know, that's one thing. Now maybe John has completely changed and he's giving advice on these traps and what I did this, don't do this, man. Dude, I was crazy. I didn't train for this fight. It's a terrible idea. So maybe it's that. And the verdict's still out on him. Don't get it twisted. Like, I'm all for him. I'm rooting for him. He has the most potential I've seen in a long time as an American heavyweight. So much potential. I think he's the guy. But the truth is, we don't know. He's fighting cans right now, as you should be. As you should be. UFC is signing pretty fast. You know, it sounds like the UFC is going to sign him any day now. You just wait for the opportunity. They're going to sign him. That's off to the races. So, again, even the UFC, like they're switching the heavyweight division, there's still bums that they can toss him. They'll probably have no business being in the UFC. But once he starts fighting like actual guys who've had more than 2 years in the UFC, they've become more the veterans. Even though they might not be the winningest guys, but they've been there, they felt the lights, they've won some, they've lost some, and he starts upping his competition. That's when we'll find out what kind of prospect we're dealing with. Right now, it's tough to tell. It looks promising. We've seen promising guys before, but again, he's a little different. Just talking about one of the greatest American wrestlers ever, who's super disciplined, right? So there's going to be more emphasis on him become a world champion than more so than anybody else. Because what we have known is when guys do come from that wrestling background, that pedigree, they do pretty damn well. I expect nothing less for him. Would you give someone outside the top 15? Or would you start with top 10? Oh, definitely outside. Definitely outside. Yeah, take it slow. Take it slow. Because in heavyweight, it's the worst division to be a prospect. Dude, I fought Roy Nelson first. Just, under the circumstances. Then they gave me 2 guys to get my feet wet. And I'm fighting Gabriel Gonzalez, top 12 in the world. It's just a heavyweight division. It's like you wait 2.
Shout out to Billy.
Should certainly be able to go ahead and convey to us. And I've also with the thing is as follows. Remember, in the previous Kabakomer, what did I learn? I learned Mashkin could go ahead and create a Kabakomer. Kabakomer was if Kalen can't go ahead and make Kalen minions, there's certainly Mashkin, which becomes as a result of contact with Lee, can't make them roughly come in. More says, well, maybe that's only ultimate again if Kalen contracts Mashkin contracts from a team. But if a Mashkin contracts Tumah from a tab like the Sharats, maybe it should be able to go ahead and make a tummy, which the Marshal wouldn't that be a Kabakomer. But at the end of the day, Mashkin, which becomes tummy as a result of contact with having the ability to transmit Tumah, then certainly Mashkin, which becomes tummy because of direct exposure to the Sharat, has the ability to transmit Tumah. Dai eu logo me lazer o meu espírito. Você tem a volta na mais só. A volta na mais só.
General, right, here's this guy. They find Crow Cop, they find Okira, and Rothwell. It's like there's nowhere to go but battles. You're not. You better be ready to go once you get to the heavyweight division.
Which makes sense. Like, if I'm
Now they can play it right.
from A, so really D,
If you look at the matchups, there's certain things they can do where he could get to the
so
top
I'm
fight
learning
pretty
out
fast.
the ability or mastery.
Pretty fast, faster than the other division. The heavyweight division is dinosaurs.
And where am I
So
learning that out?
there's some stuff you
From
need to
masking
get
that
there
came in
pretty
contact
fucking
with the queen,
fast.
what does that
But
tell me?
I
That
think
tells me that masking that come in contact with the sheriff
you
is no
know, 2 or 3
stronger
guys,
than masking
I'd say
that come
2
in
guys
contact
out
with
of
the
the top
queen.
15,
And once they
and then
masking that come in
slowly
contact
work
with
into
the
the
queen,
top
could go ahead
15,
and
you know,
convey
15,
him off
14,
as
13,
an
12,
but
and
then
then
convey
start
him
working
to
up.
what?
6 fights away from a title shot. Any other division, you get 10, 12 fights. Let's take a little break while chatting about all things Real Housewives of the UFC. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to hit play on this podcast. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Code Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on research and you can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Casualty insurance company affiliates not available in states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive. Let's get back to the program.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. Movies like Joker, Pixels, and 50 First Dates. And some awesome and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
You're welcome.
Because the scary thing is depending on how he does, once those bright lights hit, you know, he's rising in front of thousands of people. So I think it's a little different for him. But you don't think he beats Zero Gun right now? You know, Volkov, Pavlovich, Kurz might be a tough fight for him. The anti-wrestling. Costa, tough fight. For Acosta, just taking out Almeida, Smith, Derek Lewis. You know, it's slim pickings up there, man. So once you go, be ready to go, man. You know, be ready to go. And he's young too, so again, young man, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Because once you hit that fast lane, especially that we do it, it's gonna be fucking fast, buddy. Super fast. There's not a lot of contenders you have to go through. They can do it in the fast lane too. It's tough. Let's see how he does. Let's see how he does. I think he's gonna pass with flying colors. I didn't realize how young he was. 25. That's super young. Trouble. Yeah. Trouble. So we'll see. It's still early. But I hope so. I can't make only one question. John Jones is a mentor, right? Of course not, dude. Like, but the one thing you get hopefully take away from it is all the mistakes. And then, of course, you know, it's just his fighting ability. Yeah, it's like John's so gifted. He's such an outlier when it comes to that. I don't know if it translates to everybody. Now, Cable Stevenson, also an outlier. John's just such a savage, you know. So maybe that's why it works. Maybe he's like-minded. They're both fucking savages. John, crazy. There you go. Crazy. Yeah, I was driving on. Oh, hell yeah, Stevenson's on, man. I love this guy. This is going to be sick. I'm driving on. Okay. That's interesting. So we'll see.
Food items, which cannot convey too much to other food items.
That's what yeah. When we think of him as like he's still young in his career, when we think of him as a superstar, his personality. He definitely has a way to go, right? If you see potential, like, yeah, I think he had, because you gotta remember, if you're football at a big time division, when
college or playing basketball, you have media training. I had media training. Everyone knows. Markability training. You make great profession. Help you answer questions I should answer. Look at the kid from Indiana that quarterback won the Heisman. That kid's been fucking coached in the gills. He says everything right. Doesn't fumble over his words. He's like Debo. You know, those guys get a ton of training. In wrestling, not so much, right? There's not a lot of media, there's nothing like that. But for a wrestler, he's pretty damn good. He's pretty good. You know, he dabbled in the WWE too. So he had some training with that. So we'll see how it goes. And he's confident, which I like, you know. When he was like, you know, those fights you see me in starching these guys, that's the worst thing I'll ever be. And I'm covered. That's what I like. You can totally tell he's confident. He should be. Fuck yeah. You have to be. You know, some people might listen and go, oh, he's so arrogant. What do you want him to say, dude? I don't know, man. I might struggle up to now. You don't get to his level by being honest. The absolute best. His cockiness, you gotta have that confidence to believe he can beat anybody. That's how he wants to believe in it. That we'll find out. But he has to believe in it.
Based on the classic of people, the word Gitma, I know.
So we'll see, man. Those first 3 or 4 fights, the guys outside top 15.
Yet the Brightness says that Oakland can they still with the Mashkin because Mashkin are a moving.
Hell yeah, nothing better.
They need to get a little bit more respect. What does that mean?
Some of the fan base are going, you know, this accusation. Okay, what do you want to do about it? What do you want to do about it? Corlett didn't do it. Paul, what the fuck? They're all drunk. What do you want to do? So should he never be able to compete? They found innocent. So what should we do? What the fuck should we do? What do you want to do? Should he not? What do you want to do? So should he not make a living? Should UFC not give him opportunity? Because, well, that did happen. Yes, but he was found innocent. So what do we do? You can't deny him the ability to make a living based off some she said, he said bullshit. That's not the world we live in. It's just not. It's all that shit, like whatever.
Whereas a mashka can't be mechami a mashka. Therefore, again, also has a chumrah above.
Okay, there's some more stuff that's coming out with the Anthony Joshua crash. His driver is now charged with 4 counts. One of them is like, you can have a driver's license. Yeah, no shit, it's Nigeria. It's tough though, because when you go to those different countries, like I told you this, that's hire somebody outside of that. I was hired for the team, should be right knows lay of the land. It's pretty crazy driving out there. Yeah, so he was hired locally. You can't, I mean, when you go into a country like that, how do you know someone 100% guarantees local? You would think whatever business company they use, they send their best guy.
This actually is quite fascinating. Because there was a
it sucks. And this is Anthony Joshua with the family, so people that passed away.
Every other item, in order for it to be accountable, so what has to happen? It has to come in contact with the liquid. Version that doesn't have to come in contact with the liquid.
I thought this was interesting that Jake Paul was taken out of the WWE rankings after his loss to Anthony Joshua.
It could very well be that Halakha Lamaisa Mash can kind of have this. They have
you guys know how I feel
almost
about
like a
it.
propensity,
As I came up, Golden Glove system, there's 1,000 better boxers than Jake Paul. It's fun, it's the hype, you know, the casual team. If you go to any regional boxing promotion, there's guys who are a lot better.
That you can't spread stigma from like item. Like Oakland can't give it to Oakland, Mashkin can't give it to Mashkin. Like Oakland can give it to Mashkin, Mashkin can give it to Oakland.
Once again, Tyson Fury has announced he's coming out of retirement.
So the Gemara says, they know Sekio from a Hasanah.
Sounds like he came back just to fight Joshua, but now that's gone old, so I'll probably get him like a warm-up fight, and then Joshua maybe at the end of the year, early 2027.
So again, the Pasuk says, if water will fall apart and they love. An animal carcass.
And I thought this was pretty funny.
Ultimately
This
fall on
Happy
the
Punch
sea.
saying
Tell me who.
Tyson Fury back
Ultimately again is
in training today looking
the
like
which
an
was
absolute
coming.
unit.
The aim
So
also so much
he's
local.
missing
The
storage
item
unit.
becomes coming. The like items
He just
cannot
has that
spread
thing that
to
some people have, right?
each other. So what's that?
Yeah, Bert Kreischer calls it the Mickey Mantle gene. I call it the Tyson Fury gene. He just, like Tai Tuivasa and Mark Hunt, they kind of have that same sort of, he has a Polynesia, so he's just a big fucking dude. He's just a fighter through
One
and through.
person is talking about
He's never been shredded. You know, it's just, it's a Tyson Fury gene.
That those
You know, like
masculine
people on Mickey
also
Mantle
can
gene, but Mickey
some
Mantle,
other
that's the Tyson Fury gene.
Diğer başka yaban mahkemesi mission doğru kamil. So there's a time but maybe it's only
No, and even like what name just kind of like
which
neighbors, yeah, police
with
squad.
the comic
We talk
that
hardcore,
can't
not
make
badass
other
talk. That was his
nations
neighborhood's gene
Why?
for a
Because
reason. It was
ultimately
like
again
that
that is a
Dell
lower
baseball
form
player.
of about the national yaban mahkemesi the community
Before
also
since that,
from
you
the
know,
field.
you
But
imagine maybe
I
it's
would
on
say
Ozempic,
maybe it's
what?
masculine in
Show
contact
you
with the
down the
top
hill.
with the
I
sheriff.
wonder if that would make him worse though. I don't know. And Usyk versus
I
Tati
suppose
Wilder.
therefore again it has to be me
They're
both.
in
I
talks. It's
love
most
the
likely to
masculine
happen.
yaban
And it's
mahkemesi
gonna,
sheriff.
it might
The
happen
posting
in
masculine
April
yaban
or May
mahkemesi.
in Vegas or LA.
Then just teach me the
Why?
halacha by
Because
masculine
we
yaban
kind of have
mahkemesi
that
sheriff.
name
No,
for people to fight
once
right
you
now.
teach me the
Yeah, it's a
halacha
fake
by
name. Do you
even
know
if
why put
masculine
his
becomes
record? Because
coming
last
into
time he
don't
fought, did he
also be
lose?
what of direct exposure to a
I
child.
think he won his
If they
last. They
still
did. I
can't
lost, and they
convince
kind of
someone
changed
to
him.
other masculine, if that's what you teach me, then certainly I'll learn that what the masculine have that are coming masculine, certainly can't send they come to other masculine either.
He
It's
won.
more, you're right,
He won his last one. They lost. He lost 3 out of his last 5.
Ahora tu custom up there. Let's say sometimes even some of you go there from a couple over, the Torah goes out of its way to teach it to me through a custom. Say if I will say ultimately again, what's coming out of here is as follows. Coming out
So
is
he
a
won
lot of
one.
the nice stuff.
I mean, I'll watch it.
The Gemara suggests. So first of all, say again, we still don't have
Wilder bouncing back.
with our
Yeah, and plus he's going through some tough times right now with that breakup.
But in Hashem, again, we're going to
Speaking of relationships, though, it was
First
announced
of
that
all,
Alex
remember
Pereira
about
and Tracy Cortez are like officially together.
like
Good
I
for
was
them too. Yeah,
two.
I didn't expect freaks. Freaks though. Yeah, some people say like, do they even speak the same language? Like, there's Portuguese and Spanish, it's kind of similar, but I don't know. Anyway, not the funny thing, but the interesting thing about this is Brian Ortega is getting flooded with people, sending him this. He's like, he's like, fuck yeah. He's like, just chill, dude. Everyone's happy. Kissing. Yeah. Good for them, man. She looks happy too, so does he. Yeah.
At least the Rabbanon is a spread, but to say an ability of match.
How long is that relationship? That's the thing I was going to say.
What I
Because
love is
Tracy
that
and I think Tracy did post a lot with Brian before, and then something didn't work out. At what point do you stop? Unless you're married and you guys have been together for a long time, then, they're young though, especially her, so it's like, good for them. Have fun. They're young. But also, and then don't get it twisted, like, he's a savage, she's a savage. Yeah, so, if anyone's going to understand their schedule, not seeing each other, training camp, can't see you tonight, baby, I got it, no shit, I can't see you either. So that's why it works.
135B.
It's a lot of fun, that beginning stage. It's always great. This is our posting. Hold on a sec. Let me refresh it.
Sarah, we can learn this sponsor. I read the posting.
That thing that happened, I always think about it. Remember that OnlyFans model that accused him of whatever assault, but it was bullshit.
In 135B,
And then she said afterwards, like, I didn't understand. When we put it, he was just in shock. It's like, oh my god, dude. That's like
over the
his
course
thing,
of the
like in the dude off full house. He's like, That's his shit.
It It is only once a baby.
And then Alex's sons, they both won their grappling match. I don't know if they've done a bunch of them or not, but both of his sons watch. Sorry, both of his sons won and he watched.
Viable child. Chilwell says before 30 days, the baby is not considered to be viable.
Like
And
walkouts and shit now.
at a great pace of young as the boys receive. Therefore, Chilwell says only once the baby after the 30 days, the baby is considered to be quote-unquote large and viable. Chilwell now is speaking of me then told that
Yeah, that's like a proper
what the
fucking.
signed up is that signed up, which is that concept of redemption.
That's a proud papa, right? Hell yeah, that's cool, brother. These kids look like they'll be big too.
Right?
Yeah.
You see that
I mean, dude,
nothing
he's already
down
giant.
you within 30 days. There was just the backdrop to this.
Dan Cormier says since there's no more pay-per-view,
Right, actually, if you have the
the lower card people and the higher card people are all going to make way more money.
look at actually just a moment. Event holders.
They're already getting more money, that's the difference. People was talking about was the UFC going to be for a fighter. I know guys now, well, pay-per-view is going away. What are they going to do? I know guys now that are making more money than they did. Even when they were making pay-per-view, because pay-per-views just maybe weren't selling as much as they used to. Whenever we were fighting, I was fighting John Jones, Rumble Johnson, and having Nick Diaz, Nate Diaz, and Ricardo. I was making a boatload of money in pay-per-view. That's not the reality of the world today. Yeah, it's tough on pay-per-view died, so. But again, they're making more money than the current pay-per-view model. I think where like kids get, kids are legal stream and stuff like that. So yeah, they're making more. It's like packages, you're probably just paying the same they were when pay-per-view. So like I said, or is it just kind of the standard? But the bar lowered so much that we think it's more. I bet you it's still about the same percentage.
That whenever a baby is born, you're never exactly sure. You're never exactly sure. You know how
We talked about this on
old,
camera,
how developed
and
this baby is.
this is Tom Cruise on his own podcast, Love and War, and he's like doubling down on the whole the tweet that he did. I thought he was doing it just to troll me. He's still on that. Howard Cruz is my fave. He's such a great mind, and this is how he set out this tweet as he should have the choice. Like, give him a second. Maybe Joshua Van started pounding his face into the ground. He's just holding his elbow, getting beat to death. Okay, fight's over. But he didn't even get the chance to try to fight, try to tough it out, or try to get back together. He's the one that pointed it on us. It's very, very, I mean, it was like this. I'm with Tom, like, if he was like, no, I'm good, like, Tim Sylvia went or lost, or Frank broke his arm, and the ref was like, oh, no, he wanted to keep going. That felt different. Yeah. But Pantoja literally was like, oh my god, dude, stop. Yeah, fucking more. You know, that's where Dom's thinking doesn't make sense. He's a smart dude. Is it just because he has a lot of pride and doesn't want to back down from anything? Because it's obvious. There's pride, and then this is just obvious. Like it's obvious that Pantoja wanted it to stop. I can understand if Pantoja got it. He's like, what the fuck? I can beat this guy with one arm, maybe I'll take arm. There's none of that. Pantoja was like, no, fam, this thing's over. My arm's fucked. Yeah, I don't get it.
So what's I don't understand. You just spent all of this time keeping up with like the black. That's Milo's built for shots. Right? Milo has 8 things.
Yeah,
I don't understand. Why
it's just he's playing chess. We're playing checkers.
Every 8-year-old people will say what?
John Anik was talking about the UFC White House
Something
card. He
is a
says
lot. You know, something viable,
it
something
will
not
be
viable.
about like 6 or
Why
7
would you have a life
undisputed titles. You know, like at first they said they was going to
for
be
a
like
baby that is
Trump's son.
only
So
something
what,
viable?
12? Trump was like 14 titles. You know,
Shouldn't cut the machine.
the Jackson podcast, shout out to Jackson boys. Said 6 or 7 undisputed title fights that were crushing the UFC has ever done before. When it comes to stacking on a single card, it's going to fuck the rest of you. They can do it.
Is that halacha l'maisa? Is that halacha l'maisa?
6 or 7 title fights.
But if you tell me about
Interesting.
everything
To go down.
is not really, it's not considered to be viable.
Yeah.
Donald Trump video went viral talking about internet championship card. The UFC White House could be the biggest card of all time. I think you confirmed that. So it sounds, I feel like we had off which is
my
what
mother
I
knows
do
that
believe
you
that
can
we
It
are
looks like one
moving
of
in a
two
direction in which you might see
If it turns
6
out that
or
the
7
weird
unreviewed
stuff,
entitles
not
on
that
the White House lawn. Well, if you think about it, there is
you're
UFC 24,
not
UFC 35 in the can by February 4st. All of those champions have been cleared, right? You know, those time to be over the month of February, then I think has no numbered events, right? Then the first numbered event in March is being headlined by a non-undisputed title, the AMF belt, which doesn't really count, right? And then you think of pay-per-view, a number of events usually in April or May, and then June 14th. A lot of these champions are going to be available, if not held out, right? The heavyweight title, Tom Aspinall, Cyril Gane, probably going to be on the White House. That's cool, maybe he'll take care of the second, but I think you'll get like Josh. What you are going to get first or second quarters, like Joshua Van versus Tatsuro Taira, right? But Tom's not Chimaev, probably going to fight on the White House lawn, unlike Spinetta. Why would you trot him out there? He's already said he wants to wait for the White House, right? For Rob Wallace, William Fury, honestly, there's sure the same potential.
Something
we can't go over that one. You can't go fast. Almost going to be. That's what he's calling for. Jones is calling for. Do you think it's actually going to happen?
Yes.
Donald Trump Jr. Right? I don't know if you know this, but that's got a little bit of sway. You know, who wins that fight? Joe Jones, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I have to sit on the fence because I might be calling. You will be calling. I will be calling. I'll be begging to do the dash because I want to be involved in some way.
So John is like such a huge staple of UFC. Do you think he gets inside information like that? Or do you think like are these super tight or even people here? This kind of stuff.
Then how are you
I
ever
met John's
allowed
pretty
to have
mean to him
you
fighting
not
on the White House card. And if you listen to like Gable Wisconsin interview with Rogan too, he's like, I'd like to make my debut at the White House with John. If John does fight, it's like, just for a debut guy to go, I want to fight the biggest UFC card of all time. And he's going to be fighting with John, and you go do camp together. All signs point to John's fight at the White House. I've said that for how long? From the jump.
Now, once you have that stuff,
And it's 6
what I'm having about
or 7
private baby,
undisputed
I'm not
titles
sure
too.
what the
Because Tom Aspinall won't be ready. He's
seven
another
month baby or
So he probably won't be ready. That'd be
push.
so you do an interim.
You can't give such a baby a Mila on shots. If you go for Shabbos for such a baby, but why? Why not?
What do you think of this matchup?
Give them
Dominic Reyes versus Johnny Walker.
Either way, you're covered. In Chayli, Shapir Kamono.
And that's UFC's return to Miami. I don't know how many times I've been there, but
Then it's a
it's a fun one.
in Lad,
Not much going on there as far as contenders, but it's a fun one.
all you do is
Definitely fun one. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll tell you, this is the first thing you're going to see about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, I still haven't heard about this. What is this? So, he likes to his wife, my ex-wife, sorry. When Joe Rogan, he kind of got tricked by the AI thing when the wife was with someone in the picture, and then for whatever reason, Joe Rogan found out was like a famous soccer player, and then she's like posting about that after all this issue with Ilya. And Rogan was just like, oh, that's just harsh, man. That's harsh. Like, you shouldn't do that. But it turned out to be like an AI thing where it was actually her brother, some family member who just on her. So he's part of the lawsuit that she's filing. God, you're talking about just going down the wrong road. Okay, trying to include Rogan in the lawsuit. Good luck with that. It's more for defamation in the most part. You would go after whoever made that AI. Rogan's response is
to go ahead and
you probably go after the platform, not Rogan. And Rogan obviously apologized. Dude, this AI shit's fucking. But I guess within Rogan's position, dude, he should definitely, before he made that many claims, not claims, but we've done on him too. We did with Steve Will too. Like, yeah,
not for me, though. Rather talking about
really Jamie just saw it, like, hold up, dude. Because he's this guy, and Rogan should go. So Jamie was like, this thing seems suspect. He's usually really good at that. It must have been fucking good if it tricked Jamie and Rogan.
It was something about the viability of the baby, such as, I don't know if this is a 7-month baby or an 8-month baby. But
was
the very
forgetting
first
George's
question of the
she were cheating.
cannot violate child
Did she post it? Yeah.
Okay, very
No, no,
interesting.
her original one was posted, but
Omar,
not the
Abai,
doctor
what's
one.
it?
So this is the
Abai
original
says
one,
in reality, this whole thing is not focused.
and then this is the doctor one.
Criminal statement.
That's pretty fucking good. That would have got me, that's for sure. But I mean, I don't know unless you're really familiar with soccer players. Someone looks like him, some random soccer player. I don't know. Like Rogan, I don't know fucking soccer. I don't know. Okay.
So the question is,
But I mean,
how
I
do we
wouldn't
view
even see, even with Jamie, I wouldn't know, like, this is a,
is a non-viable baby considered as if it's already
unless you're really are looking in detail through her Instagram and she's seeing that's her mother. Yeah, I don't know. But, really called her a monster. Yeah, if this was true, if it was true, like a monster was.
So
Hey, I got you.
view a non-viable
Start having a lot more. Oh, goodness. It got Brian in the early 80s. Oh, my God. Anything Brian said to him was like,
how we view it.
really stuff.
That even though again right now it's living, it's breathing, biologically we categorize
So the Trump family's invested $23 million into Connor's
So I finally
MMA.
want to suggest that indeed this is a
With MMA, was that like his
That's
just like an MMA company business thing, but I don't know exactly
Plus it says that
what it's gonna do.
there's not a culture animal that died without.
Yeah, I don't either. Good for him.
And
But
without
I think too,
died without speech off.
Connor's
So the
being
plus
counted
says
as one of the
if
top
you almost
fights
not
as
a
well.
him shot, if you don't come
It's
to
beef for the
off
BMF
and
title.
yeah,
Against
because
Jam.
like
Why not? But it's a title.
someone touches the carcass, you become coming until it essentially no matter what it comes to you become
I wouldn't be surprised if they do like some new belt, like the Donald Trump BMF belt. It's like a different. So it might be some sort of, it might be a BMF, a few legit title fights, and then the White House belt. The White House belt has like the American flag. It's gonna be sick. Fucking give me that belt. I would love to fight.
what is it? Take a look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
She says that we're gonna be off blah blah
That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be some random shit like the Freedom Badass belt. You know, they're gonna make some. Again, I don't know fuck you're doing. Give me the fact I want. Tell me what belt you want on there.
I
I wanted to ask you about this. This is girl one. This is from IBJJF Instagram. And she used a technique with her knee, and this got over 111 views. It's 111 million views. People are hooked once on each split flip. We're seeing it's like illegal. I've seen people doing
Animal trade. Remember,
hell yeah. Good for him.
Any animal that has a
And this person should be allowed weapons, you know, like that. There's no way that works. Yeah, exactly. And then this one as well. That is so wrong.
So if you
I mean,
chef
if Carter knows how to how long you've been doing jiu-jitsu.
you're not allowed to eat a shrimp. So why would you chef the shrimp? Very simple.
He can be used as a weapon. You also use it against them too. Tall joke.
Like if the animal dies on
Maybe
its
there's
own,
certain things you do.
days,
Can you
they
take your
I
belt
would
off?
like to avoid
Did you take her complete belt
And
off?
then I would
She
do it.
used her
What do I
key.
do?
Yeah, not that belt
I
off.
check it.
Oh, yeah.
check the
Can't fucking take it off.
And
No,
then
I'm
does
just saying, like, I
Utah
don't know.
remove Tomascadilla from a trade fund? So we'll say it would appear.
Alright, so it's
So what is
illegal.
that hope is based on? What is the
Illegal,
hope
not
based on?
illegal move.
How do you view a trade fund?
The other ones
Do
are just kind of
you view a
random.
trade fund?
Apparently, there's reports that they've been saying this.
All right, if it's alive,
Okay,
then
it's
you
a
know,
fully deal. There's
Utah
heading
could
towards
potentially
bankruptcy.
save it
He's
from
down
Tomascadilla.
54
Or
million.
do you view a trade fund as
Yeah,
what?
who knows?
Already
I
dead.
don't know if I trust
And if it's
basketball
already dead,
United.
then
It's a business insider
that
report,
actually
but then
sounds
there's
alive to my
AOC.
head.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? How do you view a
I just wonder if it's
non-viable
like
child? Is a non-viable child viewed as alive? And immediately again, it stops breathing until
Remember
it's
she
dead. Oh, no.
left UFC, she had a boxing match and she lost. You know,
It
due to
is
a technical
categorized
decision.
as dead.
So I'm not sure how, like, how
Listen,
well
it
she
would
was doing in the
appear
fight, but they
that
had to
this
stop
muscle
it
is
at
over
round
here.
7 because of
Private
an accident headbutt.
is this will be the
And
same
they just
muscle
countered
by
it
a
to the
baby?
last. Yeah, up until
See,
that
what
was
my
shit
love
at 12.
happens to be.
And how many
So
rounds was she
argument,
down?
argument,
I don't know how many
Mark,
actually went 6. How many did they give to Homer?
What's what you're arguing about is the halachic categorization of a trade fund. when something has a condition for which it is definitely going to die. So do we view that item as alive until it's dead, or do we view it as being dead right now?
69, 65, 69,
Amar Rabba,
64.
so that's the machlokas, ad nifligila in tumah v'tayra, lifligila in achila. It's like that's the case. It doesn't have machlokas about tumah v'tayra. Why don't you better machlokas about consumption? Right, so we'll say, right, what is that eating day, right? Halacha l'maisa, if you were to go ahead and check this animal, is it for consumption or ella, the fully on the meat? What if they rather, again, when it comes to a trade, but everyone agrees that it's dead. They say, we know this right here, because it's like,
That's them just trying to get traction.
if
That's
you
what
go
they're
ahead
going
and
to drink
kill
all of
someone
Joshua.
who is a treifa, run, that's how you
I
eat
think
that.
Hardy's
Everyone
purple,
agrees
though.
that treifa is considered to be as if it's already dead. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, Sadly, to treifa.
You're like, dude, I'm fucking filming Peaky Blinders 2 or
Treifa,
some shit. I don't
treifa,
have time for this
lav
bullshit.
hafagav
I don't need
v'nisiki.
that money.
He talks in the Torah. Yeah, we'll say, by treifa, even though halacha l'maisa, it's already
There's not much
considered
other
if it's dead. Nevertheless,
stuff, really.
the
Oh,
shkita
good, brother.
has the
Short
ability to
show,
go
short
ahead
weekend. We
and
got over an
away
hour.
from the Bela status. Hakanami Moshno.
That's
So
pretty much
we
it.
have the boss of the
All right, kids, that's it.
Rabbanon will say, Lord, I'm going to say,
2026 is
let's say Rabbanon is
beyond great for you guys. Might start out freaking hot. Maybe it was walking. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you want the show ad-free, ad-free, behind-the-scene content, go to patreon.com/TFATK. Just upload Q&A with myself on there. We got behind-the-scenes stuff on there, fun stuff, ton of stuff. Shop show, Butter Kid, ad-free, let you get extended, longer episodes, alright? Just $5 a month, that's it. Give the gift that keeps on giving. It's Patreon, patreon.com/TFATK. Alright, love you guys. Happy New Year, man. Be nice to each other. If you see me out there, say what up. Alright, that's it. I'm out.
Aye, but what would you say there with the treifa then? What about an animal that's born as a treifa? Hasam geish b'mina shchita. You will say there, that type of animal is subject to the halachos of shchita. Hacha ein b'mina shchita. It will say in this case, a baby of this type, ultimately again is not.
When it comes to MMA, you can say Khabib is the
there's
GOAT,
no possible way
John Jones is the GOAT, Conor McGregor,
again, it's still
Demetrius
trying to
Johnson,
figure out.
Anderson
You
Silva,
know we have a single problem
Amanda Nunes,
right
Fedor Emelianenko.
maybe less than 30
You
days
can
old
say all these names, but you'd be wrong.
and if the halacha l'maisa, anyone who passes the first 3 months
One of the
is
greatest, if not the
given the
greatest of
seal
all
of
time.
viability. I highly believe
This guy was my father,
I'm not
favorite
upset. If it turns
fighter.
out
I
to be
grew
alive,
up
look,
watching
it's
his
not
fights.
solid
The rise of
time.
George St. Pierre from a bullying karate kid to the unquestionable MMA GOAT is nothing short of spectacular. So, how would you everyone who ever faced him just one of a handful of people who started approaching the sport in a truly professional fashion. When I do something in life, I go 110%. I win, I win big, I lose, I lose big. I have an underdog all my life, but I work hard to be where I'm at. But he's had no shortage of criticisms. Finishing wise, people say that you're kind of boring, not as good as people think. You can't go, providing the drama in a fight show. And had an abundance of controversies.
I'm not saying GSP agrees. I'm just saying he was slick. And everything else has been called. They pointed out I me with some kind of weird ass down blown away.
George St. Pierre won that fight. This is the entire career and legacy of George St. Pierre.
Everything I've
done in my life to get me closer to my goal. I want to be known as the best fighter, and I wanted to become UFC world champion. To become the best fighter, that was my goal. People think my goal was to be champion. It's not my goal. And I'm just here to answer one question.
A lot of people, including myself, consider me the greatest of all time. Do you agree?
How can a guy who loses like this call himself the GOAT? That's GSP getting knocked out by a fighter with a 9-4 record. That's not the kind of thing you'd expect from someone in the running for the greatest of all time.
That knocked out is the most humiliating
that is
day
born
of my career.
But I want to lay it all out on the table that there was a lot of failure in
what
this story.
is that?
Many times.
before I learn how to win. And at a surface level, you might dismiss it for his failures compared to names like John Jones and Khabib, I've always believed is three greatest mixed martial artists I've ever seen in my life. George St. Pierre and Khabib never get over John Jones. But if you want to understand how that loss makes him the GOAT, we have to go like way
pretty
back.
clear, right? Pretty clear that I lost some of myself. You know, telling me that I'm pretty
Oops,
and
not that far.
today face, so obviously we are one of this
But you gotta feel bad for this guy. He's wrestling a young George St. Pierre. He had no chance, even as young as George is here. And as impressive as GSP's wrestling was by the time he was 19, it wasn't his first martial art. Because before I started wrestling, I was security guard, and I just trained myself very well to wrestling. People were like, no way, karate, no. This karate that helped me to cut the distance and protect the people down. I started when I was very young. And it saved my life, because I started when I was in school. Unlike George's contemporaries who started martial arts for sport or for money, GSP even karate to stop police from stealing his clothes and lunch money. That's one of the reasons why I started martial arts, because of a self-defense, and I was bullied when I was young. At the time, I saw it as a
not a
very
fully,
negative
not a fully
experience,
formed
and it
fetus.
was.
So they're
But I
figuring to have
realized
to get over the hump.
that the
Once the
fact
animal
that I
reaches 8 days,
was
that
bullied when I
shows
was
fire.
young
Once the baby reaches
helped me
8 to 30
later on
days,
in
that
my
shows
life
fire.
facing
So
the
the
mental
commercials over
warfare
here,
that I have to face
could
in mixed
very
martial
well
arts,
be
because it's a
that
very
the film
egotistic
would
sport. I
say
remember
that
when
if
I was a
you
kid, I
know
was
for
looking at
sure
myself in the mirror,
that the
and
ego, let's
I
say for
didn't like
example,
myself. I didn't like what
had
I
its
saw
full
in myself,
gestational
because I wanted to change my environment.
possible, not possible,
And
it's
martial
not
art taught me
that's
that
not what
if you want to change your environment, you want to change yourself, you need to love yourself first. Despite becoming a second dad like Bill by age 12, loving himself wasn't going to be easy, because to everyone around him, GSP was just dreaming too big. Like, I was a very young kid. I was like maybe 12 years old. Like, the teacher was asking everybody in the class, what do you want to do when you get older? And some were like, oh, I want to be an engineer, a doctor, or whatever. And then when they came to me, everything didn't know what I wanted to do. And I said I wanted to be a WWE wrestler. Because I was a fan of Hulk Hogan. Because MMA did not exist at the time when I was that young, and everybody started laughing. Like, they were all laughing. I'm from a little country place, and 5,000 people live there, and people used to tell me all my life, oh, you will never be a fighter, you're not tough enough, you're not strong enough. And I saw the first UFC, when Royce Gracie won the first UFC, that's when I knew, like, I was like, that's what I want to do. Like, I see myself in this. GSP made his pro MMA debut at 20 years old. I thought that TKO used to be UCC. Yeah, I watched your first fight. I watched TKO organization. I had like 5 or 6 fights in UCC before I'm from my country. It was illegal in Canada. I remember every fight I didn't make much money. My first fight I made $1,300 because my opponent did not make weight, so I gained 30% of his purse. It was like bad. I missed the pounds weight. Enjoyed motivating. I pulled my butt. He get in my car. He started punching. George finished Ivan Ranchmore in the first round, which earned him a title shot for what would become the TKO Canadian Welterweight Championship. After me, winning the belt against ran into a felony. His name was George. I remember George being able to take down that axis. He sat me on my ass, and I actually remember like saying it loud and clear, like, there's 9 million views on YouTube, and I'm using my hands as a basketball. He finished this fight even sooner, and this time with a submission instead of strikes. Everyone's like, oh, you'll get him next time. Like, no, man. I fight that guy 100 times. He's going to beat me up 100 times. This young welterweight champion was quickly developing a well-rounded skill. GSP rounded out 2002 with another first round finish and his first taste at a title defense.
And ultimately,
Just in
again,
case it isn't clear, GSP was a dominant and defending champion in his first year as a pro fighter. Many other GOAT candidates didn't win a non-tournament MMA title prior to the UFC, and those that did
what happens
never
if
defended
something
those
happens
titles.
to the
George
baby?
St-Pierre, the UCC Canadian
Or they
welterweight
decide
champion.
within 30
Tonight,
days.
that's my first
So let's say it's not
international
like the
bout.
baby
In
just died.
2003,
That's when the baby
GSP
falls off
had
the
2
roof.
more fights
Or
as
the baby is
champion.
eaten by a large.
He brutally
Let's
finished
say
Thomas
every
Denny
one
in
of
the
these
second round,
that
and
type
at
of
the end of the
situation.
year, he had his toughest test.
There was a
Either
guy,
the
his
baby
name was
is
Chris
just
Pratt.
30 days.
Everybody knows he's one of the best strikers in the welterweight division.
Chris Pratt beat Robbie Lawler,
Inherent
BJ Miller, champion of the
What does
UFC,
it have to
and
do
my
with?
manager
It
at
has
the
to do
time
with
brought
ultimately
Chris
again
Pratt
some
to
external
fight me
factors.
in TKO,
So
and
everyone
Chris
will
Pratt
agree
didn't
that
know
if you have
what
a
was
situation of a
nobody at the
baby
time,
that died within
and
30
he
days,
probably thought
but
that he was
nothing
coming
to do with the
because I got
baby's
easy
health.
paycheck.
So you with
I
external
beat Chris Pratt.
circumstances,
I
that
beat
baby
him with
is
a
considered
really
to be
good job.
alive. They will say, we're going to
That
see the
was
ramifications of
my
that.
ticket for the
The
UFC.
man says,
Not only was that an impressive choke over a veteran, but it also had an uncanny resemblance to a recent finish by his soon-to-be rival.
I did my technique like Matthews against Frank Triggs. I call that my
very
technique.
physical
Chris Pratt was
vitality.
scheduled to fight Conor Ferguson in the upcoming
So what do
UFC.
you
Is that a
do
fight that
with
you
a
want? Would you be happy to go into the
circumstance
UFC and take on Conor Ferguson?
Mark Summer,
My dream is to go fight in UFC, you know.
GSP
one of
finished
them says
every
the
man
baby's
across from
considered
him
to be
before
alive.
entering the
And one
UFC,
said the
and
baby's
although you
considered
might
to
say
be
these
dead.
weren't tough competitors, Pete
But
Spratt
exhibited
is
some
no
level of
slouch,
physical
and GSP
vitality,
didn't
but very
have
weak
many options.
vitality.
Up in
I
Canada,
don't
it was
know,
just
so
like
one
their
of them said
TKO
maybe
usage, right?
living, the other one
Yeah, it was
said,
pretty much
yeah, am I not
The
doing
TKO,
enough?
but more than that,
Oh,
finishing your
look,
opponents on the regional scene
let's say
is
it's how
kind of
important
what
enough.
you expect from a
Let's say
future
again, a
GOAT.
woman's
However,
work
out of the
with
greats, only GSP and John Jones can say they finished every man they
and then what
faced
happened? The
prior to
baby
the
died
UFC.
shortly
God
after within 30
damn it,
days.
I was gonna
After
show you
only
GSP's
giving
first
the
interview
yawn,
as a
the baby
UFC fighter next,
Then
but that
the
video's
mother,
not
enough
available in
of
our
it.
region.
So
But
that
don't worry,
again,
I've
this
got
macro,
NordVPN.
this
I'm sure you've heard the internet is a very dangerous place. I mean, you can be searching for something very personal, and everyone can see what you're doing. Hey, I got a text from GSP. Oh my god, I search for a lot of things to make these videos, but NordVPN keeps me safe across the internet with a single click. Because they don't track what I do online and protect my traffic with robust encryption. Remember, HerbDeeds is to protect yourself at all times, but follow my instructions and go to NordVPN.com/Lionel in the description to get a 2-year plan plus 4 months free. And with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose by trying NordVPN. That's a fantastic deal. But calling NordVPN just a VPN is like calling GSP just some French Canadian who likes to beat a mother and half naked. They're both more than just that. NordVPN's threat protection shields you from malware, trackers, and ads. Data breach scanner notifies you if your sensitive information has been exposed. And my favorite feature is that it allows me to access content that may not be available in my region with a single click. Get all these benefits and more with my exclusive link in the description at NordVPN.com/Lionel. That's NordVPN.com/Lionel for a 2-year plan plus 4 months free. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video and allowing us to see GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Georges Saint-Pierre. Je viens de Montréal, au Canada. J'ai 22 ans. Et puis, je fais faire mes débuts au UFC. Exactement 2 jours. Et je suis très excité de se faire donner un bon spectacle à mes fans. Ce que je vais faire normalement, mon plan c'est d'être par-dessus au sol, ou soit de garder le combat debout. What a great debut! Congratulations, Georges! Representing was a tough UFC debut. It was GSP's first pro decision, and he narrowly escaped 2 close submissions, but otherwise dominated a great fighter. However, his next fight played out much differently.
Because again, it didn't die because of lack of a very fight.
Just want to keep fighting in the UFC, go
So
step
he's
by
right
step.
there. Yes, here you have an animal that was slaughtered on a fish after the slaughter. So the animal died before it did. Because this animal was so the man said, why wouldn't such an animal be killed? Yes, he's got that. If you think of it,
He was very
well,
driven to become
the
champion,
says,
but he was also very self-aware of his
says,
abilities. You know, just like when he trained, I know I'm not the best one to
electricity so ultimately again, another watching
GSP knew he wasn't the best, which
they are
wasn't
called
the problem. The problem was that he over-idolized the best fighter.
De tous les temps, Yves Bournier avait hâte d'après moi, je travaillais avec Matthews. Matthews is one of the men in the sport.
Matthews was the unstoppable welterweight champion, so it's understandable that Joshua would be involved. But when you're only 3 UFC fights deep, you have to face your idol. Your mind becomes an obstacle.
I was fighting my idol at the time. It was my third fight in the UFC. And I was fighting this legend. And I was fighting this monument, this, oh my God, I didn't sleep for a week, man. Even in this third round, I couldn't even look at him like this. Pressure was, it was the first fight I had the pressure like this. I didn't see myself beating him. The first time I was like, wow, this is the strongest guy in the sport. I can overpower with him. The performance worked well, but just at the end of the round, maybe the last second of the round, I did the beginner mistakes. I never did that type of mistake. I fight as a spectator during the last second of the round. He cut me with an armbar. And it's after the fight when I watched the fight, I sat down and I watched the fight. I realized I was like, man, I could have beat him. I think the fight would continue. I think I would win because I was not tired at all. He didn't hurt me, and I felt I was not impressed by his strength. I knew I was going to lose. The confidence was not there. The skill is not the confidence. And that told me something. I should never put nobody on a pedestal. Everybody is a human being. We're all the same. So what's that for you?
You never know. There's that the day before he went to Irish Studios,
I don't know who's next. I thought that that's what the way fighter in the sport, and I think this would be a positive
here you have
experience.
the son of the going in and saying, should have been the guy that first day.
GSP was just 23 years old when he was thrown at a legendary champion in just his third UFC fight. Comparatively great fighters like John Jones, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and Alexander Volkanovski didn't fight for the belt until at least their eighth UFC bout. GSP was just far too green. Had he taken a safer route to the belt with more tune-up fights, he may have never suffered this loss. But it didn't matter. He had the right mindset. He just had to find another path back to Matt Hughes.
I'm very proud to come back in Montreal, fight in front of my fans.
Just 3 months after that loss, GSP defended his TKO Canadian Welterweight Championship for the last time. The first round Kimura finish just reinforced that GSP was better than pretty much everybody, and soon after, he signed an exclusive contract with the UFC. Jason Miller on top of him, and Jason Miller is on the bottom, and we're near the fence. I think we're after an actual elbow, real big elbows. Screaming at me, F you, Frenchie, go back in your country, Frenchie, and then again, F you, and then boom, boom.
George St. Pierre, congratulations. Now, you just told me you were sick coming in this fight. You can't even breathe out of your nose. Is that true?
I don't want to give an excuse.
You can't excuse. You just dominated. There's no excuse.
Fighting is my life. That's what I love to do in my life. And I hope I'm going to do it for a long time.
That was a dominant win, but it was expected. Jason wasn't the caliber of fighter that George was, but George's next opponent would be Frank Trigg, a terrifying opponent who challenged for the UFC title twice already and almost submitted Matt Hughes. The question is, was George's mind strong enough to face another legend?
Do you get scared going into the fight? Of course I'm scared. I'm not scared of my opponent. I'm scared to not perform like I'm supposed to. I was afraid in the fight, but it does not matter. Because as much as I'm afraid, I'm not by no means a perfect man, by no means. But one thing that I'm not a coward. No matter who I'm fighting, I'm gonna go out there and I don't care about how I feel because it's subjectivity. I only care about the objective. What I need to do in order to take out of your comfort zone. Me, myself, how I feel, if I'm sick or not, what the other people think, that does not exist. The only thing that exists and matters is the objectivity. The things that you need to do to succeed. These need to be done at all costs.
George Pietro is the most dominating performance we've seen from him in the octagon against one of your toughest opponents. I mean, are you just getting this much better? The short answer was yes, he was getting that much better. But according to George's very first opponent, he didn't fully make the turn into the man we know today until his next fight on George.
Someone even think about it. So he's coming to
John Sherk could not withstand an
no,
assault.
no, no.
Elbow to
And
face
it's
by George St. Pierre, who is the winner in this welterweight bout.
GSP completely destroyed a legend. A man would eventually become the second UFC lightweight champion. So you know what was on GSP's mind.
Am I gonna go on my knees like that and ask the UFC management to give me a world title shot? Please, I want the belt so bad. Give it to me.
Didn't get a title shot as a result of that plea. He had to fight BJ Penn.
Toughest fight that I had was my first fight with BJ Penn. The most skilled martial artist that I ever fought. He was like the perfect fighter. For the uninitiated, BJ Penn is one of the greatest fighters ever. He was a former welterweight champion and future lightweight champion.
Catch me with that. I think I jammed right in the eyes. I saw him in the boat and tried to run away the first time because I tried just to survive the fight with him. I saw BJ Penn in front of me.
Was good everywhere. He had very little weaknesses. If you talk to me before every fight, in 30 seconds, give you my all. My first fight with BJ Penn, I'm gonna keep it standing, keep them right from the outside, not because I'm faster than him. I found out that I was not faster than him. His reaction time was better than mine. So I got beat up the first round. I got the bloody nose and everything. I had a terrible first round, so I had to switch gear. My plan B was now I'm gonna wrestle, make it tired and try to pull it down. That's how I beat him, because I switched gear. BJ was a massive deal, even if it was a split decision. It proved that GSP could be champion, so now it was time for GSP to get up close and personal with his idol.
I'm very glad you won that fight, man. But I'm not impressed by your performance. And I look forward to fighting you in the near future.
That was probably the most polite call-out ever. Before we get to the rematch, we have to talk about the Ultimate Fighter. The fourth season of the Ultimate Fighter gave unsuccessful UFC welterweights the chance at a title shot. What made it interesting is that GSP was one of the coaches, and everyone knew that GSP was going to fight for the belt before the winner of the reality show competition. So the people George was training knew that they were either going to fight Matt Hughes or possibly GSP at the end of their season. And you can imagine how awkward it was when Matt Hughes showed up during the show. Despite avoiding him, Matt Hughes was insistently annoyed that GSP had a sushi dinner, bringing up armor defense and just asserting dominance. But in the background, the season's prime underdog Matt Serra won all his matches to win the Ultimate Fighter and guaranteed a future welterweight title shot. The only two questions now were, would Matt Serra fight GSP or Matt Hughes, and would GSP finally overcome the pressure of fighting his idol? Very fascinating things I like to do is drive my car around, they drive and I see an old lady with her grocery store bag. I'm thinking, she doesn't care if I win the fight Saturday or not. She's not even gonna hear about it.
And versatile with the striking.
Oh, it's another guy yelling to another guy. Oh, this guy is going to the bank to pay his mortgage. They don't care. They don't care. The effect that I have on the universe is so freaking small. Nobody cares. I'm the only one putting the pressure on me. Nobody gives a damn about it. So that's why they helped me to perform now. His idol, I beat him in dominant fashion to become champion. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But trust me, you're gonna want to save those tears. I was fighting a veteran, not Sarah at the time. Really, nobody really gave a chance to beat me because all the odds was against him. You know, I remember it was the odds in Vegas were crazy.
Remember Matt Serra, the guy who won the Ultimate Fighter and was guaranteed a title shot? Well, now a very confident George St. Pierre had to fight a man who probably had no business being in there with him.
So when I became champion, I beat Matt Hughes. I was on a high. Now I was the opposite. I had too much confidence. I had a lot of people telling me, "Oh, I was a new kid on the block, you know, like I was very young. I was like, I just beat the legend Matt Hughes, and everybody was telling me how good I am, and I started to believe it. Unfortunately, I respected Matt Serra, but I felt like I was not scared enough. I get into the fight, I was kind of stiff. How often did you doubt yourself when you were in every fight? Matt Serra is the only fight that I stepped well. I quite love when people say, you know, Joe was afraid, so he was making that's a very, very shallow.
Like the Arctic Bird, that's the by Mila that he owns.
Just like I felt like it was stiff. My hand, I didn't let my buddy go.
The Eric, yeah.
Therefore, when it comes to when I get hit by Matt Serra the first punch, I got punched by a big punch that I never saw coming, and I got dizzy. That's what he was afraid of. He was afraid of public. I got wobbled, and I got so angry. I was like, because back in the day, it was like 5 to 1, 10 to 1, the odds. I can't believe I got wobbled by a guy like this. So I heard you watching. He pointed there. You heard manager distance, keep your distance. Manager line it up. And that's what we did. First time I ever happened in my life. So I wanted to give it back to him as fast as I can. But that's already hit very hard. I made the mistake to try to get back into the fight right away. And I tried to jump back into a war with him, into a slugfest with him. Wow, I was wobbled. So I got punched. Now I'm fucking like my worst nightmare. So am I gonna go up on my shield like this? Or I'm tapping out like a coward? I knew that it was finished for me because I didn't know where I was. So I turned on the side and I tapped strike. And I got blade because he said, oh, he's a quitter. Strike. He's a quitter. So people don't start doubting. He's saying, oh, he's not as good as people think. And he's a quitter. That was the big top. I was in great shape. My training was great. Congratulations to Matt Serra. You know, the very disappointed George St. Pierre after losing your belt, your first title defense. Was that like, that had to be like the most devastating loss of your career? It was, but I learned something valuable out of it. I just lost the title. I lost. And I used that. I to fight with Matt Serra to me that I should never nobody thought how good people think you are. There was that one mistake to lose everything. I was excused right away. I lost. And thank you. And wanted to say thanks to my fans. And
stick with me, and
A woman cannot, and then there's
GSP's
also
title
once
reign
again,
died almost as
you just
quickly
have
as
to
it
hold
began,
that
murdered
is
by his
not
own
a gun
ego,
her.
and perhaps
So
the
listen,
greatest
so now
upset
I have to
in
answer
history.
something obvious.
Most people would
My
not be
Erickson
able to
androgynous is
recover
not a
from such a
government. Like
humiliating
the
failure.
androgynous is not a
George St.
government. So
Pierre
why is
is
he
not
like
most
this?
people, and
It's
there's still
nice
a lot
you
more
love
story
the
for you to
sick
see. And by the way,
emo
everybody out there that wants the rematch, no, Mazzaro, we're going to get to that rematch. But to truly appreciate GSP's determination to win, you have to understand the people he surrounded himself with. By this point in his career, GSP had pretty much assembled the Avengers of cornermen and trainers. He had kickboxing champion Phil Nurse, great striking, but even more notably, he had four other legendary coaches. Together, great camp battle, man. You got so many different great guys. John Docker, one of the most underrated or underappreciated jiu-jitsu coaches in MMA in the world, really. That guy's a bad motherfucker. John Danaher is highly regarded as one of, if not the greatest fly submission grappling. And George needs to try this.
Pick up in here for
He would jump on it with us from Montreal to New York. That's a long bus ride. He would come down on Friday afternoon when he finished as a garbage man, stay for the weekend, and then late on Sunday night, he would jump on a bus all the way back to Montreal and work as a garbage man. That's an extraordinary commitment. Man, I've always said George is the coach who taught me what I taught him. Not only does he have dagger to improve his jiu-jitsu, he has Frank Jackson in his corner, the man who led Holly Holm, Rashawn Evans, and of course John Jones to UT World titles. But George's team accolades don't stop there. Every day I fight time, I go to Freddie Roach to work on my boxing. George trained under Freddie Roach, the man who trained Manny Pacquiao, James Toney, and other boxers, becoming one of the best boxing trainers ever. And last but certainly not least, we have Firas Zahabi. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever talked to. Firas is a genius, a legitimate genius. Knows everything about MMA. Firas Zahabi is one of the greatest minds in mixed martial arts and was GSP's main MMA coach for the majority of his career. And some might call his methods a little mad. And Firas, some of the guys Firas went to tell them, like he whispered to them, say, if you knocked out George in sparring, I'll give you money, or things like that. Yeah, man, this is like, he's crazy. Firas is crazy. Firas is my worst enemy in training. George was like, he was on your show, he was saying, I'll try to kill him in the practice room. Now, it's true, he's right. I'll give a speech. The first guy to double leg him, the first guy to put him out at $5,000 reward, I think knocked him out. If you knock George out, you $5,000. As crazy as that sounds, can't deny the results. And he genuinely believed that these were the right guys to have beside him. Firas and John, for me, are the most competent people that I can have to help me win to fight someone, because really only trainers that are jerks. And I would say the same thing about Freddie Roach. A group of trainers like this was not only essential for GSP's skill building, but he needed them to mentally prepare to dominate this division. So my enemy before the fight, I stay away from a lot of the people that I love, that are my circle of friends, and bring back closer the people that like Firas, John, and the fighters guys. When you go into war, bring your wife, your kid, your family, you bring the people that you go into war with. This mentally impregnable GSP was now on a war path to his belt. And unfortunately for Josh Koscheck, he just happened to be in the way. I think I'm better at every single aspect of the game. I'm very prepared for this fight. I think people underestimate how my skill is. How prepared you are. He really grabbed Koscheck in a way that Koscheck wasn't expecting it, and that threw him out of his game. Thinking about what he's going to do to me or me, but what I'm going to do. He out-wrestled the wrestler. Josh Koscheck, being a phenomenal wrestler, just got completely thrown out of his game and found himself on his back for the majority of the match with George St. Pierre just delivering a beating. So, with this win over Koscheck, we've been pretty much guaranteed a welterweight title shot. It's going to mean a lot to you to get a chance to get your belt back. Absolutely. As someone who watched all of GSP's fights to make this video, the Koscheck fight felt like his turning point, which couldn't have come at a better time because Matt Hughes was challenging Matt Serra for the welterweight title just a few months later. However, Matt Serra got injured, so George St. Pierre sees the perfect opportunity to not only compete for the inter-welterweight title, but to also settle his trilogy with his idol.
I'm fighting for the title. I'm very glad. I want to get back to what I've lost. Well, I'm very excited for Saturday night and the championship 5-round against Matt Hughes. I made a mistake last night. I learned a lot from it. That last one's probably the best thing ever happened to me. I came back stronger than ever. Yeah, now I want to bring back the title in Canada. George sounds right. And also, I cannot promise them that I will win. What I can promise to my fans is that they will see the best George St. Pierre, the most well-prepared George St. Pierre I can be. Here goes. St. Pierre, you up next. Are you ready? I'm like, yes. 1 minute, sir. Go in the bathroom, but it's I'm going to go look at myself in the mirror, and that's why I know before the fight. I'm telling myself all the reasons why I think I will win the fight. Trying to convince myself like a kid, like I'm the greatest, I'm the strongest. As long as I believe it, it will transform the way I see myself and will make me more confident. I'm beautiful, I'm strong, I'm dead. Train harder than him, I put more time than he did. Faster, stronger, I'm gonna win. I have better trainers, I have better training partners. I threw in all these killers training camp to try to test me, and I got shown like a champion. These young guys, they lose, but I'm gonna show them what the way to do it. So when I get out of the back, I'm not the same person that I was when I got in. It's showtime.
Well, that's why I'm going to take off this belt, because for me, yes, it's a good connection, but doesn't mean nothing to me. Thanks to the UFC to give me that. It's a good honor. But the real champion is Matt Serra, and until I don't get my belt back, I'm not going to consider myself champion.
Imagine having such a fierce mindset that you can demolish the man who gave you your first loss for a second time, earn another belt, and only focus on the other loss you haven't finished. Look, I've never lost a world title in front of millions of people, and you probably haven't either. We can all resonate with not only the fear of humiliation, but the draining weight of when you are humiliated.
I was terrified before every fight, and there's a lot of people watching you. I was not so much afraid of getting hurt, even though I knew it was a possibility. I was afraid to be humiliated. I knew as a sports psychologist, and he says to me, you're not focusing on the right thing. You're focusing always on what happened in the past. Remember the past, you need to live in the present moment. And I don't like that feeling. It makes you very uncomfortable. It's very, very stressful. So it made me give me a break. It made me go and name Sarah. That's Sarah.
I was carrying all the bricks at this brick. The name of that brick was Matt Serra.
I carry that brick every day, every training.
Carrying a lot of bricks on myself, and when you carry a brick, only one day it's not heavy, but if you carry the same brick, like every single day, then it's become heavy. After a while. And I think it's one of these, I realized through time that every fight is bigger than the last one, so you're more afraid. Every fight is bigger and you got more to lose. And carry it until the time I got tired of carrying it. You know what? I should not be afraid to say that I'm afraid. There is no courage without fear. Took the brick, I went there to set on a river. I know it sounds crazy. And I threw it in the river, and I flew in the river. It's my cheers, George St. Pierre. He's the oldest feeling. Thanks to Matt Serra. He took that fight, invited them, in Quebec and Canada, good job.
You redeem yourself at the defeat, Matt Serra. Was that the greatest moment of your career thus far?
Yeah, the greatest moment of my life so far. It was amazing. A dream come true.
George St. Pierre relieved himself of unfathomable humiliation by detaching his ego and fighting like the champion he was always destined to become. However, this would hardly be his greatest adversity to overcome inside or outside of the cage. And as much as it meant to avenge his second loss, it seemed that GSP was even more determined to prove to himself that he could
finally earned that first title defense.
The opportunity to succeed where I fell last time in my first title defense, and I don't want to do the same mistake as last time.
James beat Walter John Fitch, a man on a 16-fight win streak, and that meant quite a lot. But as you recall, GSP doesn't like blemishes on his record, and there was a certain legend he did beat, but it was via split decision.
Ready to fight, everybody? Everybody with that sort of shot? I'm reaching back alive.
BJ was the former welterweight champion and current lightweight champion, but BJ wanted to challenge GSP to become the first simultaneous two-division champion in UFC history. He was a belt. He was still got a belt that the one division. Much of this is a revenge fight that you say, you know what, I gotta prove the fact that, you know what, I won that first fight, I want some revenge.
If you're lucky, if you're lifetime, you get to see 3 or 4 of these types of fights.
Please said some bad things about me and about the people that I like. Things that he has said nice about me.
BJ says we're going to fight to the death. I'm really going to be trying to kill you on Saturday night. And for some reason, I believe that.
I really admire BJ. I got a lot of respect for him. But I want to be known as the best fighter in the world.
Both champions, both going into a fight against each other.
Again, I said, this is one of those fights we're going to make history.
At the time, every MMA fan couldn't help but wonder, what was GSP going to do differently to put a stamp on this feud?
Let's say we're equal. We're the same person. What can I make the difference between me winning against you or you winning against me? It's not technical. I will know where I can take you out of your comfort zone and I can bring the fight where I'm the strongest. I program like a computer how I want to react against that specific problem. I bring a lot of speed, I bring good reflexes, I'm going to counter, give everything, fight with my heart. When I fought Japan, I knew that Japan had the best reaction time of all fighter we have seen in UFC. I knew that Japan had a very fast reaction time and had a very poor reset time. Japan was so fast, it's like more like a sprinter. So when I did the second fight, when I fought Japan, I made him I knew I broke everything after the end of the first round. So all that react time and use of flip was not used properly to avoid the punches. Were you surprised that he was as long as he did because you were put up pretty bad weapon on him? And not only he's a very tough guy, he got overwhelmed and he got tired very, very fast. So that's how I beat him. I was not fighting for this, for the belt. I already got it. You know, I was fighting for the name. I was fighting BJ. Last time I fought him, I wanted a decision. This time I really wanted to take him out. And I'm glad that I did it. Even though a lot of stuff thing has been said, I have a lot of respect for him.
Whatever respect GSP had for BJ would dissipate rapidly because the aftermath of this fight drew a ton of controversy.
Did have some controversy in the BJ Penn fight. He dominated
The situation with BJ Penn and GSP with the Vaseline incident in GSP's corner.
Everything else has been called Jordan.
I'm not saying GSP raced. I'm just saying he was slow. GSP's corner appeared to run fast on his back in between rounds, which BJ argued was an intentional tactic to give GSP an advantage in the grappling exchanges.
I didn't know what happened because I wasn't in the fight, so when you're in a fight, you don't realize what happened.
I've heard some of the blogs. Why did George have to resort to using extra Vaseline? He was dominating the fight. He was going to win the fight anyway.
You know, the trainer was a very good trainer with a lot of experience, and even some of that residue on there was a great trick. That's probably where many other times before. Trust me, he's not the first one to do it.
I still, I still want my fair fight, and I didn't get my fair fight. I want my fair shot. I felt bad. I think
Japan tried to discredit me for my win.
They
So
they
number two is he's an inexperienced corner man that reapplied Vaseline on the fighter. Didn't realize that he still had Vaseline on his hands. So you make your own judgment on that.
There was an official hearing with the Athletic Commission, but ultimately GSP was not found to be a cheater, and GSP doubled down by trolling BJ Penn.
again, I'm a little pressure more falling apart.
We're gonna go ahead
I've
and
been
look at
cheated
those, and therefore as a
in a
result,
way
so
that
again, we
people
can try
think
to move it. If we go down and we get exact details, and really what you said, so we're at 27, and similar what you said, I think the number is 303.
on his way to the octagon. And at that precise moment, BJ Penn lost all his strength. And all his focus, and that fight was mine.
And that's the mistake.
So if I
And that was the
cheat, yes,
case
that was
where
the
you
best
ask
fight.
them exactly what kind of
Man,
and you're
took
going
his
to you know what?
That would hardly be the last or the funniest time GSP trolled this brand of controversy.
And
Now look,
so
I'm
we
gonna be
said,
honest with you,
maybe
this video
somewhere
took
in
me
the
a lot
third
of
hour.
work. We're not
And
at the
now
most
we're
interesting
going
part yet, and I'm not at 100K subs. So if you can subscribe and share this video with someone who enjoys, I'd greatly
If it
appreciate
were
it.
to be
Now, back
exact,
to GSP.
and the time
GSP's
goes
next
right
title
up,
defense
we
was
were
against
going to
Thiago
use this out.
Morales, a
But now,
terrifying
on
knockout
this
artist.
precise,
But spoiler
we're going
alert,
to
he dominated
reach
him
a
at
level
UFC
of
100 in his
precision
third top
into
defense.
this
The reason I'm
precise
breezing through
statement.
this fight is
Based
because
on
the most
that,
interesting part actually happened to the corner going into the last round.
I was on the bottom.
Notice that.
My guard in the third round, Thiago
We
push
talked
my
about
and I hear my
it.
going, my abductor snap. And I heard the noise like some people are gonna see that on TV, they're gonna laugh because I come back in the corner and I told my trainer, I said I pulled my abductor and my trainer is very nice and he said to me, he said, I don't care, George, hey, look at me, this is where champions are made. Understand me? Hit him with your groin. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess I have to go back and finish that fight.
That's the funniest corner advice in UFC history. But this savage mindset was necessary for a world champion like GSP, especially when things don't go well leading up to a fight. One night he got dropped in practice, and I wanted to stop. I wanted to unplug. It was for a world title fight. He was fighting that hard.
Go ahead.
2 weeks before his fight, I was sure he was concussed. I said, Jordan, I'm pulling the round. He said to me, Coach, let me finish the round. Okay, let me finish the next round. And I felt that if I pulled him, I would have killed his confidence. So I said, okay, you can do the next round. And I told the other guy he was sparring with, don't let a single blow go elsewhere. Not a single blow. Just take a moment. And George went in the next round, not knowing, and the other guy's not allowed to hit him at all. And he just crushes the guy, right? He's just like, and I was really, really grateful for that. The other guy was a pro. I was very, very grateful that he took the beating. Then we asked him to. George after was like, man, I know, what bad round 4, round 5 was amazing. I was on fire. I was like, for not killing GSP's confidence. It definitely influenced his performance. I mean, even though he was hurt, he dominated the entire fight and went for the finish multiple times. But this is when fans started to turn on GSP.
Well, I can tell you this, the fans were not happy with tonight's fight. My Twitter was blowing up with a lot of negative stuff.
I want to be the best of the best. So I have to win. And win is not satisfying for me. I want to win and win in a spectacular fashion. I want to beat my performance of last time. So I wanted to finish, have a clean win.
Are you impressed with what he did out there?
Hey, listen, every fight you have isn't going to be the most exciting fight in the world. It was a dominant performance. He wanted to do better. I obviously wanted better. He sits up here and he's just so classy, and he sits there and admits that he wishes he did better. People just love him.
It sucks to be GSP at this point because once again in his extra time defenses, he shut out Josh Koscheck for a second time, and then he defeated Jake Shields, the former Shuto Elite XC and Strikeforce champion. GSP was clearly better than his opposition, but getting finishes was proving difficult.
Are you satisfied with your No, I wanted to finish knockout over a submission, and he's very tough. I know I'm going to be a lot of criticized again. Oh, you can finish the fight.
I heard from some fans and people talking already. He's not going for the finish. He doesn't seem to have that killer instinct. Would you agree with that?
Nobody said anything negative about the fight whatsoever to me.
I'm not fighting tomato can here. I'm fighting the best guy in the world.
When you're at the level he's at, you're going to continue to fight the best guys in the world, and George St. Pierre keeps winning, and I know George is going to be the know, the one that catches all the stuff that he didn't finish another fight with. George is fighting the absolute best guys in the world.
So GSP was getting criticized for not finishing top 10 contenders and was also accused of ducking a highly anticipated super fight.
There's been a lot of talk at one point in time of you guys getting together, you and Anderson Silva meeting maybe in a catchweight.
It's starting to almost be a time where maybe we can see that dream fight between him and GSP and
George St. Pierre versus Anderson Silva. George St. Pierre and Anderson Silva.
Would you like that chance to take on Anderson Silva to have that sort of start rollers? That's a good question. But yes,
If he could cut down to 170, then I would look at a GSP fight. I would do it. Both guys would absolutely take that fight.
everybody wanted to see GSP take on the dominant heavyweight champion Anderson Silva, but it wasn't GSP's fault. This fight never materialized.
yeah, like back in the day, me and Anderson Silva, it's all up there. Why did that happen? There's stuff that people don't know.
You have always ruled out the fight against Anderson Silva, George versus Anderson at any weight.
The one thing about this fight, I keep saying this, people just don't seem to get it. It's fantasy. This fight's a fantasy fight. Other things have to happen before this fight can even be talked about. I don't like the idea of GSP moving out. Now, I've never once talked to Anderson like George St. Pierre. I've never said, hey, let's set up a fight. Let's do this. I've never said it.
So, okay, fight Anderson Silva in a catchweight. You go without a little bit, and I go up a little bit. And also, I want to test for a drug test. And at that time, it was before USA, the UFC didn't want that. They didn't want starting in drug. That's the UFC that never wanted to do it. So this fight, I think I will blame the UFC. So by now he's seen as a dominant champion whose fights were far too boring and predictable. But his next fight would be anything but toughest fight in terms of damage that I get the most hurt. It's my fight with Carlos Condit. GSP was facing the natural born killer Carlos Condit, the former WEC welterweight champion, and now interim UFC welterweight champion.
You know, I think that I have a skill set that matches up with George. I have something to prove to myself. I want to prove to myself that I'm still the best guy in the world, and I believe the best guy right now is Carlos. So it's up to me to come and prove that I'm better than the weaknesses of Carlos' game. So I'm gonna focus on myself, on where I'm strong, and what I'm gonna do to him instead of thinking of what he's gonna do to me. He's got a very good jiu-jitsu. He's not only good with his hands, standing up, knees, elbows, kicks.
What makes this fight special isn't just the danger Carlos posed, because after the first 2 rounds, GSP was winning. What makes this fight special is how GSP handled round 3. I got kicked in the head. He damaged my temple artery. By the way, it was a hard kick, man. So she's in big trouble. When I'm in my bed and I see Carlos Condit coming to me, and I'm like, I've seen this before.
That's the hardest choice in here. Against his best many years ago.
And that scenario that happened with Matsera is playing in my mind. And I know now that if I try to slip it up right away to get back in the fight because of my ego, to show him that I'm not hurt, I get knocked out. Instead of telling, no, I need to give it back to him, I follow the round, I say, you know what, yes, I got caught. I lean back, I use the guard, the shield, I read the punches. It's time to read defense, catch up your breath, catch up your senses, and I'm able to survive it. Now I know that it's the loss of Matsera and the experience that I gained from it that made me survive that kick to the head. Matsera, by beating me, healed me, become a better martial artist.
UFC history.
I give everything I had. I have no regret. I fought the best I could.
Credit to Carlos, he gave me my toughest fight.
I was getting hit. It was painful, but I had a lot of fun, and I love my job. And thanks to everyone for the support.
GSP overcoming Carlos Condit is a testament to his greatness and learning from a major loss of his career. If GSP never lost to Matsera, he might have cut his overall title reign short because he wouldn't have had the experience to overcome something as devastating as that kick. And above that, GSP wouldn't have gained the humility to understand his strengths and weaknesses.
I don't have the knockout power of Rampage Jackson. I don't have the athletic ability of a John Jones. I don't have the accuracy of Anderson Silva.
the wrestling of a Chelseaman, but I use my body, the tools I have, the best as I can, and that's why I win fight.
Yes, he does win fights, even if some people don't find him that impressive.
And Exas says on Twitter apparently he's not impressed by my performance.
He told us ESPN we're crazy for asking about this fight, a lot of hurdles, things like that. 2 days later, you go on Twitter and you announce that it's actually happening in October.
The thing that I like about Exas is a very exciting fighter.
Yes, GSP would be the original Diaz brother for his ton defense. And of course, they were very friendly. He's not talking like he wants to fight him.
Since I'm looking at that, I didn't want to fight him. Like, I'm not a cop. I never done nobody.
I'll tell you what, bro.
No,
I was out there. I was fighting all the years, bro.
I don't fight this thing is crazy, you know.
I'm trying to wrestle you out. And you think these fights, if they start quitting, you know, I think Jake Shields won the fight. I think Carlos, he won the fight too.
That dude turns everything to a personal affair.
And they like to be good at the back guy. George Russell, like ceremony, bullying the TikTok.
yeah, it's really,
How many times you had a good one in your head, George?
I think he takes it personal. I think it's man, it's a freaking sport, man. Yeah, the need to hate this opponent. There's nothing personal. Maybe he hates my guts. Like, I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know if he wanted to fight me or like, he might really want to fight you, but he's not a hype guy. You think I'm afraid of you?
That's fine. Okay, no, I don't.
I'm afraid of you, man. Are you crazy in your head, man? I'm not scared of you. You'll see Saturday if I'm scared of you.
All right. Both during peak hour as well as during leg,
With a record-setting title defense tonight. Complimentary after the fight. I'm cool with it. I don't know if he's going to be was animosity before the fight. And after the fight, yes, it's true, we hug. And then, right, when I went to do an interview with Ariel Lawani, he said that he just said that I hit like a good girl, that he wanted to fight me in a rematch immediately. So, okay.
Once again, GSP shut down an accomplished fighter in a dominant top defense. But I think Diaz had a few excuses.
He said for my fight that I poisoned his IV.
They poisoned my IV with some kind of weird ass stuff.
My rap was wrong.
And he had something wrong with his rap.
Yeah, that was on steroid.
I know that they didn't test us because they was killing off all our business, our little film containers. I was like, I was testing for weed.
I gotta confess, Drew. I gotta confess. Okay. That was so scared of fighting. Poison his IV. When he survived, so I was even more terrified. So all the athletic commission was on my payroll. So they traded away and I made it. And it went through. So I was even more terrified. So the alien had they put the gamma ray to increase my strength like the Hulk. Like a performance enhancing drug. And the fight was still happening. So right before I put some glass and cement in my gloves, make sure. And still had a crazy hard fight.
Allegations aside, GSP ran through the entire division, but there was one man left who MMA fans genuinely believed could beat GSP. And spoiler alert, they were right.
Keep the fans happy. Knock him out. You know, that's my only goal.
He's the number one contender for a reason. He was a big threat to me.
Johnny Hendricks was the power puncher tearing the welterweight division and only ever suffered one loss. But GSP was convinced that Johnny had an unfair advantage.
I think Hendricks was on something. So it's like all mind games.
Yeah,
Oh, you're on steroids. Oh, you're on that.
Fighting against performance enhancing drug in the sport, and I felt like the UFC at the time did not have my back.
You want to talk about the doping thing? Really? You know what I mean?
The only thing I can say is I didn't want to attack one particular individual, and I wanted to change the system because if you attack one individual, another one would come. So in that particular case, it was Hendricks. I wanted to do it not to hurt the UFC. That was not my goal. I wanted to elevate the UFC, elevate the sport, because it's the outcome of a win or lose are very dramatic in our sport. It can influence the life of an individual. It can be very bad. He agreed. It was perfect. He agreed when we were saying it. You can look, you have the evidence that in the interview he said he agreed to do a test. But then he said, no,
did not agree because also the UFC told him to not agree. The UFC told him.
You picked the wrong guy to do a drug test. Why didn't he do a drug test 6 years ago? Six fights, the last 6 fights, for the last 6 years, he had one more. Why won't you do it now? Yeah, why won't I do it? Because he's on bottom. His face is all over the front page.
I don't wish people bad luck, but if you cheat, you cheat, man. And a lot of people get caught.
UFC the Athletic State Commission of Nevada said don't do bombs.
So you don't want to say whether or not you suspect that Johnny Hendricks is doing something, but there was people that were definitely doing something.
Yes,
I don't have the evidence. Maybe he did. Maybe it's a good way to look at it. I don't want to accuse.
I don't care if he passes. I didn't care if he took the drug test. I want him to be the best GSP he can be. If that's on something, that's on something.
And even though he wasn't out of trend, I'm confident I'm going to win that fight. But unfortunately, that was false confidence. Before I fought Johnny Hendricks, I was going through. I was afraid to talk about it because I thought that people would not respect me and would laugh at me.
In the
First round he came out, he tried to establish a jab, which wasn't working. He was trying to throw a couple of kicks. I checked everything. It felt like I was
kind of a feeling of a claustrophobic feeling, like I couldn't breathe well, I couldn't sleep well, my mind pressure, too much pressure, personal problems, so much stuff.
He did get the takedown, but at the end of the first round, I ended up getting the takedown, and I thought I controlled the fight from there on. The first round, he was already cut.
That was when you had depression. And people will be like, when he has to complain, he's rich, he's popular, he's the champion, and some people are more like, when he has nothing to compare with, but I felt like I had too much on my shoulders.
Besides the first round and the fifth round, those are the only 2 times he got a takedown.
It was
The third round, he was bloody and blue.
I didn't feel well, and I was trying to perform under those conditions, and it was catching up to me.
Fourth round, I took him down and grounded pounded, I don't know what, a minute, something like that. Do I look like I got in a fight? Not really, right? I pretty much controlled everything that GSP, they thought GSP was going to control me. I did to him.
What a fight! I think we may have a new welterweight champion.
I just beat the pound best fighter in the world. You know what I mean? Like, like, look at him and look at me.
He did it. Hendricks beat George St. Pierre. All he needed was for the judges to make it official.
I absolutely won this fight. And some people took it away from me.
Now listen, I'm a promoter. He's the biggest pay-per-view star on the planet for me, and I still don't think he won that fight.
Listen, everyone, it was a lot of talk about what's going to happen. I have a bunch of stuff in my life happening. I need to swing up my glove for a little bit. At least make a point on my life. Are you retiring right now? Is that what you're saying? I have to go away for a little bit.
You don't just say, hey, I'm going to take a while off, maybe I'll be back, maybe I won't.
Just need to take him, you know what I mean? It's what's going to happen, you know?
You owe it to the fans, you owe it to that belt, you owe it to this company, and you owe it to Johnny Hendricks to give him that opportunity to fight again.
Stuff going on in my life. It's my personal life. I cannot speak to you about this. You're a reporter. I know your job is to make things public, but I have a personal life. I keep personal some of my stuff. I do want to be fair and say that I do believe Hendricks should have got his hand right now. However, it is also worth noting that Hendricks had a catastrophic decline in his fighting ability with the introduction of Pride in the UFC. He was practically unrecognizable as a fighter, which, to GSP's point, makes the part that he had an unfair advantage. Beyond that, we have to remember that great fighters like Khabib and John Jones all led to controversial victories, with John Jones beating Dominic Reyes and Khabib had a very similar situation with replacing T-Bow. But that's neither here nor there, because after Hendricks, GSP relinquished his title, concluding his time as the welterweight champion for good.
24 years old, why did you?
I think I was carry all that champion. I think the liquid sizes and everything, it took a toll on me. GSP disappeared from the octagon for 4 years.
before you started to get the itch to come back. You took 4 years off. How many years in were you like, I think I'm going back? When I see USADA drug testing program, I don't want to come back when this work was dirty. That's one of my things. So what made you want to come back? I never took a retire. I just
fine.
time
Therefore,
out
as
of the
coaches,
get out of the
let people meet over the
spotlight. So GSP knew you wanted to come back.
He
He just needed to come back for something different. Essentially walked away from the game. He walked away for 4 years. That's a long time to be out of this sport. So my question to him was, if you're going to come back, what are you going to do the same thing? He's going to come back to welterweight. What you always did. But I wanted to come back for something that excited me, something that was different, something that was unique and rare. You know, and I didn't want to come back to do the same thing I was doing before. Let's do something simple. So Johnny told me, he said, listen, you always have 3 big criticizers you were fighting. Number 1, you didn't put up a weight class. Number 2, you fought so tactically sound that matches could become dull. People say that you're kind of boring, you're too much cerebral, technical, you don't want to take unnecessary risks. Would you make the fight boring? The average fan was like, oh yeah, he's winning easily. It's not. I was playing to be kind of boring because I was not taking enough risk. But why would I take a risk if I'm winning the fight? Why would I take a stupid risk and then let an opportunity to my opponent to give me a fatal blow to knock me out? It's up to him to take the risk. Okay, he was a very skilled fighter. He was a finishing fighter. You know, that was one of my big criticizers. So my point is, okay, if you're going to come back, let's do it in a way where you address those 3 things. That's why when I came back after 4 years, I didn't want to come back and do the same thing again. I wanted to take on a title in a new weight class, heavyweight class. And I make it beautiful.
No one gives a Josh. Everybody, I'm sorry I'm late.
Have an opportunity to fight for the title.
What exactly are you going to do? You're going to jab, double leg, or everybody to sleep?
In a higher weight class, make history.
I on the other side, he's going to try and knock you out.
Against Michael Bisping, who got the most win in UFC history.
I'll tell you, being the 6'2" Englishman over 5'9", steaming pile of French press.
I hate him when I was in training camp, but I loved him as well at the same time.
Does he pose any sort of unique challenges to you? He doesn't pose any unique challenges.
He's
All
never
he does
been on
is hold on to
anything in
keep
his
you
life.
alive.
Never been on line.
I'm
Anything in
gonna
his
punch
life.
him.
You're
I'm
going to
gonna
rely
slam
on
him.
him now.
I'm gonna submit him.
I'm using footwork. I'm picking him off. I'm taller. I'm longer. I'm faster. I have a better optional strikes. I can read him. I've got more heart. More brains. I was expecting some more you douchebags have the headbands off from karate kid today. Where are you all? Where are the GSP fans? Come on, George. What the fuck is going on? This is your place. You can see a vein in his forehead now. Relax, George. Deep breath. Come on. Yoga.
When we did that conference, we had a stare down and
So,
kind of
the love us was another
kind of
love
went to touch me, so I
The
had
love
to
us,
push
we
him
got
after the conference. We go by the back, kind of the back door of a mall. There's a camera, like I think it was TMZ or something. It was a camera that followed us, so there's kids following us.
2 hours.
They're about to ask me to take pictures.
2 hours.
And then I say camera coming towards me, and then that's
Therefore,
Michael.
again,
I think
if
he
you
saw
ask
that
him about
TMZ was there.
Therefore, you should
Walk back to me, and Michael says something.
back it up even
Don't
more.
you ever put your hand on me again, because then I look at his
Really,
face and
again, from the beginning of the 5th hour, people reducing that to
You're the one that put your hand on him.
we create kind of a buzz for the fight, and we start to shout at each other.
I'm not afraid of you. I should be there. I'm not afraid of you.
And the kids they came to ask me for an autograph. They kind of got intimidated. They were like, they went back, and then I turned around and said, it's okay, it's finished, now you can come and go. And that was probably the best promotion of the whole fight, like that particular incident.
To knock you out. Jordan's going to be standing there like a rabbit in the headlights.
Are you trying to be drunk like the last press conference?
I'm going to put you up then, and I'll fuck you up now, little guy. And he's going to be frozen like this, like a lizard. Doesn't want to move. Okay, and I'll pounce. Take him out, and I'll spray you. I'll spray you like the little nerd that he is.
Are you intoxicated or something?
Is that all you do?
That's why you were
Is that all some glasses? Are you only lying? You got
Are you intoxicated?
yeah.
It's fighting, that's what I do best. I'm in the best shape of my life, my prime.
Are you intoxicated? Are you intoxicated?
I go to the bathroom in between. Who comes next to the bathroom with us? It's Michael Bismarck. We're taking it and standing next to each other. We're like this. They look at me, look at it. They start laughing. And then I start laughing. I was like, yeah, I know. Okay, game face. See you later.
I'm going to tell you what hasn't changed. He's got the same fucking suit as the last press conference. Well, George, you got some money, man. Buy a new suit. What the fuck? You look like a history teacher. Johnny Hendricks hit him in the head so many times. He thought he'd been abducted by if a bird don't succeed, try again. The saying is not, if I don't succeed, I'm going to fall off the crowd like a little bitch.
Why Michael Bismarck as opposed to a warm-up fight considering the 4-year hiatus? Why do that against this dude? Who's bigger? You've never fought as a middleweight before.
He's a has-been. He's a has-been. He's a great fighter.
Yes, it's never been done before after 4 years, and if I do it, I would be the first to do it. So that's why I'm doing it. He's gonna lose November 4th. I can guarantee you. He's not gonna beat me. This standing short. Water is wet, fire burn, and I'm gonna beat Michael Bisping. Whole steam. It's my boss, man. But whose words would ring true? When he came back, this is what was really interesting about that fight. George had said, I'm better. I'm a better martial artist than I was before. And he looked at it. And I was thinking when he came back, I was like, you were saying that you were better than ever. I'm like, man, he might be better than ever. You didn't look like you were gone. Like right away, you felt like you fell right back into the groove again. You didn't look out of place. You didn't look uncomfortable. You were showing things, especially different things when you're kicking and your movement that we hadn't seen from you before. Like, you looked like you had improved. When you're fighting a taller guy, he's punching down because tobacco is slower. Because he's punching down, he's wider. However, if you're like me, smaller than him, and you're punching, you're cut tight. So if I hurt nobody, he will crouch me down, he will force him to punch me down in the chin and then come back to the top and that's right with the look. That's how I drop him. And I know that my move is very good at standing back up from his back, but the way he does it, like forward weight on his leg, is his very strong. However, there's a catch to it. He exposes his back. So I give him an opening. That was one of the tightest, most cinched up burning chokes I've ever seen anybody perform ever. George,
That's a lot of people say, after taking that much time off, moving up in division, he deserves to be called the greatest of all time. Do you believe that?
George St. Pierre became the fourth fighter in UFC history to win belts in 2 different weight classes, an astonishing feat. But his body wouldn't allow him to defend the belt. The reason why I relinquished the belt is I went to do some physical tests to see what is the problem with my health condition, because during the camp I knew I had problem, I didn't know what it was. I knew it was, the test, the blood test and everything for the cancer came negative. So after I went to because I could not take all your life. I could tell with the soul, 6 screams of pain and ability to eat is crazy. When I'm looking at the landscape, I see a lot of guys like, for example, Conor McGregor, he hold on to the title for the attention, the sponsors, and this and that. They kind of stole the division. And
I said to myself, I stand
But ultimately, again, when
for
you
the
says,
fighters.
when
I always
you
did,
say, must
I
die,
really
ultimately,
wish
again, when
right
you
away.
say,
I don't want to install the division and make people wait
burning,
because of me.
Shimon,
The world don't go around me. Everybody knows that a surprise. I announced my retirement. There's no tears. I'm very happy to do it in full contact sport. That's how you should retire. Should retire.
בכל שיש
And
לקחתי
it's
את
very
הרעי
hard to
ששאל.
do. George St. Pierre
Ultimately, you're
retired
going
with
to
a tremendous legacy that
when
few
you
men can
say,
even
when
come
you
close
say
to,
that off
including
the
men.
you can only go ahead and start coming
This guy was my
fire.
father, a very, very
That's the
fight. I grew up
Right?
watching
Ultimately,
his
like
fights.
we
We're trying to have that fight with Michael, and
Wanted to come back and work
about the shots,
because
go,
it was, for a fighter, the scariest thing sometimes is the most exciting thing to do. And it's a problem that never been solved before.
about the shots,
UFC
go,
can be
עכשיו השימוש
really
במנטורה, השפסה בחוק. תורה זה למה אם לא גם כן
Khabib fought just to engage in, just to engage in. I think he took everybody by surprise by he announced his retirement. I know somebody, but his camp told me that he was going to call me out and he retired. And you know what? It's maybe better like that for both of us. So we have a good ending. You can compare GSP to Khabib, John Jones, Demetrius Johnson, or anyone else you like. But for many, the legacy of George St. Pierre speaks for itself.
I always believe the three greatest mixed martial arts I've ever seen in my life are George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences.
We already have a buffer
Because
hour.
they have
What's the
effects.
buffer hour?
George does have 2 losses.
Six.
They were Matt
Remember
Hughes
against
and
the
Matt
right,
Serra,
so
right? And came back and destroyed them in the rematches. 3 athletes
So
have
grab
at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. George Jones has had 7 matches which could have gone either way. Khabib's match against Tyson Tebow could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way.
This mixed martial arts of all time. And
Bravo.
things that are up there,
It's
either lost
good.
or have had public side tests. George St. Pierre he's a special guy.
Which on the list of which of those 3 is the greatest of all time come down to the criteria that you use. Is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time? Was it the quantity of was it
Take care of it, why don't you just go and say,
opponents? I think you probably have to give
and already
it to
beginning
George.
the fourth hour,
George
let's
St.
say
Pierre,
fourth and fifth
he
hour,
took 4
total
years off and every
6
time.
hour
He's still
ultimately
one
again.
of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time.
He's the greatest of all time, without doubt, in my opinion.
You've got those 3 guys, in my opinion. And which one you choose will come down to it says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective label of the athletes.
And John Tanner is absolutely correct. We may never agree on the criteria for the greatest of all time, but if you made it this far, you probably resonate a lot more with GSP's journey than any goat can do.
And when you have a dream, you believe in it, you have to work for it. And I think there's nothing impossible in life. And I've been an underdog all my life, but I work hard to be where I'm at.
If people didn't know, right, the average person
Starting
did
showed
not
up
know what you
the
do.
first hour
Besides
of the day,
you're physically strong.
that's when the
They would never
weekends
think
go
you're a
ahead
fighter.
and
You're a very friendly guy. I don't want to look like a fighter. I want to talk to me. Let's have the phone. I want to look like a normal human being. I never liked to fight. I never liked it. People are like, oh, you're bullshit. No, and I never liked it. For me, it's a terrible. It is very hard. No, I know. And everybody in the room turned around, they look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, you guys are all crazy. You think I like to fight in a cage in front of a million of people, maybe get humiliated, knocked out, or die? Are you crazy? I don't like to fight. Are you nuts? For me, it's my life. That's what I love to do in my life. And I hope I'm going to do it for a long time. People say, oh, fighting is my life. Fighting is not my life, man. My life is my family, man. Is my friend, the people I love. This is what I do in my life. It's not my life now. It's more to life than fighting. Fighting is incredible. I do it because what it gives, what it provides. I love the freedom. The freedom that it brings me. I love the fact that it keeps me in shape. I love the confidence that the sport gives me. I love the gym, the training with my training partner, the camaraderie that I have. I love the science of the game, the art of war, the chess game of fighting. I love that I have access of things that most people do not have access. I love that. But in order to preserve that, I needed to go take that book and fight on the other end. But I hate it. I despise it. I never liked it. I never enjoyed it. The second, I like to win. When you win, it's the feeling is unbelievable. It's so good that it's worth this. It's funny hearing that from you because you would expect to hear that from someone who isn't considered one of the greatest of all time, but you're considered one of the greatest of all time. So it'll be very hard. It would be very hard to argue your approach because it's been so successful. What I did before every fight, I did not cut the corner. I did everything I needed to do, and I trained hard, and most importantly, I trained smart. I did the best I could do. I leave no stone unturned. So I gave myself the right confidence. I was afraid. I was terrified. But I was confident. Have you ever slept well before a fight? Never. Only one time. Which fight? When I fought Master. And I got knocked out.
There have been great moments that you've seen in the sport. Is there one that stands out, your favorite moment of all time?
My favorite moment of all time was when I was able to win, avenge my loss against Matsera. Every time I've lost, I've heard why I lost, and I made sure that I never made the same mistake twice. Before I started doing MMA, I wanted to be a MMA professional fighter. Everybody told me I couldn't do it, and people used to tell me all my life, you will never be a fighter, you're not tough enough, you're not strong enough. I became an MMA professional fighter. I wanted to fight in UFC, the most prestigious organization. They told me I couldn't do it, and I did it. After that, I wanted to become UFC world champion. Everybody told me, it's impossible, that dude's just gonna beat him. And I did it. But I beat him. Not that beat him easy, but I beat him more decisively because I had confidence. Because skills that you want, but you don't have confidence. It's like someone with a lot of money in his bank account. I want to make sure I like enough money to take care of me and my family. My other goal is to pay my parents' bills. And after a judge fight,
that really first comes about by
my
Evers,
that
that
was
really
the thing. It was the most beautiful day of my life. I reached my goal. Now my goal is to be known as the best MMA fighter in the history. I wanted to become the best fighter. That was my dream. I want to be known as the guy who made the difference. Not only in the octagon, but also as a spokesperson. A lot of the kids look up to us. And I think it's important for me as a champion to give them an example.
You've already done that just by being who you are, by your personality, your ability to just be a normal guy who just happens to be one of the baddest motherfuckers on the planet.
I also helped change for the performance enhancing testing, and I'm glad I did it. I did it to elevate the game, and also I wanted to retire on top. I didn't want the sport to retire me. Because when I retire, I want to be known as the best fighter in the history of the sport of MMA. Of all time. That's how I want to be known. Like every good thing has an end. It's just a good story. Let's start from the bottom and go up, and it's a very nice ending. Thanks to the fans, because if I have what I have today, it's because of the fans of the UFC. Being the strongest man in the world, that was my dream when I was young. That's why I did UFC. I wanted to be the stronger man in the world. Everything I've done in my life was to get me closer to my ultimate goal.
Most people consider you to be the #1 greatest mixed martial arts fighter ever. A lot of people, including myself, consider you the greatest of all time, the greatest MMA fighter of all time. Do you agree?
Is being referred to as the GOAT something you care about?
Just want to know my fans. I want to keep. I want to be a UFC guy, and soon I will be a champion. Thank you very much. People think my goal was to be champion. It's BS. It's not my goal. The greatest of all time. It varies. It's a very subjective thing, and I realize over there it did not exist. You cannot be the stronger man in the world. This is an illusion. Greatest of all time. It's something that does not exist. Baddest man on the planet. It's an illusion. I use that as a platform to get me to my goal. In mixed martial art, I achieved what I needed to achieve. I'm satisfied. I'm no longer the same Georges Saint-Pierre than when I was begging for a title shot on my knees. My goal is to have a family, live long and happy with my love. That's my goal. I think that's the only way to go. It's greatness. Happy trapping.
Thank you to my members. If you like this video, I have plenty more, and subscribe because
You don't know who Lucky is, and he's gonna be that guy when I'm world champion, when I'm a legend. He's gonna get some love, talking some shit about I think that guy.
As long as there's still 85 letters without they had the identity of a ship. They didn't save it on Shabbos. You observe the levels of the device is fluid to that one. The halot of the line should be 85 letters spread out amongst the entire scroll.
watch very close. You're witnessing the quickest rise to greatness of any man in UFC history.
He's got that one punch KO power. When that guy was gonna fight MMA, I'm like, oh, man, this is gonna be some wild shit.
And the crazy thing is, it was never supposed to happen.
Without me, you wouldn't be here. Without me, it'd have a tougher run to the title, and he would have got exposed a long time ago.
That's Israel Adesanya pursuing greatness as UFC middleweight champion. Where he went wrong was summoning his worst nightmare.
He watches all my fights, and every time I fight, like clockwork, he'll try to put something out like, I beat this guy.
There's a timeline. You know there's a bad guy, and then there's this ultimate bad guy.
I've never ever watched any of his fights, ever. So, at the end of the day, no one knows who the Pinky is.
And it is, he had to open his mouth.
And he's gonna be that guy when I'm world champion, when I'm a legend. He's gonna be at some club talking some shit about, I beat that guy one time.
If he just shut the fuck up, he would have stayed where he was.
That was the impetus for Pineda to get back into mixed martial arts. He sort of awakened the beast with those comments.
Israel Adesanya was talking about Alex Poatan Pineda.
His fucking highlight reel is like nobody else's. Completely unique stuff. Very technical and very well thought out.
And in that interview, he told two lies and one truth. The first lie was that Alex Pineda beat him one time. You've got to understand, Alex Pineda is one of the most decorated kickboxers in history.
It's not just dangerous power. He's fucking sneaky. He's really technical and creative when he's hitting people.
Pineda kicked off his career in 2012, and over the next 4 years, he decimated competition and collected championships in multiple organizations.
He was beating up everybody over there, dude. It was the way he was doing it. He was putting them into orbit. Like the power was different, the style was different. It's a weird style. Hands down, weird movement, but super technical, man. I was like, this fucking guy's terrifying.
It wasn't long before he had his first meeting with Israel Adesanya on his home soil in China.
I am China.
It was a tightly contested battle where Alex Pineda earned a decision victory to snap Israel Adesanya's 14-fight win streak. Adesanya was none too pleased by the decision, and many fans argue Adesanya was robbed of his victory by the judges.
There was a bit of controversy. Fight one. Many people thought Izzy won that fight.
So naturally, both of these fighters met the following year. But if you were looking for a truly satisfying conclusion, you might have been disappointed. Israel Adesanya was winning the fight, and more notably, had Pineda very badly hurt in the second round. I mean, it was a beating. But the referee stepped in and gave Pineda a standing 8 count, which gave Pineda just enough time to recover and deliver his signature left hook in the third round to knock out Adesanya.
In fight two, Izzy was fighting well again. He got hurt by it in the second round, and then he got knocked out.
You might say that a knockout like this should be definitive in squashing this rivalry, but far too many questions surrounded both of these bouts.
Yo, but in a fight where he knocks out Izzy was fucking his dude up, and they should have stopped the fight. Izzy was fucking that guy up to the point where he's just in the corner covering up. I'm shocked they hadn't stopped the fight.
He could have maybe stopped the fight, but if he goes on to knock Izzy out, maybe the argument is that you gotta let guys fight.
It bothered Israel Adesanya to the point that he was mentioning Pineda years later as champion of the UFC.
At the end of the day, no one knows who the Pinky is.
And while I clarified the first lie as he told in this interview, the unfortunate truth of Pineda sitting in a pub cuts very deep. While Israel Adesanya rose to stardom in the UFC, Alex Pineda was still recovering from his alcoholism in his early career. You see, Pineda had a hard life. He grew up very poor in a favela and dropped out of middle school to be a bricklayer's assistant and later a tire shop worker. He was in a dead-end job surrounded by people who paid him in the form of alcohol and became an alcoholic over time.
It was a shame because it was around this time that Pereira showed a lot of early promise as a kickboxer. But according to his trainer, Pereira's love of booze prevented him from training for long. His body didn't hold up, and he wasn't mentally clear in his bouts. However, his trainer Veloca Vera knew that Pereira had to train one set of spirits for another. You've likely seen Alex Pereira in indigenous attire before his bouts, but you probably don't realize that it was his coach who opened him up to his ancestry. Connecting to his indigenous roots gave Pereira a revival of his mind and spirit, enough for him to realize he didn't need alcohol as his crutch any longer. Pereira became Poetan, an indigenous word that means hands as hard as rocks, or stone hands. It was shocking. It got boom! I mean, just with the flat line, like, what the hell's up, man? He's doing it to everybody. Like, literally everybody he's connecting on is going night-night. This new and improved Pereira steamrolled through the competition in glory, becoming not only the Glory middleweight champion, but also the Glory light heavyweight champion. He just came into his own, like fighters do. They come into their own, and they reach this point where they're a champion now. Yeah. And he does it in 2 different weight classes simultaneously. He owns 2 weight classes in Glory. A simultaneous 2-division Glory champion, historically had never been done before. And Pereira has takedown defense, and he winds up making his way to the UFC. There's a lot of good fights for him. Yeah, in the UFC, in 185, and in 205. What incredible foresight by Joe Rogan. Pereira had already etched his name in kickboxing history, so why explore new horizons? Mike Dante on MMA. I signed with the UFC. I'll be fighting Madison Square Garden in New York City on November 6th. I hope I got you guys support. When that guy was going to fight MMA, I'm like, hold on, baby. Yeah, this is going to be some wild shit. He's an extraordinary dude. That's right. Alex Pereira had done it all in kickboxing and was highly motivated to come to the UFC because of his Adesanya's comments.
Having somebody tell you, that you were going to be in a bar and something, knowing that he's had struggles like that in his past, I'd be pissed off too.
By the time Alex made the full-time move to MMA, Israel Adesanya had already won 5 world title fights at middleweight, and even tried his hand at becoming champ at light heavyweight, but was unsuccessful against Jan Blachowicz. On the other hand, Alex Pereira was practically a baby in the sport of MMA, barely dipping his toe into the sport while he built his kickboxing legacy. In his first MMA fight in 2015, he was predictably submitted via rear naked choke. And I say predictably because he was a striker. Grappling was a completely foreign art for Poetan, which is why in his next 3 fights, he scored 3 knockouts, 2 of which were in the first round. I mean, imagine being those fucking guys thinking you got some scrub with a losing MMA record, not knowing he's about to hand deliver you some potent CTE. Keep in mind, a 3-1 MMA record is not usually grounds for a UFC signing, but a 33-7 kickboxing record, 21 knockouts, and 2 victories over the biggest active star in the UFC was enough to get the UFC's attention.
The second he signed on to the UFC, the conversation of who's the best striker in the UFC had another element.
That's 100% the case, but when you clicked on this video, the conversation on the biggest injury firm also had another element. That's right, when you get hurt, you deserve to have the best on your side. Your serious injury could be worth millions, and insurance companies often lowball clients' claims. So Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you the money you deserve. In just the past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan saw verdicts of $6.8 million, $12 million, and even $26 million across the United States. Remember, all law firms are not the same. Fighting big companies can take a big law firm, and Morgan & Morgan is the biggest for a reason. They just keep winning. It only takes a couple of minutes to see if you have a case, and you can start a claim with America's largest injury law firm in just a click. It's so easy. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/Lionel. That's www.forthepeople.com/Lionel, or just click the link in the description. The fee is absolutely free unless you win. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video, and now back to Pereira's UFC debut. There's a guy that's in MMA now. That's the last guy to knock him out. His name's Alex Pereira, and he's truly one of the most terrifying human beings. That motherfucker. Oh, he hits people, and it doesn't even make sense. It's like it doesn't. He's the same size as these people. Yeah. But he hits them. It's like he's a heavyweight, they're a lightweight. I'm telling you, he's got fucking freaky power.
And he was 3-1 when he made his debut
question me, Izzy.
With all the hype behind Alex Pineda's UFC debut, Poatan needed to deliver. Andreas Michailidis came in with a great game plan to smother and out-grapple Pineda. He even exposed his back, but to the surprise of many, Pineda was able to weather the storm, get back to his feet, and return to his corner. What's interesting is that Adesanya was watching Pineda's debut and gave his perpetual rivals some advice through the screen.
He knows he's gonna shoot both hands straight over.
And I guess you can say, like,
Twitch the grab.
Alex, we've been looking forward to you competing in the UFC for a long time. Congratulations on a spectacular debut.
thank you. I thought you were lying. The whole time, Joe, I'm sitting here right. I'm like, man, Joe Rogan up there lying to me, telling me this dude this good.
A lot of people saying you might have the path to Adesanya after their kickboxing background, or just your general thoughts.
They looked damn good tonight. Got the guy where he needed him. Incredible. Flying name.
What's the career path now, right? A lot of excitement around you. Obviously, the link to Adesanya is always going to be there. Do you want a fast run to the title, or do you want to take your time and develop more as a mixed martial artist?
Well, I came here, of course, to be a gym, but I'm almost taking my time evolving, getting better every day. I'm 34 years old, but I'm happy to be every day getting better and better.
Pineda made quite the impact in just his first UFC fight. But like he said, he was 34 years old, so whatever he wanted to accomplish in his sport needed to be done in a very short window. With a performance like that, all eyes were on.
Alex Pereira, of course, former kickboxing world champion, the guy who beat Israel Adesanya twice.
See what Robert Whittaker said about it?
Did you see the size of the fella? Nobody mentioned that. Dude's a giant.
I did. He's a freaking giant.
This guy had to be getting up to 215 whenever he was making 85. I think it was heavier.
His hands are as big as a fucking watermelon.
One of the fights he said it was 226.
226 in the octagon at 185. His fist is like literally both mine put together.
Facial features are bigger. His feet and hands and forearms are massive.
He's like this long arms, these big giant fucking hammers at the end of his wrists. He's different.
Who let this guy in?
Pineda was like this mythical creature we couldn't believe was in our sport. And all we could do was speculate how the second fight was going to go.
The Alex man had to show how weak in terms of how people view this fight. Like people think just Bruno's the next victim for this guy.
Bruno Silva is an incredibly violent fighter. For just going MMA, Bruno Silva probably wins. I haven't seen a whole lot of analysis of his grappling.
I don't see Bruno Silva ragdolling it out there. Plus, Bruno Silva likes a firefight, man. I think he's going to go out there and at least try and earn some respect on the feet early.
Bruno Silva's fucking real. He's a striker. It was a good fight. It was a Bruno Silva tested him. Although he didn't get a finish, Pineda fought a very game opponent and put on a performance that demanded the respect he needed in this new sport.
Talk about MMA, right? A lot of people criticize my grappling, my ground, and I get here and showcase what I do every day. How long until Israel Adesanya has to start worrying about your name again, or we feel like you were brought here to fight?
The moment that he finds out that I signed right here, I believe that he's already being worried about because he knows about what they train him. He knows how far I can get.
I greatly admired Pineda's confidence just 2 UFC fights in, and he fully believed he would make his way to the UFC's biggest superstar. Keep in mind that at this point, Israel Adesanya had 6 middleweight championship victories, an explosive rise to a fan-favorite global phenomenon.
He moves the needle, like you say, he's box office. People walk through the turnstile to see the last album.
Outside of Conor McGregor or Khabib Nurmagomedov, Israel Adesanya was the biggest name in fighting. However, his roller coaster to unmatched popularity was reaching its low point as fans began to find him boring through his recent string of decisions. And fans also didn't like some other shit. Shout to the puppy. Puppy. It seemed like Pineda was did to come in and bring new light on Adesanya's storyline. So that the UFC scheduled Pineda to fight on the same card as Izzy at UFC 276 against the psychotic future champion.
I mean, Alex, the big scary we're doing. I think we all admit that. You're at ATM. This motherfucker walks up behind you middle of the night. You tell me what he does and walking away.
Do you feel like it is a mistake for Sean Strickland to stand with you on Saturday?
Well, hopefully I can stand and bang with this gigantic scary Brazilian.
Fight is a really interesting fight because Pereira will oblige him to stand up. Yeah, it's going to be like, how does he choose to fight this?
He's not even a good striker, bro. Like, what is prayer? Okay, the only reason to do that is you're fucking tall.
The official prediction, Sean Strickland versus Alex Beer. Guys, I'm taking Sean Strickland.
Genetically gifted. If you are a normal size human being, you wouldn't even be here. Your style sucks.
Well, I'm prepared for this fight, so whatever brings, I'm ready. If you want to try to strike, I'm ready. If you want to grab up, let's do it.
80-inch reach. 80-inch reach head kick. I think I have weapons, enough weapons to stop this game to the end game and, leave me to Dublin.
I would love to see Adesanya versus Pereira in the UFC. I feel as though Sean Strickland's going to get the upset win, and that's crazy to say.
So this is purely just a ploy by the UFC, putting him against somebody who likes to strike to potentially hit him as he shot.
All signs seem to be pointing, of course. Both of you need to win on Saturday. A potential fight between yourself and Israel Adesanya. It seems to be heading in that direction. What's your final message to Israel as he gets ready to attempt to defend his title against Jared Cannonier on Saturday?
I'm focused on my fight Saturday. I still got the fight to do with Strickland. I'm focused 100% on that fight. I'm rooting for Israel.
Pineda was taking Sean very seriously. Sean was treating this gigantic, I want to get this right, gigantic, scary fucking Brazilian as a joke. And if that wasn't defocused enough, Strickland got into it with Adesanya at the press conference.
I mean, what was it like? 2-0 against Indians? What was it, 2-0? Did you watch the whole fight? No, I don't want exactly do your job next time. Oh, man, I've been the champion, man. I'm going to props and tips and his little watch. Oh, no. I'm quick, my little you'll take a man.
Hey, man, you better focus on like you want to. Trust me, he knows like his last time. And this time when I'm on skates, I believe he's like Elsa. Honestly, he might get Strickland. He's not. If he doesn't fight with his ego, he'll get the funny thing is that last part wasn't trash talk. It was just a word of advice. It's like hands down, straight up. Yeah. And he moves in on you, and it's just like so filled with danger.
Começaria batendo um pouquinho mais forte. Não parece, entendeu? Mas eu tava mais forte. Ele fez assim pra andar. Aí eu já chutei antes, ele colocou o pé no chão. Quando ele tava chegando, eu tava chutando. Depois eu chutei de seguida, porque eu deixei ele perdido.
Every step he moves towards guys, you see this recognition of this, like, it's a different kind of power.
Ele também usou um soco no peito dele. Eu dei no soco, mas teve um aí, sabe? Sente um soco que ele pensou assim, pô, pra quem tá assistindo, tá fácil. Pra quem tá assistindo, tá fácil, porque parece que não é nada. Mas, cara, eu acho.
I'm going to beat this guy up for 3 rounds. And then now right there got caught. So hands off,
Alex, you made it a quick night of work here against Sean Strickland, ranked number 4 in the division, and you made it look easy.
Really happy with my performance on this knockout. I've been training hard in the closing program, training so I see the dad. He's working.
Well, that was essentially a title eliminator. It sounds like both yourself and Israel want that fight next. How soon would you like that to happen?
Whenever him or the organization wants, I'm ready to go. I have no injury from this fight. I want to take 2 weeks off to enjoy my family.
Pineda showed up and easily knocked out a future UFC middleweight champion. Restaurant Adesanya delivered a less than exciting performance against Jared Cannonier. This matchup was now more interesting than ever. You're certainly on the chain's radar right now. Israel was talking about you heading into this fight.
Well, it actually makes me confused because with those 2 fights, the knockout actually, he claims to be a middle, but with the big middles already making leave on a stretcher, I guess. So imagine what happened with the 4 ounces. Tonight, the way that he fought, the way they showed up, like, to be honest, I think his level is actually not the same. And when we fight the 3rd time, I hope he will fight way much better than he did tonight. Otherwise, it won't be a good night for him.
Adesanya and Pineda were clearly going to fight each other next. The build-up was glorious.
Israel Adesanya defending his middleweight title for the 6th time.
He said this one is business and it's personal.
Going into your upcoming fight against Izzy, this will be the third time you're fighting him, the first time in MMA.
They fought twice. Yep. Adesanya lost both fights. Yep. Second time he got knocked out. You want to see him beat me on YouTube? It's got millions of views. But that bastard, he's already beaten him twice. He follows him to a different sport. He hunts him down. Where do you get the motivation? Without me, you wouldn't be here. Without me, you'd have a tougher road to the title. You would have got exposed a long time ago. But let's be still knows that in the fights, in the interactions, he has been the person that has gotten his hand raised both times. Not once, both times. The first fight, he thought it was a bad decision. First fight, I felt I won the fight. A lot of people, even he knew I won the fight. You see how he looked surprised. He looked surprised. Both of y'all looked surprised. We all know what happened in the last two fights. I forgot about him. I hope you forgot as well. I'm going to fight you like it was the first time I was fighting in my life. It was when it round two. I mean, like I said, I would have had him out of, but I didn't screw my style. I was just younger than I let some shit influence me, and I was just like trying to get him out of there, trying to literally just right hands. Yeah. So it was stupid of me. You know, I don't fight like that. There's one thing to fighting someone that has beaten you before, but to get knocked out, it's just such an intimidating figure. Oh yeah, right. Every time he even looks at Izzy, you can tell he's almost licking his chops. Even like I said, the stand there, he goes, "Look at me." Him and Izzy look small. I've been around Izzy. He's a big guy. And his hands are twice the size of mine. The guy has power like no other in the UFC. But I feel like Alex Ferreira is not going to be able to apply that pressure on Izzy just because he won't have the energy to sustain that for 5 rounds. I think the fans are going to be in for a good show this time because I think Ferreira is going to keep true to his word and really push the face. He's very one-dimensional. He's early on the game. What's his weakness? What's made his weakness? Wrestling. But Izzy doesn't wrestle. The pressure's on him. He loses to me. All that heavy talking, everything, he's going to have to think. You know, there's a lot of people that think maybe that they thought I was undeserving, including Adesanya and his team. Originally, he said, so when I came to the UFC that he wanted to fight me. As soon as I started, they changed the narrative. They spun things around, and they said, well, maybe. They started to run around. They said, maybe I don't want to face him again. I think I kind of screwed his mind a little bit, and he's a little bit unbalanced psychologically on this one. He's got bragging rights. Talk all the shit you want. Talk all the shit you want. Because trust me, they can't save you either way. You locked in there with me. Adesanya is too good. Adesanya is evolving too much. He's kickboxing for him in these defense. Yeah, you really want to be here.
Adesanya is really hard to beat right now, but it is. He's the most gameable one that I feel like.
In almost every one of his real Adesanya's MMA fights, he has a distinct advantage in the striking. He will not have that on Saturday night. He's part of the top kickboxers center is still a killer, but Izzy's just going to be too good for him. I've accepted this isn't like he's not like the other guys who I've fought recently. Once he feels me, he's not going to try and shy away. He's almost kind of putting it out there like this is going to be my toughest fight. And if he thinks it's the toughest fight, then I believe him. Alex Ferreira is very sharp. He's got G-ship, he's strong, he's focused. He's ready to get that belt. But two fights, you had the advantage over this guy before he caught you, and now you're getting ready to fight him Saturday night. And one moment, one mistake can end up costing. It's Adesanya knew he needed to fight a picture-perfect fight for 25 minutes straight against the most dangerous striker ever. Whereas Alex just needed to exploit one mistake. He f***ed Izzy's calf up multiple times in that first round with zero telegraph. It's just top. He's just top. He was walking down Izzy when they were like hand fighting and he was checking these kicks. Like, this is dangerous in every way. He touched him at the end of the first and had him rocked him in the first round. Had him in real trouble. How close do you think you were getting him out of there? In the first round. First round was 30 seconds longer. 5 seconds more in that round. Give me like 3 seconds, 4 more seconds. It would have been over. It could have been over 3 more seconds. Can all have been over here? Pineda barely survived round one, setting the tone that this fight was very dangerous for both parties, both of these supposed kickboxers.
You know, both of you said, like, this is going to be a kickboxing fight, and only a kickboxing fight. And here we are seeing some great grappling for you.
Took me down at one point into the round, but then I want to come down to the third round.
Which was his first takedown in UFC, his UFC fight career.
Izzy was winning that fight. Izzy was winning the grappling exchanges. He took him down, controlled him on the ground. With Pineda, you saw it with the Adesanya fight. They don't really know what to do. And guys are wrestling him. That was a big problem when Izzy got his back, and he couldn't get out of that.
He fought masterfully. Through 4 rounds, he did everything that he was supposed to do. Delivering 20 minutes of a perfect mixed martial arts performance is incredibly impressive. But Israel Adesanya didn't account for Pineda's corner in the last round.
The corner, in Pereira's corner that round, it was like straight out of a movie. One of his trainers, I don't know who it was like, you're losing this fight. You need to knock him out in this round. You have to move forward. You have to throw punches and punches. You have to throw combinations. Let your fucking hands go. You're going to be a world champion in 5 minutes. It was seriously straight out of a movie.
In that fifth round, what was going through your mind?
In the last round, yeah, this was a fight. Like, what happened?
He hurt my perineal nerve. So that's why my footwork wasn't as sharp as I wanted it to be. Kudos to him for those calf kicks, because it cost me.
Vicious. Good stoppage for sure.
Tremendous fight. Incredibly quick rise to the title in your fifth fight ever in MMA. You are now the undisputed middleweight champion.
A year. He was the champion a year. Can you compare winning a UFC title to a glory kickboxing title?
Well, with the UFC was substantially bigger. Even though war is very important to me, winning those two titles was something really big for my career. UFC belt was a big proportion.
Is it true you got a tattoo of the belt?
Yes,
Where do we go from here? Do you believe you are deserving of a rematch? Do you want time off? Do you want a new opponent?
Of course. I'll go get the rematch.
Alex Pineda became UFC champion faster than most of you last in the bedroom. Finishing not only the men he specifically followed from their previous sports, but a champion that fans started to dislike. So despite not speaking English, Pineda now became a beloved fan favorite, and we got to enjoy his personality. Alex Pineda leaned into his emotionless, stone-faced persona. And then he smiled.
We all shout out an emotion, and then you have to do it. Sad, angry, frustrated, happy.
He smiles. He actually smiles. Before he just didn't smile. Now he smiled. He embraced all the memes about him being the world's biggest hater. I believe he wasn't like Elsa, going as far as to hate on Izzy for his love of Pokemon and to like some stuffed animals. Right? He goes, nah. And for me, I'm like, what the f*** do you think you are? But then he sported a Pikachu jacket on media day. Pineda just seemed to haunt Israel Adesanya wherever he went.
We ran into Pereira at the airport. Manager Ash is like, that's Pereira. And I was like, what? I was like, no, wait, it is him.
We got a romantic look into Pineda's relationship with Glover Teixeira. Pineda served to support fans and show us his personal sense of humor, especially alongside Daniel Cormier, trolling him with a golf club, wrestling DC, and sharing some calf kicks.
I let Pereira kick my leg. I was like, this nerd.
We learned that Pineda actually has a soft side for bad motherfuckers, sharing his chicken strips with a hungry just engaging. No matter what Alex Pereira did, we all watched and we all watched. Holy shit, he's coming. Alex, relax, man. I'm just trying to make a video here. I need more subscribers. Alex, my stricking's not good, man. I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy. Guys, please subscribe so I can hit 200K and make more videos from the hospital bed. Pineda hits like a truck. But what hit even harder was the stunning realization that he knew a little bit of English.
Hi guys, it's time. Yes, I have my fist. My fist. A minor.
UFC 287 history. Look at this match. It's the one that will be talked about. It's going to move the scale one way or the other. It's going to be a physical fight. It's going to be a psychological fight. I've said this many times. We have to forget all those 3 fights. But I know he hasn't forgotten any of those 3 fights. And I think that's going to be a psychological factor.
Expect my best. This is the best UFC yet. It's going to be game over for him.
I think those last 5 rounds we saw, we have 5 more to it. You're safe to bet on us.
I know how I can beat this guy. I know every time I fight this guy, I'm dominating him. I'm beating him. And then he has this special ability to recover and put his foot on the gas. So I have to find a way to take him out of the driver's seat, which I won't.
I'm not thinking about those 3 fights. As I said, he's a former champion, a great champion, a very dangerous fighter. If I keep those 3 fights in my head, I'm not going to do things the way I needed to. I trained for this one. I'm prepared for this new fight.
Imagine what if I get it done? What if I get it done better than he's ever done it? What if I butcher him and beat the out of him?
As a person, I won't be remembered to me, but I think you're the same. Oh, I don't know why I got a little edgy for this fight, a little edgy.
This fight, like I've said, this is my 8-mile moment. This is it. One more shot at this. I put everything in my back. I've done everything in my power to make sure the worst thing to this man this weekend.
It just has that power that just nobody can really take.
Saturday night, time for talking is done. I'm going to show up my fighting spirit. My mind says at this point, though, my heart says it has to be easy. What is most important to you? Is it about regaining the UFC title and being world champion again, or just simply being the belt I'm coming for his head?
Our champion was convinced that he could finally take control of this feud. But really early on in this fight, it didn't look too good for Izzy.
Eu achei que eu tava dominando ali a luta, machucando ele sabe quando tava machucando ele.
Pereira was mutilating Adesanya's leg even harder than Earl did in the last fight. If that would have kept going, I don't think it was going to win. He was hurting Izzy bad. That leg was it was done. Alex Pereira landed 35 hard calf kicks early in the fight, forcing Izzy against the cage at the end of round 2. We thought Pereira had Izzy right where he wanted him, but in reality, it was Izzy who had Pereira where he wanted him.
I hunted him down, and then when it was time, I set the trap and get one shot, and not a chance to blow. Man, when it was my shot,
We are great. We got beat that guy.
I was like, if I have that moment, should I hold back? Like, I did with George Foreman, the Phantom Punch, bro. Like, no, he wouldn't do the same to me.
Mesma coisa, quando eu tava ganhando as lutas, eu ganhei no final. Tava ganhando a luta, ele ganhou no final. É isso que acontece. Ele foi melhor. Aquele foi o dia dele.
He triumphed over like 3 things in that one moment. And he triumphed over the guy stylistically, which is the most dangerous opponent for him.
He won in the same position that he lost last time. So that's probably the greatest storyline in MMA history.
I still now, I don't know how Izzy beat that dude, man, because he caught him. That was a devastating loss for Pineda, and it hurt even more for fans who just started to get close to this humble and down-to-earth champion. It seems that no one got to enjoy the Pineda title reign for very long. But before we can speculate how much further he would decline, we had to give props to Adesanya for what is undeniably one of the most impressive and emphatic finishes and celebrations in the sport's history.
3 minus 1 is 2, and that's 2 times. UFC middleweight champion. Doesn't matter what anyone says. He's out there and was absolutely focused and put on a display that, it goes down in the history books.
Então ele provou que foi melhor e ganhou naquela noite.
What Izzy did tonight is he slayed a giant. Not only in the physical tense, but a giant in his mind. This guy had 3 wins over him and just knocked him out, took his title.
This win in particular is a lot more about the psychology than the physical. Just getting Izzy's mind right to actually walk into a combat sports setting down 3-0 and to beat this man like this, I think you can argue it as one of the biggest wins in UFC history.
Podem pensar como esse cara vai vir depois. Galera, eu prometo pra vocês, eu vou vir firme e forte.
E mais forte do que nunca. Pode ter isso. Is there unfinished business now? Like, do they need to do it again to settle the UFC trilogy, or what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I think that Pereira probably moves to 205 after this fight.
I'm one of those guys where if you got knocked out at a lesser weight, is it really good for you to move up in weight?
Look, I'm not a good striker by any means, but Stephen A. Smith, when you hit pads like you're having a stroke, you have no business questioning Alex Pineda's next move.
This is as close to a super fight as you're going to get without having a super fight. This is the former 85-pound champion. This is the former 205-pound champion. They found a way to each other.
We're talking about him, former champ. He's a strong guy. He's a complete fighter.
The message to UFC, I want Pereira because I want something new. I want something different.
Yamaha, very good grappler too. I mean, he dominated easy
And Jan is very good at game planning.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's also got tremendous power.
As if Pineda hadn't already eaten on his lunch, his first move up to the UFC light heavyweight division would be against Jan Blachowicz, the man Izzy lost to when attempting to become double champion. And the stakes were even higher than that because the UFC made it very clear that if Pineda won, he would be up next to challenge for the UFC light heavyweight championship.
You know, first round, he put Jan on that guillotine. He wanted to jump, but was tight.
I want to check my stand-up against him and try to knock him out. But if, something goes wrong in stand-up, I can use my wrestling and take him out.
The end of the round, he got his back, but you saw how patient he stayed. Second round, clearly everybody saw how fatigued and gas he got for the first round.
For the scheduled 15-minute fight, Jan Blachowicz controlled Alex Pineda for 7.5 minutes. That sounds pretty damning, but in 2 out of the 3 rounds, Alex Pineda outlanded Jan and arguably landed the better shots. But for many fans, it was a toss-up, and some fans really felt that Jan won. But what did the judges say?
Boys, what decision?
Congratulations on your successful light heavyweight debut. And a huge one at that, beating the former champion Jan Blachowicz.
There was no reasonable world where Alex Pierre won that fight. And that's not Gio's opinion, that's math. He lost rounds 1 and 3.
This is a guy who was a former champion, who was 4, and I was able to show it. Super impressive. He won a way no one thought he would win. I bet the odds of Alex Pineda winning a decision were very high. Whether you thought he won or he lost, the fact of the matter is, Pineda was now standing tall above Adesanya because just a few months later, Izzy lost his belt to Sean Strickland. That means that Pineda had 3 wins over UFC champions, and 2 of them were the only 2 men Izzy had ever lost to in MMA. Pineda's rival was in a devastating circumstance, disappearing from the public eye and saying he wouldn't return to the cage for another 4 years, whereas Pineda was on his way to a legacy-defining title fight.
UFC 295, Martin and Alex Pereira will face the former champion Yuri Prochazka.
This is the first fight back for Prochazka since he suffered that brutal shoulder injury, Dom.
He had sustained the worst shoulder injury that they had ever seen.
This is a tough one to come back to.
If I was to tell you a year ago these two are going to fight, you're going to have Yuri Prochazka as a meaningful favorite.
Yuri Prochazka was the unorthodox finishing master who captured the light heavyweight title against Pineda's friend and trainer Glover Teixeira before a catastrophic shoulder injury forced him to vacate the light heavyweight title. Now these 2 knockout artists would headline for the vacant light heavyweight championship.
How impressive is Pereira? This guy is fighting for the UFC championship for the 3rd time, bro. He's only been here for 3 years. He's an aggressive fighter. A lot of knockouts. Me, on the other hand, I'm also an aggressive fighter. Trying to control the fight the entire time. So I think that it's going to be a very special fight from the fans. We're going to give it a shot.
Can Pineda stop all the grappling that he's going to bring to the table? He really is an unconventional grappler. He mixes it well. Whereas Pineda, we know what he's going to do. He's going to look to knock you out. He's not taking it down. He's not mixing that up.
So I think it's going to be tough for him. I think Yuri is a heavyweight that comes down to light heavyweight, whereas Alex Silva is a former middleweight.
Yuri Prochazka against the job. I think he can stop with it. I think he can take his best shots. And I think he has the ability to knock him down as well. Not to knock him out.
We've watched both of these dudes drag themselves from deep water and find a way to win. And this is so exciting. I think this is a toe-to-toe fight, and I think it's a finish by one of these men. He did see Pereira
at 205 against Jan Blachowicz, the power wasn't quite as significant. It wasn't quite as crushing. And he struggled to go the distance.
I'm not taking Pierre Aguilera, but I'm not ready to tell you that I think he's a better fighter. I just think he's going to fight better in this particular match. It's his third time returning to the Garden. He's got an amateur record, but he's also got world championships in 2 different sports. He's something special. I'm taking Alex by knockout.
And you ever ask him, will not get tired, he will not slow down. He's fought in this weight class many, many times throughout the entirety of his career. And he's a more well-rounded player.
One thing that I know that I'm sure is the fight's not going to go good for the scene. Somebody's going to get knocked out or submitted.
I think Bear, I don't hear you. It's such a special moment, and believe me, I'm really happy. I just don't smile much, but believe me, I am happy. Yuri's in there dancing and shit. Yuri's like doing all kind of like weird stuff, right? And Alexis like, just don't face. Like, I'm going to the greatest stare downs ever. I'm going to kill you. Is what he's thinking. Like,
If I've learned anything watching Pineda's fights to this point, it's that you better be damn good at checking low kicks.
His legs already hurt. Just already hurt. It's already hurt.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
He doesn't even show you that he's going to do it. He's already got that leg beat up, man.
Pineda had Yuri on wobbly legs immediately in their fight, which meant very bad news for Prohaska.
You fight Pereira. Next thing you know, he's got your leg beat up. You're switching to southpaw, which is what Yuri did. Yuri's not a southpaw. He doesn't fight southpaw. Now your fight stance, that's unfamiliar. Against one of the most dangerous.
Yuri was able to survive the first round, relying on his ground, which to his credit seemed better than Pineda's. But in round one, Yuri got a little overzealous, pressuring Pineda to the cage.
He was hitting those punches on my neck. I started punching. I started feeling that he was a little bit away, and I think it was a good stop.
This is an amazing accomplishment for you. In just 11 MMA fights, you claim titles in 2 divisions.
This guy is now champion in 2 weight divisions. He has 2 of the 3 highest grossing pay-per-views as a headliner in Madison Square Garden history. He's only got about 6, 7 UFC fights. He's beaten 4 champions. He beat 4 champions. It's crazy to think what this man has done.
Alex Pineda acquired 2 UFC titles in 2 years, the quickest anyone's ever done it, standing tall among some of the most legendary fighters ever. But in a moment that is entirely his to enjoy, he chose to share it with the man he will forever be tied to.
You know, I never knew how to call anyone right, but I think, man, I'd like a fight there that's interesting for me, and it would be interesting. I'm sure it will be for everyone. It's a person who somehow encouraged me when I was in a bar drinking, and he said in the video that I was going to stay in a bar, but he rescued me. This guy also said recently that he'll only be back in 10,027, and so do I. The way he rescued me, I want to rescue this guy, because he's a talent. He can't stand still for this long. It's Adesanya.
Alex Pineda came into the sport as the supposed villain in Israel Adesanya's story.
He is Thanos. Literally just collecting stones. Infinity Stones.
He's got 2 world titles and 11 fights
In 2 years.
But I think there's a lot more that we'll appreciate about this era as we reflect on Pineda's career.
He really felt like he revolutionized this sport. He's really done that.
Who's ever won 2 world titles according to that guy? Ain't nobody.
Did you ever imagine when you started your UFC journey that you'd be a 2-division world champion?
Wow, not only that, let's do more. Let's rewind a little bit. Like, the first few years of my career, like, I don't even picture that I could make a living fighting. If I could maybe even support myself as a fighter. I have great people around me that motivated, that boost me, and I came right here, with all the success.
Pineda and Adesanya aren't heroes nor villains. They're yin and yang, 2 sides of the same coin. It doesn't matter who's Batman and who's the Joker.
There's a timeline. You know there's a bad guy. He's going to be that guy when I'm world champion, when I'm a legend.
As much as they were at odds, they created each other. And they both needed each other to become great.
And then there's this ultimate bad guy who's just in some bar in Brazil, and he had to open his mouth. He's going to be at some club. talking some shit about I beat that guy one time.
Izzy told 2 lies and 1 truth in that interview.
If Izzy just shut the fuck up, he would have stayed where he was.
And now, every MMA fan there ever will be knows what the second lie was.
At the end of the day, no one knows who he is.
Agradeço a todos aí vocês que estão sendo na torcida por mim. Muito obrigado mesmo de coração. Chama!
Thank you to my patrons and members. If you like this video, you will love the others on my channel and subscribe because
I will show up. That's right. I was going to go always. I said, one day I will become a UFC champion.
Lütfen paslık maybe reliable. If ultimately again you need a paslık, look something up. You can look up a paslık in full of student. Öğrenci kamyon. Bekleyme ama ülkesi college and core behind. Kımıkları dünya iskan kazası and big student is this. It is no move because the college and core the culture team is very heavy.
I've got a riddle for you. He is an undefeated fighter. He is 27 years of age.
Stand up and do something.
A cocky European featherweight comes to the UFC.
There are levels. Damn, that's me.
He destroys every man in his way. Topuria is a monster, bro. Topuria is extremely dangerous man.
Boxeando soy muy peligroso, tirando soy peligroso, en el suelo soy peligroso, soy peligroso.
And he calls his shots against the greatest featherweight champion of his era.
He will not be able to touch me. I see myself. I will finish him.
Extremely confident. His confidence borders on cockiness. It's
My destiny was born as a UFC world champion.
He looks like a bad guy. He looks like a villain in a movie. Now, who does that remind you of?
He's putting it out there, no different than Conor back in the day.
We're all dressed like me. They're all gonna talk like me. They're all gonna be me. Many believe El Matador to be the second coming of the Notorious, and you can't deny the resemblance. But there's one key difference between them that you'll understand very deeply.
Objetivo es ser el mejor, ser el campeón de la UFC.
My dream is to be world champion, world lightweight champion in the UFC. I'm more money than I know what to do with.
Y ese es mi objetivo hasta el día de hoy y los días que me quedan.
It will happen. I'll let you know when it happens. It will be guaranteed.
It's July 11th, 2015. In 18-2, Conor McGregor just had the performance of his life, knocking out Chad Mendes to become the interim UFC featherweight champion.
I just want to thank everybody that's been with me and the Irish people that support me.
This guy came from nothing, and now he's a world champion in 5 UFC fights, 20 fights overall. Now, you might ask me, how many fights did Topuria have in 2015? 5? 10? Try his pro debut. Ilya was just 18 years old in 2015, but despite that, he was very talented.
Y la primera pelea que nervios.
Súper nervioso, como que no quería ni subir, dudaba. Yo decía, ¿qué coño hago aquí? ¿Por qué no he estudiado? ¿Por qué no he estudiado?
Topuria took down an aggressive opponent, mounted him, took his back, crucified him, ground and pounded him, and ultimately finished him with a reverse triangle. Hold on, I have a note here to explain things in simpler terms. Yeah, just like that. He's fucking legit. Despite how nervous fighting made Topuria, he took another fight 1 month later, and it looked very similar.
Base, mi fortaleza es el suelo y el wrestling. Deslogarte el brazo, romperte la pierna, el cuello. O sea, para mí no es nada.
Topuria rear naked choked his opponent in 63 seconds.
No me hacen falta los jueces. Hago eso mocata cuando yo me llamo.
This 18-year-old was very good, which begged the question, why was he so talented?
Cuando yo teníamos unos 4 años y mi hermano 5 nos llevó a Alemania a la clase de judo. Luego cuando fuimos a Georgia nos llevó a clase de kickboxing. En Georgia pues conocimos la lucha grecorromana, que fue por donde hemos empezado todo mi hermano y yo.
So 4 different martial arts in 3 different countries. Ilya's origin story is very complex, but the road to greatness often is.
Your story is very interesting. You were born in Germany. Your parents are of Georgian descent.
Viví hasta los 6 años en Alemania. No tengo muchos recuerdos porque ya sabes, 6 años.
After 6 years in Germany, Ilya's family moved to their native Georgia.
training with regular wrestling. Yo competía en Georgia a nivel nacional. Bien, en la lucha grecorromana siempre quería encontrar hacer algo a lo que le pudiera dedicar mis ganas al principio. El objetivo era convertirnos en campeones olímpicos, which was to become an Olympic champion, right?
Ilya fell absolutely in love with training around the same time that his family had to separate.
Tenía 8 años, mi padre estuvo en la Universidad de España y pues para un niño de 8 años era duro vivir sin su padre. Después hasta 15 años vivía sin ellos.
For 7 years, Topuria grew up and wrestled with just his older brother in Georgia until he was able to rejoin his family in Spain.
Y por casualidades de la vida nos hemos encontrado con el gimnasio donde entrenamos hasta el día de hoy, que es el Gamer Club. I was competing in all competitions, national competitions. Desde los 15 años cuando fui al gimnasio, me metía adentro y se me pasaban las horas sin darme cuenta porque era feliz haciendo lo que estaba haciendo.
One area has
I know who's your first favorite fighter? Like, who's the one that kind of drew you to the UFC? Oh, yeah?
The first man, I was saying, I want to be like him. Y al final cuando entrenaba después dije, pero ¿por qué no me dedico y hago al 100% esto? Y eso significa en España, de campeones olímpicos, ser campeón.
School must have been hard, right? Early on, communicating with the teachers, the kids.
Yes, but I left the school when I was like 15 years old.
Oh, what do you mean? You didn't go to school?
Mi hermano y yo teníamos 16, 15 años más o menos. Le hemos dicho a mi padre, mira, no queremos ir al instituto más, no queremos dedicar a esto. It's told you, if you really are trained all the time, like you have
Wow, look, I'm not sure it's a good idea to abandon your education like Ilya Topuria or
Senior 110%, that's about 100% of this game. That's physical.
It's definitely not something I'd recommend, but you can't deny the results.
voy a pelear el día 7 de mayo en X-Fight, voy a pelear contra Daniel Márquez y vamos a dar una buena guerra. Estoy muy preparado y con muchas ganas de pelear, los invito a todos.
Spoiler alert, it was not a war. Topuria scored his third straight first-round professional victory by taking down Vasquez and Rennick choking him. Topuria fights like he bet the house on a first-round finish. But that trend was unsustainable.
different both quote unquote have the same access. They're both very important. They're both
It was almost 90 mission attempts, including armors, hackies, and short jokes. It was impressive, but he ended up on the bottom for his carelessness, and he almost got submitted himself. He was clearly getting tired, but ultimately, he found that guillotine in the second round to become the man each champion. It was a good experience that tested his limits and solidified that Topuria was the best featherweight that Spain had to offer. After 4 MMA fights, Ilya Topuria participated in an unreleased Spanish reality MMA show similar to the Ultimate Fighter.
No ha salido ningún lado, no ha logrado. Hice 3 peleas, gané las 3 peleas en el primer asalto.
Ilya did the show to gain more star power in Europe outside of Spain.
You don't hear of a lot of people coming out of Spain in mixed martial arts.
But the show completely fell apart, and no one even knows that it happened. But it put Ilya in the right mindset to find his own opportunities. Ilya temporarily ventured to Alexander Gustafsson's gym in Sweden, and after he observed his skills, a manager signed him on and began looking for fights that would turn him into an international threat.
Mika Hamalinian, who was 81 at the time.
then there was a stuff. So we see that when the mission says anything that's above 10,000 taking below 10,000 goes to the main roster. What's my near pass? That's not going to take out. Can they out? So it's a new scene that actually in their test test doesn't literally mean people who live in a town of that's like also in their test test. Rather, we assume that that's the story. My color of our test test, why do we call it?
Topuria completely shut out Mika Hamalinen in a performance performance that not only earned him his BJJ black belt,
BJJ black belt with 21 years old.
Primera general
but it also gained him significant notoriety and fame to the point that he and others believed he was ready for the UFC.
Pienso y creo que voy a estar a finales del 2018 en la UFC. Ahora que no vaya a estar, será el año que viene. Pero es lo que yo realmente pienso.
Yo pensaba y estaba segurísimo que iba a pelear en la UFC. Yo a la gente le decía,
Tengo 21 años, pero yo tengo todo para estar en la UFC. Tengo las ganas, tengo la edad, tengo el equipo, tengo la familia, tengo todo para estar en la UFC. Yo podría estar peleando ahora mismo en la UFC y podría estar peleando en el top.
And speaking of the top, he had a firm opinion on a certain Irishman.
A mí me gusta McGregor, pero yo nunca he dicho que me gustaba su personalidad o la de las MMA. No.
Keep in mind that at this point, Conor McGregor had already knocked out both Jose Aldo and Eddie Alvarez to become the UFC's first simultaneous double champion, and had a pretty under-the-radar boxing match against Floyd Mayweather. You might have missed it. Ilya was light years away from Conor's achievements, but he was heading in the right direction because 2 months after his last fight, he was invited to Cage Warriors to compete for the vacant bantamweight championship.
I tried to fight bantamweights. I made that mistake, but never again.
Ilya says that because he couldn't make the weight and was ineligible to win the belt. Most people would take that as added pressure and be terrified on the biggest stage they've ever been on.
Todo en la arena y pero gritando y tienes que salir delante de miles de personas y te pones nervioso, ¿sabes lo que te digo? Imagínate meterte a pelear con un tío que se ha preparado durante meses y ha estudiado todas tus debilidades y tienes que meterte a pelear y todo el mundo espera lo mejor de ti, como que te ven como algo invencible, te tienes que preparar mentalmente súper fuerte. El miedo es una ilusión, el miedo es mi mejor amigo, es lo que me ayuda a alcanzar el mayor potencial que duerme dentro de mí. Mayor miedo, no poder ver la mejor versión de mí mismo que otra cosa, no hay ninguna duda que viva dentro de mí. Yo sé que voy a ganar muchísimos nervios, muchísimo. A ver, estás nervioso, pero súper confiado.
Just over 8 minutes and a half is all it took. I mean, Ilya was putting that black belt to use. Case in point, his next fight was another dominant performance where he took Luis Gomez down, ground and pounded Gomez like he owed him money, and then submitted him with a mounted triangle armbar. Look, dominating your opponents pre-UFC is a sign of potential greatness. But when you only showcase a grappling skill set and you've never faced adversity in the cage, it's hard to know how far you can go.
People in the press should access this area through low. The people in the cluster have to access it through yourself. You see that whenever one group has ability to be social, one group has the ability to be yourself, give it to the group that has the ability to access it through social. You say the name of the process, and the process literally
A ver, recibo el golpe y caigo al suelo.
their domicile opens right up because, looking at one here. If that's the case, then when it says apart from the process, both is an area that has a light up in the sun, which is one that's pretty fast, no
To Poirier not only recovered, but he attempted an anaconda choke, guillotine, and even went fishing for a darce, all in the first round. But it wasn't working.
What does everyone say about Ilya Topuria?
No es el pegar un golpe, no es crear huecos, es como te provoco.
They say, don't let him back up against the fence. Don't let him throw a barrage of punches.
Es todo mental, se hace como un partido de ajedrez que yo voy preparando, voy engañando.
It's his power and his speed. Don't let him trap you there.
Tiro un jab abajo, te tiro otro y el tercero es un jab abajo y una derecha arriba.
Ilya scored his first professional knockout and 7th first-round finish after tremendous adversity.
People have the story, and you guys are talking about an area, therefore,
And I'm sure a kid like that will never happen again.
the Vinay cluster used
But in all
through
seriousness,
yourself,
Topuria was
and
now
yet
8-0
saying
and
that
was
you
very
were
confident in
an
his
area,
UFC
and
material.
you're using it as a group as well, that whenever you have two groups to access an area, one through speaker, one through social, you give it to the group you're using it. Social, which was that you know that is interesting interpretation. Repesas literally means the people living on the repesas, and therefore when they access really one type of market, that's called access repesa, lateral usage. No going up, no going down, just usage to that's why you want to get. You're not doing a sleep off.
Me quedaban 2 peleas más en el contrato, pero dije, mira, si yo consigo salirme del contrato, sé que la UFC me va a firmar.
Taporia was right. He got out of that contract and the UFC signed him. But remember, this was during a certain pandemic, so the UFC called him back. Well, he so happened to have that virus.
Me llaman y me dicen que si el mismo día que tenía el vuelo para ir a Estados Unidos quería pelear en la UFC, pero en Abu Dhabi en 8 días.
Just supposed to do like 10 days before the fight, and you call me.
Las oportunidades no te vienen todos los días y menos así, ¿sabes?
And I test myself like 5 days after, and I test negative, you know. And I didn't say anything.
Soy el mejor del mundo, pelea con todos, que esto es mi sueño, me da igual que tenga 8 días, yo voy a aprovechar mi oportunidad. Y ahí empezó toda la historia.
His UFC fight while sick, these notices is practically negligent. And that's coming from me, a guy who's outside being vicious, unleash this dog, ready to bite someone. Alright, have fun. And then there's me, a guy peacefully enjoying his day, knowing that if I get hurt, America's largest injury law firm just might have my back. You get hurt, you deserve the best on your side. I mean, your serious injury could be worth millions. I can't believe that guy got hurt. Morgan doesn't settle for low-ball offers. I heard in the past couple of months, they saw verdicts of up to $26 million. Yeah, he should feel bad because I've got nothing to lose. The fee is free unless I win, and I know that Morgan & Morgan is the biggest injury law firm for a reason. They just keep winning. I hope he doesn't find out how easy it is to start a claim. It only takes a couple of minutes to see if you have a case. Yup, it's so easy. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/Lionel. That's www.forthepeople.com/Lionel, or just click the link in the description. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video, and now back to Ilya Taporia's UFC debut. Ilya Taporia has not competed in 2020, period. He's taken this fight on a week's notice. He is undersized. He's got a cage where he's formed for UFC. I think Yusuf Salah was a little bit too quick on the feet in the first round to get finished quickly.
No es que sé que voy a pelear en la UFC, mi objetivo no es llegar a la UFC porque yo sé que voy a llegar.
Some good guys, dominated some good guys as well. Has a bunch of quick finishes in his career. 23 years of age. These are two young guns going at it. This is not an easy fight for Yusuf Salah.
What is that like to be on the UFC's page, trying to pick your view? UFC saying this guy's gonna break out. You need to watch it.
I'm so happy for Yusuf Salah. He's taking on a savage though. In Ilya Taporia, who's very good. Very, very good.
Mi objetivo es ser el mejor, ser el campeón de la UFC.
If this was on a full camp, I don't think he would take Ilya Taporia.
It is completely different fighters though, for sure. You know, it's like I get a world champ kickboxer in Korea, and then they give me a guy who's a brawler, stricter wrestler. You know, so it's like it's a completely different fight style.
I'm gonna go with Yusuf Salah getting it done, and with all that context, Yusuf Salah should be the favorite.
Yo siempre digo que en esos momentos antes de salir a pelear es como una confesión que tengo contigo mismo.
Salah moves a lot, he throws a lot of crazy stuff himself, fast for the division, he's got good cardio.
Empiezas a recordar todo el camino que has tenido que recorrer para llegar hasta el punto donde te encuentras en ese momento y si te mereces la victoria o no.
He's got a great style, just cycling between submission against Yusuf Salah.
Me sorprendió a nivel de aguante porque tiene, no sé, 8 sumisiones y la verdad que resistió mucho. Siempre cada que llevo en el combate es como dice, lo necesito para merecerme la victoria.
Yusuf Salah looked like absolute shit. He looked terrible. Ilya Taporia came out there and literally out-grinded Yusuf Salah for a win on very, very short notice. I don't think Salah looked like it, and I want to get this right. Absolute shit that night. I just think Taporia is that good that he could overwhelm and smother a rising UFC prospect on 8 days' notice to his first decision victory. Not to mention, he had COVID right before, but it didn't matter. He didn't make an impression on the fans, so Taporia returned to the cage just 2 months later. Damon Jackson versus Ilya Taporia, or
Ilya Tapuria versus Damon Jackson, as it should be said. Great matchup. Ilya Tapuria, 9-0, but not just a normal 9-0 guy coming to the UFC because he's fought good opponents on his way up. I feel like on a full camp now, we're going to see the real potential of Ilya Tapuria. And if you can beat a guy like Yusuf Salal, who was on a win streak in the UFC at the time, you're definitely going to beat Damon Jackson. So I'll be going with Ilya Tapuria by unanimous decision.
MMA Guru, I would probably challenge the opinions of the disabled, but 2 wrong picks in a row. It's a darn shame. You should have some great power in your hands as well. You feel you're one of the strongest, most powerful punchers in the division.
I haven't seen body shots like that in a very long time, especially not in the featherweight division.
I like the Canelo style of body shots. And for this fight, especially, I train a lot of boxing.
Ilya Tapuria was tearing apart Jackson's liver and body while maintaining perfect boxing fundamentals.
The game plan was to hold him and just stand up. And I was knowing that when he was getting hurt, he will start to search for the takedown. I was ready for that.
The handing of body shots eventually started going upstairs afterwards once Damon Jackson was hurt to the body and just lit him up in that first round. Tapuria just destroyed him, annihilated him in that fight. It was an amazing performance.
I'm young, I have a lot of things for improve and
And apparently Ilya Tapuria is going to be a real problem in that division.
What are some of the names that are on your radar that you would like to challenge yourself with in that cage?
the only man who means something for me is the man who has the belt, you know. I don't care about anyone else.
Tapuria acquired his first UFC finish, finally giving UFC fans the Matador El Matador. The only question was, could he lure his next bull to slaughter?
Ryan Hall versus Ilya Tapuria takes place this weekend on the prelims of UFC 264.
I think Ilya's a great opponent. He's very tough. You know, he brings a lot of skills to the table.
He's a good wrestler, of course he is. He's a nice professional.
What's part of the game?
Absolutely. One of the best grapplers, the best grappler in MMA.
Ryan Hall always going to be dangerous.
He's not so good like
Everybody's
talking about.
Ilya Tapuria was facing Ryan Hall, a leg lock specialist and jiu-jitsu master who never lost in the UFC. But Ilya did not care. He's highly touted on the ground, but in fight is standing. Does he present any dangers on the feet?
If the embankments of the pitch is more than 10 times
I haven't been outstruck in any of my fights, and that doesn't mean that that's
the rock I
impossible.
understand.
But there's this
The use
continuing
of the
narrative
rock
that
ultimately
even
again
though
is the top of
I'm
the
not a
rock.
striker,
He don't has knockout power.
What's
He's just like
the
shitty kicks
gravity of the pitch is
and nothing else.
I don't see a universe where Tapuria doesn't just walk him down and bounce him in that first round.
He has a very weird style, but when I grew up in the gym, we have like close to 13 black belts. And I have a lot of guys there who has a very similar style to him. So for me, his style is very familiar. I'm going to fight with everything I can. I will play with all my skills on Saturday. I'll give it everything I got.
I believe Ilya Tapuria is going to go out there and get a brutal first round KO.
How do they use it?
There was no doubt this was a very interesting matchup on paper, but early in it was fairly straight.
How do they use it?
Danger on the kid hitting Tapuria with
They
re-kicks.
have like the buckets and
Really
throw it
quickly,
over the
Hall
neck.
started spamming his usual Imanori rolls to answer the legs.
But
But Tapuria was very patient and controlled the grappling exchange because of his broad
Cuando
line.
entré en el combate de Royal, y él empezó a hacer todos los movimientos que nosotros sabíamos que iba a hacer. Él me los hacía con una velocidad, pero 10 veces más que el mismo Ryan. Estaba acostumbrado y había entrenado conmigo que era mejor que la encima. Era imposible que me ganara.
Like a bull to a cave, Ryan Hall eventually charged at Ilya Tapuria with a reckless spinning kick. And that was the end.
Congratulations on a huge victory against the guy who's incredibly
Remember again, that upper area, the area to the right,
Your last 2 fights have been incredible. You're on some kind of roll. People, like I said, very excited about you. Think that you'll be a feature contender, potential champion, 45.
He's the main partner, and there's Rico. He's still the other a lot of the men are going ahead, and you are locked now. You are locked now. So
Congratulations on the spectacular. Elias Stock went through the roof that night, coincidentally, on the same night that Conor McGregor hit the lowest of lows opposite Dustin Poirier. Destiny seemed on track for Topuria, but unfortunately, he was inactive for 8 months with 2 canceled bouts in early 2022 due to pullouts and weight cut issues. And so the UFC told him, if you want to fight soon, it might have to be 1 weight class up. Topuria accepted a short notice lightweight bout against Jai Herbert, who's 5 inches taller with an 8-inch reach advantage. Huge reputation behind him as well. But he's got good, decent boxing. He's very good on the ground. He's got, you know what I mean? He's very, very good on the ground. He's got submission skills. I expect him to try and train and then shoot for a double leg. Maybe we don't give me a big achievement, I suppose. He's very good. Once you double leg, so you never know what surprise you're sat there. Topuria had a very game and dangerous opponent ahead of him, but during fight week, Topuria had his eyes on another fighter. I drew the watch to his face. He drew it back to me. I slipped and I gave him a proper right hand. He wanted to come on me inside after that, and he got put on his place. Stood there on my own. I was about 6 of them, and he don't know. Ilya Topuria got into a hotel scuffle with rising UK prospect Paddy the Baddy Pimblett. He wanted to do so, he would have come around the table and tried to have a fight with me, but he didn't. He stood on the other side of the table because he knows what's good for him. He's rocking with security right now, because he's scared of his pants. This all occurred because of Paddy's tweets that offended Topuria's Georgian heritage. If he gets the win, I really want to fight with him. Even if he didn't get the win, I want to fight him because of my people, because of me, you know. I want to take his head off when you hurt your opponent and get into it with Paddy on fight week. He didn't know one. He used my name for followers and to gain some publicity. They can always say anything to do, but I only do to start here to me. Ready for Saturday? If Ilya was a little more focused on Herbert, the fight might have gone a little differently. You know, this guy with his big reputation couldn't get past the jump. I was surprised that in the first round he was really fast, good movements, great. So why don't you think this whole giant was a stand-up and show me a king from nowhere, you know? No me esperaba la patada, lo recibí, pero no perdí el conocimiento en ningún momento. Pude reaccionar rápido. Shot against the cage, you know, defending attack again, he wasn't, you know, that wasn't going his way. We had to change the game plan. I had to project in striking and putting a combination. That's his favorite position, get you back to the cage. I don't get 3-4 people to get you against the cage. Right. Finally, I put it like, just come over the top, you know, go there. We learned that Topuria can overcome tremendous adversity to showcase his fight IQ and deliver a vicious knockout. I really didn't expect to finish him in this way because the game plan was to take the fight to the ground, but we had to change the game plan. But we also learned that Topuria does not care about disrespecting you on home turf. Do you think Paddy will fight you in the future? Everyone on Earth knew who Topuria was after that knockout. Well, everyone on the flat Earth. Is this a fight in particular that you kind of wanted? Is this a did you have a place in Two undefeated guys. I mean, how good do you think Royce is? I mean, is he as good as that undefeated record suggests?
This is, in my opinion, the second highest level fight on the card, Topuria would finally face a tough opponent and an undefeated Bryce Mitchell, providing him with a clear path into the featherweight elite.
I can beat anyone in the featherweight division. It's enough to beat anyone from the division. Yeah, he's undefeated for a reason. I'm undefeated for a reason too. When I get up whole camp, there is no man that can stop me.
I think he's wondrous. The Bryce Mitchell, I think the time that they're on the fame is going to be proper to Bryce Mitchell.
You think I'm going to win? I've already proven either you're wrong.
If Topuria is able to keep this one on the feet, then where does Bryce Mitchell strike him low? You know what I mean? That's my concern for him.
He's got grappling skills.
Who is right
He's really good, but mine's is even better.
Either you set up a coward. There's a coward show up for beer.
He's not going to be able to take me down, and I'm going to strike with him because I'm way better than him. His striking is
I remember making a note of this for his debut. He either subs you in the first round or he stops you in the second. Generally,
his lights out on Saturday night.
really in this fight is Bryce Mitchell trying to get the fight to the floor, and Topuria wanted to keep it on the feet because he can punch.
I know what's going to happen. I know that I'm going to put him to sleep. And I think he already knows it too.
And I'm leaning 51, 55-ish percent in favor of Ilya Topuria here.
I know that I'm going to get that win. I want to make it look easy. This is my goal. My goal is to shine inside that cage.
No, I'll go Topuria as well. Proper on the fence on this one. While everyone made predictions, Topuria was cutting weight, and we learned he has a very unique method of doing so.
Is it true that when you get close to your weight cut, that you drink a little bit of wine to help finish the weight cut out?
Completely true.
You drink wine. Once you get weight.
Ese es el mensaje, no. Yo tomo mi vino.
I'm like, this guy's my fucking hero.
Everyone knows that when you're cutting weight, it's a little bit difficult to go to sleep to the bed. At the same time, it helps you for the dehydration.
You don't get buzzed.
I get very fucked. We don't think about the fighting, we just celebrate. Yeah. And I go to sleep like a baby. I wake up at the next morning with 2 pounds less because of the dehydration.
And it seems that alcohol also puts Topuria in a trolling mood because his trash talk at the face-offs really threw off Bryce.
Digo que me echó un principio. Guapo que está. Mirándome todo serio de ahí. ¿Qué te pasa?
And it wasn't enough going on. Topuria once again got into it with Patty Hamlet at the press conference.
I just saw them last time. They got a hand sanitizer bottle with themselves as fuck.
I don't understand you anything. Cloudy,
Sounds a bull. No question asked. Mitchell in the back. Do you think they always make a mistake, folks?
Yeah,
I really don't. All I know is I'm showing up to whoop ass.
If I got anything from that, it's that Bryce Mitchell was 100% ready to go in there and whoop Topuria's ass.
I was not capable of kicking ass that night.
Yo sabía que me intentaba derribar, ¿verdad? Entonces, si yo voy al cuerpo, le doy la oportunidad que él cambie los niveles.
If I could go back, Britt probably wouldn't have even shot a takedown.
What's that? He take me down, he hold me down for 1 minute, I think. I was not able to take me down. Me consigue tirar al suelo. Yo voy a estar súper tranquilo, no voy a desgastar mi fuerza porque yo realmente podía luchar ahí, levantarme de pie. I was capable of taking an ass kicking. I did do that pretty well. Y Bryce Mitchell fue eso. Arriba, tocarle poco a poco en el cuerpo.
That guy's he's very
I was way better than him. The striking, even at the round,
I was tired immediately when the fight started. I mean, within the first couple of minutes, I was tired.
en el segundo asalto ya estaba perdido.
You get tired?
And I know that
I imagine again,
when
you
I
have a wall of the
that's why I take him down.
the main concept. They just slowly construction of the wall. That's the way but then I realized that the construction of the wall was downward from their windows, from the entrances of their home. You know, for example, how does this play out? Okay, so that's
Not just with the stand-up, but finish this fight on the ground. You really sent a message tonight.
So when Malcolm asked on the concept,
I make it more crazy that you said you were going to leave his head as flat as you think the earth is before this fight.
Me out there, I had the flu the week before. I thought I'd just tough it out. I didn't feel good at all.
Did you see this video? What do you think of it?
Excuses like they were going to make me look like one day here, one day 2023. I would have loved to fight for the title directly because I know that I'm the best in the world. I'm the number one guy.
Like ultimately again, the upper flank is Lamella Nassau. So this is again, this is Lamella Nassau, the Halakha again.
That was a wildly impressive performance by Topuria, but Bryce wasn't ranked high enough to justify a title shot. But the number 5 guy in the world who just fought for an interim title, that ought to do it.
Josh Emmett, he's a very tough opponent, but I think you kind of know what to expect, right? Big left hook, strong striking.
What does a perfect night in the office look like for you?
Yeah, perfect night would be landing that first overhand right, going home with 3 checks.
I'll just have to be worried about his hooks. He's got that powerful right hand and left hand, so, but that's all he got.
I absolutely can see a world where Josh Emmett just throws a fastball between the eyes of Ilya, and Josh Emmett smells blood and runs in. TKOs.
I couldn't care less about his wrestling or me. He's boxing. He's a talented kid. He's an up-and-comer. Very well-rounded. But I think it's a great matchup stylistically for me. You have to be worried about my boxing or wrestling. Every so often in the UFC, that's what I've been. When I'm actually trying to show you this is our next fight, so that I can fight on the title, right? It feels like this Saturday is based around you and potentially the next guy for
The UFC rankings, Ilya's at 9. If he beats Josh Emmett, he's probably going to jump up to 5 or 6. I don't know if he's going to get a title shot on the next guy.
This is for the main fight for tonight. You're an undefeated fighter. Is there any pressure on you? I didn't feel any pressure from the young weight to get this win on Saturday night. Face next to him.
In the moment, you'd think Topuria was looking past Josh Emmett at Volkanovski, but we just didn't realize what he was going to do to Emmett. Did he hurt you at any point in the fight?
DC was calling it a masterclass. Do you feel that was a masterclass?
I would expect him to knock him out in the first round, but the guys are really tough.
He's scary. What he did to Josh Emmett was nasty. He's nasty.
Masterclass. If I would finish him in the first round, I never like to go to the distance. I had to just stay patient, punch once, jabs, stay in the distance. That was what I did. He was really tough. I don't know how many punches I caught you, but the guy was really tough.
I don't want to breeze past this fight, but there's really not much else to say. Topuria beat the crap out of Emmett for 5 straight rounds. Not only scoring 10-8 rounds, but a 10-7 round. Ilya Topuria wasn't just dominant, he was genuinely terrifying.
Is a scorecard that we don't get generally in mixed martial arts. You just fought a guy in the top 5, and you put on an absolute masterclass.
This puts you in a really fantastic position in the division.
Once I get that home, I can match my level of skill. Inside the cage, those can dynasty for a title shot. Without any doubt. The next guy you're going to see me fight for the title. I want Alex to defend that belt and show to him and when his was going to end, mine's going to start.
What's the deal with the roses that were thrown during the walkout and obviously the fight? You got a lot of roses going on.
What's the fourth territory? 2 territories which is very important in the One is above the other. As you can see from the picture, because of the reason why they're on top of the
This guy
other,
will
they are
knock you out,
diagonal
submit
from
you,
each other.
or maul you for 5 straight rounds, and then
I watch
warn you
with a road.
Vegas,
Celia was 14-0 after Edmonton. That's
Arizona,
14 rows down, and only one
so
left to go.
they went
Before
ahead
we get to
and
the big fight, I want to genuinely thank you all for getting me past
about
100K
that.
subs. If you want more videos like this, subscribe. Let's get to a million to get through weirdo. Anyway, Topuria climbed the featherweight mountain, and now it was time to see if he could finally plant flag.
And even though this guy's
So
he's an
therefore,
underdog,
you are
he's
not really
fighting
allowed to
the
throw
most
water
dominant
from
featherweight of all
the
time.
water.
This guy's got some big matches.
And you think that it'll be an easy fight for you?
Yes,
I hope the road with you this weekend.
he will not be able to touch me. That's what I'm telling you.
Maybe very hard today to get to. But Bogue's probably the best featherweight to ever do it.
Llegarías a los puntos como menos 5 a los puntos. No,
I'd like to
no voy a llegar a los puntos.
You feel like you finished this man in the first round?
Yeah, I will finish.
He seems very confident in the lead up to this. I mean, he said things like, Alex doesn't stand a chance.
I wouldn't be surprised, and you should be surprised if I make it look easy. Topuria treated it looked like he was going to be an easy fight, and unfortunately, fans were unsure of Volkanovski's swift return after his recent knockout loss to Makhachev.
He got knocked out in October. He's got a fight in February. It's fast, man.
Everyone see me at my lowest. Now I get to bounce back and fight this undefeated prospect.
I wonder, well, if Alex Volkanovski will have any lingering effects from that knockout.
He lost his last fight, talked about his mental problems.
I personally believe the alien superior is the man to be Alexander Volkanovski. Volkanovski loses this to Topuria, and he just lost to Islam Makhachev. There's a big chance that perhaps he never fights for the belt again. Now, more importantly, it will signify the beginning of the end of his career.
Do you think if you beat Alex, if all goes according to how when you beat him, as you said, it would be an immediate rematch?
The way I'm going to beat him, they don't even ask Trump to rematch. That bullet right here, after getting knocked out, if it touches it there again, it could be good night for both.
Do you feel like this is the first time that you've been so far in your career?
Yeah, I think so. And he kind of was counted out. In part because Volkanovski was now 35 years old, historically losing age for UFC champions. And even though Volk leaned into it as a joke, he didn't make us any less nervous.
Lower the neck and the south to make it.
Punches, and I'm always aware of that. I think the only way I ever lose in this division is someone catching me. I want him to realize that there is levels. I want him to be like, oh well, I'm nowhere near this level, which is going to be very embarrassing after all the talk he's been doing.
There are levels. There are levels.
Topuria was so sure that Volkanovski was levels beneath him that he made his confidence very public.
You're a special kind of company. I think even in your bio on social media, it already says that you're a champion.
Hasn't even full Volkanovski yet. He's already got world champion undefeated 15-0 in his bio. So a lot of people think his confidence borders on cockiness. Where's this confidence come from, man? You know how hilarious it's going to be if he loses, or how awesome this will look if he wins. I believe it. Who begin to listen, make it public. He said he's going to stand up and do something. I'm not ready for it.
They both have rights in that same machine. And therefore, once they get they both have rights, if they make it run through some of our show. But if they don't run through the thing, right? I'm talking about what is that say? What is that say? It's a thing like it goes back to 52. Listen, you look at pieces of that pizza. You didn't get the same research.
Well, I said, you might as well take advantage of it now. You
Lower
never
and
see it.
left distance. How many can lower and left distance of you? How many you hit? How many you hit?
You learn your lesson, and maybe you can bounce back
They have
after that.
to throw
Until
their
then,
bucket. Remember
keep
again,
your hands
that's
on my belt.
when you say throw left,
Surface
stop,
level,
and
you'd
struggle.
think
What is
Topuria was treating
throwing?
Volkanovski
Up
like
with
Connor
those.
did Aldo,
But
but in
here,
reality,
they really would have to
Topuria
Right,
admired
don't you
Volkanovski.
get to throw
Was
the
the
bucket
best guy in the
over
world
to against
for some
you.
reason. He was the powerful
Up, right,
for some reason. So
down into the cabin,
guy
down to
deserves
the
huge respect. He's a great guy. He's fighting for
How
his
does
family to give them a good life. I
utilize
respect him
How?
as a person, as a professional.
Well,
He deserves it.
How long has he been on your radar? How long have you been at least in thought, thinking about game planning and strategizing for.
I didn't prepare myself for him just in this training camp. I was watching him since I started almost at this morning because he was a world champion since a long time. So I know him better than any fighter.
Unexpected inabilities. He thinks he's amazing. Under prepared. He said he will
Remember as one of the greatest in the featherweight division. He was a great champion.
People are talking a lot about how popular you are in your state and these places in Europe.
To be honest, I don't care about that kind of things. I just want to be happy.
If you paid attention thus far, you know Ilya was just trying to build the fight up. But with everything said, there was no looking back now.
He could be as good as he's saying. He could be as good as what everyone's saying, but he hasn't been able to prove it. It's Furia is either going to be the biggest laughing stock in MMA history, or an absolute superstar. I think if you knew Tamoria's story, you wanted to see him become champion. I know I certainly felt that way. He almost has to work out for it now, or it will be like if McGregor can never be Aldo after that for McGregor.
What do? They walk up. They walk up to the opposite pillar, and they two know what they're fucking. Therefore, what's the case? The case is they have no choice, so everyone uses it to be truthful. That's what they say now. Nami had two areas.
You just didn't want it to be against
Oh,
Volkanovski.
that's
What did you say to him?
until they go ahead and remove it.
I thought that Volkanovski looked really good. I thought he was winning the fight. I thought that jab was great.
To be honest, he surprised me. He was very fast with his
Zombie
jabs.
boy,
Primero saltaba que quería acelerar, tirar por el sueldo, su mano izquierda, la mano derecha, los golpes puros. Cuando yo le conecté el primer golpe bien conectado, él mismo me lo celebró. Me dijo,
everybody actually says, you know, man, he not oil with himself, that's so
Both looked really good too. That fight was heating up. They were exchanging.
un poco estudiado para ver hacia dónde se desplazaba, hacia dónde agachaba la cabeza, si daba pasos hacia atrás, hacia adelante, dónde colocaba su cabeza, sus manos. Yo siempre me mantengo súper paciente en la pelea porque sé que la finalización va a venir. Yo no busco la finalización. The game plan since the first moment was to do a long combinations, not just a 1-2 punches, combinations of 3, 4, 5 punches because it's more difficult to win. Solamente busco debilitarlo mentalmente, hacerlo dudar todo el tiempo. Cuando él me conectó, se lo celebró y yo en el video no sé si luego se va a poder ver. Le digo, my turn is coming, sir. Una vez que te haga dudar en cualquier situación, las dudas se multiplican. Se le coloqué la mano izquierda, vino hacia mí, le metió la mano y las dudas te matan.
This fight that made you believe he would put him away in the second round.
He just won the title. He looks like a guy who could be one of the all-time greats. I just know my skill show. I work so hard. I work so hard.
This was a moment reminiscent of Connor's championship performances.
I'm at a point.
There was a big difference here.
I think what's growing always I said one day I would become a UFC world champion. Orgulloso de todo el camino que he recorrido porque al final todos los momentos que he vivido fueron los que formaron a la persona que soy hoy en día. Trust yourself, work tirelessly, have faith, and everything is possible. Look at me. Look at me now.
For all the talk, Ilya is a very humble person with a deep respect for Volkanovski, motivated by something very different than Connor's monetary goal.
The dream is to be world champion, world lightweight champion in the UFC.
$1 billion is coming to Southpaw. Where's that second belt? Come on, stage and crack up.
More money than I know what to do with.
Guys, it doesn't matter where you come from, if you know where you're going. It's much more important what's in front of you than what's behind you.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Both became massive superstars. Tamori was welcomed with open arms in Spain and given a spotlight ahead of one of the most popular sporting teams in the world.
Having a moment like that at the beginning of a big match for a UFC champion, a guy who just won the belt a week ago, that is gigantic.
And Connor became the highest earning athlete on the Forbes list.
But money
Right? So God
was the furthest thing from Toporia's mind
that
when
is
he
right
won that
next
belt.
to the Salado. What's our fault? So the Gemara said, Solo Sinan Kabua Lahashilo. Also, if you're getting required,
Y ese es mi objetivo hasta el día de hoy y los días que me quedan. Sabes que yo quiero ser feliz, ese es mi objetivo. Lo que más quería, Dios ya me estaba dando lo que yo quería, la felicidad. Aparte de todos los títulos que puedan existir en este mundo, yo creo que el objetivo de cualquier ser es ser feliz.
Thank you to my patrons and members. If you like this video, you will love the others on my channel and subscribe because he was a magician. There was something about him, man. He had this unstoppable aura. He was fooling everybody up. Anyway, there was a way he was doing it. He was doing it like it was magic.
So the Gemara says if you have a rooftop, and the rooftop is 10 fucking away, 10 fucking miles.
This is a true story. Anderson Silva broke the record for most consecutive wins in the UFC.
He made the top guys in the world look easy for a handful of years. No one knew.
He broke the record for most consecutive title defenses.
People love finishes. And honestly, you can always provide a finish at any moment.
Nobody can do what this guy can do. He's the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world.
And he had achieved that against some of the best fighters in the world. Not a second he wasn't even able to.
He's the greatest of all time. I think he's the greatest in any combat sport.
And all of that was true until 2013. Look, a lot of you may know the story of Anderson Silva,
I just try to enjoy every single moment I come inside the cage.
but not enough of you understand his story.
I worked hard, the best experience of my life, and good. And today, I feel
You know he's a legend. You know there's tragedy, and you know there's a very rich career in between.
there's this dirtbag named Anderson Silva.
I'm gonna put him on his prissy little ass. I don't want to fight Anderson. I want to beat him down.
Esse cara me bateu 5 bateu aqui, eu apanhei toda a minha vida inteira.
But you haven't fully understood that the reason we love him is the reason he will never be the GOAT.
My first professional fight, I drive to the city and I fight 4 times the same day, $100. Cara, fiz a primeira luta. Quero show, levanta, quero show, levanta. Eu acabei que eu consegui finalizar o cara. Peguei as costas do cara e finalizei.
Anderson Silva finished his first professional MMA fight in under 2 minutes with a suffocating rear naked choke.
When I finish, I just talk to my professor at the time and look at him and say, that's crazy. I never go through this again.
Despite his reservations, Anderson took on Fabricio Gomez for his second pro fight.
I'm a little scared because you never know what happens inside. I fight with the best jiu-jitsu guy at the time, Fabricio Moran. He's a student of Iron Grace. He's a black belt. It's funny because at the time I'm blue belt.
Way lower.
Yeah, I pick up something fast and I win the fight, and that's a start. I fight in Brazil a lot, in the Mecca.
You know, Mecca was a new Brazilian MMA promotion. In fact, Anderson participated in the very first Mecca event.
When I have my first baby, I don't have nothing except my talent and my energy to do something for my family. You know,
Anderson spent the entirety of the match on his back with no sign of any grappling skills, leading to his first professional loss. A dominant and humiliating loss like this, while you have a family to take care of, is enough to make you wonder, did you even choose the right career path?
I guess I kind of want to start it off going back to like how you initially got into fighting overall, right? Because I know that you wanted to be a soccer player.
As a young boy, Anderson loved soccer, but after missing soccer tryouts, he was approached by the boxing trainer next door.
I come to try the tryout to play football, but I'm too late. Coach Victor just look at me and say, okay, take this stuff and let's me. That's my first contact with boxing.
That was just boxing. Anderson's love of martial arts actually came much earlier.
Então você gosta de luta, né? Eu
eu comecei a treinar, tinha 8 anos de idade. A lot of people think it's dancing, but it's not. It's capoeira. And I started training capoeira. That's my first contact with martial arts. My brain was thinking, is Bruce Lee watching the movies from Bruce Lee? My brother's training would die, and I said, whoa, one day I go train super. I started training.
Anderson became infatuated with all martial arts, boxing, capoeira, taekwondo, Muay Thai, even jiu-jitsu.
I started training with my friends, my neighborhood, because in the time I don't have money for training. And the guys gave me my first, and I started training, and I said, whoa,
Despite the importance of poverty, Anderson just found a way to develop his martial arts skills that were his way of feeling like a superhero. And when you're a talented young spider kid raised by your aunt and uncle, you will do anything to feel like a superhero, even rejecting the family career path.
I stood up for common call, the same my brothers and my dad, but I feel it's not for me. Work come in my life very natural, because I don't have too much options. Will come call the same my brother, my dad, or fighting. And I grew up in a city, it's a very famous city about MMA fighters. And the time is, the name is not MMA, it's a fighting. And a lot of guys fighting all the time. Vanderlei Silva and the other guys, you say, whoa, that's crazy sport, but maybe I can do that. I never realized this happened in my life. Professional fighter.
Anderson won his next two fights in Mecca, finishing both of his opponents in the first round, which, as you can imagine, opened a lot of doors for him.
Mesmo Mecca, eu consegui a oportunidade de lutar. And I fight in Japan, I fight in Korea, I fight in different countries.
Anderson got the opportunity to fight in Shuto in 2001, a big step up from Mecca. One decision against the experienced fighter. A few months later, another first-round KO in Mecca before returning back to Shuto for his biggest fight yet.
When I fight for my first time with Hayat Samurai, that's my hard fight. It's a hard fight for me because it's the first time I realized I fight for respect to my country. The two flags come, Japan and Brazil, and I start the National Brazilian Hino, and I say, oh, now that's
your country.
It's about my country.
Hayato Sakurai is a Japanese mixed martial arts legend, and at the time, he was the Shuto middleweight champion. But by this point, Anderson was a more well-rounded martial artist, running the exchanges on the feet, taking down Sakurai, taking his back, landing vicious ground and pound, and attempting submissions on the ground to ultimately win a decision and become the Shuto middleweight champion. Silva stayed busy by returning to Mecca and snatching another quick TKO victory before moving up to the big leagues.
E aí eu acabei tendo a oportunidade de lutar no Prize. Eu tinha uma pequena desvantagem, porque eu pesava 83, 85. E a categoria não tinha a minha categoria 84. Era 95 pra cima.
Between June 2002 and June 2003, Anderson fought strictly in Pride Fighting Championships.
Mas eu tinha vontade de treinar os caras mais pesados e ser mais ágil, né?
At Pride 21, Anderson Silva landed a ruthless head kick to split open Alex Stapling's face and win via doctor stoppage. Anderson was so good he could handle Alexander Otsuka at Pride 22 and deal with meatheads at a bar the next day.
You ever get in any fights as a security guy?
Yeah, a lot. The guy is a big guy, and I start to doing something in the bar. Everybody say, "Oh, I don't go talk to with this guy because he's big." And every time the guy come here and destroy everything, I say, "Bro, this is not here to work. You're doing something crazy here. You make problem for me. Please don't do that." And the guy says, "Oh, come on, Anderson, don't worry. I got you. And the manager come talk to me. What do you say for the guy? I say, you have two choices. You stop doing something crazy, or I go kick your ass." But I never did that.
Anderson Silva secured a decision victory against Alexander Otsuka to round out 2002 and earn a fight against Carlos Newman, the former UFC welterweight champion and submission specialist.
I'm very lucky because at the time, Tauro,
realmente, mas a minha vida financeira realmente mudou quando o Minotauro me abraçou to become more professional fighter. More experience in the jiu-jitsu, more experience in Nogi, and I start fighting in the high level.
Learning under the legendary Nogueira brothers truly gave Anderson Silva the edge he needed with the jumping competition.
Eu comecei a entender que eu precisava melhorar a minha técnica, e aí eu comecei a estudar muito mais. E aí chegou num momento ali, cara, que ficava tudo mais fácil. Eu tinha uma visão além do que o cara estava fazendo. Eu já tinha visto ele várias vezes. Ele vai fazer isso, ele vai fazer isso.
Anderson officially entered the Matrix by knocking out a former UFC champion with a flying knee. Unfortunately, his next 3 fights were a little more rocky. He was submitted via triangle choke at Pride 26 and won 2 more fights in Brazil and Korea before setting his sights on the UK.
And then he went over and fought in cage rage. He fought in England. He fights Lee Murray in cage rage. And Lee Murray was a f***ing killer.
Lee Murray was the British champ. He was the guy to beat. But you turned everyone around. After you beat Lee Murray, everybody started to love him.
It's true, Anderson won a decision victory over a hot prospect in Lee Murray to become a cage rage middleweight champion. And while Anderson stole the UK's heart, Lee Murray just stole.
Lee Murray was the guy who was involved in the biggest armed robbery in the history of the UK.
Hey, that's a story for another day, because after becoming cage rage champion, Anderson returned to Pride for the final time, and the result was less than desirable.
He lost fight by leg scissor knee bar. He was flying leg scissor. But he was dominating that fight up until that moment as well.
It was actually a heel hook, not a knee bar, but that's neither here nor there. Anderson needed to bounce back and defend his cage rage title.
When he fought in England, I was like, holy shit. I was standing in front of Jorge Rivera and then to punch him in the face. You had to see how damn good Anderson really was when he was in his prime.
Anderson knocked out George Rivera in the second round to become a defending champion. He's lucky George's first name wasn't Lionel, or he'd have been in some serious trouble. But lucky for him, trouble wouldn't find him, because Anderson would finish Curtis Stout for his second cage rage title defense.
In the time, I'm happy in the cage rage because I never put in my mind fight in UFC. Eu fiquei 4 anos no cage rage. Nessa transição, o Pride já tava meio que tava para acabar. E o UFC já tava começando a estar em ascensão.
Well, the UFC was becoming the hot new thing. Anderson does what Anderson does, and took one more random fight at Rumble on the Rock 1 month later, and before the fight could even get going, well,
Not disqualified. Fighting Yushin Okami.
Anderson threw an illegal upkick to a grounded Yushin Okami to earn his first DQ loss and 4th overall loss.
And he goes over and fights Tony Franklin in cage rage and hits him with that crazy upward elbow. By the time he was coming to the UFC, I was like, dude, get ready for this guy.
Eu tô voltando pro cage rage, os caras me ligaram. Falaram, ó, o UFC quer você aqui. Eu falei, ah, legal, né?
Hey, UFC, what's up? You want me to come over and begin one of the greatest careers in MMA history?
Cool. When he came into the UFC, he was already in his 30s.
My first fight in UFC is Chris Lehman was such a striker. He had a head right out of concrete. It just simply couldn't hurt him. It was hard to imagine how Anderson was going to beat Chris Lehman.
After he incident with knocked him out, he may want to go back to Japan or somewhere where the competition's a little easier.
I think he might live to regret those words, Chris.
Oh, regret those words he shall. I mean, he might take a worse beating than this rich wallet. Dang, that's terrible. I know a lot of you and your dads are carrying around bulky wallets that need upgrading, and Rich is making gifting easy with one of their biggest sales of the year for Father's Day. The Rich wallet can hold up to 12 cards, and you can switch between the money clip, cash strap, and add an AirTag attachment so you never lose your wallet. It's the perfect gift for your dad, spouse, or brother, but it doesn't stop there. This is the Rich Key Case. Securely store up to 6 keys in a compact case that prevents your keys from jingling. And remember, Rich wallets, key cases, watches, and backpacks look just as good as they function. My favorite thing about Rich is the consistent
durability. I use the backpack to go camping, and now it's my go-to for traveling. So whether it's wallets, key cases, watches, backpacks, or more, give a gift that will last a lifetime. Save up to 40% off using my link at rage.com/Lionel through June 15th. That's rage.com/Lionel, or just click the link in the description. Thanks to Rich for sponsoring this video, and now back to Anderson Silva.
When Anderson Silva first fought Chris Lehman, I remember the odds were like real close.
And I said, oh my God, I'm here right now.
And at the time, Chris Lehman was smashing people.
Chris Lehman was on a 5-fight UFC win streak, and Anderson Silva just lost 5 months prior. This was an uphill battle.
We knew it was going to be a fight. We had a great game plan. The game plan right out the window.
All the things that you tell a fighter, a young fighter, not to do, Chris Lehman was doing. It was a perfect fight in terms of like you want to see like the effectiveness of like high level timing, speed, and perfect technique. Every watch needed getting planted.
The night I fight with Chris Lehman, it changed completely my life.
He destroyed Lehman. I said, man, if you keep destroying people like that, nobody's going to want to fight you. He was like, oh, I hope not. I want to fight him. I need to make money.
Anderson Silva lost the lead like it was nothing. Knocked him out first round.
What can you say? He was better. He's just better in every aspect. He has a tonality. Not too many people can say that.
Not many people can say that. I was going to tell him.
Fiz a primeira luta, daí fiz a segunda luta com o Rich Franklin. A lot of people truly believed that Rich Franklin was gonna be the person who was gonna decimate Anderson Silva.
He had so much respect for you. You know, you weren't a man.
Rich is a different animal. Rich can take him down. Rich is southpaw. Rich is gonna give him some problems.
Anderson was thrusted into a UFC middleweight title fight in just his second fight with the promotion against Rich Franklin, an already impressive champion. But we just didn't know.
Rich Franklin had spent years here, made it to the top of the world. It looked like it was his first day. Anderson went out there, and I didn't realize that I had never seen.
Their tears are filling up my Reddit. I don't get it. I don't get it. Don't really care. I want to squeeze that neck, bro. No tomorrow. No tomorrow. And they say that I'm a dummy. They say I'm kind of sad. I am going to kill them, but I'm not even that bad. I find it hard to tell you. I find it a mistake. When haters talk in general, it's a very, very cat's word.
I want to just take this time. I want to look directly in the camera when I say this. Okay. I want to thank Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I didn't look directly in the camera. I can't do it. It doesn't matter. I want to thank Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I mean, we've been doing this for, what, 2 years? Who's counting, right? I want to thank them. I can't believe we've been doing this show, 10 minutes a show, for that long. Also, thank you to the cat, everyone that watches. Thank everybody. I don't know how much longer we can do 10 minutes a show. Okay, I don't know how much longer they can do their show. I like being good. So it'll be every week, and then we'll see May and April. April and May. But you know, so I mean, I'm just putting it out there. You know, there's a timeline on everything. And it's like, how do we even fill that into 10 minutes sometimes? Yeah, and I like every week, 10 minutes. That's a lot of stack that over a week. That's a lot of 10 minutes. You know, and I've never been a numbers guy myself. I mean, honestly, I
don't even know. Like, sometimes it feels like I'm playing 4D chess with myself, trying to think of the next job is exactly. And you've been looking at places in Minnesota. You always talk about the Minnesota scene. I think you'd be great there. There's a lot of cool people up there. Tim Waltz is up there. And he's like always begging you to move out there and find you in the mountains. You're going to put your house up for sale. No one's going to buy it, though. How are you going to what are you going to give your dog away? It's a show dog, so it'll be cool. Yeah, it's my guy. Bubba, I know. It takes 6 months to do a truck show, and that's something that we're thinking about. Here's the thing, we have to run the timer. What's the over-under on the red chairs? Austin? I don't think they're going to do that. No. I mean, they have the money to move everything. I'd love to see what the shipping. I feel like I think Shop's gonna be like, no, I don't want to ship anything. He's gonna be at a loss buying new shit. No, we don't need any attention over here. Whoever stays here that's not moving, they're just like, oh sick. I have all this fucking equipment that shop, but then they'll like find dust and stains on it. Why does this red chair smell like shit? He's obsessed. I can totally see him making no, you don't want any attention. And then, he has to like spend thousands of bucks on new shit. I don't know where he gets the money, but he has money. Clearly, he just bought a new pink Jeep. That's when we were like, that's it. That's what I want to quit. He has so much fucking money. That's why no reason to name it. My Manny Chipper once was like, dude, he's rich. He is so rich. He's telling I was like, Manny, I don't know. I just do it about 10 minutes a week. I barely never met the guy. You met him? He's got so much money. I'm like, okay, fine. But anyways, that's not why you're here today. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shop, so start the timer. Play the chin clip. Alrighty, let's see. I didn't even have this open yet. Jesus Christ. The page. Let's see. The first one is posted by Haphazard. It's called The Cowboy Hat Era Has Began. Oh my god, dude. Unreal. I saw it. You already saw it? No. The hat. Oh, shit. Yeah. Let's see. Wow, we predicted this, or everybody did. I mean, yeah. You think we're going to go to Austin without that? Oh, really, dude? Come on, baby. She goes. No. Stop it. Stop it right now. You fucking gotta be what? Out of control. Those pants are probably the worst part. Yeah, those have dinosaurs Monday written all over them, Daddy. I mean, that's like Crocodile Dundee style hat a little bit. Yeah, it looks like a sepia tone on Instagram or something. Everything he's wearing. Yeah, man, he's matched it. He's got the shoes. I mean, this is very scathed. Where do you think he bought it himself? Great question. Maybe wife him up. Do you think he's an online shopper? Or he's just buying shit online? He knows his like tailor sizes and he's like looking at the benches and shit. He's just like, I don't even have to leave the house, Daddy. He probably does know his sizes. Stock out on that because he does a candy shop. But the shy, hey, can you help me out? He said he was going to help them out. He's like, hi, I'll be there in a minute. Looks like I'm buying these fucking checker pants right now. He adds to cart a lot. I think he probably does know his sizes because he's a shopaholic. Look, he has a lot of shit. So he's got to know his sizes. Unless he just goes to stores and he's like, hey, look at me. I have this really big podcast. I already can. We're on TV. Can I have it?
So ela
They're like friends.
ela nunca me
That is crazy.
simply says,
Yeah, we're a couple cozy guys.
and
Now, you
not
and I are a couple of cozies. Now, here's a couple things I want to start this podcast with. I'm looking at your cowboy hat. Thank God you dressed him. Imagine they just had a podcast with a cowboy hat. We should do that. Fuck, we're going to get a cowboy hat. I want to get a cool cowboy hat. We're moving Austin. I'm telling you, Florida lies, bro. Why are you fucking faking, dude?
What it says to the bus says, he's actually saying when they go.
And we know all the
Which
rules.
was
Say somebody gave it to me. Please don't hurt me. Take my hat. You're gonna need this in Austin. It's all good. If you are a cowboy hat, you're born and raised in Texas, you're going to an event, a cowboy hat, boots, and a belt from a market. That's it. If you are from Aurora, Colorado, and you work with horses, you can wear a hat. But if you are a guy who lives in LA with those pants and you're wearing a cowboy hat, still can't wear it. No, I didn't say no. Of course you can wear the hat, but it doesn't make you a cowboy. It does make you a dick, right? And that's fine. But I like that was given to you, and I approve because it matches your outfit. It's a nice Stetson. It's a nice, proper Stetson. I can bully you, so I take it. The thing is, nobody can bully you. So at the end of the day, you're fine because you have cauliflower ears and you're a giant. And yeah, you're also not old Brendan. There's a lot of Aurora Brendan. The real Brendan is back. I like that. I'll wear this hat if I want. I'm obviously thinking about other hats that you shouldn't wear. I'm sure you're gonna go ahead and like it. He's like, I can wear whatever hat I want. They're proud to understand why. My hat. I like the other hats. And he might give you a chance. This is what I say about this is what, can I just tell you how it works, people? Well, this is what I say to people about Brendan. So go ahead and say, just go ahead and start dissing Brendan for a second. Just if you're a guy. I bet I can do this too. Say he seems like a dick. Just go ahead. Seems like a bit of a dick. He's always wrestling. Hey, listen. I love that you're saying all this and you keep that to yourself. You don't want to say that with an earshot and say, why? Why not? Because you might get gripped. I don't know what they're talking about. You can squeeze it. I had to stop it. It was going on for so long. He's keeping you busy right now. Watch Cal. He's saying all this. His feet start to shake and he's like, body's just moving. You might get you keep that to yourself. You don't want to say that with an earshot. Because they play off. He was like, he's going to keep you busy right now. He's getting ready. Why not? Because you might get gripped. You don't want to get gripped up.
There was a third possibility.
I wonder, did that start off ironic, like how we go, yes, and then we can't stop? Like, because I think it's funny, but I'm doing it ironic. I don't feel like he's doing it ironic. Like, he would grin, he's gonna get grinned. Okay, so I think it is ironic because he's saying, like, this is how we talk. You know? Double up the funny. But when he's doing politics, I mean, like, different voices. And he doesn't randomly go, like, represent. He doesn't hit that voice when he's doing real talk. His politic thing is so funny, like his politics voice. Like he talks as if he's that dude from the meme who stands up with the thing in his jacket pocket. But what he's saying is stupid bullshit. He has no idea who he's an idiot, dude. God help him, dude. Let's see what else we got here. That's a promotion. I got these weird ones.
Where he rested from Conquer.
Okay, so
those
people why is it not letting me stop it? Oh my god, this is annoying.
Where they also conquered
Okay, so this is posted by Mock It Farces. I know this is a hater sub, but I really like the show. I made a highlight video for the guys to play while they make me. I don't know where else they might see it. Please be nice. Maybe you'll like it. Alright, something tells me there's going to be sarcasm. Oh yeah. T-Fat K Best Moments Fan Edition. Let's see. If you want to retell our guys, those who hate on the
אז
same
פוגוס
this
אנחנו
guy critiquing
היה
my art or critiquing my set or critiquing a podcast, they do not matter.
from
When you
יהושע,
can't be the same
וישב
as if you
יהושע
can't create a
לזרוע
profile.
שימו לפני השם
That's
ויקרא
because
שם
who
יהושע
cares?
את הארץ ליסוד כמח
Even a homeless
מוסר.
guy.
So what happened is after they had divided it up amongst themselves, they also did it. They also did
It's definitely not going to be an episode,
Yucha,
but we
because
watched
when the Muslim was reestablished in Shiloh, it was a period of peace and tranquility.
hold on a second. I used to think giraffe was giraffe.
But the Elul Madan is Yerushalayim. There's many people that will believe in that. They prefer Yerushalayim. So this is what
Something's telling me this guy is not a real fan. It's like this, right? It's like this. Santa lives here. Yes. Polar bears live here. Santa doesn't really like polar bears, so he's up here. He's like, remember, that's not a real hole in pants, right? That's CG. That's whatever it's called. Yeah, whatever the fuck.
So say it's interesting.
That's not real. That's not real. I didn't have to go all in there. This froze across the river in Germany, and then it just froze, and they just. Sometimes they can bring it back to life, yeah. I thought they can't live without frozen. No, sir. That's the movie. That's pretty funny. Dude, if that was on purpose, that's amazing. Yeah, that was such a funny thing because hilarious. He's like thinking of cryogenic freezing or something like that, but it's just a frozen fox in the ice. They can bring that back to life, right? Somebody had to Walt Disney, right? Yeah. Walt Disney. Really is actually kind of funny there. But yeah, that for sure, the song got cut out of the band. No chance. It's so funny. The amount of times this something that got cut out. What do you think? Dude, just the greatest hits. That's good. I don't think it would work. Yeah, I feel like I have, dude. Let's see here. Let's go to the next one. It's posted by Glitch Doctor. It's called Always Been a Blue Collar Truck Guy. With some sure shot. Always in the shot. Yes, the cowboy hat. It's the new thing, dude.
So the Gemara says this follows.
Episodes
Remember again, when you go to see the Pasha Shah,
dicks with trucks and fish.
refers to Shiloh, Nachala refers to Yerushalayim. So it is a very important
How do you feel that
comes from that, which is actually
it's a lot.
that Bamos will
It
be
really is
ushered
going to be that way.
in
Boy, that works
Menucha
so
and
much now.
Nachala.
Yeah.
What?
You pull the bicep, so he's already ready for the farm. I feel like everyone that works on a farm has a pull
Bamos
bicep.
are permitted. So that was a very important halacha that drove almost
This is
everything for
posted
the
by
last
Chin
4
Puller.
blocks.
Me and Travis Barker are boys, talk damn near every day.
Right?
What happened with
So
Travis
that
Barker?
drove a lot of our conversations over the last couple of
They just
days.
go through like the greatest hits. Oh, I haven't been posting in a while.
That Menucha and
Yeah,
Nachala
for like the show, yeah.
place,
I guess that
then
new
I'm stuck.
episode is the one with the
Because
hat.
then what it's telling me
I
is
see. Let's
why
see.
I
But they should all
I
be
don't
moved
know
there
what's
because it's
telling
smart.
me about Hector Bumbles. So that's
I remember he said they were going to do a bunch of like best of for now. Did they do that?
Traditionally,
I think so. I think that's why people are making their own best of right. Right. And that's like the classic, like, random celebrity that he's friends with, but not really friends with.
The place of
You know,
our
you think
investment.
of Adam
Now,
Sandler.
the eternal portion of
Marlon
so
Anthony.
about Shiloh cover your bubbles. So
Oh,
we'll say now watch this. If you're Menucha and Nachala,
so bad the elevator at that shop was
that
going to
ends
that
the
thing.
order until the building of the base of Mikdash.
Well, there's
Right?
Sandler
Then what the
Pete
most
Davidson.
remember, building of the base of Mikdash is
Travis Barker,
It's also
but not Crystalia. They didn't know Crystalia. They only did it out. Like, because before Crystalia, it was kind of like he was barely a person. He had a lot of evil.
So whatever that
He
amount
became
is,
a person they
at
met.
the time, until Scotty so went ahead and built it based on it. Right?
The
So
real
the thing
Chris.
then is that both the Menusa and Nakala both sides,
I was
the
told
first
Dave
two
Chappelle.
sides, then what? Then what? Then
Yeah,
bubbles
Dave
are
Chappelle,
permitted
that's
all the way
I
until the
picked my
time
son up.
of
So I was driving
it's
down.
like,
Oh, yeah, Flippy with
that's it. I mean,
Grown up here. There's a guy
that's the thing to do. It's like, you do that, then halacha l'maisa, you've just genetically
I always start doing this.
right? That you've just had
Oh,
a
yeah.
so
All
when
black
it's
girls
like,
run
no,
what the fuck?
430
Till
years,
time I stay down.
ultimate
So I
man,
asked him, what the fuck?
or
And he's like, fucking, what the fuck is this, man? What's up, Rosella? What's up, dude?
so the idea is that you there, you still have the whole new Tanakh, both of Israel, then halacha l'maisa, that you see almost all the way until the Nitzanic which actually says, you are helped us with the story. That says, Vayikach Manoach es b'yayim, that's
But
the
insert random name.
Vayal ala
It's like,
Tzorah
I'm boys with Travis Barker. That's how I know Gordon Williams is pretty
story of the birth of Shimshon. Right, the birth of Shimshon. And let's remember again, so we read Shimshon's mother is told by the Malach that she's going to do that then, and then what happens? Then what happens? Right, her husband doesn't know the story. Husband sees the Malach. Husband goes over right there to the Shemar.
This is when they thought the show was moving to El Paso.
Manoah, his father-in-law, is building a bama that up until now that's very problematic for us. Why? Because they built private bamos when Shiloh was standing. So how is Manoah able to build the altar? Now that it's an answer for it, they told Menucha Nakala, ultimately arguably, Menucha Nakala refers both to Yerushalayim, that means bamos are permitted for the 431. 440. If you all die for the entire 440 years. Bubbles up. Understand how Manoach built. Understand how he built the bubble. Elman Da'amar, Zuvazu Shilafo. Bubbles have a Syrian. My great cat Manoach. That ultimately again. That both refer to Shiloh. That both cannot refer to Shiloh. That's that one. That certainly can. Almost
Yeah, you're right. You want to take credit. Like, I was riding my bike and this guy was running after me. He's telling me, like, what Chappelle is. Thanks for having Travis Barker put me in that show.
I thought it
was a dirt serpent. Yeah, let's see what the next one is here. Posters by complacent, exhausted Malik resurfaces with a claim of diddy-like behavior on Bompa's comedy road gigs. This is
so again, apparently the Malach
I feel like this is all right. Yeah.
in any event, you might answer by saying it was an exception. It was an exception. Oh no, they didn't respect the Malach. They taught and according to the we're very sure by Yochai. It wasn't really again. Rashbi was of the opinion. Sure by Yochai says he was Yerushalayim. He taught that both Menucha and Nakala referred to each other as Yeshiva that Yishmael, they were teaching according to the Sure by Yochai. Risi Marach, and how do you remember this? Rashi Gabra Lagabri. The one man was able to go ahead and convince the other. So apparently, Sure by Yochai's original opinion was that of a solitary opinion. That both Menucha and Nakala both referred to Yerushalayim. Really get over large numbers of people as his
This show is awesome. The fact that they don't know anything about Renishup is so fun. That immediate disrespect with the Schwab thing is always so funny. All of them said Schwab. And then, like, that's funny. And then also just the way this podcast is, like,
bummers are
direct. Like, this guy looks like he's a bus driver. He's like, hey, how are you really? Where you going? Over the shop was there? Next time, East Street. Where you gotta fall out, running up. Like, he's paying attention to the road. Yeah. And then the other guys are just on the bus, like, paying attention to a conversation they're not part of, you know? This is how I know a guardian angel is almost as fuck, dude. Because it possessed them to fix the mic to get, like, the story in the mic. And he's like, I don't know why, but I feel like I have to fix the mic right now. And that fool's like, it's possessed with a snake. He's grabbing the mic. Yeah, he's trying to get, they all know that it's cool. They don't know why. They don't know why, but they know they, like, everything
that Malik has said up to this point, they don't give a fuck about.
and
But with
you
the
offer
finish job,
up
it's
the
like,
kind of
sir, get that mic up in your mouth. Pronunciate. He says like
So the first thing
coronavirus,
was
comedians
that if
getting
you went ahead
canceled. He's like, oh, we gotta
check
make
each of the
sure we
shots in
catch
the
this.
you sanctify the carbon.
You know, for
The
Raw, they were
vamos
posting
were
shit.
observed. Yes, even the shots in vamos, we offered it up
I mean,
and
I don't really want to.
outside of the
This is new.
but it
Did
gives
he
some of the
shit?
shots
It's
have
relatively
vamos,
new, bro.
even the shots in vamos.
Interesting. A bus driver does not like what he's hearing. His face
But what
is
happened?
like,
You went ahead and offered it up. That's
yo, some
fine.
shit.
Well, y'all was doing like a travel
When
podcast?
vamos were
No,
permitted,
we're actually stand-up comedians. So
sanctifying
what
the
we do
time when
is
vamos were
we
permitted.
will be on the
But you offered
podcast
it
and
up
talk,
at a time when
and then
vamos
we'll go
were
to
ushered.
British
Then the
shows, and
halal
I was
is
the host.
you are over on it, yes sir, but you do not get punished. It says the Gemara in that panel, no shana and
Hit
shmita
him with an
about
earthquake.
the halal, punish not the time. Once it comes over the panel,
We'll talk about it.
no shana, Rashi says,
Just talk.
Rishon B'Shas Heter, the Kriva B'Shas Nisr B'Chaparis. When we sit in the Mishnah, we sanctify someone of us at the time when Bamos have been written. And you offer them up, you offer it up, shachut, on a Bama Kishana, your own Bama. When Bamos are,
That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up.
Bamos were permitted, and yet offering took place when Bamos were permitted.
Hey, Bert, sign that
Us,
thing.
sir, is an sir, but you're not
I know what he's referencing.
qualified. He says, let's do it.
When I heard that, I was like,
Chef,
fucked
chef
up.
is fuckwood, you will be
Same
tried
thing,
and
sorry,
served,
I'm
but
to
there
me.
is no
Well,
color.
he had to deal
But
with a lot.
if
He's
you
on the better,
actually
bigger, and better
offered up
things.
as a
Figures
carbon,
yeah. But I heard he ran into animals.
my time, what's it from? The Aleichem
Yeah, what else do we got here? Not to Malik come on the show before we start doing this forever. This one's posted by Chin Blower Clips, The Great Race, and Two Blonde Hammies. Oh, we're for reals doing like greatest hits.
Therefore, again,
Everything's just greatest hits. Okay.
See, everybody's gonna be, this restaurant's gonna have a foot race, 100 meters. You just get nervous.
But if one
They'll probably beat
does,
everybody.
if one does halal, one offers
Even
up
so, I believe
in fact, there will be cards. So let's remember again, I
I would
want
be
to
sure
point out,
100 meters.
we're kind of speaking
I
about a
bet you
very
$5,000 I'd be
this is the piece where you will not push the
Not
card
$5,000. I bet you $1,000 I'd beat you in
but
100
you offered it up
I bet you
with almost
I would so beat you.
kind of say,
I'm
you
sure.
know,
I was
I
these motherfucking ass right here.
when I love it, so my people love it. Rap is in rap is in 4 seconds. You sit back and does the person says back and with
I guess he's got a long explosion and he's very fast and short.
I lay him with I would say
I'm telling
the
you
old
now.
time. I was so
That's where I was going with this.
and you checked it and you offered it up to our brothers who had prayed for them for everything that they did. So what's that about? Well, I think that I say the most to be used it's like that's a capacity of people. Almost also when you test the level, you offer it up outside, you check it, you offer it up the usher, that's you can push it like that case. If you should have shot headrunners, if you consecrated it when bubbles were permitted, the shachas, the hair of the shots, you still have bubbles, and once you checked it and you offered it up when bubbles are so, on the inside, save the low side, save the inside.
I can't believe I pulled it when you made a lot of pain.
So yet, when you see, the shit
I
is
don't think
in
you'll be able to stand on it.
that if you checked it,
I don't really know how I know Achilles is super bad, like you can't walk, but he said he hamstring, right? That might be less painful. I really don't know what the hamstring, but I just know that's painful. Right. No, I guess not for nothing.
and you went ahead and checked it, and you offered it up after
Oops.
the bubbles were
Bam, I lost. He realized he was losing, right? Yeah.
the England had the low sauce, and there was no low sauce. And Kushin the Shah the shot that fell over Shah was the last consecrated with the
It just looks fake. I mean, if you're like in serious pain, do you really stop like that? Maybe. It's funny they lost regardless. I mean, technically he's still running that 100 meters because he never crossed the finish line.
Different things that I don't want to say, but in peace.
He's like, I haven't lost the race yet, never crossed the finish.
Carbon, but it's fine when bubbles
Chip fell just blows through that thing.
didn't
Off
actually
like
end
our
up
boss.
offering it up when bubbles
Both the skin streaks.
So I
How
kind of
did that happen?
suggested
He's racing with
the
him.
streak of a boot,
Why?
the only
Good
violation of
money.
low side say but not quite.
He's
But
not
if you
so bad.
actively
He's not
offer
gonna be
your
his
side
name track the greatest thing.
you might not effectively use
He calls
that
him names.
position ultimately against some listeners, as well as from the statement of Rabbi Shimon. Entonces, Hanoch comienza en el curso y antes de buscar la religión de
This camera shot is great because it's like, where's Shop at? And he comes all the way back. It's so fun. Like, it's either pull his hamstrings or shit his pants. Yeah, it doesn't even seem like he's saying that right now. Like, now he's building the lie. This is like a building the lie phase. The disappointed, this is a fool's crouch, you know? Yeah. I'm gonna grab it, and then I'll figure out what's wrong later, why I lost. I don't even think Chappelle's really going full speed, to be honest. I think he's like kind of keeping pace, and then when he's confident that he's gonna win, he just goes, and then he notices that Brennan's not even there anymore. Slows down. Last time Michael Jordan. He's this is the best you got. I mean, is it just this over and Happier Wesley for some people than others. Now, this thing about life is that as we're younger, as we get older, we learn. See, I'm not smarter than anybody. I just made more mistakes, and I always beg younger people to listen to me. And that's why I take off, and that's why they don't. And what happens is we pull not one, but two hamstrings. And so Brendan has got two severe pulled hamstrings, and he's a little heavy right now. He's a little heavy of heart.
The left one is, I pulled it when I was thinking of Buffalo Bills. Last time I pulled it.
Yeah. This is way home. This is way worse. This is way worse. Oh, we have to go. Oh, no. Saturday, crash my head, Bill James. Regular old Brennan Schaub dreams, dude. You ever had a Brennan Schaub dream? How do you define that? It's like a dream you had before you had another dream, and then you were pursuing all these dreams at once. NFL comedy, fish, podcasting. Yeah, I mean, I'm pursuing this podcast, but also my other dream was directing the Gringo Poppy documentary. So I'm still kind of like, you know, ever since you were a kid, you were dreaming about directing. Let's see, this next one's posted by Dog on Road to Axe. Moving to Texas meet come to. That's from something about Mary, right? Okay, yeah, I think. Let's see here. This is by Dude Flips. Drake, Robert Downey Jr., Will Smith, the same day. They're huge fans of the hybrid. The hybrid. The car. Hopefully not. That's electric. Yikes. Let's see.
The only person I've ever been in the same room with, I'm like, I gotta get a big. I have to. And I was like, how am I gonna do it? And then he came up to me and was like, man, you think this guy really has a chance? I was like, holy shit, this guy. Working for Showtime for the Floyd Connor fight. And I was like, the movie had to work for Connor. So I'm in a suit and tie, get ready to go on stage. And I was like, oh, fuck, we're in Toronto doing the press conference. And it's been wild. It was the first day, wild, sold out arena. And I'm like, damn, this is crazy. I see Drake. I'm like, oh, fuck, this guy's Drake. We're in the six.
What does run through the six mean? Running through the six. Yeah, great question. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the six is representative of Toronto. And running could be a number of things. Right. Yeah. What do you do? Pulling both your hammies in the six, basically. Right. Yeah. There's just too many saying. Meeting Drake is a peaches delight, dude. We're in Toronto. Oh shit, Drake's running through the six. This fact, running through the six with my woes, I think is the original version of the song. It's a song. Oh, it's a song. gotta get a picture of that. The way Will Compton reacted is how I reacted when he said, and how I would in real life too if I shot to the
Drink to the things. And I was like, I gotta get a picture of that.
That's me. I could be the worst for reading it. Exactly. That's what I'm going for.
He's my favorite. I was all nervous and I hear out of the corner of my ear, hey, you think Conor really has a chance, man? He took all that bullshit. I was like, yeah, check. Holy shit, what up, dog? I got pictures of Canada Downs. And oh, fuck.
You were also there where Will Smith and
I asked them for a picture.
they were like, oh, it's the hybrid. And they wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, right there. It was like talking for kids. That was very cool, man.
That's what you need there, like a producer. You need somebody like, hey, check out you guys. I was get a photo.
You know what? That party took all our phones. It was an Oscar party. There's no cell phones.
I've been to those parties.
And Will Smith asked me if I did private training. Will Smith was like, yeah, man, the reason why you put that on your face. I didn't train with him.
The reason why Chris Rock.
No, I didn't train with him. I didn't train with him. I got different vibe.
What'd you say to him?
No.
Your whole bit's for you.
You didn't say no. I promise you. I was like, at the time I was like, Kurt, you see if I caught him. Like, cool, man. Come on, put me in fucking whatever the fucking I am legend.
Will I am. If you want to put me inside of Will I am. He's just like, the vibe I get from this is Will, and I forget the other guy's name now. They're all like, they're back in the locker room, right? And they're making fun of the guy that's dumber than them. You know? Oh, yeah, what'd you do? Yeah, what's that? And then afterwards, it's like, dude, we got to do so much stupid shit. It was hilarious. They're giving each other high fives. We're like, we gotta fuck with that. You know, I don't say what they say, but we gotta fuck with that more often. Yeah.
But I don't hold meds, man. Whatever the fucking I am legend was great. But I don't hold meds, man.
You got to this kind of makes sense. He's got latex for life. You know, if you didn't taste it, it's daddy. Some reason mask on you. Oh, fuck, I didn't plan on this. You're gonna be a zombie. Can you go?
That's the vibe I get.
That's the business. I mean, dude, I wish I had half the people like that. Is that what he wants people to say? I think, yeah, maybe just he thinks that he's a name dropper, dude. He thinks that he's painting interesting aspects of the story. You always want to talk about the most famous people you met in a story. I gotta write that down. This is posted by Fudge Runyon. Wake up, babe. Oh, wake up, babe. We're in Austin. That's so fun. That's so bad. It's so fun. It's extremely mean. And then Brian over getting arrested. Yeah, it is a big cheap though. I think it's a big fun. Ew. That's so gross. I mean, just mean. Also, all the hobbies too. Alright, see what we got next. Love seeing the community in the comments. Cable statistician 1. It's Pornhub. Can't believe that that's going in cat. Oh, pause. I didn't know that. Talk about Luke King. The hammerhead is blood pussy. Sam Douglas. That's a nice good name. He is slaying. I mean, out of all the crossovers I expected this one. That's okay, crazy. Alright, so he's dating a porn star. Can't believe that's the dick that's going in cat food. Oh my god, I didn't catch that at all. Dude, I had a weird eye with Fox system. I thought this was a video about boning a cat. I'm so glad it's not. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, honestly. You think homeless cats are watching cat porn? I mean, I don't think the cat porn exists, hopefully. But I just was like, it's just my brain shut down. I was like, what cat? What? And I was like, can't go there. I'm just gonna let it go. can't say your porn star, that's fine. Well, look, no judgment here. I've heard it's yours, daddy. Maybe he's a nice guy. Pieces of post came up as a middle 8108. It's called Quick Chip Season with a couple lies for y'all. Let me know what you taste. Looks like a while ago, right? This is right back in because of the positioning of the shirt shots. That's how you can tell me here. Those are magic bites, bro. Right? My bad.
When do you require blood application?
Sure shot magic mind. You're creative. There's always something in front of their feet. Imagine the ad space they have like for sale. Like they give out like a fucking portfolio to pull it like in front of the Facebook beds. You don't have average kids.
Go ahead and start doing different products. Another way
What do you think is the most expensive place to put
that
anything?
belongs in a
I think we're
Bamacano,
eating crap to
then
play
they
the right
recognize the
position.
identity of a Bamacano off.
Because I barely like you didn't even know that was magic mind. You're just like sure shot.
It is not
But there's not much
subject to the
taking
laws of a
the brain.
Bamacano.
I can't be the only one.
Between a Bucharest,
He's been obsessed with bats because it's called bats and also so we walk cats. Some dude whatever knew I was around town came up and was like, hey man, welcome to Austin, give me company. Oh, come on. How great is my name on it? I didn't understand a word of that. So somebody walked up to him and gave him a cowboy hat with his name on it and everything. No, okay, that part I got, but what the bats thing, we went around basically. Honestly, he's been obsessed with bats because it's called bats and also so we walk to get bats.
To get bats. Okay, I see where you're confused now. So they're known for bats, which are scary creatures that fly in caves. But also, T-Ball is ever present in their lives. They use bats to hit balls, right? So that it sounds like he's obsessed with bats. I don't know how you're obsessed with the baseball bats, right? So it sounds like he's obsessed with scary bats. Yeah, I'm thinking that. I'm overthinking this. I think they probably went to get like stuffed animal bats, right? Probably. Because he was like, that's my bad. Like that's the team's fault.
Some dude, whatever knew I was around
So they're going to get bats, stuffed animal bats. You know, you get a free cowboy hat. You would tell me, put your name on it. How would he have his name on it? Maybe it was like in the store, the guy was like, I got a cowboy hat. I can put your name on it for free. They make hats and or even get some engravers because they're getting baseball bats. Listen, it's a lie. Or a cowboy's leaving his house every day like, I know, breaking shot on it. We got one in my hand. Look at this thing on it. We got one surprise. And the first day he goes to Austin, somebody has a hat for him. Brian's hat says, or his realtor just got him a hat. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe a word of that's true, honestly. What's your takeaway? I believe Baba. Believing Baba, new documentary coming to Netflix next year. Let's see. The next one is posted by miserable number 104. It's called Look What the Cat Drank into Blockbuster. King of the Scorpion. I don't know what role Jen plays in Milking the Scorpion King. Was it about Brian? Yeah, it's Brian. All right. I'm Boyle's like, careful, boys. Toe my hair. Complacent Exhausted posted this one. Let's see what this is about.
Hey, find me the fucking evidence.
There's no evidence.
It's also like, with all due respect, cold plunging. Like a lot of doctors are like, doing cold plunging every day for no reason is not necessarily good for
Unless you're an elite athlete with inflammation, it really doesn't do much. Also,
it can actually make you
up it.
Was that us or was that their squeak? That was them, dude. Let's see. Because if that was us, I apologize. What the fuck was that? And if it's them, I also apologize because I'm playing it twice. Could be the newer.
Sure, an elite athlete with inflammation, it really doesn't do much.
The Unreal Table movie. Get some WD-40, dude. Table wheels. That's the one good thing about a new studio is like, shit's not going to squeak. You know?
Also,
it can actually make you up
I'm laughing at that. The new studio will be less squeaky. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Who knows? Maybe. Well, Cowboys, that's one of their ambiances, right? What? Fucking saloon doors. They should get that in the studio. Saloon doors. I'm sure. Awesome. Yeah. They should do the new podcast standing up. They walk into the saloon. Look at this is the fighter and the kid. Do you think they'll have like animal heads on the wall now too, probably, right? I like this. Yeah, this is great. No sneakers on the wall for sure.
animal heads, and then when you go to work, you can do that buck hunter game. They have it first. Duck goose. Or duck hunt. Yeah. I feel like he's already wearing boots. Mr. Golden right here. Oh yeah, Calvin's born. You know why? He's already living in those facts. So less sneakers, a lot more boots. For sure. And this is a legit guess. They're gonna bring on Assless Chaps and talk about Assless Chaps. Maybe I could say it as a done as a bit. Breaded chopped beef jerky. Beef jerky. No more nicotine. Just jerky. I don't think we'll ever get the nicotine. Yeah, true. Let's see.
Also, it can make you weaker if you're just working out. Trust me, I know my workouts are tough. Trust me, you don't have enough inflammation when you sit in a cold on it, right? You don't need it, right? I think if you're mentally tough, get the go run. Yes, there's come on. Yeah, I know. Also, cold tubs for a real athlete, that's a dessert. That's not tough. Whoa, buddy, that's your toughest thing you do all day? Oh, sweetie.
Outdoorness, the plunge pool, or is that just a trend?
Is that
Zumba for today?
No, it's real. It has, without a doubt, it has great physiological and mental benefits. I do it every day.
At 434, yeah, I do it too. I don't know what you're talking about. It helps cool off the violence of my day. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I didn't do it, I'd probably be in a lot of fights. Yeah, but not me, I'd be in jail. I'd be all creaky. Creaky.
It's dogs. That's your toughest thing you do all day? Oh, sweetie. Don't tell me not to do it. Because if you tell me not to do it, I gotta do it. I have to.
4 women have accused the Goldberg.
That's so great. I love the endings of these clips sometimes. Yeah.
Star Brian Callen of sexual assault and misconduct.
4 times.
Go ahead, Karen. Apparently, my
Any thoughts about that? What do you think about cold plunging? Still gonna do it? I mean, yeah, it's like part of my routine now. After my monster workout in the morning, I'm just like, honestly, like, that's why I never get angry, because I do so much, like, I'm exhausted at the end of the day. I just have the energy to, like, fight. I definitely feel less scathed when I get out of the cold plunge. No problem. But now that he's called me a big old pussy for getting in the cold plunge, I'm like, yeah, fucking good. You know? That's true. I see that too. It's like, does it even have any benefit? I mean, if I get the dick shrinks up, but yeah, I'm all cold and shit. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see here. This is posted by White Trash with Class. Comedy is legal again with our boy Brian Callahan. They never spell his name right up here. That's the correct way, right? That is a horrible laughter on lockdown. I mean, just don't let the documentary come out. Is this about coke? It's a documentary. I don't know. It came out on April Fool's Day, so hopefully it's a joke. Yeah. Let's see. That picture. So Brenda does his getting a Tesla spiel on Golden Hour. Complacent, exhausted. Okay, so he's. What do you think? You think he's still anti? I'm still sticking that he's gonna get a Tesla. Maybe, but I don't think so yet. It's a lot of build towards like being a Tesla guy. Meaning he wants to be like a spearhead of like paying money to promote Tesla. Oh yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen. But I don't know. I figure for me, because I'm also thinking about doing this with my Tesla Cybertruck, I would just take a V8 engine and put it in. Easy, so easy. You're right, lighting stuff. Then we buy a Jeep that's kind of like pinkish on the side. Oh yeah, the KB-Tech amp. You know, put some blowers in. Yeah, valve it up. Valve the old boys. They always use it for like, guys, this is a drink, right?
Guys, I drive Teslas.
Well, now that one.
Yeah, no, I want one. I hope the liberal fucks with it.
Wait, why do you want it?
Because the liberals are fucking with them. Like, they would fuck with all the cars.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so I want to fuck with my car.
You're a witness. I'm terrified of a homie taking a second to take a breath after I say something. If that happens, I'm like, oh no, what do I do? I'm eating my own tail. Yeah, that's when you know you fucked just whatever, you know.
I chose violence.
He's like,
I chose violence too. I went, oh, it's I'm in my violence era. I think there's certainly some genetic violence in me. I mean, to be prejudiced against myself, I look like a violent person. And if I didn't know me, just even the way I'm built, not even just the working out part, just the size of my hand.
Okay, I thought he was gonna say. I thought you were gonna say that he's tall.
As long as
That's the only thing he has, like, proportionate to my body. My hands are fucking huge. That's true. I mean, I deal with the same thing. Big feet. I mean, how many fights do you think you would get in if you're like 6 inches shorter? I feel like I would be fighting all the time. It's tough to say because I'm already in so many fights. I got the same. It's crazy to say. I got the same shit. I gotta think about this all the time. I got these really small hands, you know. Giant. That's nice. Little teeth, big gums. Nothing fits me. My dentist killed himself. I killed my dentist because I was fine. In their assistance.
Like there's the width of my shoulders, like there's likely a lot of violence in my history, in my past, in my ancestry.
That picture's so funny. Oh, I think I played it again. Wow, he's a small guy. He looks like he would be a good Gimli in Game of Thrones. Or what is it called? Lord of the Rings. I don't really know Lord of the Rings that well. A dwarf. They're stocky. I agree. You know, big hands. Yeah, I mean, dwarves, they have fast. Give him an axe. XJ, let's see. This is posted by Nicole Phelps 1247. When you realize that you went from doing interviews on the red carpet to having 10 moves in Texas in hopes of rekindling your dying podcast. It's just a picture of it. I don't really get that. What would you caption this? So you couldn't afford UFC, huh? Yeah. Would you tell your homie you fuck squirrels? This is the homie over here. Wait, what do you see on your studio post by air pumper? Looks like it's the Jordan spaceship. Oh man. This is posted by Complex Situation. Getting ready to see this every day. This will be his new style for a few years. That's a good callback. Yeah, he's got the stupid cap. What do you think? It's not that far off when he's dressed like that. Yeah. This is Camera Complaints Exchange dropped the new vid Going for Your Ride with Papa. It says Brennan took us out for sushi with his souped up Ford excursions. That's so funny. Yeah, it almost feels like before the video started, Shop was like, all right, when you get it, you gotta like play it up. This is the car I got. And then you go, supercharger, and I'll go turbo.
One word.
Well, you know what's funny is, do you know what another word for supercharger is?
That's my goal.
No, turbocharger. Turbo. They're the same. It's the turbo, yeah. I made that mistake before, and I'm pretty sure maybe I'm not saying it right again, because I'm a Prius guy. I don't even know what a charger is. Your phone's always dead. Yeah, I don't trust that. If Chad's cooking was so bad, I just don't trust anyone. Any food in Tifa quesadilla is not gonna do it. No, I won't even have a sure shot there. I'll drink one of the Reigns. I drink a sure shot because I'm always trying to. Oh yeah, true. You fit right in over there. This next is posted by a homeless cat 5567 talking about hankering for a hunk of cheese, baby. That's really too real. Damn. He does have like that weird yellow film over him, huh? That is very close. This was posted by Danny Kaufman, electric cowboy personality downloaded.
Would this make you get an electric car? Electric car? This was the case?
I almost wanted to see a plumber over there, and I still my house is electric, but the other two lives are putting fucking Nazi signs on electric cars and fucking electric cars. That makes me want one, so I'm conflicted. Like, Nazi sign extreme. Oh my god. Paying for electric cars is kind of going down because these fucking woke liberals are going after people with electric cars now. I'm like, god damn it, man, I want one. Look at that. That's a beautiful car. You know me, I'm on that tape, and I was there, what are you doing? Bubba, listen.
Go ahead and essentially
That's a Nazi thing, Bubba. That's so funny how people are like, we just stop making politics about teams. This and that, whatever. And this was like, I don't want some liberal to fight me. Yeah, we're like, they're trying to call the rhetor. He's like, I want it because I want to fight people. Why? So stupid. He's like, this is the outsiders, dude. You're from fucking West Side Story. We're gonna fucking stab each other outside. Alright, see what's the next one is complacent exhaust. This ring's blazing. Brand fix on his new house in Texas. Did I read that right? Perfect. What do we got, Jen? It's a good podcast. Brand's for us. Yeah. I get excited. I get excited about Austin. I get excited. This is me. You're the kind of going, son. That house you got. How cool is that? What? Yeah. I love my house. I don't work here.
Why?
Because I love my house. And I was like this. Got a little tight in my seat. I was like, backyard. By the way, I got a backyard seat. Like, seat and coach. I had to buy that ticket right away with my chill. So I was in the middle conflict. And I was like this. And I'm happy for my boy. But I was like, a little tight in the mouth.
What's the deal that I said?
Damn. The show is really about the success of Brendan. Yeah. I mean, Brian is the one for the ride. So he's got to talk about how well Brendan is doing, or else we'll be marketed to him. Let's see what we got next. This is posted by Successful Egg 8345. Papa's Electric Cars and Mothership Era Incoming Electric Avenue Remix. Okay, so a lot of fucking clips are going to get cut out. And I'm banking on it, dude. Let's see here.
Did you get an electric car?
Electric cars and fucking electric cars. You make it even more.
Purchase amount of begging. That's enough to still enough ultimately against of the begging and therefore the subject. Good, like this. You got it, yeah. That's the next piece is the key cut. When you're going to the highest piece, I have to what happens?
I'm gonna need you to be hanging out over at the mothership down.
Bring it back in.
Wow, that's crazy. I was absolutely wrong. He's going to buy an electric car. So that was the wrong guess on my end. I put day one, he's getting an electric car. Yeah, well, you have a better sense of this stuff than I do. I don't like that, though. I want you to have the better sense of this stuff, dude. I don't want to know what a Redac's going to do, dude. Yeah, dude, what do it comes to what happens next, I ace it every time.
large enough
If
hole
it's
to
that year, this is posted by Successful Egg 8345, 2 henchmen and an Asian doctor walk into a bar, sorry for your loss 2.0. Alright. I mean, this looks like old, right? He's wearing his big boy hoodie. Oh, yeah. Those are like $5 now. I have 4 of them in my car. Don't even ask me how I have in my closet.
Make a hole, open it up.
Sorry for your loss. Each giant Asian doctor walks up to you and goes, Mr. Shah,
I
sorry for your loss. They're going Big Nog in Brazil. The night before, my coach, who speaks Portuguese, sat down with these two dudes in the suit. He's whispering and he goes, hey, we knocked him out. We put on this jersey. It's like the rival team that he represents. Like, oh, the soccer's huge out there. Don't give a shit how much. It's like 80K cash, which at the time is all the money in the world. Yeah. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll do that. So these two henchmen in tuxedos work for the Brazilian mafia. Knock on my door, answer it, good luck. They put the money into the hotel safe, and they go, well, once you knock them out, we're going to call you, give you the code so you get your money. If you lose, we're coming back and getting the money out. All right, whatever, I'm not this dude up. They go my way. Back in the locker room that night, crying my eyes out, concussed. 2 minutes we walk in, sorry for your loss. Take the fucking 80 grand cash. Walk out, turns around, goes, you can keep the jersey.
Yeah, that's right. Made no sense. Yeah, I mean, that's your takeaway. I just saw UFC fighters spill his guts. Talking about the bad side of the industry. Oh, shit. Do you see that title, dude? Can I read it? Go for it. El Gringo, Papi, Dos, and Austin Diaz. What the fuck, dude? Danny Kaufman, too, posted this. We'll end on this one, dude. There's no way. I mean, there's always been a way. You're right. We should be working on it now. We should be writing jokes and DMing them to him every day. Anything I can do, I'll give anything for another Gringo Papi. But hey, put the pull up, roll. Here's a joke. You know what I mean? Let's see.
You to be hanging out a little bit at the mothership in that green room. I'm gonna need, because everybody asks about you all the time. Why are they asking about it?
Yeah, they want it back, dude. We got people in this, and what we don't know, you guys don't know. We have people at the mothership that are doing some stuff behind the scenes. We know some people there. I won't say names. They are also working with us. Obviously, been giving us so much money that we have expendable income to give to other comedians that are already mothership regulars. Yeah, and they are giving money to others. That's much money. It's like a pipeline. Yeah. Door guys, regulars, interns, a whole lot of Tiger Brother emails. I don't know. Just saying.
I need you to just show up. Yeah, maybe we get a couple people to shove around. Just say, we'll see you at the podcast tomorrow. Yeah, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Whatever day. And you're going to love it. You're going to fucking love it. Once you see the new studio, I'm excited. Once you see the new studio, I'm excited. Yeah, it's good to be here. Dude, you're going to love it. I need you to help me a little bit at night. Yeah, I will for sure when I get there. You know, I did Brian Redband's club. Fantastic. It's all right. Redband's killing it. He's killing it. And, you know, there might be a world where we maybe get you back up eventually. I don't think so. I for life I could get it. I'm saying 10 minutes. I have no desire. You see what you guys are doing. The amount of work. Yeah, I know. You're right. So I just sit and think, I can't imagine. Hey, can I get the supplies there? Can I get set up? Yeah, we set up. Hey. We got a couple stories in our belt. You know, tell a story. I'm not kidding anymore, man. That worked back in the day. Let's tell stories, okay? Just tell a story. I can't make a quick story, and we'll just we'll pepper it up. I can do it. This might get you on some peptides and TRT. Yeah, or to Waste to Wills. Yes, I'm gonna go there when I go there. I will.
Listen. I don't know, you hear shop and you take his word every time. I know you. Yeah, I do. When I hear shop, I know what's happening. You keep resisting so that he could be like, all right, you know, I know. He's like waiting for however many people to ask him to do it. Just like moving to Austin. We should start. He's out here saying like people want me to move to Austin. I'm staying in California, dude. Not a chance, not ever.
Same thing's happening with servers. Oh, no, that's right. I think we should start a petition. We should start like a moveon.org thing, Brennan Shop, and do stand up again. Can you do that? Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Yeah. Here's the order here first. Here's the thing should be, because you got a 4D chess. Okay, 4-0 chess. Right? You gotta play some 4D chess here. Sure. Okay, I'm listening. Do we say for Brendan not to do stand up ever again? Or for Brendan to do it? Because if you get enough haters, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Then that shit gets filled up. He's like, fuck the haters. Yeah. And also, you have to be liberal to sign this petition. Brendan Schaub should never do stand up again. Yeah. We're knocking off a bunch of fucking C-clips. See that? I don't really do C-clips that much, but we're knocking off a bunch of triggers for him. You know what I mean? Haters, liberals, smart people don't do this. You know what I mean? Logic. Yeah, those are both such good ideas. I don't know which one's better. We should do both. Yeah, we should start he should do stand up again, Republicans, and then he should never do stand up again, liberals, just at the top of his Republicans. Okay, yeah, both, why not both? Yeah. Okay. Alright, calm down. Let's do it. Well, yeah, I think that's the last clip for today, dude. Alright, that's our show. See you next week.
All of this is upon standard operating procedure. You have a baguette that got down hot last night. So I can't remember how I did it. And it became coming outside of me. What am I doing with it? Rip it until you only have this clear of the whole bag. That's enough to tear it enough to remove the dip. Bag it on the purpose of that right. Less than the breath. Less than that again. Less than I, the hard boy, Shiva Sama.
Welcome back to 10 Business Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit. This week we watched, oh my goodness, we watched Lucky by Bert Kreischer. And you know what? If you want to know what we think about that, you know what you gotta do. You gotta hit subscribe to that Patreon. But anyways, we stream live on Wednesdays, and that's not why they're here. G-Man. They're here to watch 10 Business Shop, start the timer, play the chain clip. Sounds good. My family, we got a lot of Q&A posts from the motherfucking Fighter and the Kid episode that dropped last week. This was posted by Haphazard, one of our guys. Shout out to him. I never met him. It's a Q&A. Papa admits that T-Fact has been ruined. Let's see.
Martino77 wants to know, what's one thing you would both do differently if you had this podcast over again?
Not popularly stuff and listen to people. As far as doing things different,
has to be remedied inside of this.
I think when
how to get
And by the way, he's changing team to people.
Don't I have
Listen to the team. Oh, I didn't catch that. He's trying to get it past you, dude. It's working hard. It worked on me, man. It worked on me, man. I did not. Yep, that's true. He is trying to do that. Sneaky little shot. Sneaky little Brenda. He's always two steps behind you, dude. I mean, it's honestly, to me, it's like, I know he's still blaming the team, but it almost sounds like it's an improvement. You know, he's like not listening to people. Like, there are these people that told me, gotta fucking Bobby Lee's trying to get you. You know, you're playing this whole thing out. People, that's good. What do you mean? Brian's sitting right next to you. He's the one who fucking. That shit where you that motherfucking team where he's like, I dropped that, I shredded the evidence.
What's the cut?
I should have shown us. That would be so funny if he said he shredded the 300 pages of evidence. I got rid of the evidence. My lawyers were telling me I had like a really good case. I got rid of them. Okay, because they're fucking up. I'm not going to show you. I have proof of everything that happened, but it's not worth it.
church.
I've moved past
Number
that.
6
It's a bad idea.
is Iraq Light.
Let me just run the show through the people. I think that's a bad idea. I think that great we need the time. I think we should put our foot down. Now, in 2025, you can do that. Everyone's like champion, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit. Everyone's like, oh, we don't believe it. But back in 2019, we were going through it. And I was like, what do you want to do? That's what it is. The only way we're going to get money was from writing a leave of absence. I think it ruined the show.
Wow. I like how they keep referencing like women's like accusations of rape as bullshit. Yeah, some bullshit. You know, some of that bullshit stuff that happens. And that's because you got your eyes on the right thing, because I didn't see that either. I was thinking of I immediately thought about like, oh, shots fired to Chappelle and Blake. Oh, I should have had. But way more important thing is that you're just saying that women are full of shit. This looks like this is a high school bully face, dude. Just like, yeah, all basically the stuff he would have changed is the stuff that other people did wrong. Yeah. He's like, not allow these people to fucking do this to me. If you just followed his gut, you don't have any problems. Show it that perfect. Oh, sorry.
You have to go ahead and
Sorry about that. Oh, come on.
So obviously mixing
I think that, along with the Bobby Lee stuff, will ruin the show. Now, I do think there's a place for us to come back, whatever that means. You know, but I would do this show for free.
He's got to stop saying that.
Okay, you can't.
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And you will be soon. It is fun. It's not only is that a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's also like, you know, if you say something a lot, it kind of starts to sound like you're not being truthful. You know, like you don't want to do the show for free. You don't want to do the show for how much you're getting paid now. So, yeah, it's close to free. Yeah, the magic minds. The magic minds are full. That's my one been drinking.
I love seeing Brian. I love you guys. I would do it for free. Right. Same thing. I'm sorry, you said it well. Deuces.
It's so sad. That's supposed to be a comedy show, and they're all serious and sad. That's the funniest part. Like, what happened? What happened right before they asked that? That'd be so funny if the beginning of the show is just like, hey, welcome back to the Fighter and the Kid, and this week we're...
So we're talking about trying to figure out how you're inside.
It's like the sound of shit. I set up a lot there for nothing. I like the premise. This is posted by Chip Moore of Clips. Nick Swartzen, one of the original Homeless Cats compilation.
Your Vikings suck ass, though. Boom.
How about it looks like a fucking Italian Lego, dude? God. Shut the fuck up, man. He was just sitting there like fucking Brian Callen. You know what I mean? Just waiting to get drilled by fucking Shop. Just sitting there. Fucking Shop. Fever Sutherland. Yeah, that's what I call him. Sitting on your phone, like just put it right against your stomach and just fucking absorbs it. And then it sends it right to Brendan Shop. It just appears in your Shop. This guy, this is one of the 250 right here. The eating thing, he even got down the weird way he eats. He's been watching Drug Walk Diaries, I guess. It just appears where Sean like, eating at some fucking stupid restaurant. And then shit just fills his mouth like a fucking Italian chipmunk. Just harboring nuts for the night. He gets back in his leopard skin yacht that he bought for $83. He doesn't know how to buy things. You child. Bullshit. You read books, Zane. You read fucking Zanes. You read books. Yeah. Yeah, I can read.
I think I drank Outdoor American. Can you pull that out, Colin?
Unlike Callen and Shop, I can't read. They have to have an over fucking idiots. What are these people?
rich people, bro. People making your movie, bro.
Brennan Schaub is building a fucking cannibal bar. Fucking Duluth.
Oh, sure.
Fucking, I'm gonna go through the future. If you read somebody's mind, you know, it'd be
So
like literal
everyone,
science to the merge.
Yeah, what if the guy's eating your stuff with them forever?
beautiful.
Dude, how have we not seen this before? You know what? This reminds me of like us because I mean it's like super funny. And I'm not saying like we're as funny as Schwarzenegger or whatever, but it's like we will shoehorn chop into things constantly. Like they could be talking about something totally different. If I was the Department or Secretary of Agriculture and they were asking me about farms, I'd be like, listen, I've always been a farm guy. And then they'd be like, why did you do that? I'd be like, well, I'm not like Brennan Schaub. And they're like, can we stay on topic? This reminds me a lot of when I was a kid and sold comic books out of my mom's And he just keeps going at it. It's really, once you get in a little taste, you cannot stop. You have to keep doing it.
That's why I'll never put milk in TV because I don't want to know how good it is. That's a good strategy.
You're Brennan Schaub. Brent's a friend of mine.
But it's only 2 paragraphs. You're gonna sit here this much.
Like not coach has something
That's our fucking job.
He's got a reverse mortgage deal. He's putting together for me.
I also got to deal with the nose master. It's like 5 master with 3 nose. It's all ripped up. You can do push-ups with it. Everyone's doing it. It's insane.
Exactly what it is. I do Kegels with it.
I just got to suck up my hamstrings. The leopard skin Miata thing is hilarious. That's very funny.
Spending $8 million does not spend money.
Yeah, it sounds like both those things are amazing. Leopard skin Miata sounds like a street princess. You see how weird Wizzy comics look like? Does she look like, I honestly don't know, but she can't be normal in a thing because her face looks like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Whitney
you don't
comics.
know follow Shaq that.
It's too much, dude. This was posted by Vicky 184. It's called Ode to Papa.
Remember again, this is
Scared. Yeah, this is terrifying. Like it cuts a beat. Let's see here. Let's go to the next one. If I can get this off my screen. Nobody knows who you are, Papa. Nice Mary Kay car. Complete and exhausted posted this one. Let's see here. Attack like one. Why is it not opening? Here is the 2024 Wrangler Recon 392 Final Edition. It's also I'm mistaking this for He's just to explain, if you didn't already know, he's like been on this and he won it. But look at that car. Would you want that? I would want an older Jeep. I just don't like the color. I like the open air Jeeps. Oh, like no, is there like no top? Why? It's so impractical. Like it's huge. It's pink. I know. We'll find out in 6 months. It takes a long time to make an episode of Toontown. He's got a mod it. It probably doesn't have the right blowers, or at least not big enough for a brand. Here is the 2024 Wrangler Recon 392 Final Edition. Logo's on 92,000. It's a lot of crazy. I'm thinking this for one of the mills. That guy's hurt, that old man. That guy's ribs are broken. He's the new chin. Just tackled somebody. I know. What is he? He's just an oaf. He's like we said it before. He's the guy in the locker room that doesn't know what he's doing. That's Brandon Shaw. Brandon Shaw. It's so funny. People just innately disrespect him. Yeah. Fighter. He was releasing a cassette a couple of months ago, and I think he just bought that Wrangler. For him, I hope he's okay with the Tuscanero Pearl. I don't know what the Tuscanero Pearl is. It's probably a valve or blow or something.
shout out to Shop, dude. You got a new car, Danny. Yes, so. The next one is posted by Financial Skin 4969. New persona uploading. We saw this on the last episode, but just as redacted. We did it. I believe so. Let's see. Oh, really, dude? Posted by Raz Skunk. Rachel Zegler's Snow White is officially the worst movie of all time on IMDb. 1.7. Gringo Poppy is a film. This is Gringo Poppy erasure. Wow, I want to watch this movie now. I kind of do too, just to see if it's that bad. Yeah. It's Snow White. I don't really have much opinions on Snow White, James. Oh, wait. Let's see. What's the next one? Okay, Gringo Poppy. Yep. Yeah, I honestly forget sometimes that it was this one. How low is possible? Because you can't go one. Yeah. You can't go one? Well, we'll see. Gringo Poppy 2. 1.7. Bots buying 10s. Yeah, you're going to get a 1.1 when everyone else is moving 1. Do they do like 0.5? No. No, you can only do one. It would be lower. That's so funny. It's always funny to see produced by Thick Boy Studios. It says written and performed by Brandon Schaub. They didn't even spell his name right. Let's see what's next. My life doesn't have to update this tasty dish posted by Cortese. Let's see.
Get better if we never friends. Neither does his. So, all good.
Oh, do you know what that's in reference to? I think it's in reference to Bobby Lee. Oh, fuck. So he's saying, like, my life don't get better for friends. That's such a weird thing to say. It's so about anyone. It's not like he's talking about, like, Bashar al-Assad. Yeah, it's like another comedian. Bobby Lee, some random guy in, like, Germany. She's like, us being friends, like, we would make our lives better. Like, it's him talking about supporting Hamas or not. It wouldn't help Hamas, I can tell you that. That actually might be a good point. It would not help Hamas.
My life doesn't get better if we never friends. Neither does his. So, all good.
So now you have
I think he's a great guy. Yeah, I've always, we were never that close. He came up with a comic store. I wasn't that close with him. I always appreciate him. He's such a talent. He has great podcasting and stand-up. I always felt like I was wrong, but I think, real quick, Brian's closer with Bobby. He's always been closer with Bobby than I was. Like, me and Bobby didn't talk like weekly or even monthly. If I saw him at the store, we're always cool. Yeah, but it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him before any of this. So there's no falling out. We were never that close. Really, dude? Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
I fucking can't get enough of this shit. I fucking love it. It's so good. It's so good. It's like fucking eating a delicious cookie. I fucking or a drink when you're thirsty. You're in the desert. You can't find water. You're like, God, I hope that's not a mirage. It's not. It's a glass of lies. Oh, fuck my God. Let's see.
No one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee did. Besides Rogan and Channel and Delete, like, nobody's been more supportive. So,
this is also after everything happened. Yeah. It's so funny, man.
Comes Tyler.
Oh my God. Adderall. Yeah. Brandon, if a doctor prescribes you Adderall, they should have to show you PF Chang's, dude. Oh, yeah. You have to do that before you get on the drug. Yeah. Doctor's like, all right, here's your prescription, an hour of PF Chang. It's just like, I remember when my mom Gabriel's my brother. They were telling my mom like postpartum depression is like this and that, and they were talking about that. Like they had to do that. Yeah, you know what I mean? That should be something you have to do to use somebody Adderall. She has to show them that tasty dish.
And Greg, so you have to talk to him first.
Yeah, the first two clips had to have not on Adderall, like flashing at you, not on Adderall, not on Adderall, not on Adderall. This is Adderall. I'm talking about Bobby's closest friend. All right, I'll cut the part out. Let's see. Complacent. Do you want people complacent exhausted? Posted this one. Papa on him getting a Cybertruck. This looks like a old chin. Let's see. Oh, why does it do that?
Don't you want people unplugged performance for little fuckheads? I know they're not like them drunk Nazis. I thought you don't have too much of a problem with that in Austin. You know what's weird is, you know me, I can't stand electric cars, but now that the lights on, I'm like, oh shit, I might get a Cybertruck. I wish a motherfucker would. I wish I was. Oh no, I want one. I mean, I fucked up. It's so stupid. There might be one and swap a diesel in it so it looks like they don't know. Just so they fuck. Yeah. People have done that. They put V8s. They've dropped V8s in Teslas. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. That's also why you just toss it. You gotta pay for the Cybertruck. It's like, I'm gonna pay for it. It's a disaster.
Rogan says, I mean, the obvious thing is that it sounds like you're right. I'm wrong. I can admit that. No sugarcoat free. He's gonna buy a Tesla.
You're not gonna put sugar all over my dick and say it's delicious?
Not this time.
Okay.
Dude, wow, that was crazy. But the thing that gets me this got this Rogan going with the common sense. Like, the thing is why, right? You're gonna fucking put another engine in that Tesla car. That's one of the stupider things he said.
Yeah. At the risk of sounding redacted, like, it's crazy how perfect, in a weird way. Obviously, they're not. I'm just gonna have to sit right here. But it's crazy how perfect Mark and Brendan were for each other at one time. They both like to talk. Sure. You know what I mean? Yeah. I wish I was a fly on the wall. You know? Right. Hearing them talk in the good days.
Yeah. It would be fun to hear them just like two guys having a good time, big best friends. They're probably both guys that can make best friends right away too, right? So like they're out, they're like talking, another guy hears them, and they say, I like that too, and then they're all talking about trucks and they're switching Tesla stuff. And how do you even lift that thing? You know? Yeah. They would like when they're at their friendliest, and like it's probably a great time.
Let's see the next gen clip. This is gonna be posted by Macho Biz Don Kressler. Almost Cat's Origin. It's always good to revisit this.
But for the people that are negative or on forums and create troll accounts, I view those people the same I view a homeless guy critiquing my art or critiquing my set or critiquing a podcast. They do not matter. It does not matter.
It's so crazy. It's laughable and Trey.
They're not because someone
not homeless. Jen's like, please, not homeless.
Person who would go out of their way to create that account or to live in their mom's basement or whatever job they're working.
He's so fucking mad. That's what's funny. Like, this is what mad thoughts get you when you're stupid. He's furiously angry at these people. Yeah. And this is what you get. The lowest thing to him is a homeless guy. And of course, they live in the moment. After this, he immediately ate a burrito.
I will say Charles Barkley has had this take recently.
Oh, really?
And I was like, Barkley, no. Because of the whole LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith thing.
Oh, really?
Charles Barkley was like, you can't listen to these people. They're in their mom's basement. They're just making things up on the internet. They're homeless. They are a lot like a cat, a homeless cat. And they making PF Chang's orange chicken.
Dude, this is one more thing that Shop ruined too. Because like you could probably before Shop go like you live in your mom's basement, and it may not be but now it's like a deadly sin. I think we can say that about people on the internet.
even fathom the amount of work it takes to pull off something, whether it's a set or a podcast or a business or merchandise or, just, it does not matter. And I hope my son, I hope other people, they start to discredit those people even more.
My son. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like for his son.
No, it does not matter. You know, and I hope my son, I hope other people, they start to discredit people.
Yeah, like I hope my son, like in the future.
Yeah. Even more. Because the type of person that were to go on YouTube and leave a negative message, to even create an account to be that way is, I don't associate with those people. I don't know those people. It does not matter to me. So when people lets that affect their mood or their life, it's mind-boggling. It's crazy to me.
Yeah,
Would you it'd be the same as if a cat created a profile? That's a good example.
Finally, another bullshit.
Even a homeless guy. The homeless guy was just
He's like, no, chin.
profile talking shit. It doesn't matter. Right? They're all the same.
I wish you would have said homeless cat. Yeah. I mean, that's looking back at your history, dude. It's like walking through the fucking National History Museum. They got one of those video clips. You press the button, and where it all began. It's like the Black Mirror episode where you can see your memories. All right, what's up, God? I blame the team. Most of it haphazard. Let's see what this is all about. What do you think he's gonna blame the team? I feel like an episode got lost. I have no idea how to say it because when you start with what's up, guys, like that, and I'm like, episode got lost. Let's see.
Guys, as you might know,
Merch, something to do with the merch drop. We're supposed to have a new hat. What the fuck? What? Oh, why is my computer doing this? You see that, right? That screenshot of his face is just like, yeah, he looks redacted, yeah.
we are in the process of moving his entire operation of the Violent Kid to Austin, Texas. Now with that, Brian decided to move way too early. I get out there, I'm right behind him, but Brian just moved way too early. So our schedule's a little here and there. And if we can't make it,
a little here and there. That sounds like a fable, yeah, something like that. It's not hair, it's not there, it's everywhere. A rabbit versus a tortoise.
studio, both at the same time. We gotta bang some episodes, or we gotta give you the best of. Like, this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We do our best to give you real episodes. We're gonna get it done for the most part, but every now and then we gotta give you the best of. So enjoy the best of Fire the Kid. Thank you for understanding.
You're right. Didn't blame the team. Yeah, it's I gotta get every once in a while you're not gonna get a rail episode. I've been there before where I fucked up a corrupted episode, not on this podcast crazily, but on other podcasts where it's like, alright, so it's not what I've said, but it's how I feel. Hey guys, look, we're supposed to have an episode on Thursday, but actually we gotta have to do a best of because we have a residency in Austin. Alrighty, let's see. This is posted by fuck yeah, Icarus Lives. What happens next part? I feel like I saw this one on my own time. I couldn't wait. You guys saw it? I had to watch it. I don't blame you.
Oh, she was acoustic.
Yeah, I saw it.
Do you know how you work?
Just fucking ways to get to home. Unplug it.
Papa unplugs the guitar and needs help from Sean. I mean, that's an obvious one. I just ran it in. Me too.
You gotta put your middle finger on the low E,
The top
The top chord.
the top string.
The chords go
It says the alphabet.
E, F, G. No,
G, yeah, thanks, Sean.
those are chords.
You can see how this ruined the show, though. Like before, when it was him and Brian, he was really good, but now he's got these fucking two jerks making fun of him because he thinks that the
The alphabet is how the guitar works. Yeah, I couldn't work under those conditions. Yeah, a boat can't work with two torpedoes. Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyone with like any semblance of talent is a torpedo in shop. Two guys up the street would be a torpedo.
I'm trying to learn here, man. That's some Do you know who Michael Jai White is? First of all, I know him very well. He's been lots of learn. He's in one of my favorite movies, Spawn. He texted me, right, 4 weeks ago. You're on this movie. Okay, so scroll up, I see what. Alright, so Michael J. White, also known as Spawn, said, and he's a super nice guy. But I play him maybe 2 or 3 times. I don't know that one.
Oh, that's great. You never know where you stand with shop. Or somebody, you get like, you hear him talking, he's like, he's one of my best friends. Like, wow, I guess we're great friends. I don't really know about what. You lose your friendship with Brendan Chop like this. Like him and I stack that over a week and toast. Alright, complacent, exhausted, posted this. I wanted 225 x 40. Rain, strongman. It says on the
I want to challenge those guys at 225. That's my shit. That's why I want to challenge them. Oh, 225? Bench press 225. Oh, as many times as possible. Because I asked Thor, and he told me it's a record. I was like, I beat that a while ago. He's like, let's do it right now. Right now, like we're in the middle of a photo shoot. We can't do it right now. I was like, let's wait to after. But we'll do 225, 315, 225. And see who can do the most. We'll just combine it. What's his record of 225? He said like 30 something. What can you do? 40?
Really, at 225? That's fucking nuts.
That's so
My strongest ever, I was like 225. I weighed like 225, but I did 27.
That's Jesus Christ. That's so crazy. Every Monday, Wednesday, I do 2.
I don't know what they're talking about really, but that guy just sounds so more like not familiar. Like it actually happened. Like I feel like that guy maybe is telling the truth. Papa did post a video of him doing a whole set. Really? Yeah. He has video evidence that he can do it? Yeah. Damn, okay, so we've just been haters, you fucking homeless cats. I mean, but, you know, it's still funny. Yeah, you know. Because you're right, it does sound more. Yeah, and then Shop's like, that's amazing, but it's way less than him. And I think it's cool because he pays less. Alright. Then it would be funny, like, just to be like, yeah, it's like, because he's so great that anyone near him is like, you know, so
20, they should get at least 20 something the first time. I do 3 feet for 5, I do 220 again, 20 something. So bam, Monday we max out, you can get to 40. Yeah, if I do just 1, I can do 40.
He's gonna kill us, dude. Yeah. You can laugh like we're not gonna die. Why are we still doing this when he can do that? Yeah, he ripped us apart. Bench 40 times 225 pounds. He could punch through the strongest bone in my body. He's gonna kill both of us. Alright, I just wanted to like make sure you knew that. But is he chair-proof? We just gotta maneuver around the chairs. That is my last hope, is that we can protect ourselves with the chairs.
I better pound bench press. Very close, but it's all I train. It's all I like to do. Yeah, that's my workout. Just bench. Yeah. Social media these days, it's bench, deadlift, and pull-ups. That's all I do. I'm at the gym for an hour. I usually do like 5 sets of 20. Jesus, like good 20 pull-ups. Straight arm. Like proper pull-ups. Hey, God, I weigh like 250 or 240 something. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of weight. I'm so fucking strong right now. That's amazing.
I like that. I'm so fucking strong. Honestly, that's Brendan at his best. I like that. Proud of himself for being really strong. That's good. I like that. Alright, we got another hazard clip. You guys are asked about the General Lee situation. This is a longer chin. I think it's some of what we already saw.
A question for the same
It's
person.
weird to see someone talking about our boss like this. Don't you feel like that's weird? Like our boss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know. I just, do I have to defend my boss? I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, he doesn't really talk to us. He just gives us a lot of money. Yeah, he's just like, we get a check in the mail every week.
just, keep doing it. Let's see.
Do you guys think you'll ever fix the relationship with Bobby Lee? And who gave you the info about Tiger Tail Belly that caused all the mess?
Look, Bobby Lee and I on text have fixed that relationship. I think you'll see us together in something, in the future. And I've apologized and taken full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff. But it's over. It's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake. And he's our boy. I love the guy. I think he's really funny. I don't make any excuses. I never have. I apologize right away several times. And I throw myself in the mercy of the court.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know where I would see Bobby. That'd be cool. I have no animosity towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better if me and him are friends. Neither does his. So all good. All good. Wow, I think he's a great guy. Yeah, I was never that close. You came up with a comedy store. I was never that close with him. I've always appreciated him. He's such a talent. He has great podcasting and stand-up.
Look, man, I was not like I was wrong. I think that putting him in the mix in that mix was wrong. 100% wrong. And I was working on that information. And I take full credit for that. I believe that does that for me. I've always.
What does it even mean? Who gave you the information? Yeah, I think the information is that they were in control of the Reddit. And so Shop still thinks that they were. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Imagine it, but to me it sounds like Brian Callen saying it's his fault. It's his own fault, like he's the one who did it. Brian Callen sucks of it. Brian Callen ruins your friendship with Bobby Lee. That sucks. It's like, what? But you suck. And now I'm not friends with Bobby Lee. You already suck. You fucking God. You suck, Brian.
I always say when I spoke to him, he was always my friend, always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all, not even a little bit. And I've not made a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong, I fucked up, huge learning experience, no excuses. And I had a bad moment, and I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man. I was in a dark place.
It was a bad time. And also, I should have had in hindsight been like, what are we doing? No, we shouldn't do this. Like, we just weren't thinking. I had a million things going on. Like, it was so dumb. Whether it was or wasn't behind it, which really didn't we cared about who was a good person.
The dog trying to help. The dog's like,
Chop, don't see this.
Who had nothing to do with it in the middle of it. It was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa.
But like, if it happened now, like, we're in such a better spot. If someone would have came to us with the same information, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It was a weird time. Like, it was so stupid. Yeah, so stupid.
But I think he's okay.
he's talking to himself. If a dog drank magic mind, it might actually be smarter than Chuck.
Yes, and certainly me and Bobby in the future. And I love him.
No, I don't know what me and Bobby would do. It's not like, dude, I'll answer you. Let's roll, whatever. All right. Don't lie.
It just seems like Chuck legit hates Bobby Lee. Yeah, there was no apology, and he's why would your life not be better if you're friends? Yeah. Weird. It's a strange phrasing. Yeah. All right, let's go to Successful Egg. Or Successful Loan 7521. Another open house. Don't worry about button nose real estate. What were you going to say? Well, Brian did say in the clip, he goes, he said, I've made some mistakes, not a lot of mistakes. Brian Callen hasn't made a lot of mistakes. That is a painted narrative. The fax machine was turned on for that one. What are we looking at? Oh, I guess they dropped it to 252K. That wasn't too weird. I didn't know that, but I think the new thing is this open house. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, no, there's some homeless cats. Jesus Christ. We're not stalkers, so we're not going to go as much as I want to.
Yeah, I would love to. I bet you that'd be so funny. There was a picture that the real estate ladies had of us like, don't let these guys in.
Dude, 100% there is. And maybe this is the one time where we do have to break our rule and go.
I'm not going. Okay, hell no. I'm working.
Oh fuck, you're right. Shit, same.
I can't go, dude. That's too crazy. I would never do that.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I just, as much as I'd like to see it, just out of curiosity, I don't want to, in any way, any facet, make it so that it's like I'm, invading their personal space. Yeah, I need to avoid that, but I am gonna be like,
You get a wig in that process.
I'll definitely get a wig. It would be to die in his house would be pretty funny.
It's like the ending of There Will Be Blood. He has a bowling alley in there and he beats you with a bowling pin.
That's great. I love that.
I'm finished. This is. Oh, wait.
Oh, the shop curse. Yeah.
The shop curse strikes again posted by Air Pumper. Yeah, what does that mean?
So, the text, the signal thing, she was on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I don't even know what that's all about.
Well, there she is testifying about it. Basically, if you want to hear it let's vaccinated cooks take on it. There was a text thread through Signal, which I guess is some kind of social media app that Mike Wall started, where he accidentally, or somebody accidentally put a journalist from The Atlantic on it. And then, so they kept texting each other like, hey, what's up? Did you wake up at 4:34? Yeah, I did. And all this stuff. Like, I'm the number good. Where are you guys about rain at? Yeah, where does the rain at? Question mark, emojis. And Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, texted to the thread the war plans for bombing the Houthis in Yemen. And the journalist was like, not sure if it was a real thing, but then the bombing campaign happened. So it's like, oh shit, fucking cool story, bro. And he left the text group and then wrote a story about it. But she was on it. She didn't say, like, hey guys, what are we doing here at any point?
Oh, man. Already. Oh, gosh. All I heard was fucking.
I like that she has the storm thing in her hair.
Yeah.
It's interesting. That's an interesting choice. She really is like, looks like a superhero, kind of.
She looks like a comic book villain.
Or that too, yeah. Or Cruella de Vil.
Yeah, she's also fucking hot as shit. I'm not scared to say it.
She's cute. But if it's like she's killed, do you think she's killed more dogs than Trump?
That'd be crazy if you find out that that's all your job is just killing animals in different countries. You're like, wait, that's what national security is? They're like, we know stuff you don't know. No, Tank. The CIA took Tank.
She killed it.
All right, let's see. This is posted by Dracula Don't Suck for all the homeless cats when you stop regularly watching T-Fat-K.
Wow. Good question.
I gotta say for a fact that it was because I used to like me and Joel. Joel used to talk about T-Fat-K.
No way.
Like that shit was so funny. Well, dude, it was funny at one time.
Yeah.
And I didn't listen to it in the Fox days, but I did listen to it when that Bobby Lee episode where he talks about getting molested by a dude with Down syndrome? Yeah. Like around that time, dude, the episodes were hot fire. They had like Giovanni, Crystalia, what's his name? Bobby Lee, and Will Sasso coming on all the time.
Yeah.
And then I just stopped listening to it. And then fucking fast forward to Grandpa Poppy, I found out about the Reddit, and I'm like, oh my god. And I watched all the Fox Days stuff where it's like him beating up a dude for Triscuits. And how I fit in that thing. One thing leads to another, we're doing the show.
Yeah, that's a crazy. I didn't know the full story in your thing.
I used to listen to T-Fat.
I knew that.
And I used to listen to Big Bro Breakdown because I was into UFC.
I didn't see that. I had no idea when this stuff was going on that he had been doing Fox. Like those old clips of him and Callan. I didn't even know that was going on. I became aware of Brennan Schaub because he put out You'd Be Surprised, and I saw people on like Facebook, so that was a while ago, being like, oh, of course it sucks, he sucks, dead stand-up. But when I heard that, and I'm sure I've said this before in the show, I really was like, those was haters me. Because it's like, I was like, there's no way he's going to stand up. He's fucking some MMA guy. Probably bad, but not like what I know now. I had no idea. I was shocked
shocked by what I saw. I was not prepared for what I saw. And I still am not. And then Mark coming over the second time and us talking about it, I was like, oh my God, he's always been a bad guy. Yeah. He's just always been a bad guy. Yeah, he's just not a good person. Yeah. But, oh boy. I will say he's fucking hilarious. And he's a great entertainer. Not always are people that are talented, like it's like never be your hero situation, you know. And we unfortunately have met him, you know, without meeting him. Yeah, kind of. I feel like, okay, this is called It's DeVry. It drives me nuts that Papa does not know this. Posted by Successful Egg 8345. I like that.
Doing like internship, and I'm going to college. Jesus Christ, kid's an idiot.
What's the note say?
Yeah. All right. To college, and then there's like other stuff.
DeVry University.
Yeah.
You clearly have a learning disability, man. DeVry graduate. DeVry. People learn the DeVry. Prepare you to DeVry. DeVry graduate.
Check out DeVry. Check out DeVry University.
DeVry brings
After going to DeVry, so much at DeVry.
Please come to DeVry to graduate from DeVry.
DeVry. It's like, no matter how much you search the internet, you will never find somebody saying DeVry. Yeah, you won't. And I always wonder, what does he have, an accent or something? But his accent is just CTE. He has like an accent of a summer with CTE. Dude, that's why it's DeVry. DeVry? And DeVry.
Counting at DeVry.
DeVry, you're on your way up. DeVry, where everybody's
Like, none of these people are. These are all people that act like they have accents and none of them say, he's DeVry. Yeah. Yeah, I went to DeVry. I got the degree.
DeVry instructors gave
DeVry Technical Institute. That's what I learned at DeVry. At DeVry, you can earn an education. DeVry was the right choice. DeVry University. DeVry, we're serious about success.
Yeah, where do you get the E's? Free. Wow. Alrighty. Like, I would understand if debris was spelled like that, but with a Y at the end. But it's not. Let's see here. Majestic Nobody posted this. Majestic Nobody 5542. I'm skeptical B. So this is part of the video that he had posted. I don't know what that's in reference to. This is over here. It's hard for you to see. Oh, maybe the weights aren't actually 45. Those are smaller weights than 45. Man, why did that fucking... God damn it. Oh, like it's... Yeah, I think he's saying they're not actual plates. Could be totally redacted fake weights. Oh my God. If he did stack that over a week, I'm a gym rat. Strongest fucking guy on this podcast. Wow, dude. Big weight. Imagine finding a gym with fake weights just so you can prove to the world that you can lift a certain amount. There's no way he did that. That's just too crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot. I'd rather just believe he could do it than, like, get to the bottom of it. This is posted by ETID 1986. Burn. As long as you're going and enjoying it, but seriously, the volume speed's a bit high. If 225 is that easy, the first 18 reps did nothing for you, pretty much. LOL. What is it? Okay. Oh, he's just okay. Okay, I couldn't see that. Alright. Let's see here. Vedas, the origin story of Thief or Self-Denying. Posted by Chin Fuller of Clips. Let's see this. Bring it those. How you doing, right? Great joke here. More than a meal. It's very exciting. You order a fajita, you order them. And then a couple. Have you ever heard about this Laugh Factory video thing? Where they share videos of comedians and they hate it. It's like, from what I understand, unbeknownst to you, you signed something at the club. Yeah. But somewhere in that legal paperwork, they're allowed to take your material and post it to their YouTube. Oh, yeah, maybe vaguely. Yeah. And I think that's why, or Dave Chappelle talked something about that and said that he won't perform there again. Because they remember when he was in his hiatus and they shared those clips of him in the green shirt talking about The Secret. Yeah, he got pissed about that. Oh, yeah, I remember those days. Yeah, that was what I watched all the time when I first moved here. Yeah, you fucking Laugh Factory clip after laugh. They were like they cornered the game on like they had those stand-ups. YouTube on or stand-up on YouTube. Or Kevin Nealon show. Like they have so many clips from that. Yeah. Laugh Factory, they fucked over comedians, but they made a good time for us. Months later, you bring them out, and it is loud. Smoke, it's like 4th of July. Everyone's like, oh my god, what is that? What the fuck is that? Big trail of smoke. Who got that? Who got that? That is an exciting meal. It's all over the place. Then we bring you the rest of the shit. Then it turns into an arts and crafts project. Another level of excitement. Tortillas, you have all these little sour cream, guac, salsa, you're just adding stuff. But literally, they bring out cool doing shit on it. Shot fee for Sutherland. Yeah, that's what I call him. Hey. Wow. He's all like that. I'm all like, what about that, please? I mean, if I was Nick Swartzen, would you be mad or would you be like, would it be funny? I mean, I would, and now I would love it. At the time, maybe I'd be mad. But now it's hilarious. Like, I want Chad to do my whole life. That's what I'm saying, yeah. But just like I do, yeah. Honestly, I'd be a real asshole if I called him out on that. I fucking do that. I still shout. I drink his milk. Let's see here. Papa showing up the haters. Okay, so this is that video. It was about Showman 16. I think he speeds it up so. Why is this so slow or so small? How does it fit that thing? I think that's 225. I mean, that looks like a plate to me. Also, the way that. Yeah, I think that's real. It's crazy that no spotter. Yeah. If he knows he's going to do it this many times. Like, I can see no spotter. He's a strong guy, but. Crazy. I don't know anything about weightlifting. Yes. And then this one. I think that's more plates. More dates. Yeah, 3. Yeah. I think these maybe. Wait, what? Block print? No. Why did they block print shop? And then let's go to the last one. So I think this is the longest one. Filming himself in the gym. That's what we do. Yeah, I wish I could go to Brandon Show's gym. He's kind of doxing himself. Or maybe they just let him go in because he's got a deal. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24. And Scorpio Venom. Oh, yeah. It's all the red pie perimeter. Pretty impressive. Damn. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, this next one's posted by Haphazard Podcast Cringe. Brennan Chop's delusions are out of control. Link inside. I haven't watched that one yet. I haven't watched that. I'll check it out later. But there's not a lot posted by Haphazard. It's also not that interesting. Let's see this one. We're almost done here. They're gonna pias. Let's talk about it all the time. Because you're busy doing things with your
Also not that interesting. Here's the thing worse when people are telling you about their schedule with their kids. Like, unless it's your kids, or you're on the same baseball team, or in the same school, and you really don't give a fuck. The kind of shit in the world, it's not that interesting. Why's your kid on a travel team? Oh, he's in third grade. What's he doing recital? Like, we're all doing, the same shit. It's not that exciting. Oh, really, dude? Goddamn late. And then straight to baseball. I was at baseball all day yesterday in Camarillo. The boys went 2-0. Tiger pitched well. Yeah, well, hit some bombs. The boys are clicking on all cylinders. And they got a game today. And they're on spring break, so they're chilling.
You know, to me, that's funny in two ways. I mean, one is the obvious one where it's like you just did the same thing, so it's not interesting. The other thing is, that actually is interesting. Like, I fucking was at work and like, talking to my boss, and I was like, how's baseball going with your kids? And I was very interested to hear the answer. As I am with most things like that, it's interesting to hear. So Bob was just very stupid. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I think it's him saying stuff on a podcast because he thinks it's interesting. Yeah, it's like he has this weird thing inside of him that he thinks people want to hear that he's best friends with Bobby Lee, or like that people think that that's not interesting. So he's like just trying to represent his own. But it's also somebody that has fucking a weird ass brain doing this weird connotation. A brain that's been bashed. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Let's see here. What else do we got? Complete and Exhausted posted this new revised and original versions of Brain Dead story of Thor challenging his 40-year claim. Did we already watch this? Yeah, we watched this one. Okay, let's go to this. Death by 1,000 Cuts. Posted by Jin Puller clips. Maybe there's some sort of garnish on this dish.
LinkedIn where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Wait, is that where that was filmed? The Dallas Improv, Arlington? I think so, yeah. It's still kind of funny. Yeah. It's so fun. That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Tough act to follow. Oh man, how do you know that? How do you know that was filmed there? I was fascinated by that. I even know where the construction paper came from. Oh my god, so funny. Yeah, we're all very fascinated about it. It was fascinating. I mean, just like, I'm particularly close to that because of the known for other things coming into stand-up, like, first special on Showtime, you know, and then like putting out the second special on your own, 35 minutes. 25. Was it released 25? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, interesting. It's like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts or something. It's like, it's pretty interesting. He thinks perhaps, who fucking knows, man? And if he connects you got sleep, then you hear death by 1,000 cuts. Wow, that's crazy. Ryan can't be funny. People say about Cal, but notice how I wasn't going death by 1,000 cuts. My girlfriend now. This is posted by Appropriate Duty 930. Rogan, Papa, and Gordo support Russia over Canada. You saw this? Nah. Oh my god, this is all over the place. Where's that at? I don't know. See if Jamie can find it.
fucking unbelievable, man. I'm super impressed.
UFC 315 May 10th.
Wow. I won't see that. I don't think I should, Jim. I'm disappointed. I'd rather go to Russia. Yeah, fuck yeah.
I got a UFC never done.
That's never gonna happen.
It might be a joke, you know. Yeah. But you know, all of them use. They're all running with it. That he loves Russia or something. Yeah. I think it was a joke. Old Joe trying to do some bits. He's a guy that makes jokes. Past there. Damn, dude, you look like you drink 3 Green Energies at once. Here's what I'll say though. UFC, and I'm not a guy, I don't have much, I watch it occasionally. I think the Russian fighters are boring. That's my take. I think that's why it sucks. So fuck you. Fuck the Russian fighters. Anyways, that's our show. Yes, hope you had a good time. Join the Patreon. We'll be watching some stand-up specials over there. And early access to the show. You get it. If you subscribe.
Sitting on the ground, now you would put it up off the ground. The higher you should focus. Your higher focus on the ground, you'll be
Welcome back to Tim's Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit. On the Patreon, we watch Patrice O'Neal, Elephant in the Room, one of Charles' favorite specials. Why are you gonna do that? They have to find out on the. Oh, that's right. That's right. He hated it. That's terrible. He liked it. We also have early access for this show, so if you see this very that, but that's not why they're here, Chan. No. You guys are gonna put sugar on their dick. Yeah, we're here to sugarcoat it. You guys are here to watch Tim's Shop. Start the timer, play the chant clip. Alrighty, so the first one is posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. It says, looks like Papa also lost the race to the mothership. Well, because Lacey's there first. That's a painted narrative. I bet you Bubba was there on the tours. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's been inside the building before. He's like best friends with Rogan. If anything, he was the first to get abducted. Aliens. Alright, so I'll cut that part out. Let's see what's next. Promotion there. This one is posted by Basement Cat 85. No ring on March 4th while taking a selfie in a public toilet. She probably took more than a selfie in that toilet, if you know what I'm saying, Cootie. Well, you can Photoshop it out, right? Maybe they Photoshopped it. It is funny that she takes a picture and posts it. I was like, who was this guy in here? It's some kid. And then she's like, oh, it's at Disney. Oh, they're at Disneyland. It's a great place to go with your dad. Why not take a picture when you're outside the bathroom? Right? I mean, no, you don't understand female creatures like I do. They love taking mirror pictures. They don't like taking pictures of themselves. They like, just like of the mirror with it, right? Yeah. And I'm sure this is one of the comments we cropped out that at least, right? Let's see. I like when you be with shit. Let's see. Oh, what the fuck? Someone taking a shit? Okay. Here it is. Right there. Fancy fix. Oh, crop out the arrow. Sorry, fancy fix. Sorry. Let's see here.
What's next? Well, ain't that just a kick in the nuts posted by Clayton Puller of Chips? So I think the narrative this week is that they are having trouble in their marriage. Oh, fuck. Let's see.
Well, babes, imagine you want to marry this guy and she wants to keep her last name.
It's so crazy that they're talking about you want your paycheck. And his wife's name is Joanna. Oh, yeah. I don't know. That's so perfect.
Well, babes, imagine you want to marry this guy and she wants to keep her last name, but can't keep his last name. Restream. If you
And that shows that Restream.
wife did not want to take your last name, I should put a hyphen in. I would
have to slap her. Whoa. Man, they care about the dumbest shit. The fuck is shit? I mean, I would want them not to have my name too. Really? Why? It's not about caring. It's kind of like that's a boundary, dude. You're gonna take my name because we are fucking traditional here. And if I want food, you make me food. You're a big traditionalist. Yeah, dude. And if you're in a truck, it's like, how do you fit in that thing, right? And if you get an F on a test, you try to hide it, and I find it, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, dude. I'm gonna keep it traditional, right? And like, if there's a fat kid on your team, it's we really get some runs. Like in a few years, where's he living? And if you don't get any hits in the game, you want candy. You're not getting the candy. No, we keep love inside to ourselves and let you show us you're worthy. That's all I'm Rogan said. I would rather do anything. If he's talking about how they like, honestly, I just want the transfer of names to happen. I don't care if I have to change my name. I want to change my name, dude. Get the fuck out of Gerardo. You know what I mean? Their first name. I'll take a girl's first name, dude. I don't give a fuck. Are you saying her last name is your first name or her name? Anything other than Gerardo. I would do anything. Then Hernado is just about the name. The name has to change perfectly. Like if their last name is what, ISIS or something like this, I'll be like ISIS Alarcon. I'm cool with that. I'll just take the name, and then they gotta change their last name to my last name. You know what? I think ISIS is this is totally off topic. I think ISIS get the last name. Pretty much, I think, like, but if your name was to make your last name more charred in a way. Okay, my last name is Sharilah. There he goes. It's Sharilah, baby. Let's go.
Listen, Joey, what are you talking right now? You want to get married and you don't even want to take my name around.
Oh, we're out. Oh, dude, so could care less. I mean, it's hilarious if he's fully aware that his wife's name is hyphenated and he's making these jokes. Yeah, if he knew, that would be funny. But he's trying to just be one of the boys, or not even trying to, he's doing this like he's aware. He's like, I'm out. Like making fun of them almost. Oh, yeah, never out. And then he goes home and laughs about it. Like, the idiots today, I do this character where I pretend to be stupid and flip my truck. I'm like, you won't believe what these morons do. It's all about the money. We're very great. We're moving to Austin, sure. Who cares? We're rich. I don't care if people think I'm stupid. I'm a genius, really. Honestly, if you're seeing her over Reddit is going crazy since I talked about hyphenated names. I'm sure I would ever say, unironically, ever heard of it. Yeah, Rogan's a fucking moron. Yeah. Rich, though. My God, come on. Alright, let's go to the next one, dude. This is Baba Dude Drug Walks, posted by Simple Schmucks. This one, it's pretty slow at Jake's, but we just see nothing but read. This is a read for sure, yeah. But I don't know if you're catching what I'm catching. How long is this shit? It's long. 7 minutes and 39. Yeah. Let's see how long we make it.
Long? And you let her into your truck. No, it doesn't make sense. No. No.
Okay, so they follow up. Why does it not make sense? Why does it not make sense?
You It's her perspective.
I didn't realize he was being so bullied that he was afraid for his life, is what he was saying. And I guess when he asked me to walk to the truck, he wasn't wanting to do sexual favors. I'm so embarrassed by that, but he needed like an escort because he was scared that the haters were going to come.
I don't even remember that one. Annie, come on our show, please. Annie, you gotta come on. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for you not to at least, talk about it a little bit. What happened? Come on. Come on, record tweeties. Don't come on 10 minutes to shop. Come on and eat rip us.
I will relate. All right, so let's conclude this morning. Let us begin with basket 6 podcast 1.2. And we're picking up the next section of the 6.9 1.7. And we're picking up a 2 points up from the bottom. Nice Restream. So we're going to take our responsive for this morning's series on Dr. Steve.
Well, we know it's not from British Chop because the thick was one scene. It's probably AI, and that takes away from it a little bit. Yeah, but I like R&B. I love this. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, great.
7 minutes only. Let's have it honored, dude.
We got the we're picking up the 1.7.
Low-key the best I ever heard. I really like R&B. It's getting all of the classic R&B like tones and changes and stuff like that. It's good stuff. Well, the lyrics get me a little, really? They go a little too deep for me. Because I wanted to continue. I don't want it to end. But the song is great. I like the way it sounds. I think, you gotta it's not how it really feels.
That's orange.
That's things just rhyme.
And it's right.
Yeah, I guess so. It's also literally just what Ariel Wani's saying. How are these things going? That part's fine. Okay, I'm talking about you should just eat me.
My time out, even the more
I don't like any of that kind of stuff. Like the new thing that Jennifer Hudson where they have people walk and dance. I want to do that. I don't. I'm down. I hate that. Because they say imagine working there and they make you clap. Okay, see, that's where I'm sitting. But if I'm the guy going in and getting interviewed by Jennifer Hudson, your daddy's gonna dance. That's not how he says it, right? Daddy's gonna dance. I guess I'd do it because I feel like I would need to. It would be the funniest fucking thing if you're gonna be pissed at me. You don't gotta do it every day either. I just gotta do it once. I wouldn't want to, but I feel more for the stats. Yeah, whoa. That'd be so funny if you walk out of the dressing room and
just
But
pointing
always
at the
nice
set like you
to
guys are
but
just
you
stupid.
can go ahead and use nice
So, but they wouldn't post it.
if you want to speak that because it's nice to has it.
Oh yeah, it is getting long. We're gonna finish it.
What type of coin do you go ahead and use? Only the type of coin that has an image on it.
That's
So
the
if the coin has
short-sighted
an
answer.
image, then I love them
Yeah,
it works. But if the coin
this
doesn't
is
have an image, then the nice again it doesn't work. So it's the
you know, there's a reason why our dads never did something like this. I'm so happy you did. Right? Yeah. The reason is it's redacted. Your dads wouldn't do this, even though they love this. There's videos of my dad dancing in Caesar Ball. I saw that. There's that. Dancing as Caesar Ball. He looks like Caesar Ball on. He bought a shirt. What is it called? Blazer. That's very Caesar Ball on. And
what about the piece of text?
but it's not with this fucking duct tape suit. I'm trying to speak for myself. Good. Your dad doesn't look like fucking Caesar Ball on, dude. That's fair. It's like that's like why you think your dad's cool. That doesn't even like his dad. He doesn't know. Brothers trust. Alright. 30 seconds of no more singing. Then yeah, this goes on and on. Check it out. It's great. Looks like the ending is some talking. Let's see here. This is the ending. It sucks that you can't sell tickets. Oh yeah, you do sell a lot of tickets. I forgot about that. And that's the thing, man. So we come a long way, and no so much either. So we still have we've come a long way. And there's a lot of idea what you can do.
It makes you mindful lonely because must be
I could die tomorrow. I've had a great fucking life. I'm a cat. I've had 9 lives career-wise. I played football and it was such a good time. I was in the UFC. Oh my god, the things I did, it was so cool. Stand up, are you joking me, dude?
Go ahead.
I don't know. He doesn't. He has no. He's a fucking the master of print. I think around the time where I was like, we should probably stop doing the show because he's losing his mind. Yeah, they brought it back. I mean, he thought he was losing his mind, but then he didn't start cooking.
Oh my god, it's the best times ever. I'm so lucky. I've done cool shit. I've done cool shit with this guy.
Trying to get away. But I was a bit trying to get away. Turn it all around. That's so good. That's
what was and what wasn't planned. I'm not me, man.
We've done cool shit. We've done cool shit. I have a cool shit on the back. A lot of sharp tools. Yeah, honestly, you wouldn't put it past them. They might have been saying shit. Yeah. A lot of bright crayons. And these tries to eat a lot of sugar. Nothing is better. It's true. Oh.
if he's on Matan, Matan's like, what color crayon do you think is the most delicious? Oh, tickly pink, you tickly pink. And now yellow. Alrighty, let's go on to the next one. Sorry for playing a long song. We didn't play half of it. This is posted by Jesse is so good. I'm a good guy, man. Part 3. Part 1 and 2. Insane. That's so funny. Long email saying, I will never, I've always loved your work. I stopped and punched my coworker's window because I got down on my chest. That's just my service from the military. Played that. You guys were played it. That's so funny. I thought he was going to win at that point, but is that nice? Like, did you think about whether that was like a nice thing to do? What are you talking? Brian was just being nice. It was that nice. When he was yelling at Bobby Lee, it's going to take us a career. Nice though. You were still bringing the show was what It is like kind of a cool con, though, to be somebody that threatens violence all the time, but follow that up with listen, I will fucking kill you, but at the end of the day, I want to be free. Who wants to be brothers? Don't call me a pussy. I'll kill you. It's always, it's crazy because he's such a nice guy. That's great. Not only will I kill you, but I will be unfazed and unscathed. Yeah, with the Diet Coke. It's funny. That's kind of funny to be like, I will be unscathed, like saying essentially that no harm at all come to me. I can kill you. So why not just if you're so confident in your fighting abilities, maybe a few punches, you beat them up and you let them on, or just don't fight because they'll be like me talking to a 6-year-old, and I'm like, listen, I'll fucking hit you. Okay, you won't stand a chance. All right, I will leave unscathed because they're 6. But I wouldn't do that. If you're so confident that you can do that, you shouldn't do that, right? Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know. If you're chewing up violence, that's true. I do. Yeah. Let's see. This is posted by ABTB12. Is Theo trolling? Oh my god. That's really funny, but I feel like Theo's checked in. He probably didn't even know that thing. But wait, that worked too much. Oh. So this is a troll. That beginning zone, this is a troll. What is he doing? What is he doing? Stand-up comedy. Oh my god! I just noticed that. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's. But why would there's too many layers? I'm not understanding this story. Big shot post. Oh, Theo on shit. Theo on picture. Doing shut up, pretend like I did on purpose. Theo on that, and on top of that, he's got a motherfucking sword on bird. Ground you walk on emoji. I forgot that. Somebody on the Patreon messaged me about that. I forgot that was the sword on bird emoji too. One of the hardest workers I ever met.
you're wearing a very expensive suit.
This is like
Like
way
you're
too
wearing a
many.
very expensive
Then again,
suit.
Shop does have a lot of shops,
You
so
bring a very
maybe
expensive
Theo just ran into 4 of them.
So what's the habit?
I think it's possible that Theo is so checked out that he's like, oh, here's a picture of Brendan. But do I see that? You could easily go to his podcast and screenshot the show now. Instead of
take that suit,
Theo
sell it off,
only has
use
one
the place
picture
to
of
put
Brendan.
out part of it. That's if I'm a regular guy suit. You don't use nothing.
Maybe that's Theo's background. He's like, it's just, I love this picture.
So the Russian thing is,
Or maybe Theo's
so
assistant tweets her from this night right for him. And his
take off the other
assistant
clothes,
yeah,
sell it.
that's, I mean, because the Tiger Billing people talk to us all the time.
Low.
I forgot. Yeah. The higher ups tell us what to do, but like the interns and the producers and stuff. And we tell them to stop giving us money, but they don't. I don't. Yeah. Oh, you know. All right, let's see here. This is posted by Various Concept 2615. So how long before he buys a Cybertruck after shitting on Tesla for the last 2 years? Yeah, we talked about this last episode. I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him doing it.
That is, above his station.
It is a truck,
There's
though.
no such thing as above my station.
But that's fucking gas, so we
Again,
died on.
3 different examples, 3 different opinions, they all point in the same
Alright, let's see
direction.
that. Photoshopped, posted by ETID 1986. That's good. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much, I suppose.
Commission aesthetic.
You post on Graphics Like Cats, right?
That if you have
Oh,
Kabila
yeah.
Cash, Kabila
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I
if
have
you
it
have
on my queue.
bundles,
Me neither.
bundles of straw,
Let's see
bundles
this.
of wood,
Okay,
and
it's
bundles of
Bitcoin.
stuff.
Posted by Fantasy Flyer 3. Played in a hot chip around the sun more frequently than many cats. They updated the description just a
carry them. They are not, in the calculation. You may not carry
They
them.
updated the description after a cat
So
exposed
the
it.
first
There's
of
only
the
one
wide
picture. I wish we could see it before.
that's on the cover.
Yeah, I don't know what, but that's interesting
No,
that
no,
they're
but
doing that. They have
Kabila
nothing better to do.
Kabila is in the Kabila.
Alright, so I surprise. Okay, so this is something we're going to be watching this week, I believe. This last week, Bert Kreischer's. That's how you spell it. Bert Kreischer. Okay, his special came out last week. Yeah, but we record on Monday, so it wasn't even out yet. Yeah, I realized that too. Yeah. But we're gonna do that on the Patreon. Yeah, fuck me. This is supposed to be C Man Dr. Penis. We're doing a special on this week's Patreon episode, Lucky is Worse Than Green Poppy. Scrolling through Netflix, when I came across Brisney special, I've never seen him do stand-up, so I decided to give it a shot, and it's unwatchable. I don't want to see it, dude. I don't take this guy's word for it. Okay, yeah. Immediately he takes off his shirt, talks about sex, talks about sex with his wife, all while laughing every single time he makes a quote joke. End quote. I keep waiting for the punchline. That's coming through the special. It's mostly saying bad words and embarrassing physical humor. Even mimicked Felicio on the mic so well it gave Rogan still hoping everyone for his money. But what about Rogan's Felicio on the mic? Let's not forget that. This guy's he's sleeping on the couch.
However,
That's my special thing, sleeping on the couch. I genuinely think Gringo Poppy is a better special. Brenda makes me laugh. His flamboyant manner, and now you're on his side. Yeah. Look at your crying. You're almost dry. Now I'm worried. Now you got me worried. His douchey outfits and the way he incoherently strings together bits is top level cringe that has me actually laughing out loud. In its own way, it's an effective piece of art. I struggle to find anything of value in Bert's work. This special repulsed me. He is devoid of humor. If Bert plays the mothership, so should Brenda. Did you see the shoulders of actual jacked? Alright. I'm still intrigued. We'll be watching it. If anything that got me to want to watch it now, how bad it is. Yeah, but it's just, it is, I don't know if cringe is the correct word. It is the correct word, but it makes me laugh. I just don't understand how it could be worse than the last one we saw from Bert. That was horrible. You can also watch that in the movie. Here's comics. Alright, so we all know who he's talking about. Posted by Chan pulled from clips. This isn't you. That I don't think they're very good. They don't make me laugh, but I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't get upset at them. I mean, I'll be friends with them. I'll like them. There's comics that I had to learn how to do that. Because it used to be like, if guys weren't funny, I just couldn't deal with them. Couldn't hang out with them. I'm friends with some few people, so friends people. And you separate them.
Rogan is insane. It's like he has no. His stand-up is just as bad as everybody else's. It's nowhere near funny. None of his specials are good. He's just not good at stand-up. He's like, I got friends that are bad. You're bad. You are bad at stand-up. It's like the Shane Fett. You are literally a non-funny guy. This is posted by Chud Muffin Zero. Love Crackamiko's new drop. Say what you want about Bert being annoying, which he is. At least he's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, all the clingers on talk shit and still climbing that podcast ladder. I think this is the new song. You heard the new song? The Bird one? Yeah, it's funny. It's I like how he's flowing. Craig is on that level. We got Craig Bronco. And let's see. The girl is shit. So fucking good. Yeah. I mean, part of it is like he raps just like a rapper, but like in different, the change, I don't know how to describe it, but alert. That's such a funny way like to go into it. Yeah, it's great. Shout out Crackamiko. That was great. Fire, savage. All right, what else do we got here? This is posted by Shitty Tunic. Shifty Tunic. It's too far away. Clinton's dumbass hasn't updated the Golden Hour Clips YouTube channel that you've been linking in like 4 years. So this is the clip that preceded the other version, or the channel that preceded the other channel. So this feels towards and the cats, isn't that the, cats were all the king of the state, yeah. So they changed it to the Golden Hour.
Come on, guys, it's hard to produce this. I haven't uploaded a Spotify episode in 3 months. This is supposed to be appropriate duty 9:30. Nothing says dedicated mom like a flawless bathroom selfie while the baby plays the role of background decor. It's just her thing at this point, guys. I mean, she, like, you do a bit, and you're committed to the bit. She goes, yeah, the ring is for the ring not being there is to be funny. Yeah, she's never had a ring. Yeah, they're not ring guys. Neither her nor Shop. No more guys. Yeah. How many rings you have? How's it going to fit on that finger? All right. Jellystastics. This one's called 24 views. 6 minutes, 24 views. The first home P6.0 power stroke swap. Okay. I mean, when you're trying to break new ground, you're not going to just like get into it like that, you know. It takes a rough 4 months to make this episode, so it's going to take 4 months to get like 100 views. It's a really good title, and that's like half the battle. Is that a good title? First time V6.0 power stroke swap. Yeah, everybody's going to watch that eventually. Oh, this is so funny. The first comments, hell yeah, I've been rewatching your last videos over and over again, waiting for the next video. LOL, God bless you. Somebody check on that guy. If that's a real person, I mean, that's probably me. And if you're a real cat, you leave positive comments on here so that we keep getting this amazing stuff. Please watch. Yeah, please watch. Try fast slow, guys. Merch. Yeah, buy the merch. Yeah, enter the giveaways, dude. You can win a Mustangs. Alright, this is posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Ask away. Ask us anything. T-Fat K fans. I mean, they're just asking for it. I don't know about doing that. It's a dangerous idea for them. Yeah, I'm already committing me. This was supposed to be Rabbit023, LMAO. Jealous of you. Okay, so who posted this? Joanna. Jealous of you. The only girl who's be better than me will be my own daughter. Female boss of success. Women are hating on her. Interesting. That's too bad for her. These are facts. She puts it. She just put a fax machine. Or Andrew shows his face. Yeah. Fire. This is posted by Shabist. Old episode, Steve Byrne tells stories of how big his comeback Brian was with women, and they all share a big laugh. I mean, sign me up, man. Let's see.
There's a table full of girls at a Denny's. Hey, this is Brian Calentiniers. Hey, guys. Just like is that close to the wine glass? That was my I didn't sense the voice inside the tongue. Big old tongue. Is that close? That's small, yeah. Okay. Hey, ladies, some of my impulses I have changed it all. Worms. Dude, you still know this? Hey, man, still knows. Hey, Steve, you're out there. Yeah, Steve knew me back before I was married. I was a punk. Well, because I was in New York City. I didn't even know you yet. And I'm standing outside the comic shop with this girl who I'm just
She actually has the chicks need to get into it.
Callan comes out. Doesn't even know he's beelines to the
So what do you want to do? You want to take these pencil and put it converted. So the chicks have like a stash to get into it. So in this case, I'm going to do it. She does it.
I gotta go and do a set. Hold on doing ballet because you must have studied ballet or something.
Nevertheless, we're allowed to buy
Just size me up and you go.
to facilitate the
I mean, how many do you think I said who the fuck is Tesla? That even is like, by so many. I feel bad. I like Bird said, it's too bad that he's gonna be brought down in this way by association, but no judgment. It's just telling you like it is. Sounds like a guy that had dinner with Chrisley more than once. You know? Yes, don't shoot the mailman. Yeah, don't shoot the mailman. Here's no but also, this was posted by Busy Middle 8108. Asterisk going through the books. Found it right here, Brendan Shaw.
by the sign, and you can actively help move them back into their areas of where they need to
No, but also it's like the Rogan example, right? Oh, the only reason people know you is because of Rogan, my brother, you and me, right? It's like, man, you know how many people Rogan knows? The only reason, if you see Rogan with somebody that if he puts him on, uses his platform, it's because he respects their work ethic. He's never, and goes through the books, he's never cut anybody who's a shitty work ethic. Anyone. No, you're right. You're to run with that line, you better have your shit together. Otherwise, he's not entertaining.
Let's say, hold him by the arm.
Would anyone describe Brennan Schaub as someone who has a shit
Hey, Mark,
together?
I want to call this. I'm going to read it.
Fucking his own wife would it?
Mark, you know that I thought you were only when
Yikes,
the
dude.
child, for that
That's funny.
animal,
Why would you
was
say
going to
all
put one
this?
leg in front of
Just
the
be,
other.
just do a show.
I'm going to go
Yeah,
there.
you don't need to
I
dread
love
haters
the
me.
mindset of the
Yeah,
animal
goes
or
out
the child
to
is
the
trying to
this all the
right?
time.
And the process would be us. Once it's not
Oh my
market,
god,
nothing
dude.
will be there.
Anyways, let's see
You
this.
think that
Act like you own the plate.
well, people, number one is
Positive
the
fool
first
too.
birthday
And
don't
did he
allow
say
the
that?
kids
And
to go eating out of
probably parasite filled by Papa
if you have runaway chickens, you can help them get that
spiciest dishes of the day.
if you have a runaway calf or a runaway donkey or horse,
Parasite, great movie.
hold
Ever
it
seen
by
it?
the neck,
Joe Holtz.
or you can go ahead and hold it by the side.
Plate at the
So
bottom.
you're gonna believe
That's great. I hope he.
walk.
I hope he has said that.
Hold on to the arms,
Yeah,
hold on to the
Papa has an inside man at the UFC. He also says any facet posted by haphazard. And this is a haphazard classic where just the first 5 minutes of defense.
by helping to move the animal or the child.
Which you say,
I'm not using it out.
I like being with ESPN because remember what happened the last time we had a meeting? I'm not going to say my source, but go ahead and bring it up.
So if you
Directly read the source. So I, for a hot second,
maybe calling the kids to bring mattresses. When
okay, go ahead. I'll read this.
animals not get out of the body of water.
Read this part first. So it says UFC chief Dana is reportedly aiming for a blockbuster rewrite deal worth billions with Netflix as a partnership with ESPN appears to be in bad shape here in Japan. UFC signed a $1.5 billion deal with the world leader in sports in 2019. However, the partnership has led to much frustration. Not really. Just this last one. He's talking about UFC 315 earlier in March. The issues continue to cause problems with viewers, prompting White to address them in a post-fight press conference. Keep going down. Oh yeah, to me, they were having problems on ESPN Plus. I don't know what happened with the platform tonight. There were a lot of pissed off people. Moreover, the UFC brass is reporting on such fight with ESPN. That's not true. Well, the network is unhappy with the pay-per-view numbers being way down. Not true. Well, for UFC cards as a result, they'll need to have money posted to be looking for development in 2026 if that mishap will continue. Reports have since suggested that Netflix is a front runner for the UFC media rights deal for the World UFC alleged Edish's traditional pay-per-view model. Not true.
Put it on the riverbed, like they will step on and then get out. Much like
Concept, they would never do that.
The problem is I have another base, so the second base is that
I think the opposite is true. Whatever he said.
the animal where it is, you must go ahead and start bringing mattresses, go ahead and get it out.
Subscription with the Netflix framework.
Hard to ask that kind of stuff. Hard to do
This is true. That's so funny.
I'm a very good inside source.
I thought he said, now this is true. He said, no, none of this is true. He said, none of this is true.
That's how I see it. I said UFC will be, they're going to do what the NFL does. Where some of it's an Amazon, Monday Night Football's on different networks, Thursday Night Football, Sunday Football, they're kind of on a bunch of different networks. That's what the UFC's going to do. So, we agree this without giving it away who it is.
So again, if you can support the animal way, it wasn't
Yes, it's also
good sense.
right away. He's like, I mean, not get rid of it. As Jorge Masvidal said.
Richie was from New York Post, so this person says the connected source from the New York Post isn't accurate in any facet. Netflix isn't even the highest bidder.
He didn't say anything fast. It's him texting himself. I don't know. Is that like a popular word amongst fighters? Or phrase, rather? That would be funny if it was. They all say it weird, yeah. I mean, sometimes it gets enough out there, and then every athlete says the word the same. They'll get out of this unscathed. I sent the text.
Was saying animal suffering is that,
Don't be shocked if the pay-per-views and 4 big fight nights stay with ESPN. The Apex fights go to Netflix or Amazon.
of negating the functionality of it.
The UFC wants that mainstream 24/7
It
coverage.
kind
They stick with ESPN.
of goes
The
about
pay-per-views
keeping
make
that
sense there. The Apex shows will be on Netflix like WWE Raw.
away. So I lost some of myself. Not just back in.
But as far as
Not
the
just back in.
ammunition,
What
Why does he put it down?
Go in. The dad did roll.
That's a good question. Same with Royals. Royals Royce. Okay, then that's why he
Go
does
ahead
it.
and make that. Let's remember again. We have two different personas.
Raw.
Dolphin
I
means
would understand if you say like raw laughter, it's like the hell comes after
pulling, or even like
raw.
a chicken lift.
Raw, yeah, okay.
With
No,
a
I'm
chicken, you can push it, like as opposed to let's say the calf, the young donkey, or the baby, or the same thing. But you can actually like
you'll get
hold
those
that
fight
and
nights,
lift them a
those
little
fight
bit.
nights on Netflix.
What's that?
And then you
You
get,
know, and you know the
don't
hundred
get
percent out
twisted.
there. The
The
dad is
UFC
giving
is
us
a
how you
proven
talk about those
pay-per-view
kind of go back.
success. They have a
You
business
can go
model.
ahead
They
and
would
pull.
never, ever
You
give
can
that
lift
up.
a little.
They would rather do anything
Pull a little bit to the thing about the high and open the punch. That's not the kind of goal.
and sign all
And I go
their
with my comment.
media right deals to Netflix for the pay-per-view.
was that?
Can't do like
Was that was in the studio? Someone to be versus.
and
That's a paper. T-Fat Cat with pass.
And sign all their
Second job, third job. Jen's a doctor and a husband.
media right deals to Netflix, including pay-per-view.
It's not a firearm. Oh, that's so funny. The fucking methane detectors went off.
This is the
The battery is low on one of the many devices on shop. Because the assassin ankle monitor. I guess arrested for a DUI. You can't go to hospital.
In 4 years, it doesn't work out. And then like, oh, hey, remember that Netflix you're paying for every month? And you included our fights? Well, we're going back to pay-per-view. They would never run that. That's just bad business. Get that out of your head now. That's all these reports are on. I can guarantee that.
You can go ahead and what's the hold it. Like you
I
can
like
go
when
ahead
people
and
act like
literally
crazy
hold on to
things
its
don't
neck
happen
and
sometimes.
hold on to its
Yeah.
side
They
and
would
help
never.
pull
That'd be
it
so
along.
stupid. Next thing Luka Doncic
Pull
just
along,
traded to the Lakers.
I'm
I'm sure. I mean, whatever he's suggesting is insane. It's not. Yeah. Okay. This is true. Alrighty, let's see here. He thinks people are like newspapers just wasting their time making things up. The whole paper's made up. Thing is, playing with fire on rank is supposed to make the place exhausted. And as I was saying that too, like they probably do.
And all the
Go
more
ahead,
so the
dude.
fact that once I can just remember, keep that all the time.
Honestly, for me, I don't want to say this, but since I'm not circumcised, I would have more protection doing that kind of stuff if I didn't have any, like, probably legs, like her. You know, when you guys are fucked, well, it's scraping.
So we got two circumcised, one uncircumcised. I'm glad we went over that today.
Jen has that velvet tweet
Stop!
It's not like I look at the woman yelled stop the loudest. Oh, that's hilarious. Playing with
About broken banshee country. Up
He just can't help. He's gonna pull it out.
open the
Someone's gotta come.
Like, hold on,
A leopard